Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 137, Troll in the Trap, Erwin's Perfect Guinea Pig. Erwin's interest in trolls was genuine. In Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, they were depicted as hulking brutes over 12 feet tall and weighing at least a ton, powerful, unpredictable, violent, and utterly dim-witted. Early wizarding classifications had lumped all non-human life into humans and beasts, with beasts being anything that crawled, flew, or walked on 4 legs. But goblins had cited the troll's bone-headed stupidity to challenge that divide, paving the way for the modern category of magical creatures. Even now, trolls straddled the line between beast and magical creature, their status ambiguous. Erwin's curiosity had 2 intertwined reasons. First, he wanted to test his rare talent for magical creature affinity on one. If it worked, the troll could become a loyal asset. Second, trolls were impulsive dimwits, easy to sway with brute force over brains, much like Ron Weasley, though Erwin wasn't mocking the boy. The parallel was just too stark, both favored muscle over mind, and they even shared a certain rugged, red-headed look. Erwin shook off the uncharitable comparison and focused. A troll's low cunning made it ripe for manipulation. With his ambitions, Erwin intended to squeeze value from every resource. These lumbering fools might lack smarts, but they boasted immense strength, high resistance to magic, and devastating power, like living battering rams. Asking them to strategize was futile, but directed properly, they'd make formidable enforcers. Picture it, a rampaging horde of trolls crashing through the gates of some arrogant pureblood manor, swinging massive clubs. The image alone thrilled Erwin. Even Rivers, his steadfast guard, might find kinship with their straightforward brawn. But first, Erwin needed to experiment, refine his approach. And this troll, Voldemort's diversion, loose to sow chaos, would be the ideal subject. He finished his bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup, rubbing his full stomach, and glanced toward the great hall doors. Why so slow? Evening study hall's about to start. Quirrell's timing was rubbish. As if summoned by the thought, Quirrell burst through the doors, drenched in blood. Troll. In the underground classrooms. A troll. The hall plunged into silence. Professor McGonagall's face drained of color. If Erwin hadn't known the plot, Quirrell might have fooled him. Villains made the best performers, except this one, whose evil was just an act for a good cause. Quirrell staggered, collapsing in a dramatic faint. Just before his eyes shut, he shot Erwin a subtle wink, "Stay out of it." Too late, Erwin had other plans. He scanned the staff table. The professor's expressions twisted in alarm. Snape's eyes gleamed with dark intent as he swept from the hall through a side door, robes billowing. Pandemonium erupted. Young witches and wizards screamed in terror, chairs scraping as they bolted upright. The Slytherins, though, held steady. Their faces betrayed unease, but no one panicked or cried out. Instead, their eyes locked on Erwin, awaiting his lead. He frowned at the din. The other houses were deafening. Professor McGonagall's voice cut through like a whip, "Quiet." The clamor died. "Evening study is cancelled," she announced. "Prefects, lead your students back to the common rooms immediately. Professors, secure the entrances to each house." Under her command, order returned swiftly. The Slytherins lingered a moment longer, still watching Erwin for instructions. "Draco," he said calmly, "take the first years ahead. All you hidden prefects, cover the rear. No stragglers, get everyone to the common room safely." Draco nodded sharply. "Right." The group of Slytherins filed out, unnoticed amid the professor's hasty exodus. A troll loose in the castle posed little threat to seasoned wizards like them, but to first years. It was a nightmare. Once they were gone, Erwin snapped his fingers. In an instant, he apparat to the underground corridor near the classrooms. Recalling the plot, he oriented himself. The troll should be lurking by the girls' bathroom, a wandering brute drawn to the noise there, where Harry and the others would soon stumble upon it. Erwin sniffed the air, probing for the telltale stench, and strode toward the bathroom. He circled the area, but nothing. No foul reek, no heavy footfalls. Frowning, he paused. Had he apparat off course? Or arrived too early? The timeline didn't add up. The troll should already be shambling these halls, veering toward the bathroom when the trio arrived. But a thorough sweep confirmed, empty. He decided to wait, leaning against the wall and idly prodding a jack-o'-lantern. Its carved grin flickered, casting erratic shadows. Then his nose twitched. A wave of putrid odor rolled in, rotting meat and unwashed hide. Erwin's hand froze mid-poke, eyes gleaming. That was it, straight from the books. Trolls never arrived without their signature stink. A grin tugged at his lips. "Come on, you big oaf," he murmured. "Time for my little experiment." Chapter 138, Trolling the Beast, Bulletproof Vests Beckon. Erwin strode down the corridor, the stench growing thicker with every step. A massive shadow loomed on the wall ahead. There it was, the troll. He halted, flicking his wrist to summon his wand, and waited patiently. The pounding footsteps echoed closer until a hulking figure emerged, grayish-white skin, tiny head, and a club the size of a small tree gripped in its meaty fist. Erwin waved a hand in front of his nose. "Hello, big guy." The troll froze for a split second, clearly caught off guard by the boy around the corner. Erwin watched closely, hoping his magical creature affinity might smooth things over. No dice. The beast let out a guttural roar and swung its club in a wild arc. Erwin dodged back as the weapon crashed into the stone floor, sending a thunderous crack through the hall. So much for affinity. This brute wasn't swayed by his commanding presence, it was just slow on the uptake. Disappointment flickered through him, but the experiment was over. Time for the next one. Reducto. Erwin barked, the spell slamming into the troll's chest. The creature staggered back 2 steps, shaking off the blast with a furious bellow. Its skin was tough, nearly impervious to magic. Perfect. The troll charged again, club raised. "Can't have you making all that racket," Erwin muttered. "Not until I'm done testing." He flicked his wand silently, nonverbal Expelliarmus. The club tore from the troll's grasp and clattered against the far wall. The beast stared at its empty hand, then at the weapon, confusion etching its dim features like a question mark over its skull. Erwin grinned. Right, round 2. He unleashed a barrage, Reducto. Reducto. 5 crimson bolts streaked out, targeting limbs and head. The troll howled as they struck, reeling but unyielding. The skull seemed especially resilient, shrugging off the hits while the softer spots, arms, legs, torso, took the brunt. Erwin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Thin skin on the head. No, the real shield was that hide. His hunch was spot on, trolls had natural magic resistance from their tough pelts. If he could harvest and enchant the material, bulletproof vests for wizards. A goldmine, especially against low-level curses or hexes. Hogwarts rules cramped his style, no full dissections here, but holidays would fix that. He'd bag one in the wild and test it against the killing curse. For now, he cast Wingardium Leviosa on the club, levitating it high before releasing the spell. It plummeted straight onto the troll's head with a sickening thud. The beast's eyes crossed, and it toppled like a felled oak, out cold. Erwin could have ended it cleaner with Sectum Sempra, a swift decapitation, but this was Hogwarts. He had a reputation as the thoughtful type. No need to splatter blood and shatter that image. Harry and his lot had stunned the troll in the books, crude, but it worked. Footsteps echoed in the distance, chaotic, approaching. Erwin wasn't sticking around for applause. He had a real show to catch. Poor Sirius, probably nursing a nasty bite from that massive 3-headed dog. Ouch, a chomp on that shaggy head must smart. With a snap of his fingers, Erwin apparat to the 3rd-floor corridor. Moments after his swirl faded, Professor McGonagall arrived with Flitwick and Sprout in tow. She froze at the sight of the unconscious troll. Who on earth took this thing down? The others shrugged, scanning the shadows. No clues. McGonagall sighed and got to work containing the beast. Another Hogwarts enigma, the troll's mysterious vanquisher. Erwin, oblivious to the fuss, reoriented himself in the dim corridor. Eerily quiet, shadows clinging to the stones. Then, a voice slithered from behind, "Looking for me, godson." Erwin jumped, spinning around. "Godfather. You nearly gave me a heart attack." His godfather lounged against a pillar, black robes blending him into the gloom. A ghost in the dark, chilling. Snape chuckled dryly. No one's mentioned it. When you apparate, you can delay the arrival. Scout the area first. Erwin blinked. Really? That explains why no one in the books pops out mid-duel or crashes into a wall. The system hadn't covered that trick, typical. Got it. I'll remember next time. Snape's gaze sharpened. So, what brings you here in the dead of night? Just wandering, Erwin said airily. A scoff. You know more than you should. Struck some bargain with Dumbledore. Apparition privileges at school in exchange for tutoring that Potter boy. Not exactly, Erwin replied. Headmaster asked me to help Harry after the corridor mess. I traded for the skill, figured it'd save my skin in a pinch. Snape nodded curtly. Heed this, never trust Dumbledore fully. Not with everything. I know, Erwin assured him, though a faint metallic tang hit his nose. Blood. Are you hurt? It's nothing. A scratch. Head back to bed. Snape's tone brooked no argument, he wasn't pulling Erwin into whatever scrape he'd dodged. Fine by him, some secrets stayed buried, unspoken between them. Erwin nodded and vanished in another swirl, leaving the shadows to their guardian. If you want to dive deeper into Erwin's journey and support this superhit translation, our Patreon is officially open. Why join the elite? The Inner Circle, get 50 chapters ahead plus exclusive R18 content plus decide our next major project. Your support ensures we keep this top-notch quality in our 5 chapters a day momentum. Backhand index pointing right patreon.com/mrgrim_. Chapter 139, Calamity Strikes the Weasley Family. In the Slytherin common room, the fire crackled as a group of Slytherins gathered around the hearth, chatting animatedly. When Erwin returned, they swarmed him with eager greetings. "Prefect, you're back. Prefect, did you handle that troll?" Their excitement was palpable. They'd noticed his absence during the chaos and assumed he'd dealt with it. As for his safety, these Slytherins weren't concerned. Erwin could take on Dumbledore and come out on top, in their eyes. Blind devotion from admirers, indeed. Erwin waved them off. "No, just sorting some other business. No evening study session tonight, but don't slack off. Grab a book and read, enough idle chatter." Their faces fell, but no one argued. They dutifully pulled out textbooks and settled in. Erwin nodded approvingly. Surveying the room's sleek green and silver decor, he decided it needed bookshelves stocked with useful tomes, for moments like this, to keep them productive. Truly, he was looking out for them. Retiring to his dormitory, Erwin touched the magical sigil on his arm, activating the connection. Tom's voice responded promptly. "Master Erwin. Everything set?" Erwin asked. "Yes, Master Erwin. You can count on it." A smile tugged at Erwin's lips. "Good. In 2 days, once the news spreads, we proceed to Phase 2. As you wish." He severed the link and stretched out on his bed. Tomorrow promised fireworks, a massive surge in his wizarding acclaim. With that thought, he drifted into a sound sleep. The next morning, in Transfiguration class, Erwin glanced at his personal panel. The wizarding acclaim at the bottom read 5,700. Then they ticked up, 5,710, 5,720. Racing past 6,000. He smirked. It had begun. Professor McGonagall swept in. "Settle down for class." Erwin dismissed the panel. What a day. This timing coincided with the fresh delivery of the Daily Prophet. At noon, outside the Great Hall, Hermione lingered by the entrance, scanning the crowd. Erwin approached, trailed by a cluster of Slytherins. She hurried over, falling into step beside him. The others exchanged glances but said nothing. Everyone knew she and their prefect were on good terms, and her sharp mind outshone theirs in studies. Unlike the canon tensions, no one here eyed her with suspicion. Harry Potter stood with her, drawing a spark of glee from Malfoy. Pure mischief in the air. "Not heading in for lunch?" "Waiting for me?" Erwin asked. Hermione thrust a newspaper at him. "Haven't you seen today's Prophet? Someone leaked the story of Ron shoving you, complete with him shouting. And the Weasleys. Arthur's suspended by the Ministry for tinkering with Muggle artifacts. His graduated brothers are in hot water too." Erwin blinked, caught off guard. He hadn't orchestrated this twist. Sure, the Ron incident was his doing, a tip to Rita Skeeter, that nosy beetle of a reporter, via an anonymous letter from Tom. She'd sniff out the Hogwarts dirt like a shark to blood. But the Weasley fallout? Not his handiwork. "What happened?" he pressed. "I figured you'd want details." Hermione pointed to the front page. There was a moving photo of Erwin, his water goblet tipping over in the Great Hall. His shocked expression filled a close-up. How had Skeeter captured that? Her animagus form must pack a tiny camera. Impressive, if shady. Erwin skimmed the article. As expected, it painted him as a tragic victim of bullying, twisting the narrative to lambast Dumbledore and the Weasleys. He'd banked on Skeeter's flair for controversy, targeting big names like the headmaster and the prominent family would draw eyes. To make it stick, he'd play the sympathetic underdog, stirring public outrage against the school and the culprits. But the real surprise lay in the follow-ups. On Halloween, Arthur Weasley faced suspension for unauthorized Muggle tech experiments. The photo showed his battered old car. Flipping pages, Erwin read about a Romanian dragon sanctuary where a Norwegian ridgeback rampaged, wounding handlers. Charlie Weasley's name topped the injury list. Erwin's brow furrowed. Another article detailed an ambush on a Gringotts Cursebreaker team in Albania. They fought back and survived, but all were hurt. Bill Weasley's name appeared among the casualties. The entire Weasley clan, struck down in a single day. Coincidence? Or something more? Erwin folded the paper, a chill settling in. This escalated far beyond his scheme, reputation boost or not, the wizarding world was stirring. Chapter 140, Erwin's nightmare scapegoat setup. Erwin pored over every line in the Daily Prophet, his eyes scanning frantically for details he might miss. His expression darkened with each passing sentence. He wasn't mourning the Weasleys' downfall, in fact, he'd relish seeing them get their comeuppance after their recent clash. But this. It reeked of a setup, and the timing couldn't be worse. Coming right after his row with them, anyone with half a brain would point fingers at him. Bad news all around. Erwin knew he had nothing to do with it. But who'd believe his denial? If the roles were reversed, he'd suspect himself first. In a world where truth bent to those in power, rumors could tank his reputation overnight, especially among everyday wizards open to a bit of stirring. Worse, it clashed with the fragile image he'd built, the perennial victim, the underdog just starting to earn sympathy. Now the Weasleys were laid low. No one would buy his poor me act anymore. His grander schemes hung in the balance too. This could spook his real targets, derailing months of careful plotting. Cursing under his breath, Erwin wondered, who'd pull this? Someone nursing a grudge against the Weasleys, using the feud as cover. As staunch Dumbledore allies, the Weasleys had racked up enemies, not from starting fights, but because anyone gunning for the greatest wizard in Britain wouldn't spare his friends. The higher Dumbledore climbed, the more precarious his perch. Take Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, he'd long resented Dumbledore but lacked the spine for a direct confrontation. Would he exploit this to take a swing? Erwin's mind whirred. No, Fudge wasn't sharp enough. If he were, the Ministry wouldn't be such a mess under his watch. Fudge's power was more title than substance, Dumbledore's shadow loomed large, leaving him with few true loyalists and widespread discontent. Plus, Fudge was a blood purist through and through, he'd never lift a finger to avenge a half-blood sympathizer like Erwin, even if it meant jabbing at Dumbledore. Erwin mulled it over, then froze. He'd overlooked the obvious, his Slytherin crew. He knew his standing among them was solid, but he'd never tapped it fully. And if any house at Hogwarts stuck together like glue, it was Slytherin. Those kids might rally their pureblood families on his behalf, out of house pride, or loyalty to their prefect Erwin. The pieces clicked. Through house gossip and shared grudges, they'd likely pieced it together and acted. It spelled trouble, but at least it was straightforward, no shadowy ministry plots. At lunch, Erwin barely touched his food, his appetite soured by worry. No matter the culprit, the fallout loomed, shattered public image, curtailed maneuvers. He poured effort into playing the wronged outsider, a mask that let him strike without drawing heat. Lose it, and he'd be isolated, his hands tied. What galled him most? He couldn't even fault them. They thought they were doing him a solid, settling the score. The Slytherins noticed his dour mood. Grodia edged closer, hesitant. Prefect. You look off. Erwin fixed him with a steady gaze. Grodia, level with me. Did you lot write home about the Weasleys? Grodia's face paled, but Erwin pressed on. I don't want lies, whatever the excuse. I'm sorry, Prefect, Grodia blurted. We didn't mean to keep it from you. We were just furious on your account, so we sent owls. Erwin sighed, a mix of exasperation and relief washing over him. Simpler than he'd feared, no grand conspiracy, just overzealous kids. It eased the paranoia, if not the mess. Who exactly? He asked. Grodia shrugged. Everyone who could. Erwin blinked. What do you mean, everyone? Just that. Anyone with connections fired off letters. Every pureblood family still kicking should have gotten an owl by now. Erwin stared, stunned. Exhausted. Let it be done. He'd underestimated them badly. The combined cloud of Slytherin, united for once. It was a force of nature, enough to dismantle the Weasleys in a single, brutal day. If you want to dive deeper into Erwin's journey and support this superhit translation, our Patreon is officially open. Why join the elite? The Inner Circle, get 50 chapters ahead plus exclusive R18 content plus decide our next major project. Your support ensures we keep this top-notch quality in our 5 chapters a day momentum. Backhand index pointing right patreon.com/mrgrim_. Chapter 141, Family Ties and a Slytherin Predicament. Grodia glanced up cautiously. Prefect, did we overstep? What could Erwin say? Scold these Slytherins. They'd only dig in deeper, and no one would touch him afterward. No, Grodia, Erwin replied firmly. Thank everyone for me, I'm truly honored to be your prefect, and grateful for your support. But if you could, write another letter home. Ask your families to ease off the Weasleys. Grodia frowned in confusion. Why? Those red-haired fools insulted you. They had it coming, I don't even know why they weren't finished off properly. Grodia's face flushed with indignation, and the other Slytherins nodded in agreement, their eyes flashing with shared resentment. Erwin shook his head. No, Grodia. I've said it before, Everyone deserves a chance to make things right. Even if Ron was out of line, it shouldn't fall on the rest of his family. That's not how we handle it. True Slytherins know the value of magnanimity. So, will you help me one more time? Grodia let out a long sigh. Fine. As you wish, prefect. I'll write to father right away. Erwin met his gaze. I was hoping you'd say that. He pulled out a quill and parchment, sliding them across the table to Grodia. Grodia sighed again but took them without protest. At your service, prefect. Erwin nodded, satisfied, then turned to the others. And the rest of you? The Slytherins grumbled but followed suit, each grabbing parchment and beginning to scribble letters. Erwin watched in astonishment as the group bent over their work. The sheer number was daunting. He rubbed his temples, a headache brewing. Now he had to figure out how to wrap this mess up without it blowing back on him. Just then, Snape swept into the Great Hall and approached the Slytherin table. His dark eyes flicked over the students hunched over their letters. Erwin. With me. Erwin rose and followed Snape out, leaving the flurry of quills behind. In Snape's dimly lit office, the potions master wasted no time. Did you orchestrate this? Erwin shook his head. No, they acted on their own. Snape's lip curled. There will be consequences. I know, Erwin admitted with a sigh. Snape paced for a moment. Maximize the gain. If it can't be contained cleanly. Erwin shrugged helplessly. I can't see a clean way out. They move too fast. If I claim innocence, no one will buy it, they'll just say I'm dodging blame. Worse, it might offend the ones who stepped up. Stay silent, and the backlash paints me as the puppet master. The real problem. People will whisper that if I'm ruthless with the Weasleys, who knows who else I'd target. It'll spook the sensitive ones. Snape nodded curtly. And your endgame? To build my own influence, Erwin said. Snape paused, then grasped it. You're leveraging the Weasleys' guilt. Exactly. A sharp move, Snape conceded, but you've bungled the execution. Erwin managed a wry smile. He'd miscalculated badly. He'd planned for leverage, but not for these Slytherins to treat him like a figurehead father, and certainly not for them to strike so swiftly and savagely. The entire Weasley family had been hit at once, the three Hogwarts brothers roughed up by Charlotte and her crew, leaving only Molly and Ginny untouched. This went beyond guilt-tripping. If the Weasleys suspected his hand, they'd despise him forever. Snape's voice cut through his thoughts. You've overlooked one detail. Erwin blinked. What? Your parents. My parents. Erwin echoed, surprised. What do they have to do with this? Snape arched an eyebrow. You don't honestly believe they left you nothing. You know they were Hogwarts students once. Erwin nodded. Of course. Their greatest gift to you is their network, Snape explained. If you want the Weasleys as allies, you don't need these theatrics. They'd lay down their lives for you. Your father once saved Arthur Weasley's from 3 Death Eaters. Erwin's eyes widened. Father saved Arthur. Snape inclined his head. Precisely. And he aided many others. They'll stand by you too. I should have mentioned it sooner. Erwin studied him. Then, Godfather, are you one of them? Snape hesitated, then nodded. Yes. Without your father, I'd be long dead. I underestimated you, didn't expect you'd start building power this soon. You should have confided in me earlier. Erwin fell silent. Truth be told, he'd never fully trusted Snape. His guarded nature made it hard to open up to anyone. Only lately, Snape's protectiveness, the school's unfolding events, had begun to chip away at that wall. So these pureblood families helped because of my parents? Erwin pressed. Snape shook his head. Not entirely. Your full heritage isn't widely known for good reason. No one's flawless. For every ally your father earned, he made an enemy. As his sole heir, exposure would grant you connections, and a target on your back. Most who backed you did so because you're the Slytherin prefect. As I warned, that role draws eyes from every corner. You're the one destined to close the book on every Slytherin graduate's story. Erwin had heard echoes of this before, but now it hit with real weight. He leaned forward. How do we fix this mess, then? I can't see a path forward, not yet. Snape's expression sharpened. Simple enough, if you delegate. You can't resolve it alone right now, but someone else can. Let them take the fall, shift the spotlight off you. Who'd step up? Erwin asked doubtfully. Even the old families won't openly defy Dumbledore. Chapter 142, A Bold Badger's Desperate Plea. Snape's voice was sharp. Most families wouldn't interfere, but there's one that will. Write a letter, now. Erwin blinked. A letter. To whom? Lucius Malfoy. Erwin paused. The head of the Malfoy family? Snape nodded curtly. Precisely. The Malfoys are the most influential pure-blood family among the Sacred 28. Lucius has his ways, their resources remain largely untouched. Only he could reach the Dark Wizard bold enough to target the Dragon Reserve team. And the Malfoys had the deepest ties to that Romanian dragon research facility. Erwin leaned forward. So, you're saying the Malfoys orchestrated the attack on the Weasleys? Snape shook his head. Not quite. They were the instigators. The others followed orders, but the Malfoys led the charge. Their long-standing grudge against the Weasleys made it seem natural, no one batted an eye. In fact, it felt entirely justified to the rest. Erwin frowned. Why would the Malfoys help me? They're not the type to prioritize Slytherin prefects over their own interests. Snape's eyes narrowed. Lucius knows who you are. The ties between your parents and the Malfoys run deeper than you realize. You'll learn the details when the time comes. For now, write the letter. Erwin grabbed the quill from the desk. How should I start? In truth, he had no idea where to begin. Just explain your situation, Snape instructed. Ask for his assistance outright. He'll take care of the rest. Erwin nodded and dipped the quill in ink. Moments later, the parchment was filled. Snape scanned it, then approved with a nod. I'll owe it to Lucius tomorrow. Erwin looked puzzled. Why wait? A cold gleam flickered in Snape's eyes. The Weasleys need time to reflect on their mistakes. Besides, Dumbledore returns today, and he'll want a word with you. Erwin froze. You mean? Snape's nod was grim. The headmaster can't act directly in many matters, so he'll turn to you. I trust one don't need to spell it out further. Erwin swallowed. Understood. Snape dismissed him with a wave. Get some rest. You've got classes this afternoon. If you're restless after evening study, come to my office, we'll brew potions. Better than prowling the castle at night like some fool your age. Erwin's mouth twitched. Not exactly a social call. He wasn't a machine, exhaustion crept in eventually. But arguing with Snape was pointless. Got it, he said, heading for the door. As he left the office, Erwin mulled over the conversation. The day's frustration stemmed from blind spots in his knowledge. If he'd known about these family connections sooner, his strategy would have been straightforward, no second-guessing required. Blame the old bat for being so cryptic. Still, the Weasleys and Malfoys as reluctant allies. Intriguing. He couldn't count on other families pulling their weight. Favors were one thing, enmities were another. Planning ahead remained essential. At least now he held two solid cards, the Malfoys chief among them. Time to ease up on Draco, no more roughhousing the lad. Family ties and all that. The afternoon classes dragged on in a haze of boredom. Erwin barely bothered with house points anymore, his influence made effort redundant. The students were evolving into model scholars, their progress nothing short of miraculous. Credit went to him, and to Hermione's relentless example. In the Slytherin common room, a leaderboard tracked every student's contributions. Hermione clung to second place, just shy of Charlotte's lead. The pressure gnawed at the others, the thought of a Gryffindor claiming Slytherin's top honor was unbearable, a stain on their house pride. Harry Potter surged ahead too, his savior's aura finally channeling into real potential. Free from Ron's distractions, he forged true alliances, study partners, not pranksters. 20th place might sound modest, but it was among all Slytherins. In academics, their house dominated, the competitive air fueling relentless drive. Surround yourself with the right crowd, as the saying went. That afternoon, Slytherins and Hufflepuffs shared two lessons. It felt like a Slytherin showcase, they racked up points with ruthless efficiency, leaving the Hufflepuffs scrambling and deflated. As class ended, Erwin packed his bag leisurely. A cluster of Hufflepuff first-years watched him with poorly veiled envy. Wouldn't they kill for a tutor like him? For that effortless point haul? Spotting their stares as he glanced up, Erwin startled. Their eyes burned with intensity, like they might devour him on the spot. Gentlemen, he said evenly, something I can help with. The Hufflepuffs exchanged uneasy looks. A braver one stepped forward. Prefect Erwin. Pansy Parkinson burst from the Slytherin pack. Oi. You don't get to call him that. Erwin's our prefect. The boy faltered, rubbing his neck sheepishly, the picture of earnest confusion. Erwin shot Pansy a warning glance. Easy, Pansy. It's just a title, not Slytherin property. Manners, remember. She huffed, crossing her arms. Fine. Turning back to the Hufflepuff, Erwin smiled encouragingly. Go on. Ignore her. Call me what you like. The boy's eyes misted over. So kind, so disarmingly approachable. Was this truly Erwin? No wonder the Slytherins thrived under him, it must be bliss. Chapter 143, The Headmaster's Tense Return. The Hufflepuff first years were starting to regret their choices. Why hadn't they shown more ambition during the sorting? They could have landed in Slytherin, spending every day under Prefect Erwin's guidance. Who wouldn't jump at the chance for a leader like him? One bold Hufflepuff stepped forward. Prefect Erwin. We heard Hermione and Harry Potter have been joining Slytherin study sessions. Is that true? Erwin nodded. Spot on. What's on your mind? I'd like to join your sessions too. Is that all right? The boy's face tightened with worry, bracing for rejection. Erwin grinned. Absolutely. Slytherin welcomes students from every house. You're free to join whenever. Relief flooded the boy's features. The others chimed in eagerly. Can we all come, Prefect Erwin? Erwin paused, considering. If you're all in, you'll need to bring your own desks. Our common room has space, but not enough seating. Sort that out, and the door's open. The group lit up. We can do that. What about evening sessions? Perfect, Erwin replied. But clear it with Professor Sprout first. If she approves, Slytherin's common room is yours. They thanked him profusely and dashed off to find their head of house. Erwin's lips twitched into a smile. Hogwarts' 4 houses were a fascinating mix. Slytherin drew the ambitious purebloods and half-bloods, valuing cunning, honor, self-preservation, and smart risks. Ravenclaw scooped up the top scholars and quick minds. Gryffindor sought out those with hidden bravery. Hufflepuff, with its focus on loyalty, hard work, and fairness, seemed plain by comparison, but that was deceptive. Hufflepuff's strength lay in numbers. Extraordinary talents were rare, most students ended up there, making it the largest house. In the wizarding world, that meant Hufflepuff quietly produced more influential figures than the others combined. Population mattered. To Erwin, the Hufflepuffs ranked just behind Slytherin in his plans. If his housemates formed the elite core, these steadfast students would build the foundation. He favored overwhelming force over Voldemort's or Grindelwald's small bands of fanatics, likely a holdover from his Muggle upbringing in Great Britain. No elite squad could match a vast, united wizarding force. Even the Dark Lord would run from an army of thousands. He'd never turn away allies. Resources were for using, not wasting. The Hufflepuffs approaching him was a pleasant surprise, saving him the effort of outreach. Slytherin's boys had set an inspiring example, proving blood status meant nothing, only personal strength did. The Slytherins, however, fretted silently. Would these newcomers intensify the scramble for the house's honor badges? Erwin, oblivious to their worries, saw potential, a chance to expand the rewards and motivate everyone. En route to the Great Hall, Erwin paused, sensing a shift. He glanced out the corridor window. A streak of red light cut across the darkening sky above the castle. A knowing smile crossed his face. Dumbledore was back. The afternoon passed in contemplation. Erwin mulled over his demands, ideas solidifying. Success hinged on the headmaster's next move. With Ron sidelined, permanently out of the hero role, Dumbledore had to be scrambling. Inviting Erwin into the fold seemed inevitable. What concessions would the old wizard offer? At dinner, Dumbledore reappeared at the staff table, settling into his chair. His usual half-moon spectacles glinted under the enchanted ceiling, his robes as mismatched and whimsical as ever. But his face was stormy, eyes flicking repeatedly toward the Slytherin bench. Erwin caught every glance but feigned ignorance, focusing on his plate. The headmaster's glare was meant to unsettle him, but Erwin held firm. He appreciated Dumbledore stepping in to smooth over his recent mess, truly, but that didn't mean yielding ground. As Snape had warned, Dumbledore wasn't entirely reliable, a hard lesson from experience, echoed in the tales Erwin knew. Gratitude aside, the man always played his own angles. Erwin wasn't one for blind trust, caution with Dumbledore was wise. If you want to dive deeper into Erwin's journey and support this superhit translation, our Patreon is officially open. Why join the elite? The Inner Circle, get 50 chapters ahead plus exclusive R18 content plus decide our next major project. Your support ensures we keep this top-notch quality in our 5 chapters a day momentum. Backhand index pointing right patreon.com/mrgrim_. Chapter 144, Tense Talks in the Headmaster's Tower, Sherbet Lemon unlocks more than doors. After dinner, Erwin made his way to Dumbledore's office. Sherbet Lemon. The stone gargoyle statue sprang aside, and the spiral staircase carried him upward. Erwin stepped into the circular room, where Dumbledore sat behind his desk, surrounded by whirring silver instruments and portraits of past headmasters dozing in their frames. Seeing Erwin, Dumbledore set down his quill. "Ah, you've come. Take a seat." Erwin nodded, settling into the chair opposite. "Professor, if you don't mind, I'm rather keen on that sound transmission spell you used earlier, the one that whispers straight into my ear. Would you teach it to me? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles. Of course. But first, let's chat. He leaned forward, placing his hands on the desk. A faint blue flicker danced in his blue eyes, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Surprise crossed the headmaster's face. Impressive occlumency. Erwin chuckled, a hint of steel in his voice. High praise, Professor. But if word got out that the greatest wizard of the age was probing a student's mind with legilimency, it'd stir up a right storm in the wizarding world. Not the first time you've tried it on me, is it? Dumbledore's expression remained calm, though Erwin caught the subtle shift. He wasn't caught off guard, far from it. Before this meeting, Erwin had cornered Snape for occlumency lessons. The potion's master's sharp guidance had bumped his defenses to a solid level 4, enough to stonewall the old wizard's probe. I'm sorry, Dumbledore said evenly. I only wanted the truth about certain matters. Erwin shrugged. Too bad, Professor. If you want another peek now, you'll have to draw your wand and jab it at my forehead. Care to try? Under his robes, Erwin's fingers tightened around his wand. In his other hand, concealed by the desk, the cold barrel of a concealed firearm pressed toward Dumbledore's midsection, just in case. The headmaster shook his head. No need for that. I helped you out of a bind earlier, didn't I? True enough, Erwin admitted. I'm grateful. You put on quite the display of power, shielding me and reminding every dark corner that Hogwarts stands firm under your watch. It's the safest place around because of you. Dumbledore leaned back, steepling his fingers. Good. Then let's talk plainly, Erwin. About Ron. Erwin met his gaze steadily. As you wish. I never meant him any real harm. He's a Hogwarts student, after all. Dumbledore's brows lifted slightly, he clearly hadn't expected such quick agreement. Erwin could read the skepticism in those sharp eyes and smirked. Don't worry, Professor. I'm not out to get him expelled or anything dramatic. Our grudge, if you can call it that, isn't worth the fuss. Besides, Ron's never been on my radar. Whatever he's plotting, or you want him to do, that's your business. What do you want, then? Dumbledore pressed. What are you really after? Erwin spread his hands. Ron. What could he possibly offer me? I'm not belittling him, but he's got nothing I couldn't get elsewhere. The headmaster paused, his gaze probing. The Weasleys, perhaps. Erwin laughed softly. Everyone knows they're your staunchest allies. Ron's no threat to them, or me. No, Professor, I'm just building leverage to keep myself safe. You know the shadow's closing in better than I do. Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. Your methods remind me of someone. Ambitious, manipulative, Grindelwald. He wielded power like a tool, bending people to his will without a second thought. Erwin's smile didn't waver. Flattered, but you overestimate me. I'm no Grindelwald. Everything I've done is self-preservation. You see threats I don't even know about yet, the ones that took my parents. I won't go down like that without a fight. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I understand. Ron will return next week. I trust you won't make trouble for him. Never crossed my mind, Erwin replied. He's irrelevant to me. The headmaster shook his head. That's not reassurance enough. I need your word that you'll reign in Slytherin, keep them from targeting him. Erwin arched an eyebrow. Professor, what makes you think I pull all their strings? Slytherins aren't puppets, they're people with their own minds. Name your terms, Dumbledore said firmly. We both know you hold sway. Erwin shook his head. I can't promise what I don't control. Frustration flickered across Dumbledore's face, a rare crack in his composure. Erwin wasn't budging, and the headmaster seemed at a loss, his usual silver tongue falling short. Finally, Dumbledore sighed. Before coming here, I visited the burrow. Spoke with Ron. Erwin nodded. Figured as much. And? Let me guess, you delved into his mind with legilimency, saw our little chat. Pieced together enough to paint me as the villain. But will you air it all? A scheming student versus a headmaster mind probing his own pupils, which scandal sells more papers. Erwin's lips curved into a knowing grin. He'd gamed this out already. Dumbledore's methods were predictable, legilimency or a pensive dive. Ron wouldn't master the latter anytime soon, and the Weasleys wouldn't risk it on their son. Only Dumbledore could probe without lasting harm, and exposing Erwin meant exposing himself. No more games, then. Erwin leaned forward. Professor, let's cut to it. You want Ron safe? Done. Slytherin stays clear. But understand this, I'm not the threat here. The real dangers. You know them better than anyone. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, the room's magical gadgets humming softly in the silence. Fawkes the Phoenix trilled from his perch, breaking the tension. At last, the headmaster inclined his head. Very well. We'll leave it there, for now. Erwin rose, inclining his head politely. Good evening, Professor. As he descended the staircase, Erwin allowed himself a small smile. The old wizard had blinked first. But in the wizarding world, trust was a fragile thing, and he wasn't about to let his guard down. Chapter 145, The Sly Bargain, Feigning Innocence in the Headmaster's Lair. Dumbledore eyed Erwin with a flicker of exasperation. Once again, the boy had him cornered, and there was little he could do about it. Professor, Erwin said earnestly, it's tricky keeping everyone off Ron's back, but I can have a word with the Slytherins. Tell them to lay off stirring up trouble for him. That's the best I can manage. Dumbledore considered this, stroking his beard. The condition. Erwin leaned in slightly. Come with me somewhere over the summer. A pause. Germany. Erwin's smile was all innocence. Spot on. Very well, Dumbledore agreed, his eyes twinkling faintly. I accept. Erwin suppressed a grin. Victory. Even without the headmaster's nudge, he had no intention of letting Slytherins hound Ron, not when it risked tarnishing his own reputation for fairness. If things went south, fingers might point his way. Besides, Ron was never a real threat, Erwin's goals lay elsewhere. In truth, this was a steal for Erwin. Who turned down a free favor from the greatest wizard alive? If that's settled, Professor, I'll be off. Hold on, Erwin. There's more. Dumbledore's tone grew warmer. How's Harry been lately? Erwin raised an eyebrow. Hasn't Professor McGonagall filled you in? He's been a model student these past few days. Dumbledore nodded sagely. Harry's unique. He carries a special burden. Erwin simply nodded, offering nothing more. Silence stretched across the office, thick as the portrait's watchful stares. Dumbledore waited, but Erwin stayed mum. The headmaster sighed inwardly, bantering with this lad was exhausting. Aren't you curious about his uniqueness? Erwin shook his head. Not really. It doesn't concern me. I'm just your average young wizard, after all. Dumbledore's fingers twitched toward his wand, but he reined in the impulse. Harry has a vital role. You've heard the tales, he vanquished Voldemort and saved us all. Erwin cut in smoothly. Sorry to interrupt, Professor, but evening study hall's underway. If this is story time, can we save it? I need to oversee things. My godfather, Professor Snape, is tied up brewing potions. If I slack off and trouble brews, he won't go easy on me. Dumbledore blinked. You've accepted Severus as godfather? Erwin nodded, all wide-eyed sincerity. A spark lit in Dumbledore's gaze. Splendid. He'll be an excellent guide. Couldn't agree more. So, may I go? Erwin, Dumbledore pressed, his voice grave, Hogwarts faces peril. Erwin feigned a shudder. Inside, he smirked, the old fox was finally cutting to the chase. That's dreadful, he gasped, clasping his hands. But I trust the staff. With you at the helm, Professor, we're unbreakable. Hogwarts is the safest haven in the wizarding world, I'm certain of it. The headmaster leaned forward. This threat demands your aid. Or rather, only Harry can confront it. You must stand by him. Erwin tilted his head, puzzled. Me? I don't follow. What danger stumps you but not Harry? No offense, but he's brilliant, yet leagues below you. Even I'm no match for the professors. I can't imagine a crisis you couldn't handle that he could. Power alone doesn't solve everything, Dumbledore replied evenly. Erwin chuckled. True enough. Though most troubles stem from a lack of it, don't they? Dumbledore's temples throbbed. I recall you mentioning Harry's need to mature. If I read you right, this crisis is engineered for his growth. A setup. The headmaster's eyes narrowed in admiration. Astute as ever. Indeed. Ever heard of Nicholas Flamel? The legendary alchemist. Creator of the Philosopher's Stone, turns base metal to gold, even bestows eternal life. Precisely. And the stone is here, at Hogwarts. Erwin's eyes widened in mock awe. Incredible. Only at Hogwarts would something so mythical turn up. Dumbledore faltered. That wasn't the shock he'd anticipated. Impatient now, he dropped the pretense. The Dark Lord endures. He's lurking within these walls, scheming to seize the stone. Erwin gasped. Horrible. Catch him quick, Professor, that's ghastly. Voldemort's state is intricate, Dumbledore explained. I cannot locate him. Only Harry can. And in turn, Voldemort hunts Harry. The boy is at risk, Erwin. You must protect him. Erwin rolled his eyes inwardly. The old man spinning tales again. Dumbledore likely knew Voldemort's every twitch. This was pure fabrication. Good lord, that's dire. Erwin exclaimed, rising. I must warn Harry, drag him back to Gryffindor Tower if I have to. Can't let my mate face that alone. He made for the door. Dumbledore's expression hardened. Erwin, wait. Harry can face Voldemort. Your role is to support him, to end this threat for good. Inside, Erwin scoffed. For good. More like leveling up the prophecy's grim game. As Snape had put it, Dumbledore was grooming Harry like a lamb to the slaughter. Understood, Professor, Erwin said aloud, voice steady. I'll look out for him. As he exited the office, the stone gargoyle swung shut behind him. The headmaster's elaborate web had snared the wrong fox, this time. Enjoy the read, but don't go anywhere, 5 more are on the way. If you love these mass releases, make sure to smash that power stone. We conquered number 100, but we aren't done yet. Let's show them the power of this community. Next target, rank hashtag. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 146, 146, The Hidden Power of the Second Stone. Erwin met Dumbledore's gaze evenly. Forgive my candor, Professor, but the Dark Lord's fate means nothing to me. I live by one rule, the strongest survive. Whether Voldemort lives or dies, it won't touch my life. At worst, if he seizes power and lets me walk away unscathed, I'd consider switching sides. You know me well enough by now, Headmaster. All I want is to survive, no more, no less. Dumbledore fell silent, the truth of Erwin's words hitting like a blunt force. The boy truly didn't care about Voldemort's survival. For once, the headmaster found himself off balance, a rare discomfort for someone accustomed to holding all the cards. He tried another tack. Erwin, you called Harry your friend. Doesn't that compel you to stand by him? Erwin's lips twisted into a wry smile. Come now, Professor, let's not play the innocent. The moment you mentioned your visit to the burrow, everything shifted. No more good boy act from me. This is the straight talk you wanted, isn't it? If you're after my help, name your price. Friendship won't guilt me into it, you know that. Dumbledore sighed, the weight of his misstep settling in. By exposing Erwin's guarded nature, he'd shattered the fragile rapport between them. No more subtle manipulations or pretense. Erwin spoke freely now, unburdened by caution, and it was entirely the headmaster's doing. Some truths were better left unsaid, but the damage was done. He sat quietly, his fingers steepled. Erwin waited patiently, lifting the teacup from the desk and taking a sip. He grimaced. Sweetened black tea. Tastes like syrupy regret. Dumbledore shrugged, a faint smile breaking through. Sweetness has its charms, it's the flavor of contentment, after all. Perhaps, Erwin conceded. So, what's your offer, Professor? I've considered what I can provide, Dumbledore replied. Erwin shook his head. No, there's something specific you have that piques my interest. Dumbledore paused, his blue eyes sharpening. The Philosopher's Stone. Exactly, Erwin said, his smile sharpening. But not the depleted one hidden here. I want a fresh one, full of power. Dumbledore's expression hardened. Impossible. Even Nicholas Flamel couldn't craft another. You're not being honest with me, Professor. Erwin leaned forward. I stumbled on something fascinating in the library. Care to hear? The headmaster eyed the boy's confident grin, his brow furrowing slightly. Erwin pressed on, undeterred. The records describe how the great alchemist Nicholas Flamel, after transmuting mercury to gold, had a bold vision, to infuse that power into an object, granting it the ability to turn base metal to gold indefinitely. His alchemical genius was unmatched, but he couldn't achieve it alone. So, he partnered with a powerful wizard. Together, they sourced a rare material. With Flamel's expertise and the wizard's potent magic, they succeeded. Ecstatic, Flamel named it the Philosopher's Stone. But the infusion proved volatile, the wizard's magic was too immense. To stabilize it, Flamel secretly divided the stone's power into 2 parts, sharing the secret only with his collaborator. He handed the second portion to the wizard as both payment and a safeguard. Years later, as Flamel's health waned yet his curiosity burned, he refined his share further, weaving in alchemy to grant extended life. But true immortality eludes us all, what he created was a twisted facsimile, more curse than gift. The other stone, stripped of that life-extending essence, vanished with the wizard. And you, Professor Dumbledore, hold it now, don't you? A flicker of surprise lit Dumbledore's eyes behind his half-moon spectacles. Erwin, where did you uncover this? Erwin's pulse quickened, but he kept his face impassive. He'd fabricated the tale on the spot, drawing from a half-remembered online theory from his old life, a speculative post backed by obscure historical clues. It was a bluff to probe deeper, his real aim the spent stone for study. Yet Dumbledore's reaction suggested there might be truth to it after all. As I said, Erwin replied coolly, a book in the library. It's documented there. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. If you're not inclined to elaborate, I won't press. Yes, another philosopher's stone exists. Your account is mostly accurate, no one beyond Flammel and myself should know of it. I won't inquire further on your source. This one only transmutes metals, its other powers are long gone. You're hardly in need of gold, so why pursue it? I have my reasons, Erwin said firmly. You don't need to know them. Give me that stone, and I'll ensure Harry's safe this term, as long as I'm at Hogwarts. Dumbledore shook his head. Not sufficient. I need you as his full-time guardian. Erwin rose with a scoff. It's getting late, Professor. Evening study awaits. Good night. Chapter 147, Erwin's Ruthless Bargain. Erwin rose and strode toward the door without another word. Dumbledore blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected such abrupt finality. The old wizard was utterly thrown off balance. If you're going to negotiate, at least make a counteroffer, he thought. What's this, walking out and appending the table? Dumbledore prided himself on outmaneuvering foes far more formidable than this boy. Yet Erwin defied every script. In every conversation, Dumbledore usually held the reins. With Erwin, it was the reverse. The young wizard dictated the tempo, every pause and phrase under his command. The moment control slipped, Erwin simply ended it. Such unpredictability was maddening. Even Dumbledore's oldest adversaries played fairer than this. That was Erwin's edge. He knew he couldn't outthink Dumbledore in a straight battle of wits, so he never tried. Before their talks, Erwin mapped his red lines, demands and leverage clearly defined. Anything crossing them earned a hard shutdown. Was the Philosopher's Stone truly vital to him? Not desperately. Erwin sought it for research. What if unraveling its secrets yielded an immortality elixir? The potential windfall was immense. More practically, its transmutation powers could fund a magical battery project. Gold didn't come cheap, and even the Cavendish family's coffers weren't bottomless. The stone would change that. As Erwin neared the door, Dumbledore called out, "Wait, Erwin. I agree to your terms." He had little choice. This was all a calculated ploy against Voldemort and Harry Potter, to let Harry mature while luring Voldemort into exposing his Horcruxes, one by one, like a fool delivering gifts to his enemy's doorstep. Destroy them as the boy grew stronger. Dumbledore couldn't interfere directly, the slightest meddling would spook Voldemort, who still feared him deeply. That's why Erwin could push so boldly. Dumbledore needed Harry alive and thriving, more than ever now that Ron's brute strength and Hermione's sharp mind were absent. Without those friendships to anchor him, even Dumbledore doubted Harry's resolve. Erwin was the only viable stand-in. For that, concessions were inevitable. Erwin turned, a faint smile curling his lips. Excellent, Professor. Here's to a fruitful partnership. Dumbledore nodded. Pleasure doing business, though retrieving the Philosopher's Stone will take time, after I depart Hogwarts. It's not with me at present. Erwin inclined his head, unsurprised. Dumbledore's exit was a given. Without it, Voldemort would stay hidden. Poor, timid mentor, Erwin thought. Always one step from the fray. No rush, Erwin replied. Oh, and Professor, I'll be opening a new shop in Diagon Alley over the holidays. Novel gadgets, nothing too flashy. I'd be honored if you'd stop by. I'll have a little something for you. Dumbledore arched an eyebrow. Part of the deal. Erwin feigned shock. Heavens, no. Just an invitation from one of your students. Surely the headmaster can spare a moment to support a young entrepreneur. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Very well. I'll come. Erwin dipped his head. Until then, Professor. Farewell. He cast a sly glance at the bedroom door behind Dumbledore, smirk deepening, before slipping out. The door creaked open moments later, revealing Snape. Severus, Dumbledore said, can we dispatch that letter now? Snape's lip curled. As I said, it'll reach Lucius by morning. Dumbledore's brow furrowed. Erwin's back down. But the Weasleys still need toughening up, don't they? Snape countered. Dumbledore sighed, letting it drop. Erwin's remarkable, sharp as a tack. As his godfather, Severus, you must steer him true. Snape sneered. True. And you define that, do you? Overestimating your wisdom again, Albus. Erwin's path suits him fine. If it's flawed, my wand will forge it straight. Thorns or no, I'll clear the way. Dumbledore exhaled sharply, exasperated. Arguing with Snape was like shouting into the wind, pointless, endless. With him gone, relax, Dumbledore said wearily. Snape fixed him with a cold stare. Don't make me your foe, Albus. I may not match you, but I can wound deep. Touch Erwin's mind with legilimency again, and you'll regret it. He swept from the room without a backward glance. Dumbledore sank into his chair, eyes distant, lost in thought. A snicker echoed from the portrait behind him. Botched it, didn't you, Dumbledore? I warned you, your sanctimony's your downfall. Probing a student's memories? Even you'd stoop that low. Only Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black could mock so brazenly. Dumbledore's voice held a wry edge. You've mucked things up too, Phineas. Haven't congratulated you yet, your family's still got allies in high places. The Blacks retain more influence than I imagined. Phineas snorted. The House of Black remains pure, even through the daughters who wed out. Our bloodlines endure. Dumbledore laughed dryly. Still deluding yourself. Pureblood's a myth, peddled by the Sacred 28 to cling to power. Phineas fell quiet. The office lapsed into heavy silence. Chapter 148, Midnight Hunt with the Dark Lord. Meanwhile, after slipping out of Dumbledore's office, Erwin checked his watch. Evening study was out of the question, he was too knackered to bother. Instead, he headed to Snape's office to tackle the day's backlog. He settled into his usual chair and got to work on the potions. A while later, Snape swept in, saying nothing. Erwin kept quiet too. He knew Snape had been in Dumbledore's office, watching over him. The potions master didn't fully trust the headmaster, and sure enough, he'd been ready to step in if things went south. What caught Erwin off guard was Snape holding back during Dumbledore's legilimency probe. He'd felt the surge of Snape's magic, poised to strike, but it never did. Clearly, Snape recognized Erwin's occlumency skills. By the end of the long shift, Erwin dragged himself out, yawning deeply. Exhaustion weighed on him like a lead cloak, but rest would have to wait. Professor Quirrell had summoned him. Erwin felt like a beast of burden, plodding on without end. As he trudged to Quirrell's office, he couldn't shake the image of some poor sod who'd planned a holiday break but ended up chained to his desk anyway, utterly played for a fool. Quirrell welcomed him with his typical eager grin. Erwin returned a polite nod, ready to ease into their routine chat. But Voldemort's voice cut through sharply, enough chit-chat, Quirrell. No time for that today. Hand over your robes, have the boy change. We're off to the Forbidden Forest. Erwin's pulse quickened. He knew this was coming. Voldemort's strength was fading, he needed unicorn blood to sustain himself and cheat death a little longer. Unicorns, those pure and sacred beasts, carried a heavy curse, any who spilled their blood invited calamity. It was a karmic curse, wrapped in ancient mystery. Voldemort, of course, shrugged it off, Quirrell would drink the blood, not him. What harm to Tom Riddle? The Dark Lord had gamed the system brilliantly this time. Poor Quirrell, though, Erwin shot him a glance and spotted the flicker of resentment in his eyes. Quirrell fetched a black robe from a hook and passed it over. Here, Erwin. It'll hide your face. Erwin nodded, accepting it. But the instant he held it, he shrank it into his enchanted ring. No telling who had worn that thing before or what lurked in its folds. Instead, his transfigured robe shifted seamlessly into an identical black cloak. Voldemort rasped on, Erwin, my apprentice. My power's too weak to brand you with the dark mark yet, so no flying with the Death Eater's shadows. But you know brooms well enough. There's one in the corner, mount up. I'll meet you deep in the Forbidden Forest. Don't dawdle. Erwin dipped his head in a mock bow. Of course, master. I'll be there in a flash. Satisfied, Voldemort seized control of Quirrell's body. In a swirl, he dissolved into a veil of black mist, slipping through the window toward the trees. Erwin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That misty form blended perfectly with the night, far stealthier than his own purple apparition swirl. But why skulk like a thief? Only cowards hid. His gaze flicked to the broom in the corner. He snorted. Even a Kneazle wouldn't touch that relic. How dim was Voldemort? Erwin's apparition skills were no secret, half the castle knew he could zip about without a stick. He drew his wand and perched on Quirrell's desk. With 3 precise taps in a coded rhythm, Dobby popped into view beside him. Master, Erwin called, the elf squeaked. Erwin nodded. Yeah, I'm starving. Whip up some soup, quickly. I've got to run. Dobby bobbed his head. Right away, sir. A snap of his fingers, and he vanished. Erwin eyed the empty space, a pang of envy hitting him. That elf magic was a godsend, conjuring feasts from thin air, like some legendary alchemist snapping his fingers to summon gold. No fuss, no spells. He pressed his wand to the loyalty mark on his arm, murmuring under his breath. A faint glow pulsed, then faded. He pocketed the wand with a sly grin. Enjoy the surprise, my dear teacher. A little gift from your devoted pupil. Moments later, Dobby reappeared, balancing a steaming bowl. Soup's ready, Master Erwin. I added chili oil, it's proper spicy. Sorry if it's hasty, couldn't hunt down fresh herbs in time. Erwin waved it off. Looks brilliant. Pull up a spot, wait while I eat. Dobby wrung his ears. Oh no, sir. This is the professor's office. Elves don't sit in such places. Fine, the floor then, Erwin said with a shrug. Just stay put. Dobby perched gingerly by Erwin's feet and began buffing his shoes to a shine. Erwin let him, old wizarding ways had drilled that deference deep. House elves like Dobby were bound tighter than a devil's snare. Working late again, Master Erwin? Dobby asked softly. Erwin slurped a spoonful. Yep. Professor's orders. You're a wonder, sir. Been at Hogwarts ages, and no one's half as dedicated. Dobby clapped a hand over his mouth, eyes wide. Bad Dobby. Talking ill of the young witches and wizards, punishment time. Erwin swallowed his last bite and cut in before the elf could self-flagellate. Easy there. Clear the bowl, I've got business. Dobby nodded eagerly, scooping it up and popping away. Erwin stretched, a wicked smile forming. Time for the real fun. The bow-truckle ought to be primed by now. He couldn't wait to watch the chaos unfold. Deep in the Forbidden Forest's edge, Voldemort lurked among the shadows. The post-Halloween chill nipped at him. Too feeble to waste magic on a warming charm, he huddled closer, shivering, and seething with rage. If you want to dive deeper into Erwin's journey and support this superhit translation, our Patreon is officially open. Why join the elite? The Inner Circle, get 50 chapters ahead plus exclusive R18 content plus decide our next major project. Your support ensures we keep this top-notch quality in our 5 chapters a day momentum. Backhand index pointing right patreon.com/MrGrim_. Chapter 149, Shadows of Deceit in the Forbidden Forest. Quirrell was growing impatient, but as a dual-soul vessel, he immediately sensed Voldemort's rising irritation. In truth, Quirrell had much to envy from his peers among the Death Eaters. Countless dark wizards dreamed of drawing even close to their lord, let alone forging such an intimate bond. Sharing a body with Voldemort was a privilege beyond their wildest aspirations. Master, please don't be angry, Professor Quirrell said quickly. Erwin must have been delayed by something. You know he has to dodge so many people leaving the castle. If he's spotted, it'll ruin your plans entirely. Voldemort's mind was clouded in his weakened state, and Quirrell's words rang true enough. He grunted, his fury ebbing slightly. Quirrell exhaled almost inaudibly, relief washing over him. He'd bought a little more time, for now. Fooling the Dark Lord was growing harder by the day. Deep down, Quirrell sighed. This was all he could manage for Erwin. Ever since Voldemort's possession had taken hold, a strange clarity had pierced his haze. No more falling for the Dark Lord's manipulations. Before today, he'd harbored faint hopes of redemption. But with the unicorn's death imminent, even if he didn't strike the blow himself, there was no turning back. His fate was sealed, his life no longer his own. All he could do was shield Erwin from harm. After years of swallowing insults and enduring sneers while playing the coward, Erwin's light had pierced his shadows. For that alone, Quirrell would protect him at any cost. Meanwhile, Erwin was bargaining with a flying broomstick on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Voldemort didn't know he could fly on his own, and Erwin intended to keep it that way. It might prove useful later. Showboating before the Dark Lord would be folly, especially after he'd just had a hearty bowl of soup. His voice was soft, coaxing. Just take me into the forest, slowly, and land easy. Deal. The broom beneath him remained still as any ordinary twig. Erwin's smile sharpened, a glint of steel in his eyes. 3 seconds to get me airborne at the gentlest pace, or I'll feed you to the Slytherin fireplace to join your kin. Clear. His tone stayed mild, like a warm breeze or a suitor's whisper. But the broom quivered. It rose slowly, floating with exaggerated care. No rider had ever treated it so delicately. Erwin's first broom flight was awkward, the wood chafed between his legs, but he endured. He didn't steer aggressively, just pointed ahead, and the broom complied at a snail's pace. Compared to the others' wild rides, his was glacial, rock-steady. He could have pulled out Professor McGonagall's notes for a read, but that would have been daft. Before long, the broom touched down softly. Voldemort emerged from the trees, his hooded form impatient. You're late, Erwin. Erwin dipped his head, face shadowed. Apologies, Master. Filch was prowling the corridors. You know I can't risk using the broom openly outside the castle, too many eyes. McGonagall's on patrol tonight, she'd have me out on my ear. Voldemort nodded curtly. That wretched squib, Filch. The filthy wretch. Hogwarts grows more pathetic by the day, sheltering his kind. Absurd. Come, let's move. Erwin fell in step behind, ignoring the rant. Voldemort's blood purism was unshakable, arguing was pointless. Let him prattle, it changed nothing. They pressed deeper into the forbidden forest's gloom. Voldemort broke the silence. Tonight, we hunt a unicorn. You'll assist with the rope curse, Incarcerus, to bind it. In my prime, I'd have felled it with a thought. But now, in this frailty, I need you to distract it while I strike. Of course, Master, Erwin replied smoothly. As your loyal apprentice, I'd give anything for you. I hate that my power falls short, I'd gladly take on the kill myself to spare you the effort. Voldemort's approval was palpable. Your devotion warms me, boy. When I rise again, your rewards will surpass your dreams. But heed this, slaying a unicorn brings a curse that dooms the killer. Your path needn't end in shadow. Erwin blinked inwardly, caught off guard. Had the Dark Lord truly bought the act? This was veering into unexpectedly sentimental territory. No matter, he was a chameleon, adept at tailoring words to his audience, and Voldemort's fractured state was ripe for it. They trekked on until Erwin's peripheral vision caught a flash of green, a bowtruckle, peeking from behind a trunk. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Erwin signaled it to vanish. The creature scampered behind a thicker tree. Voldemort paused. What is it? Nothing, Master, Erwin said casually. Just wondering where the unicorn might show. Voldemort smirked faintly. Then let me impart a lesson. Books claim unicorns favor watery glades, deeming them pure and averse to filth. Nonsense. I've encountered enough magical creatures to know better. Unicorns shun water, they thrive where moonlight pools, their herds gathering in silvered clearings. Chapter 150, Erwin's convenient case of spell-forgetting amnesia. Erwin committed Voldemort's words to memory. See, he thought. This is the wisdom of a Dark Lord, practical knowledge no textbook could teach. So, shall we track down the unicorn herd now? Erwin asked. Voldemort shook his head. No. Adult unicorns are formidable fighters. I wasn't afraid of them in my prime, but Quirrell's body is too frail to sustain a prolonged battle. We need a lone foal. Young unicorns slip away from the herd after midnight to forage for grass in the woods. Erwin nodded. More invaluable insight. Voldemort truly was a goldmine of secrets, one Erwin intended to mine slowly. A twinge of regret hit him, was the gift he'd prepared too extravagant? Could Voldemort even handle it without turning on him? Losing such a tutor midway through the term would be a disaster. But a legend like Voldemort wouldn't drop dead easily, right? Reassured, Erwin pressed on. They soon reached the lake where he'd spotted a unicorn before. Sure enough, one stood there, drinking peacefully. Its horn curved gently, not sharply like an adult's. Voldemort signaled, and they ducked behind the trees. A mature female, lucky break, he whispered. Weaker than a male, but stronger than a foal. Still manageable, and her blood holds more magic. I'll strike first. Assist me when I do. As you command, my lord, Erwin replied. I'll make it happen. Voldemort nodded, then dissolved into a swirl of black smoke and lunged forward. Avada Kedavra. The green curse shot straight at the unicorn's face. Erwin whistled inwardly. Voldemort wielded the killing curse with effortless precision, rivaling Harry's own flair for Expelliarmus. The unicorn sensed the threat instantly and bolted, vanishing behind a thick oak. The curse splintered the bark, scorching a deep gash but failing to pierce through. Blast this sluggish body. Voldemort snarled. Erwin suppressed an eye roll. Complaining about Quirrell's form. Rich, coming from you. Attack. Voldemort barked. Erwin sprang out and flicked his wand. Reducto. The spell veered slightly, blasting a nearby tree instead. Wood cracked and splintered, toppling the trunk with a thud. Voldemort shot him a glare. Erwin shrugged apologetically. Sorry, my lord. First unicorn sighting, got a bit jittery. Spell went wide. Voldemort grunted, saying nothing. The excuse held water, at least. The female unicorn fled into the underbrush, and Voldemort gave chase as black mist, weaving through the trees. Erwin, meanwhile, plopped onto the ground. Chasing on foot. Not his style. His master would understand, or at least, wouldn't stick around to complain. He'd barely settled when a bowtruckle scampered over, its twig-like legs swaying. It nuzzled against his boot. Erwin extended his hand, and the little creature hopped into his palm, perching lightly. Did you warn the herd leader? Erwin asked. The bowtruckle bobbed its head, emitting a faint chirp. Erwin frowned. Then why's a female still wandering here alone? It chirped again, gesturing with its branches. Too dangerous, Erwin said. This is the Dark Lord we're dealing with. Baiting him with a unicorn might not even scratch him, and losing her would devastate the herd. The bowtruckle clung to his arm with two spindly limbs, swinging gently as it trilled. Erwin chuckled. Perhaps. But I doubt they can trap him for good. Still, message delivered. At least the constant shadow's gone, smart move. If I were them, I'd end it decisively too. That herd leader's sharper than he looks. The bowtruckle tightened its grip briefly, as if preening. Fair enough, you're no slouch either, Erwin said with a grin. But did you really find what the unicorns are guarding? What is it? Another chirp. A statue. Of a woman. Nod. Erwin paused, mind racing. Ravenclaw. The bowtruckle dropped to the ground and tugged at his sleeve. Not tonight, Erwin said. I've got my hands full. Besides, rushing in blindly won't help. Wait for the right moment, I'll swing by later, and we can investigate. Even if there's a secret, the unicorns know more. Without their lead, we're guessing blind. Head back now. I'll catch up soon. The bowtruckle waved a branch in farewell and vanished into the foliage. Erwin rose and jogged after Voldemort's trail. He hadn't gone far when furious roars echoed through the trees, punctuated by crackling thunder. Bolts of lightning ripped from the sky, illuminating the gloom. Erwin's pulse quickened. What now? Another twist. He broke into the clearing to find chaos. The majestic male unicorn squared off against Voldemort. The stallion's horn glowed with electric fury, arcing bolts with every swipe. Voldemort looked battered, his robes torn, singed holes smoking from near misses. Erwin stared, slack-jawed. Unicorns commanded lightning. Who knew? Spotting Erwin, Voldemort bellowed, the killing curse, now. The unicorn's eyes flickered with suspicion toward Erwin but refocused on its foe, keeping his secret safe. It wouldn't rat him out, Voldemort was the real monster here. Erwin drew his wand, feigning hesitation. What was that incantation again? I got so worked up, it slipped my mind. With that said, guys, today's 15 chapters have been published. I'm holding up my end of the bargain because you guys are amazing. If you love these mass releases, make sure to smash that Power Stone. We conquered number 100, but we aren't done yet. Let's show them the power of this community. Next target, rank number 10. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 151, Voldemort's Bloody Brawl and Erwin's Cunning Gambit. Erwin's frustration was genuine, etched deep into his furrowed brow. Anyone watching might have assumed he truly couldn't recall the spell, and that's exactly what he wanted them to think. Voldemort seethed with barely contained fury. But Erwin's expression rang true, the boy wasn't feigning ignorance. He really couldn't, or wouldn't, summon the killing curse on command. Professor Quirrell, oblivious to his master's inner turmoil, sensed only the boiling rage radiating from the back of his head. He hastened to intervene. Master, please, don't lose your temper. Erwin's still just a boy, and he hasn't had much practice with the killing curse. This is a real fight, after all, he's never even seen how unicorns battle. It's no wonder he's drawing a blank. Voldemort hadn't truly faulted Erwin in the first place. The young wizard was his most valued asset, his only real protégé, in fact. He respected Erwin's talents, whether they stemmed from his lineage or something more innate. Quirrell's words were mere icing on the cake. The Dark Lord's anger ebbed as he turned his attention back to the towering male unicorn charging toward them. Yet resentment gnawed at him. Why had he crossed paths with one of these beasts here, of all places? Unicorn herds rarely boasted more than 3 males, the king and his 2 elite guards, often the king's own kin from his days of conquest. The rest were exiled upon maturity to found new herds, a pragmatic blend of instinct and survival, ensuring the species' bloodlines didn't stagnate. These majestic creatures, with their keen intelligence, knew better than to gamble everything on a single nest. Erwin held back, conserving his magic. No point wasting it now. He couldn't let Voldemort slaughter the unicorn through Quirrell's body, that would invite a curse far worse than any spell. Whatever hold Voldemort had over Quirrell, promises of power or sheer terror, the professor was aiding in something monstrous. Erwin shook his head inwardly. The men must be deranged. But a new dilemma loomed. What if Voldemort couldn't claim the unicorn's blood? Would he perish? Unacceptable, that would derail Erwin's entire term at Hogwarts. He observed the clash, mind racing for a solution. Saving Quirrell's life might be feasible, but how? In the original tale, Voldemort clung to Quirrell's form like a parasite, their bond so toxic that Harry's protective blood scorched the host upon contact. Yet when Quirrell crumbled to ash, Voldemort's wraith escaped unscathed, drifting as a spectral remnant. It screamed inequality. Voldemort dominated, Quirrell endured the vulnerabilities of both soul and flesh. To sever the tie, Voldemort would have to will it himself. Under what pressure might the Dark Lord abandon his vessel willingly? Erwin's eyes gleamed with sudden inspiration. A reckless idea, but potentially brilliant. If it worked, he might end up with a spectral advisor of unparalleled cunning at his beck and call. The thought sent a thrill through him, Voldemort, leashed and loyal. It would demand careful maneuvering, of course. But the seed was planted. Erwin began sketching the outlines in his mind. Meanwhile, the duel between Voldemort and the Unicorn King hurtled toward its climax. Credit where due, the Dark Lord was a force of nature. Even reduced to a soul hitched to Quirrell's frail frame, he wielded power that could shatter mountains. Erwin drank in the spectacle, committing every detail to memory. This was a masterclass in wizardry at its most lethal. Voldemort's apparition bordered on artistry. He'd strike from one angle, vanish in a swirl of dark smoke, then rematerialize elsewhere for a fresh assault. Without the system's generous head start, max-level apparition from the outset, Erwin could never match that fluidity. Apparition was no trifling charm, it was a right reserved for wizards of age, tested and licensed for a reason. It exacted a toll on the mind, laser focus on your destination, an ironclad will to arrive, and the fortitude to withstand the spatial wrench that followed. One flicker of doubt, and you'd splinch yourself into oblivion. Voldemort executed it effortlessly amid chaos, his concentration unyielding. Veteran wizards like him seemed immune to the disorienting tug of space. Erwin had once believed the discomfort faded after the first attempt, a mere rite of passage. But repeated practice revealed the truth, adaptation, not elimination. You grew numb to it, surrendering to the pull rather than resisting. Combat apparition amplified the peril tenfold. It demanded anticipating enemy strikes while scouting optimal counterangles, all in split seconds. The cognitive load was staggering. Erwin's gaze never wavered, absorbing the lessons like a sponge. Such opportunities were rarer than dragon's teeth. Snape had mentioned that Dumbledore, in the interest of fairness for his looming Quidditch showdown with Grodia, would suspend the arena's anti-apparition wards. Both combatants could pop in and out at will within the pitch. Erwin could have bypassed them anytime, but optics mattered. Snape insisted on the gesture to bolster Erwin's prefect credentials, no one wanted whispers of favoritism tainting his win. A true duelist separated the operators from the amateurs. Erwin needed every edge, and shadowing Voldemort's style was priceless tuition. In a blink, Voldemort disapparated once more. He reappeared at Erwin's side, clamping a hand on the boy's shoulder before vanishing again in a rush of displaced air. They rematerialized at the Forbidden Forest's edge, the tree-lean looming like silent sentinels. Erwin met Voldemort's gaze, biting back a smirk. "Master," he said, voice laced with feigned concern, "you've gone completely off the rails." Chapter 152, Quirrell's Shadowed Pact and Erwin's Secret Vow. After Erwin finished speaking, Voldemort's bruised face darkened even further under the lingering sting of the lightning strike. Erwin suppressed a chuckle. He hadn't anticipated the unicorn pulling off such a devastating counter. Recalling the beast's parting shot, a shiver ran down his spine. It was downright terrifying. As lightning crackled along the unicorn's horn, tendrils of electricity snaked outward. In an instant, bolts swept across the ground like a storm unleashed, turning the battlefield into a crackling hazard. If the creature hadn't spared him, Erwin might have been caught in it too. The raw power was staggering. No wonder unicorns ranked as dangerous magical creatures, this wasn't mere peril, it was a force of nature. Erwin shuddered, though envy crept in. That command over lightning was something to covet. Voldemort spoke coldly. "Damn beast. I never expected to cross paths with a unicorn herd leader in the Forbidden Forest. Something's off about today. Erwin, head back. I need time to regroup." Erwin had no qualms. "All right, master. I'll take my leave. Practice the killing curse incantation when you return," Voldemort instructed. "I don't fault you for lacking real combat experience with it this time. But don't let it happen again." Erwin nodded. "I'm sorry, master. I was useless." Voldemort sighed. "It's not your fault, you're just starting out. Now go. I must restore my soul power. I won't be teaching you for a week. Seek me out once you've claimed your spot as a true Slytherin prefect." Erwin bowed. "Yes, master." Voldemort's presence faded into dormancy. Quirrell's awareness resurfaced. "Thank you, Erwin," Quirrell said. Erwin frowned. Quirrell hurried to reassure him. "Don't worry, the Dark Lord's in deep slumber now. This fight drained his soul too much. Even he couldn't have foreseen it. No one else will know about our talk." Erwin pressed. "You're certain?" Quirrell nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. He possesses my body, so I sense his weakness, like a flickering candle in the wind. Without rest, he could vanish entirely." Relief eased Erwin's tension. This bought him time, free from immediate scrutiny by Voldemort. As for Quirrell lying, unlikely. The professor had no motive, and Erwin's earlier aid had sealed their bond. Help and desperation lingered longer than flattery ever could. He's just resting to rebuild his soul power. Erwin asked. Quirrell shook his head bitterly. No. He still draws from my soul energy. Erwin's brow furrowed. That'll weaken you. Yes, Quirrell admitted. It'll sap my magic reserves. That wouldn't do. A diminished Quirrell was no use in Erwin's plans. The men needed to stay viable. Why did you get tangled in this? Erwin asked. Quirrell's smile was wry. My own hubris. In the Forbidden Forest, vampires and werewolves ambushed me. He saved my life. On death's door, I agreed to his terms, signed an ancient curse. My fate's tied to his now. How do you break it? I'm grateful, Erwin, and I know you want to help. But it's impossible. Only death or his willing departure, and neither will happen. I just hope he'll release me once his goal's met. Erwin nodded thoughtfully. I have ideas, but timing's key. For Voldemort, I'll approach Professor Snape tomorrow. He'll brew vitality potions to keep your strength up. Quirrell's eyes widened. No, you can't go to Snape. He suspects me already. If he learns you're aiding me, it'll drag you down. He has no proof yet, but he's watching closely. I won't let this touch you. Erwin waved it off. I'm sure of it. Snape's my godfather, he'll back me. Trust this, I'll fix it. But you must play along fully. Act normal. If the Dark Lord senses anything off, we're both done. Understood. Quirrell nodded. I do. Rest easy, I won't let harm come to you. I'll protect you however I can. Erwin's lips curved. Thank you, Professor. You're a fine teacher. No, in my eyes, the finest. Quirrell's eyes misted over. The finest. Recognition had always eluded him, driving his ill-fated quest into the Forbidden Forest perils. He knew the risks, vampires, witches, werewolves turning it into a slaughterhouse, yet he plunged in, chasing growth. A Ravenclaw orphan, risen by sheer grit, all to prove himself as an educator. Erwin nearly teared up at the raw humanity of it. Quirrell had given his all, fate had simply been cruel. Chapter 153, The Unicorn's Shocking Revelation. Erwin lingered in conversation with Quirrell a while longer. With Voldemort's constant surveillance before, they hadn't shared a proper chat. This time, though, Voldemort had taken a severe blow, creating an unexpected opportunity. They talked freely for nearly half an hour. Under Quirrell's reluctant gaze, Erwin finally dismissed him back to his office. The professor kept glancing over his shoulder, clearly eager to continue. But Erwin had said his piece. As Quirrell disappeared into the castle, Erwin checked the time. Nearly 2 in the morning. He sighed, what a grueling night. Still, duty called. With a snap of his fingers, a swirling vortex engulfed him. Moments later, he reappeared at the site of Voldemort's clash with the Unicorn King. The ground bore scorch marks from the battle. The Unicorn King rested beneath a tree, its horn sparking faintly as Erwin materialized. It's me. Erwin called quickly. The sparks faded at his voice. Young wizard, you've returned. Erwin nodded, catching the bowtruckle that scampered toward him from the underbrush. How are you holding up? Any serious injuries? The Unicorn King shook its mane, snorted, and rose. Just a graze from some flying debris. It'll heal soon enough. Erwin examined the hind leg, a small, dried bloodstain marred the silvery coat. What a shame to see unicorn blood go to waste. He flicked his wrist, producing 2 muggle bandages. Here, these are brilliant for surface wounds. Quick and effective. The unicorn eyed them curiously. How does one apply them? Are they ingested? Erwin chuckled, scratching his head. Of course, a creature without hands. No need to worry. Come closer, and I'll handle it. Just don't zap me. The Unicorn King approached without protest, extending its hind leg. Erwin blinked in surprise. Magical creatures weren't known for docility, he'd heard tales of them lashing out. But this one stood calmly. He affixed the bandages in an X shape over the wound. From afar, it resembled a quirky patch, almost comical against the unicorn's majestic form. There we go, Erwin said, giving the flank a casual pat. He froze, wand already half drawn. That slap had been instinctive, a bad habit from roughhousing with farm animals back home. If the unicorn retaliated with lightning. But it merely shifted its weight, unperturbed. Erwin exhaled in relief and settled onto a nearby stump, still warm from a lightning strike. Oddly soothing. The Unicorn King tested its leg. I feel no change. These aren't potions, Erwin explained. They're infused with healing herbs to speed recovery without side effects. The unicorn nodded. We forage such plants in the Forbidden Forest often. But many carry hidden toxins alongside their benefits. That's your gift, Erwin replied enviously. Discerning a herb's true nature, something wizards can only dream of. Speaking of which, the Unicorn King said, do you know that dark wizard? Enough to know he's a monster on borrowed time, Erwin said grimly. He needs unicorn blood to cling to life, so he targeted you. Your charge was brave but risky. I meant for the Botruckle to fetch you so I could handle him myself, he's no match for me now. Using a mare as bait could have gone horribly wrong, he's ruthless. The unicorn dipped its head. My error. I underestimated his power, it was overwhelming. His strength is diminished, thankfully, or I might not have survived. He won't trouble you soon, Erwin assured it. He's too weakened to brave the forest again, knowing you're here. Still, keep your herd close, stragglers could draw him out. If I hear anything, the Botruckle will alert you. Thank you, young wizard. Erwin waved it off. No need. I won't stand by while noble creatures like you suffer. The Unicorn King regarded him steadily. We owe you a debt, Erwin. I acknowledge you as kin. Erwin rolled his eyes. Acknowledgement from a beast. What use was that? No tangible reward. Before he could voice the thought, the unicorn bowed its head low. Lightning crackled along its horn. Erwin tensed, wand at the ready. Easy now, what's this? Biting the hand that helps. The lightning intensified, and a shimmering droplet of silvery blood welled at the horn's tip. It hovered, then drifted toward Erwin. He had no time to dodge. The drop touched his forehead, but an instant later, a searing heat bloomed there. Crimson blood erupted from his skin, splintering the unicorn blood into mist. Both stared in shock. What in Merlin's name? Erwin demanded, touching his brow. It stung, but the mark had vanished. The Unicorn King hesitated, eyes wide. You're a dragon speaker. Erwin frowned. What? Don't you know your own heritage? He shook his head. Enlighten me. The unicorn's gaze turned reverent. A dragon speaker is a rare bloodline gift, ancient and potent. I know little of its depths, but those who bear it command immense power. Yours seems dormant, though. I performed our clan's bonding rite, that blood should have marked you as a friend to all unicorns, even beyond my herd. Erwin's mind raced. Dormant bloodline. Dragons. It explained the odd reaction, but stirred more questions than answers. The night suddenly felt heavier with secrets. If you want to dive deeper into Erwin's journey and support this superhit translation, our Patreon is officially open. Why join the elite? The Inner Circle, get 50 chapters ahead plus exclusive R18 content plus decide our next major project. Your support ensures we keep this top-notch quality in our 5 chapters a day momentum. Backhand index pointing right patreon.com/mrgrim_. Chapter 154, Ravenclaw's bewildered greeting, daughter or son. So, what's the situation now? Erwin asked, surprise creeping into his voice. The Unicorn King replied, you possess draconic bloodline. Once it's activated, all magical creatures will revere you as a god. You won't need this anymore. He nodded toward the medallion Erwin still held. Erwin frowned. And how do I activate it? The Unicorn King shook his head. I don't know. The draconic bloodline is too enigmatic, no one does. Erwin rolled his eyes. That was about as helpful as a chocolate frog in a snowstorm. But was this bloodline the hidden power buried within him? The talent for speaking to dragons. Seemed redundant, he already had magical creature affinity, letting him converse with beasts of all kinds. This dragon speaker gift felt like a parlor trick by comparison. Realizing he wouldn't get more from the unicorn, Erwin shifted topics. By the way, about that item you mentioned last time, the one waiting to be claimed. Was it left by Ravenclaw? The Unicorn King nodded. Indeed. When my ancestor roamed these woods, she visited and left some belongings. We don't know what they are exactly, but our herd has guarded them through the generations. I thought you might be the one, as Ravenclaw foretold that someone beloved by all unicorns would come and claim what's theirs. Erwin raised an eyebrow. That's a stretch. But why did you say I wasn't the one before? I fit her description, didn't I? The Unicorn King shook his head again. No. You don't know what it is, or that Ravenclaw's items are hidden here. Erwin ventured, what if I am that person, but time eroded the clues. Maybe I followed fate's pull without knowing the details. The Unicorn King paused, considering. That makes a certain sense. Follow me, then. Erwin blinked. Was the creature really that gullible? Or was he onto something? Unicorns were no fools, all that ethereal grace hid sharp instincts. Shaking off the doubt, Erwin trailed the king deeper into the forest. The trees soon parted, revealing a weathered structure that might have once been a cottage. Inside, the space was bare save for a life-sized statue of Ravenclaw at the center, eerily similar to the one in her house common room. Now what? Erwin asked, scanning the empty room. The Unicorn King shrugged. I don't know. Ravenclaw instructed us to lead the rightful heir here. The rest is up to them. You should know what to do. If not, you're not the one. Erwin sighed. Clever beast, bringing him regardless would sort truth from bluff. Magical creatures weren't as guileless as they seemed. He conceded the point but refused to leave empty-handed. This was Ravenclaw's legacy, after all. Circling the statue, Erwin examined it closely, half convinced he'd spot a hidden mechanism. As the story's protagonist, serendipity was his due, logic be damned. He noted the eyes seemed oversized compared to portraits he'd seen, too large, almost beckoning. Frustrated, Erwin paced. The eyes were the only anomaly. Perhaps it needed a key, like Ravenclaw's diadem, to unlock whatever lay within. That tracked, her artifacts often required clever activation. Resigned, he glanced up for one last look. The statue's eyes caught him, deep, mesmerizing, like gazing into an endless night sky. Wait. An endless starry sky. He blinked, disoriented. Bloody hell, where am I? This isn't the forest. Gone was his composure. He floated amid the Milky Way, stars twinkling vividly around him. Then, they swirled, converging into a form. A figure emerged, spanning the galaxy like some mythical river spirit from old tales. Erwin half expected it to duel him over lost wands, gold or silver. As details sharpened, recognition dawned, Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Erwin's pulse raced. He had to master this, nothing would stop him. The apparition spoke, her voice echoing softly. My daughter. Silence fell. Both froze. After a beat, she ventured, my son. No, who are you? Chapter 155, outfoxed by a founder's spirit. Erwin's expression froze for a moment. This was Ravenclaw. The very embodiment of wisdom, and yet she didn't seem all that sharp. He cleared his throat. Wait, let me think of how to explain this to you properly. Rowena Ravenclaw's face darkened noticeably. But Erwin didn't notice. He was too busy plotting how to outwit this apparently dim-witted founder into handing over her inheritance. It was Rowena Ravenclaw's legacy, after all. Who knew what treasures it held? Just the fact that she and the other 3 founders had conjured the colossal enchanted fortress that was Hogwarts proved she was no ordinary witch. Still, doubts nagged at him about this apparition's true identity. She looked the part, and her dramatic entrance befitted one of the 4 founders. But her sharpness felt off, too erratic, too playful for the legendary scholar. Before Erwin could devise a scheme, Rowena spoke up. You're my grandson, aren't you? Erwin's eyes lit up. Perfect, she'd handed him the ideal cover story. He nodded eagerly. Yes, grandmother. I'm your grandson. At last, we meet. Rowena snorted. Are you daft? My grandson would be ancient by now, if he'd lived. You're just a boy, without a drop of Ravenclaw blood in your veins. And yet you claim to be my kin. Erwin's face fell. It was confirmed, this was definitely Rowena. Clever as a whip, but why aim her barbs at him? It made him look like a fool. His cheeks burning, he shot back, so, Lady Ravenclaw, were you just having a laugh at my expense? She nodded cheerfully. Something like that. I was bored out of my skull. And you were such fun to watch. Trying to hoodwink me right to my face, no, you called it deceive, didn't you? That sounds like an old tongue you're using. You speak an ancient language. How intriguing. Erwin's mood soured further. He, Erwin, had been carving his path to greatness since he was 6. And now this woman, this spectral founder, had bested him at his own game. He wanted out. Forget the inheritance, he'd happily bail on this farce. What was this nonsense? Didn't kids get any leeway? A mischievous glint sparked in Rowena's eyes. From that scowl, I'd say you're fuming. Over my little jest. So, you're tempted to storm off, but not really. No, you're probably cursing me under your breath while scheming how to turn the tables. Erwin jolted. You can read minds. Legilimency, is it? Rowena shrank to a more human size, folding her legs beneath her amid the starry void. Legilimency. Ah, that's your term for it. You mean the art of legilimency. Such a quaint name for a trifling bit of magic. Erwin's jaw dropped. A trifling bit. What sort of power did these ancient witches wield, if an unforgivable curse was mere child's play? Rowena tilted her head thoughtfully. Ah, now I understand. Clever ruse, really, I don't need Imperius on you, and in this form, I couldn't cast a spell if I tried. Mind reading. Not my specialty. Your tells were just that obvious. Frankly, even back in my day, a wizard your age wouldn't match your slyness. But compared to mine, you're still green. Keep at it, you've got potential. Erwin's mouth twitched. What was the point of this spectral founder's endless ribbing? To deflate his ego. From the moment she'd appeared, nothing had gone right. Just mockery and jabs. Did they think he had no pride? Staring at the luminous figure, Erwin drew a steadying breath. Some indignities you simply swallowed. He dipped into a shallow bow. Lady Ravenclaw, your insight humbles me. She burst into laughter. Ha! You're a riot, young wizard. Buttering me up for my legacy, are you? Is this the caliber Hogwarts recruits these days, cunning little foxes? Erwin exhaled sharply, exasperated. This founder was relentless. In her presence, he felt like a dim-witted frog, Neville's Trevor, flopping about without a thought. Exposed, utterly. Seeing his silence, Rowena softened. Come now, chin up. You're exceptional, really, better than my own daughter in many ways. Speaking of which, tell me about her. Did she live to a ripe old age? Erwin blinked, caught off guard. Oh. I nearly forgot, Rowena added, waving a hand. My awareness slumbers, but I wove in a few charms to track the passage of time outside. Helena couldn't possibly still be kicking after all these centuries. Erwin probed gently. Then why assume she hasn't found immortality? Rowena shook her head firmly. Impossible. True immortality. Only two have ever attained it. But enough of that, tell me of Helena. I'm dying to know. She must have come here, yet she never did. Erwin filed away the slip, immortality, achieved by two. Who were they? He craved eternal life himself, who wouldn't, if death loomed? A millennium wouldn't be long enough. But Erwin was no fool, he knew such tales were myths. He'd never chased them. Now, though. This was a lead. From Rowena, more secrets might spill. For the moment, though, flattery was key. Cross her, and with her twisted humor, she'd clam up entirely. After a pause, he said gravely, I'm afraid your daughter didn't die peacefully in her sleep. Rowena's features grew solemn. After a beat, she ventured, the bloody Baron. Did he do it? Erwin's eyes widened. You knew. She shook her head. Guessing, actually. The Baron was mad for Helena, I sent him to fetch her back. If he hadn't murdered her, she'd have returned to Hogwarts, to me. But she never did, so, it's the only explanation. Simple deduction, isn't it? With that said, guys, today's 5 chapters have been published. If you love these mass releases, make sure to smash that Power Stone. We conquered number 50, but we aren't done yet. Let's show them the power of this community. Next target, rank hashtag. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 156, Haggling with the Founder, Legacies on the Line. After a long pause, Erwin reluctantly accepted the truth, Rowena Ravenclaw was sharper than him. He could have pieced it together himself if he'd known the facts, but not half as quickly. The old witch's mind worked like a flawless enchanted calculator, inhumanly efficient. Erwin frowned. You know all this and can see it so clearly, yet you'd send Baron after Helena. He's obsessive, stubborn as a troll. It's like chasing shadows with a broken wand. The question had nagged at him for ages. Baron had been hopelessly in love with Helena, but barred from her side. With that temperament, Erwin half suspected Ravenclaw had intended to do away with her rival for Baron's affections. It's straightforward, Ravenclaw replied calmly. Baron loved Helena more than anyone except me. He wanted her back at any cost, his life, his soul, anything. He was the perfect choice. But people change, and I overlooked how their personalities would clash. I doomed her. If I'm right, Baron followed her into death. Erwin nodded. Spot on. He's the bloody Baron now, haunting Slytherin, foul-tempered as ever. Helena drifts through the castle, mostly near Ravenclaw Tower. Even as a ghost, she's stunning, ethereal, with that quiet grace. Ravenclaw's spectral face softened into a proud smile. Of course. She's my daughter. My finest creation. Erwin jotted a note in his journal, wicked humor, narcissistic, doting parent. He snapped it shut. I need to return to Hogwarts, Ravenclaw said. To see her. Naturally, Erwin agreed. When do we leave? No need for a broom, I suppose. Ravenclaw shot him a withering look that screamed still sore about that. Fine, I need your help, she conceded. Erwin grinned. I'll just levitate your statue later, then. The statue's not my anchor, this house is. Sorry, your ladyship, Erwin said, feigning regret. Can't exactly apparate a cottage. Ravenclaw sighed, clearly suspecting he was toying with her. This is merely a vessel for my consciousness. I can transfer to another. Then you'd still need to move the statue first, Erwin pointed out. As your biggest fan, I'd be honored to help with that. Easy enough. She shook her head. A statue couldn't contain my essence. That's why I chose this place outside Hogwarts, something sturdy enough to hold my power. Erwin rubbed his chin, then brightened. Wait, I've got just the thing. A real gem. With a flick of his wrist, his enchanted ring responded despite the wards. A gleaming brass Gatling gun materialized at his feet. Meet my trusty sidekick, Erwin said proudly. My brother-in-arms, the one who saves my skin, and ends a few others. Divine weapon, wouldn't you say? Ravenclaw's expression soured. She'd uncovered his cheeky streak. Boy, are you mocking me? Erwin stowed the gun with a shrug. You started it, playing me for a fool. Even house elves know help comes with a price. You can't just snap your fingers and expect free labor. He'd been needling her on purpose, a petty payback for her earlier deception. She deserved it. Ravenclaw crossed her arms. You wanted my legacy. I can grant it. Erwin snorted. Even if it's useful, and that's a big if, I don't know what it is. Handing it over like that. Sounds like an empty promise to me. You can't know yet, she explained. To claim it, you must pass my trial, a rule I bound myself to. Only if your power eclipses mine could you bypass it, and even then. But trust me, the reward would change everything for you. Too vague, Erwin countered. Compared to your diadem, it doesn't stack up. Her eyes narrowed. You deduced that. Easy guess. You're brilliant, sure, but I'm no dimwit. What else could house your soul but one of the founder's relics? The diadem of Ravenclaw fits perfectly. She inclined her head, impressed. Clever. What if I throw in Hufflepuff's legacy too? Erwin's pulse quickened. Hufflepuff's. Add that to Ravenclaw's and the Slytherin heirloom he was poised to snag, 3 of the 4 founders' treasures. The haul was staggering. As a shrewd opportunist, his mind raced to squeeze more value. He opened his mouth to negotiate. Done, Ravenclaw said briskly. If you're dissatisfied, forget it. I don't need you. I'll wait for someone worthy, not as grasping as a goblin. You're no fit for my legacy anyway. Off with you. She raised a hand, magic crackling. Panic flared in Erwin. Hold on. We can discuss this. Please. A wise founder like you, rushing like a first year. I was about to say yes, your temper nearly botched it. Adaptability was his forte. Dignity. Elegance. Mere frippery next to power. Especially now, with threats closing in, he'd grab strength wherever it lurked. Ravenclaw paused, eyebrow arched. You're certain? Erwin nodded vigorously, sealing the deal before she could reconsider. Chapter 157, Dumbledore's subtle push and Ravenclaw's teasing legacy. Erwin nodded eagerly. Of course I'm sure. Rowena asked, won't that be difficult? Erwin shook his head. Not at all. Rest assured, I'd be delighted to help you reunite with Lady Helena and her mother. It's the least I can do. Rowena nodded. Very well. Bring me the diadem, and I'll grant you the chance to claim my inheritance, as well as access to Hufflepuff's cup. Erwin bowed slightly. As you wish, Your Majesty. Rowena raised her hand with a wave. The next instant, Erwin's body lifted uncontrollably into the air. Moments later, he tumbled back before the unicorn statue. The Unicorn King nudged him gently with its horn. Erwin staggered from the bump. What are you doing? The creature paused. You're awake. You looked like you were asleep, standing up, no less. I thought only beasts like us could manage that. Do humans do it too? Erwin blinked, caught off guard. How long was I out? The Unicorn King tilted its head. An hour, maybe. We don't keep track of time. Erwin straightened. Right, got it. I'm heading back now, it's getting late. Thanks for everything. I'll return soon. The Unicorn King dipped its head. Of course. We'll retreat deeper into hiding for now, away from that dark wizard. Call if you need us. Erwin smiled. Much appreciated. With a snap of his fingers, he vanished, reappearing in his dormitory. After Erwin departed, a glimmer of starlight sparked in the Ravenclaw statue's eyes. In that ethereal starry realm, Rowena's expression lit with intrigue. An intriguing young wizard. Dragon speaker bloodline, mixed with that one's lineage, both in a single heir. What could he be plotting? And he siphoned some of Gryffindor's authority. Someone's already claimed Godric's legacy. How fascinating. I do hope he locates the diadem swiftly. Perhaps I should make it easy for him. He's still so trusting, swallowing every word I say. Utterly amusing. Rowena's face broke into a grin. Then her form dissolved into shimmering starlight, blending seamlessly into the cosmic expanse. Back in his room, Erwin splashed water on his face and changed the sheets before collapsing onto the bed. He mulled over the legacies of Rowena and Helga. The Ravenclaw's diadem would be straightforward to retrieve. Voldemort had turned it into a Horcrux and hidden it in the Room of Requirement, smug in the belief that no one else could find it. He'd added no protective enchantments. The catch. It housed a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Erwin now wielded the power of fiend fire, enough to shatter any Horcrux, but that would destroy the diadem too. This inheritance was too valuable to risk. How could he extract the soul fragment without ruining the artifact? He pondered for ages, drawing a blank. Then he smacked his forehead. Why was he overthinking this? It was Rowena's problem. Hand it over to her, and she'd sort it out. After all, these were the four founders' relics. A mere Horcrux wouldn't baffle one of them. Otherwise, she wouldn't deserve her place among the four founders. Erwin cleared his mind and resolved to fetch the diadem tomorrow. He burned with genuine curiosity about the founders' era, a time of unparalleled brilliance. What secrets had they bequeathed? Forbidden spells. Potent elixirs. With those thoughts swirling, he drifted off. The next morning, a knock jolted Erwin awake. He grabbed his wand from the bedside and flicked it open. A streak of platinum blonde dashed inside. Erwin yawned. Draco, what brings you here so early? Good morning, Prefect, Draco said. I have a few questions. Erwin sat up, rubbing his eyes. Shoot. Draco hesitated. Do you know someone named Nicholas Flamel? Erwin's sleepiness vanished in a flash. Malfoy stepping into Ron's old role. This was a twist. Where'd you hear that name? Erwin asked. Draco recounted the last 2 days' events in detail, the whispers about a three-headed dog guarding something on the third floor, Hagrid's slip about Fluffy, and the suspicion of a thief targeting whatever lay beneath. Erwin pieced it together. His meddling had derailed much of the original scheme, yet Harry had still stumbled onto that forbidden corridor, thanks to the castle's mischievous moving staircases. He'd overheard Hagrid mention Fluffy and pieced together a potential robbery, though Draco's presence had steered blame away from Snape. No clear suspect emerged. Erwin nearly chuckled. Without Dumbledore's nudge, Harry might have bypassed the stone entirely. This smacked of the headmaster's orchestration. The staircases were quirky, but they didn't deliberately funnel students into danger or disrupt classes without his say-so. Still, Erwin welcomed the momentum. Deviations could unravel everything later, and he had plans hinging on the plot's steady progression. Nicholas Flamel was a legendary alchemist, Erwin explained. He created the Philosopher's Stone. It turns base metals to gold and brews the elixir of life for immortality. For more details, chat with Hermione. Her knowledge dwarfs yours. Catch her during morning study, she'll have answers in no time. Draco nodded. Understood, Prefect. I'll ask Miss Granger straight away. Erwin beamed inwardly. This was his handiwork, a Malfoy who actually listened. So gratifying. Off you go, he said, waving him out. I'll meet you downstairs. Yes, Prefect. Draco bowed and exited. Erwin freshened up quickly, smoothing his rumpled robes. He glanced in the mirror, a pleased smile tugging at his lips, then stepped out. A cluster of shadow prefects, Charlotte among them, waited in the corridor. Good morning, Prefect, they chorused, bowing. Erwin nodded. Morning, everyone. Let's make this a brilliant day. Chapter 158, Pansy's Burning Ambition. The shadow prefects gazed at Erwin with undisguised awe as he led the way down the corridor, their footsteps echoing in tight formation behind him. At the base of the stairs, the rest of the Slytherins fell into line, ready and waiting. Spotting Erwin at the front with his cadre of shadow prefects, they snapped to attention. Prefect, one called out, voice sharp with pride. Erwin gave a curt nod, and the group marched out of the common room in perfect order, a serpentine procession that parted the crowd like a wave. This was Slytherin at its peak, united, formidable. Even the Gryffindors, nursing old rivalries, couldn't hide their envy as the snakes glided past. Ron's blunder had left the lions licking their wounds, they could barely meet the Slytherin's eyes. Erwin had offered an olive branch, but Ron's stubbornness had scorched it. In the corridor, Percy Weasley watched the parade with a flicker of bitterness. His own bruises from the scuffle still smarted, and resentment toward his little brother simmered. Percy wasn't weak, among his peers, he held his own, but against battle-hardened Marcus Flint. No contest. As Draco had pointed out, if Erwin hadn't unleashed a torrent of raw magic in his fury, a straight duel would have dragged on. Flint's experience in real scraps gave him the edge. The Weasley twins caught sight of the procession too. Though Charlotte had roughed them up, their natural cheer kept grudges at bay. They harbored mild irritation toward Ron. Family ties ran deep, after all, but secretly, they admired Slytherin's newfound cohesion. Halfway through the group, Draco and Pansy walked abreast, whispers buzzing between them. "Pansy," Draco murmured, "reckon we can start calling him Chief this weekend." Pansy glanced ahead at Erwin, her eyes alight with fervent devotion. "Of course. Lord Erwin is undefeated." Draco blinked. "Lord Erwin." She nodded vigorously. "Haven't you heard?" Blaise Zabini bent the knee to Lord Erwin already. The Lord even granted him the communication rune, the Cavendish family crest. "I can't fathom why a half-blood like him deserves it, but I'll be the second to bear the mark. Mark my words." Draco's eyes widened. "The communication rune? What's that?" "It's like the dark mark," Pansy explained, voice dropping to a conspiratorial hush. "Blaise says it lets you learn Lord Erwin's signature apparition trick, and fly. You know what that means. Plus, you can link minds with him through it." Draco knew all too well. His father had bought his way into the Death Eater's fold for leverage, but their aerial prowess was legendary in the wizarding world. And now Erwin wielded something similar. Head down, Draco racked his brain. Had he been so buried in shadowing Harry that he'd missed this bombshell? In truth, Blaise's leaks were all part of Erwin's design. Voldemort's dark mark was infamous, a villain's brand that tainted anyone who bore it. Erwin wanted no such shadow, he needed his followers to reframe the narrative. The dark mark's allure lingered in Slytherin. Voldemort had admirers, even if unspoken. When he'd ruled, that tattoo was a badge of honor for many. Erwin aimed to reclaim that prestige, turning infamy into inspiration. It was a slow burn, but once he claimed the role of Slytherin's unchallenged first prefect, loyalty would solidify. Pansy embodied that shift already, chomping at the bit for her rune. Noticing Draco's silence, she prodded him. "What's eating you? Cat got your tongue." He met her gaze steadily. "Pansy, we're mates, but hear this, the second rune goes to me. Draco Malfoy doesn't settle for less." She scoffed, tossing her head. "You. Fat chance. You're too busy playing pretend with Potter to earn Lord Erwin's favor. Dream on." With that, she strode off, chin high. Draco seethed. If Erwin hadn't banned squabbles in the ranks, he'd have given her what for. Playing pretend. If only she knew about that three-headed beast, it'd shut her up quick. But arguing was pointless. No, Draco needed action to secure his spot as second-in-command. He was the Malfoy heir, destined for greatness. What if he uncovered the plot behind the Philosopher's Stone? That'd be a coup. Eyes gleaming, he pictured cornering Harry, spilling what he'd gleaned from Erwin, roping in Hermione for backup, training in secret, and emerging triumphant. Everyone would see. Erwin, oblivious to the scheming, pressed on. A crowd had already gathered outside the Slytherin study room by the time they arrived. Hermione and Harry stood off to the side, near the door. Harry frowned, peering at the milling Hufflepuffs. "Hermione, what's all this? They here to pick a fight with Erwin. Should we warn him?" She didn't look up from her book. "Trouble for Erwin. Please. No one at Hogwarts would dare these days, not with Slytherin backing him. If I had to guess, the Hufflepuffs are just joining for morning study. The room's open to all houses now, remember. If you want to dive deeper into Erwin's journey and support this translation, I've officially opened up our Patreon. It's not just about reading ahead, your support truly helps and motivates me a lot to keep pushing through these long translation sessions and maintain our 5 chapters a day momentum. Every bit of help ensures I can keep dedicating time to this project. Backhand index pointing right patreon.com/mrgrim_. Chapter 159, the new trio's belated arrival. Harry asked, puzzled, "How did you know?" Hermione rolled her eyes. Spending so much time around these two was starting to make her feel like the sharpest mind in the room, a smug satisfaction, but one that grew tiring if she dwelled on it too long. "Isn't it obvious?" she said. "Look at all those desks and chairs they're lugging around." Harry let out an "oh," oblivious once again to how she'd outmaneuvered his thinking. Just then, a few sharp-eyed Hufflepuff first-years spotted Erwin. "Slytherin's here." "Erwin's here." The group of little Hufflepuffs surged toward him, buzzing with excitement. The Slytherins, without prompting, swiftly formed a protective line in front of Erwin. Several burly older students stood at the forefront, their broad shoulders like living barriers. It was an impressive sight, no denying it. Erwin waved them off with a grin. "Stand aside, everyone. We're all housemates, no need for the fanfare." The Slytherins parted, creating a path. One of the Hufflepuffs stepped forward eagerly. "Mr. Erwin, Professor Sprout says we can join your morning study sessions with the Slytherins." Erwin nodded, already piecing it together from the clutter of furniture. In that case, come on in. The Slytherin common room's plenty spacious for all of us. I'll have someone brief you on the house rules shortly, just stick to them. Chat with your peers if you need help, or ask me, but keep it quiet so no one gets disturbed. The Hufflepuffs nodded vigorously, their faces alight with anticipation. This was their chance to learn from Erwin himself, an opportunity too thrilling to pass up. As the students filed into the common room one by one, Erwin noticed Professor Sprout arriving a touch late, her usual bundle of enthusiasm in tow. She approached with a warm smile, and Erwin greeted her promptly. "Good morning, Professor." "Young man," she said, beaming, "those children are in your hands now. I have every faith in you. Under your guidance, I reckon their marks will shoot up just like the Slytherins. Don't hold anything back." Erwin chuckled. "You overestimate me, Professor." "Of course I won't. I'll pass on everything I know. Though truth be told, it's all borrowed from you and the other professors, I'm just the messenger. My own grasp isn't deep enough for advanced lessons. For the real profound stuff, they'll need to turn to you lot." Professor Sprout's grin widened. She tapped his forehead lightly with her finger. "Clever lad, always with the smooth words. Truth is, I won't be popping into the common room after today, too much excitement for my old bones this early. Flitwick and McGonagall feel the same, so we'll leave the little ones to you. We trust your knack for it." Erwin paused, considering. Regular study time in the common rooms should be straightforward, the prefects can handle that. The real risk comes during spell practice. What if we merge the practice rooms for all 4 houses, Professor? I could supervise there, and the 7th years could pitch in. That ought to cover it. She mulled it over. Sensible idea. All right, I'll chat with Flitwick and McGonagall about it straight away. Erwin dipped his head in a slight bow. As your student, I'll never forget the care you and the professors put in. I'm truly grateful. Off you go, then, she said with a wink. Those Hufflepuffs are probably bursting with questions. Work hard, or we'll have a laugh when they stump you. With you all teaching me, Erwin replied, smiling, I doubt any puzzle could trip me up for long. If it does, I'll come straight to you for help. Professor Sprout watched him with growing affection. If she had a daughter, she'd have half a mind to see her matched with a fine young wizard like Erwin. Erwin, blissfully unaware of her musings, headed inside. Had he known, he'd have set the record straight, between the pureblood families, Voldemort as a former teacher, and even Grindelwald as a distant figure, he had few outright foes. The rest? Shadows he couldn't quite pinpoint. It made alliances a tricky business. In the common room, Professor Sprout's prediction rang true. The Hufflepuffs unleashed a torrent of questions, ones too basic to bother their own seniors or professors with, or ones that had come back too convoluted to grasp. Erwin's explanations, however, cut straight to the heart of things. He never flaunted his pureblood status, but one edge he held close was his grounding in Muggle academic training, a focus on practical application over rote drudgery. These young witches and wizards often studied without spark, but Erwin's mature perspective, honed by disciplined methods, let him unravel complexities with ease. He used simple analogies and step-by-step breakdowns, turning dense theory into something engaging and straightforward. What had baffled them under professors or older students suddenly clicked, revealing why Slytherin scores had soared so fast. The Hufflepuffs left enlightened and eager, though the session left Erwin drained. A full morning of queries had tested his reserves. Still, the rewards were tangible, house points for Hufflepuff, a surge of wizarding acclaim for him, and the quiet satisfaction of progress. Meanwhile, another milestone unfolded. Draco and Harry had finally warmed to Hermione's sharp insights. Her thirst for adventure sealed the deal, and she joined their budding trio without hesitation. The story was veering into uncharted territory, inching forward all the same. Chapter 160, Unicorn sighting ignites wild rumors about Erwin's secret. The only real twist in this reformed trio was Ron's replacement by Draco. What made it truly unusual, though, was that it was a full Slytherin lineup. Harry might be in Gryffindor, and Hermione in Ravenclaw, but they both felt an odd pull towards Slytherin all the same. Whatever the final result, events were unfolding just as Erwin had foreseen. His scheme to craft a Slytherin savior hadn't come to full bloom yet, but the seeds were sprouting, and the payoff loomed close. After morning classes, Erwin checked his personal panel before heading to the Great Hall. His eyes lingered on the wizarding acclaim. Current wizarding acclaim, 26,800. A grin tugged at his lips. He fought the temptation to splurge on a draw. The system had promised a Christmas holiday lottery with better odds, so he decided to hoard everything for then. With this many points, couldn't he practically ascend to wizarding stardom? He set himself a modest target, 1 million before the holidays. Then he'd cash it all in at once. Go big or go home. If his plan panned out and he clinched the lead by the weekend, those points would explode. 1 million. Possible, with a bit of cunning maneuvering. After dinner, Erwin sprawled on the lush grass by the Black Lake, soaking up the mild midday sun. Drowsiness settled over him like a warm blanket. Truth be told, his tastes were maturing. He found real pleasure in simple sunbathing these days. The autumn light wasn't harsh, just soothing enough to make him want to linger forever. And the lake's grassy banks. His family never appreciated their hidden charm, soft, fragrant turf that begged for lazy afternoons. Erwin admitted it, he was hooked on this spot. In his haze, he dozed off. Until a familiar ripple of magic jolted through him. He snapped awake, blinking at a hazy white shape creeping closer through the tall grass. Erwin chuckled. Beth, you could just walk up like a normal creature. The grass might be thick, but it won't hide the backside of yours. Sneaking like that. Hardly befitting a unicorn. Beth rose from the undergrowth, shaking off stray blades with an irritated flick. Without warning, she charged straight at him. Erwin's eyes widened. Whoa, hold on. Too late. She barreled into his side, knocking the wind out of him. He glanced down at the unicorn now draped across his lap, his shirt damp with nervous sweat. This wild thing, was it really a unicorn? Thank Merlin for his sturdy build. Young ones like her couldn't unleash massive spells yet, channeling all their spark into that deceptively blunt horn. Looks could deceive, it was sharp as a dagger. Erwin patted her head. Easy now, girl. No more teasing, I promise. Beth pawed the ground twice, huffing her annoyance. He smiled, crouching to stroke her mane again. She melted into his touch, nuzzling closer. See? Coaxing her was child's play. Why the sudden visit? Erwin asked. Didn't your sire say he'd keep you hidden for a bit? Beth whinnied softly. He nodded. Got it. He's not wrong, daylight's no risk for you, but you'll need to head back to the forest soon. No more wandering. It'll be dicey for a couple months, but come spring, you're free to roam. No more worries. She bobbed her head and curled up beside him. Man and unicorn formed an idyllic pair on the lakeshore, basking in quiet harmony. What Erwin hadn't considered, the Black Lake drew crowds. Within minutes, whispers spread like fiend fire. Before long, every student at Hogwarts knew a unicorn had appeared, and every professor was on alert. In the nearby corridors, a cluster of students gawked from afar, too awed to draw closer. Is that Erwin with a pet unicorn? One gasped. Lucky sod. That coat's like polished silver, I'd kill to pet it. Soft as a kitten, d'you reckon? Who knows? Never heard of anyone lounging with one. Even legendary witches chosen by unicorns didn't get that cozy. How'd you know they didn't? How'd you know they did? The two Gryffindors squared off in a heated squabble. Draco, watching from the side, sneered at the pair. Pathetic lions, blathering on about nothing. What did it matter to them? Brainless lot, rubbish at lessons and gossip to boot. Only he, Harry, and Hermione were Erwin's real confidants, already plotting to expose the school's lurking shadows. They were leagues ahead of these dim-witted Gryffindors. Draco turned to Pansy. Unicorns are meant to bond with pure-hearted witches, right? So why's the prefect so chummy with one? Pansy shook her head, her eyes on Erwin turning downright worshipful, as if he were Merlin reborn. No idea. Draco's face lit up with mischief. What if? Prefect Erwin's a girl. He leaned in, eyes gleaming like he'd unearthed buried treasure. Pansy shot him a withering look. Draco, has hanging with Harry dulled your wits? He's sharpening up, but you're going backwards. I ought to drag you to Madame Pomfrey, maybe someone's cram your skull with sawdust. Draco bristled. Rubbish. Unicorns fancy witches with pure souls. How else do you explain it? Only one answer, the prefect's a she. Bollocks. Pansy snapped. He's a bloke. Draco smirked. Oh. You sure? Pansy opened her mouth. I know because I saw. Her words hung unfinished, the air thick with suspense. With that said, guys, today's 5 chapters have been published. I'm holding up my end of the bargain because you guys are absolutely amazing. Guys. We are currently sitting in the number 50s. We are so close to the top. Just a little more push and we can break through. We can do it. Smash those power stones. Also, if you want to read ahead and support my work, please check out the Patreon. Plus, I am already planning a new fanfiction. If you want to be a part of that discussion and help choose the next story, just join the chat group on Patreon. Let's keep this momentum going. Backhand index pointing right patreon.com/MrGrim_. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 161, The Unicorn's Shocking Seal of Purity. Draco's eyes lit up. What did you see? Pansy's cheeks flushed. And nothing. Something clicked in Draco's sharp mind. If you won't tell me, you're hiding something. The prefect's a girl, isn't he? Pansy panicked. The prefect's a bloke, all right. Look, once he was showering in the prefect's private bathroom upstairs, and I accidentally caught a glimpse. Draco's expression twisted in confusion. Accidentally. If memory serves, the Slytherin prefect's bathroom is off-limits to everyone but Prefect Erwin and the head prefect, and it's tucked away in a remote spot. What were you doing there? Pansy's face burned crimson. None of your business. Stay put, I'm off to find the prefect. She bolted without another word. Draco watched her flee, piecing it together. His eyes widened. Pansy, she spied on the prefect bathing. He'd uncovered a bombshell. If this didn't involve Erwin, he might have spread it far and wide. Secrets were worthless if kept entirely to yourself. But Draco wasn't one for idle gossip, especially not about this. What he didn't notice was the figure lurking behind him, face etched with icy resolve and a flicker of murderous intent. Draco shivered and spun around. Hermione. Here to see the prefect and the unicorn. She brushed past him without a word, sprinting toward the Black Lake. Draco shook his head. Odd girl. Always stirring up trouble. He turned toward the crowd. Better find Harry, wonder if he spotted anything new. Unicorns held no charm for him, dragons were the true thrill, the pinnacle of a wizard's wildest dreams. Lying on the grass, absently stroking Beth's mane, Erwin felt her tense beneath his hand. He blinked open his eyes and glanced around. Pansy and Hermione were approaching, one after the other, through the thinning corridor crowd. Erwin sighed and patted Beth's head. Easy now. I'm right here, no one's going to hurt you. They're just classmates. You've caused quite the stir, haven't you? Beth let out a soft whinny. Erwin chuckled. You want to protect me? Don't worry, I can handle myself. Just behave. She nuzzled his leg affectionately, then neighed twice more. All right, Erwin said with a nod. Head back now. Beth turned and vanished into the forest in a flash of silver. Pansy and Hermione reached his side, both looking crestfallen. Why'd the unicorn bolt? Pansy asked. Hermione's eyes dimmed with disappointment. Unicorns were irresistible to any witch, pure, ethereal beauty incarnate. Erwin shrugged. She's just hungry. Went off to forage. What else could he say? Admit Beth sensed their impure intentions and wanted nothing to do with them. That'd sting. Pansy pressed on. Prefect, why do the unicorns take to you so well? Erwin met her gaze steadily. Dunno. Probably my pure heart. He didn't bat an eye. So what if the unicorn's favor meant nothing definitive? Why couldn't he claim a spotless soul? As for his so-called golden talent, best left unspoken. Erwin Cavendish was pure as driven snow, or so he'd let them believe. The words left a twinge of guilt, though. To his surprise, Pansy nodded earnestly. You're right, Prefect. You're the kindest, most selfless person I know. All you've done for our studies, for a stronger Hogwarts, you've sacrificed so much. No one deserves that title more. Erwin rubbed his nose, suppressing a wince. This girl's too perceptive for her own good. With Beth gone, the gawkers dispersed, leaving only a handful of professors murmuring among themselves. Professor McGonagall beamed at Erwin. See. I knew his goodness ran deep. Unicorns peer straight into the soul, especially the young ones, without all that raw power clouding their judgment. They're spot on at sorting good from evil. Erwin's favor marks him as the wizarding world's next great pillar of integrity. The others murmured agreement. They all admired Erwin, the brilliant, diligent sort any professor would cherish. Yet they'd harbored quiet fears. His talent was prodigious, soon, Hogwarts' curriculum wouldn't suffice. He'd crave forbidden paths, like the dark arts. Some had watched him warily, wondering if he'd stray. But now, the unicorn's endorsement was ironclad. Erwin's reputation as the flawless, upright student was sealed, no smears could touch it. An unexpected windfall, and Erwin hadn't even tried. Only Snape's gaze lingered, clouded with doubt. He knew Erwin inside out, his concern sharpening his scrutiny. The boy was no saint, far from pure-hearted. Scheming came as naturally as breathing, and his plots were masterfully woven. So why the unicorn's blessing? McGonagall clapped her hands. Right, that's enough excitement. Class awaits. I must dash off a letter before Erwin's paper hits Transfiguration today. He's overturned our assumptions, unicorns aren't exclusive to witches after all. Sprout's eyes widened. Transfiguration today. McGonagall nodded briskly. Precisely. His theory on Transfiguration's inherent countercurse, fully validated. The journals publishing it Friday, haven't told him yet. It'll be a proper surprise when it arrives. The professor smiled, conspiring in delight over the reveal. Snape slipped away without a word. As he strode off, a rare smile tugged at his lips, lending him an uncommon handsomeness. Pity no one was around to see it. Chapter 162, Diadem secured, a hidden edge against the Dark Lord. Time flew by in the castle's endless rhythm. Afternoon classes wrapped up, evening study hall followed, and before long, Erwin headed to Snape's office for his private lesson. As always, the session involved meticulous potion work. Erwin finished processing the herbs, peeled off his dragon skin gloves, and glanced up. Godfather, I need 2 batches of vitality potion. Snape's brow furrowed. Vitality potion? For you, or someone else? For someone else, Erwin replied. Snape nodded curtly. Your skills are advanced enough to brew it yourself. You're asking me because you want modifications. Erwin grinned. As expected, you're sharp. I'd like to slip in a latent toxin, something dormant under normal conditions, but activatable by a specific trigger. Possible. Snape paused, considering. Tricky. We'd have to source rare activators, which complicates things. Pick them up tomorrow, I'll handle the brewing tonight. Erwin's admiration swelled. A true potions master. The hidden safeguard wasn't born of distrust in Quirrell, entirely. Erwin's brushes with death had drilled caution into him. Quirrell had shown loyalty, allying against Voldemort for now. But habits died hard. Snape was different. His protection was unwavering, the corridor incident, the subtle guidance, all proof of selfless care. Quirrell. Unproven. A backup couldn't hurt. If the professor stayed true, the poison would never stir. Erwin ventured, aren't you curious who it's for? Snape shook his head. Your schemes are your own. If you need it, it's yours. The rest is irrelevant. Touched, Erwin rose. Thanks for the potion, Godfather. I'll head out. Snape waved him off, and Erwin slipped from the office. Alone now, Snape decanted the half-finished brew from the cauldron. From a cabinet, he retrieved exotic herbs and creature parts. After a thoughtful pause, he set to work in the flickering lamplight, the only sounds the scrape of knife on stone and the bubble of simmering liquid. Meanwhile, Erwin made straight for the 7th floor, the stretch before the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. He'd navigated this before. I need a place to stash valuables, he murmured 3 times. The door materialized. Erwin entered, the space shifting to a dim storage chamber cluttered with forgotten oddities. He zeroed in on Ravenclaw's diadem, perched innocently on a bust amid dusty relics. The books claimed Voldemort hadn't tampered with it beyond his soul fragment, but Erwin trusted nothing blindly. No risks. He flicked his wrist, summoning his enchanted ring. With a casual toss, the diadem vanished inside, settling beside 2 Muggle grenades without a trace of resistance. Peering into the ring's void with his mind's eye, Erwin noted the diadem's faint magical hum, gone. Severed clean. Astonishing. In an ethereal starry expanse, Rowena Ravenclaw's spectral form flickered into view, brow creased. The link to my diadem, broken. Has it changed hands? Impossible. Perplexed, she faded back into the ether. Across the castle, in Quirrell's cramped office, the professor jolted mid-read as Voldemort's soul fragment pulsed erratically. Heart pounding, Quirrell braced for the Dark Lord's stirrings. Seconds dragged. Nothing. He exhaled sharply. Bloody Dark Lord, even asleep, your trouble. Erwin will end you soon enough. Refocusing on his tome, Quirrell steeled himself. His power lagged, to aid Erwin properly, he needed leverage. While Voldemort slumbered, he'd build it. When the fiend roused, Quirrell would play the part, staying invisible. Unaware his ring had neutralized the Horcrux bond, Erwin inspected the diadem. No anomalies. Relief washed over him. He'd fretted it might count as alive, rejecting storage. Clearly, soul fragments bent rules. A whimsical notion struck, what if all Horcruxes ended up in here? Resurrection required them intact. But rings barred life. Would it glitch the process, or snuff Voldemort outright? A loophole worth testing. Erwin chuckled darkly at the irony, now fretting over his teacher's fate. Perverse, but tempting. He didn't linger on Ravenclaw Tower. Instead, he prowled the room of requirement, hoping for overlooked gems. The search yielded slim pickings. Makes sense, Erwin mused. Older students or Voldemort would have stripped anything worthwhile. The sole find, a plain notebook, brimming with herb cultivation tips, meticulous, practical. Likely a Hufflepuff's legacy. Pocketing it with a smile, Erwin deemed the night a win. Chapter 163, Ravenclaw's fury unleashes on a bruised young Tom. Erwin left the room of requirement and snapped his fingers, apparating straight to the Forbidden Forest. He emerged just outside the humble dwelling where Rowena Ravenclaw had hidden her statue. A quick scan of the surroundings revealed no sign of the unicorns. Erwin figured the entire herd had vanished into the depths of the woods. The forbidden forest was enormous. If they were truly hiding, tracking them would be no easy feat. He shrugged it off and stepped inside the house, approaching the statue without delay. Erwin raised his hand and tapped it lightly. "Greetings, Your Majesty Rowena. Are you in?" Silence greeted him. Undeterred, Erwin tapped again. "Your Majesty, I've brought your diadem." As his words faded, starlight began to shimmer from the statue. In an instant, he was pulled back into that ethereal space. Gazing at the starry expanse for the second time, Erwin couldn't help but murmur, "It's stunning." The starlight coalesced, and Rowena Ravenclaw's spectral form took shape. "Where's the diadem?" she asked, her tone brisk. Erwin flicked his wrist, and the diadem floated into view, suspended in midair. Ravenclaw's eyes widened at the enchanted ring on his finger. "Yesterday, I took it for some enchanted pouch with an undetectable extension charm. But this ring of yours, it's different. It can hold magical artifacts." "What is it, exactly?" "Just a simple trinket," Erwin replied with a grin. "Nothing fancy. Now, Your Majesty, take a look at the diadem and let's wrap up your tests. It's late, I need my beauty sleep for morning study tomorrow." Ravenclaw rolled her eyes. In Erwin's presence, even one of the four founders lost all sense of awe. His no-nonsense demeanor nearly made her reconsider their bargain. But her reputation held firm. She beckoned gently, and the diadem drifted into her grasp. Then, her expression froze, turning to ice. "You dare defile my diadem? You're begging for oblivion." A burst of otherworldly power erupted from her, shoving Erwin's feet back several inches against his will. Horror etched his face. Was this the might of one of the four founders? Even as a spirit, she was ferocious. It hardly seemed fair. Your Majesty," Erwin stammered, "you can handle this, can't you?" "It's merely a soul fragment," she snapped. "I never imagined anyone would resort to splintering their essence like this, you fool." "Hold on, I'll sort this wretch out first." Before Erwin could blink, Ravenclaw vanished in a swirl of starlight that poured into the diadem. A panicked voice echoed from within. "Who are you?" Crackling noises followed, the diadem shuddering violently amid agonized male screams. Erwin shivered. Brutal, utterly brutal. He recalled how Voldemort had deceived Helena into revealing the diadem's location just before graduation, then claimed it immediately after. Tom must have been 18 or 19 then. Picturing a teenager getting thrashed like that sent a pang of sympathy through Erwin. If it were him, he'd be in tears. 10 minutes later, the starlight receded. Ravenclaw reappeared, dragging a young man by the collar. Erwin eyed the battered figure, young Voldemort, with mild disappointment. Legends painted teenage Tom as strikingly handsome, but the swollen bruises hid any trace of it. To compare their looks, he'd have to wait until next year and peek at the diary's version. For now, Tom's face was a mottled purple mess, features barely discernible. It was a tad unkind to think so, but accurate. Erwin offered a silent moment of pity for his hapless future professor, mentally updating his notes on Ravenclaw, fierce and unrelenting. With his current understanding, soul-on-soul violence was beyond him, yet he'd just witnessed it. Ravenclaw dumped the young Voldemort onto the ground. He lay silent, perhaps still reeling from the pummeling. His quiet was unnerving. "What a moron," Ravenclaw sneered. "Shattering your soul inflicts permanent harm. Worse, each fragment births a new entity. Even if you revive through it, that splinter will seize control. Whoever misguided you deserves scorn, you're a fool." She shot Erwin a pointed glance. "Don't pin this on me, Your Majesty," he protested hastily. "I'd never stoop to something so daft." She snorted and prodded Voldemort with her foot. "Who emboldened you? Defiling my diadem with this abomination, what gives you the right?" Voldemort rasped, "I am Tom Riddle, heir to Salazar Slytherin." "Salazar himself wouldn't dare such insolence," Ravenclaw retorted. "You're unworthy." Erwin watched, feeling a twinge of sorrow for poor Tom. Where was the justice in this? High-quality relics like the Founder's artifacts made ideal Horcrux vessels, but stumbling into the Founder's ghost. Unlucky. A wave of guilt hit Erwin. This was partly his fault. If not for him, Voldemort's spirit wouldn't be enduring this nightmare. Your Majesty," he ventured, "what will you do with this soul fragment?" "Dispose of it," she said flatly. With a casual flick of her finger, starlight gathered and surged toward Voldemort. His eyes bulged, mouth opening in a silent plea. But the light consumed him. The Horcrux dissolved into wisps of black smoke, gone in an instant. Erwin gulped. Terrifying, yet that spell was brilliant. His eyes sparkled. "Your Majesty, could you teach me that one?" Ravenclaw eyed him warily. "At your age, courting death already." Chapter 164, Ravenclaw's Starlit Secrets and Eternal Youth. Erwin gasped, momentarily stunned. Ravenclaw tilted her head. If your magic is strong enough, you can wield some of your lifetime powers even after death, and perhaps amplify them a bit. The starlight I command now. I toyed with it for amusement while alive. Death has only sharpened the edge. If you're keen to learn, I'll teach you how to borrow the star's power right now. Then you die, and barring mishaps, you'll gain abilities like mine. Sound tempting? Fancy dying to give it a whirl? Erwin's expression soured. Die just to test it out? Was this a game? His lips twitched. Pass, Your Majesty Ravenclaw. Hogwarts' workload is brutal enough, no need for extra lessons. But I'm curious about this star-borrowing trick you mentioned. Ravenclaw let out a theatrical sigh, her translucent face falling in mock disappointment. Erwin blinked. Had this sly old ghost truly been plotting his demise? It's not as grand as it sounds, she continued, waving a hand. Mostly astrology at its core. I adore the stars, their mysteries, their allure. I even started an astronomy class at Hogwarts, but so many wizards dismiss it as mere divination. Fools. Master it properly, and you can tap stellar forces with truly formidable might. Erwin's eyes sparked. For battling foes. Boosting your strength. Calling down meteors. Ravenclaw shot him an odd look. Such violent notions. No mortal could tame stars like that. He rubbed the back of his neck. Then what formidable might did you mean, Your Majesty? She smiled dreamily. Haven't you ever felt utterly radiant, bathed in starlight? Erwin stared. That's it. Well, not quite, she admitted. There's one supreme gift. Hope flickered in him again. The four founders' legacies were never straightforward. Pride lit her ethereal features. Starlight refines the skin, smooths it, enhances beauty. Had I not fallen ill so young, I'd have been the wizarding world's first eternal youth. Erwin exhaled in exasperation. Of course. What else? His brief tension evaporated. He'd been daft to expect profundity from Ravenclaw. Merlin must have sent the spectral prankster to test his patience. Your Majesty, he said evenly, perhaps we should discuss the inheritance. With a flourish, Ravenclaw summoned the diadem and settled it atop her flowing hair. Her presence shifted, regal, distant, like a queen descended from the heavens. Erwin averted his gaze. Did the diadem hold some enchantment? Her aura had transformed in an instant. She conjured a mirror framed in twinkling starlight and admired her reflection, adjusting the band. At his words, she glanced over casually. Inheritance. What of it? Erwin's jaw dropped. Was she backing out? No, impossible. This was Rowena Ravenclaw, paragon of wisdom. His face hardened. We had an agreement, Your Majesty. The mirror vanished with a wave. Ah, yes, the legacy. Very well. Having claimed the diadem, I, Rowena Ravenclaw, co-founder of Hogwarts, bestow upon you the right to pursue my house's inheritance. But first, a trial awaits. Young wizard, are you ready to face it? Erwin eyed her warily. It sounded straight out of a Muggle video game, an NPC doling out quests. Eerily scripted. She caught his dubious glance. Tradition demands it. No need for your say-so, the trial commences. We hail from the lakeside, wise and learned, ever eager to delve into knowledge, distinct from the common folk. We possess foresight, our name is Ravenclaw. In a blur, she swept her arms wide. Starlight from the chamber surged toward her, coalescing into a cozy study, bookshelves groaning under ancient tomes, a sturdy desk, a simple bed against the wall, and a ladder for reaching the highest shelves. Before Erwin could blink, an invisible force lifted him, depositing him gently inside. The space sealed shut. Dizziness faded, and he found himself standing by the desk, the chamber's glow muted behind an ethereal barrier. Curious, he scanned the room. Books everywhere, but no instructions, no glowing runes. What now? Minutes ticked by in silence. Erwin's frustration mounted. Was this the trial? Figuring it out blind. Outside, Ravenclaw's form flickered, as if straining against her ghostly limits. She dabbed at her brow, though ghosts didn't sweat. Launching the inheritance right takes a toll, she muttered. Hope the lad pulls through. Failure means a decade's wait to try again. He's sharp, though, more patient than most first years. Should manage. Hang on, did I forget to explain the trial's rules? Realization dawned, and she grimaced. She shook her head. He's clever, he'll puzzle it out. Probably. Ah, whatever, let him stew. Could take ages. Time for a distraction. Reaching into the void, she grasped at empty air. Her expression soured. Bloody hell, left it behind. Too soon for him to tangle with that tome. I'd best keep watch, don't want it corrupting the boy. Chapter 165, Erwin's sharp insight and the shadowy visitor. Meanwhile, after a brief moment of confusion, Erwin began to mull over the nature of this trial. Stroking his chin, he considered a possibility. The setup felt oddly familiar, like the legendary trials in wizarding folklore, where Merlin had once tested young Arthur, pushing him to devour tomes of knowledge and forge his path through sheer intellect. Erwin suspected this challenge was much the same: absorb these books, grasp their principles, and weave the insights together into something greater. In tales like these, time often flowed differently within such spaces, stretched out from the outside world. He felt confident in his hunch, there shouldn't be any hitches. If that was the case, he might as well dive in. Erwin had never shied away from a good book, especially when it promised to bolster his magic. He plucked an ancient volume from the shelf regarding magical creatures. Flipping it open, a stray bookmark tumbled out. He glanced at it and flicked it aside with a shrug. Useless distraction. As he read, his eyes lit up. This wasn't like the skimpy textbooks from Diagon Alley, it was exhaustive, cataloging nearly every magical creature, their behaviors, habitats, and even the tidbits Voldemort had once let slip about unicorn lairs. Vivid illustrations marked useful parts of each beast, with notes on harvesting and potion applications. It was a goldmine. Erwin settled in, devouring the pages as knowledge flooded his mind. Outside, Rowena Ravenclaw frowned at the scene. What's this boy up to? He should be hunting clues. True wisdom is the greatest treasure, stay on task. Why bury himself in books like that? Her eyes widened suddenly. Is he planning to read them all? Has he lost his way? That would drain a fortune in energy. Anxiety prickled at her. She raised a hand to invoke her administrative privileges and nudge him back on track. But before she could act, a hazy figure shimmered into existence in the void. Ravenclaw's demeanor shifted in an instant, her aura crackling with authority. Insolent fool. Who dares trespass in my domain? The mist coalesced, revealing an elderly man leaning on a wooden staff. His face resembled weathered bark, but his eyes burned with the fierce glint of a predator. The contrast was unnerving, a frail shell housing a dragon's gaze. Rowena, your fire hasn't dimmed a whit, the old man said with a chuckle. The starlight gathering in Ravenclaw's palm fizzled out. She blinked in surprise. Well, if it isn't you. How did you age into that grizzled wreck? With a light tap of his staff, the old man's form rippled. Wrinkles smoothed, gray hair darkened, and he stood as a vigorous young man. You've lingered too long in these halls, letting the years carve you like stone. Always conforming to your age, such a waste. Ravenclaw laughed. Enviable gift, that. Tell me, couldn't your immortality be shared? I'd give my right arm to master it. The young man shook his head, smiling wryly. Time hasn't mellowed you, has it? It can be replicated, but the cost is steep. If you'd agreed back then, you might still be among us in the flesh. She waved it off. Spare me. Though if it meant claiming Slytherin's head on a platter, I'd reconsider. Pity it's not an option. The young man's expression sobered. You know why I'm here. Ravenclaw nodded toward the study. For the boy. Precisely. I want you to let him learn undisturbed, give him every chance to grow. Simple enough, she replied. Supply the energy to sustain it. That shouldn't strain you. But I'm curious, what's your angle? He's got 2 bloodlines stirring in him. That doesn't align with what you once promised us. The young man sighed. Even the mightiest falter sometimes. I picked my champions carefully, but that snake in the grass exploited a blind spot. It birthed this wild card. Still, if it's here, it serves a purpose. As the old wizarding sayings go, fate's threads are woven tight, perhaps he's the one to unravel it all. Ravenclaw rolled her eyes. Spare me the mysticism. All I know is, after that rout at the hands of those cunning muggle strategists, you've been off-kilter. If things go south, why not heed that advisor's counsel? Shed your burdens, head to the Muggle academies for a fresh perspective. Their methods might have nipped this in the bud ages ago. A flush of discomfort crossed the young man's face. The Muggle world, it's a ruthless beast. I've weighed your words, but their ways are too cutthroat. I won't tread that path. She snorted. Slytherin had you pegged, all hesitation, no bite. You'd have ended this long ago otherwise. Fine, it's your mess. But I like the lad, he's a Hogwarts boy through and through. If I pass on my legacy, he's my heir. Whatever scheme you're hatching, he stays unscathed. The young man inclined his head. Naturally. We want the same, Rowena. My aim's always been resolution, the gentlest way forward. No more blood on anyone's hands. A chill edged her gaze. Gentle, eh? Care to explain Slytherin and Godric's graves, then? Never mind, ancient history. Cough up the energy and be off. Hogwarts isn't your playground anymore. I made that clear, you're barred. He struck his staff against the floor. A torrent of magic surged forth, funneling into the study. Mist coalesced around it, thick with power, as his form began to fade. I'm sorry for the old wounds, Rowena, he said softly. I never intended them, and I'd mend them if I could. But I'm tethered here for now. Once the dust settles, I'll make it right, I swear it. I'm dropping 5 bonus chapters right now just because you guys are awesome. You've shown so much love lately that I wanted to give something extra back to the community. If you're enjoying the ride, don't forget to smash those power stones. Every vote helps us climb the rankings. Also, if you want to read ahead and support my work, make sure to visit the Patreon. Your support there keeps me motivated to keep these mass releases coming. Backhand index pointing right patreon.com/MrGrim_. Stay healthy, keep reading, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 166, 166, The Hidden Path to Animagus Mastery. With those words, the young man vanished from sight. Rowena Ravenclaw watched Erwin, immersed in his reading within the study, his expression distant and pensive. He lingered in silence for what felt like an eternity before letting out a heavy sigh. A shadow of profound sorrow clouded his eyes. Erwin, oblivious to the passage of time, lost himself in the stacks of books. Piles grew steadily at his feet as days blurred into an endless routine: read, absorb, rest when exhaustion crept in, then return to the pages. This sanctuary offered far more comfort than the isolation of a cave, no gnawing hunger or creeping discomfort. Yet Erwin remained unchanged, still the boy he'd been upon entering. He couldn't help feeling a twinge of disappointment. He'd half hoped to glimpse his future self, perhaps a sharper jawline or broader shoulders. Before long, he devoured nearly every volume on the shelves. From arcane theories to practical spell work, his mind brimmed with knowledge far beyond his first-year status. 7th years on the cusp of graduation paled in comparison. All that remained was to temper this intellect with real-world practice. Each night, Erwin sifted through the day's harvest, committing spells and insights to memory. This trial had already proven invaluable, the wealth of lore alone justified the ordeal, inheritance or not. Bookmarks accumulated on the desk, discarded carelessly as he pressed on. Time stretched on. Within the study's enchanted confines, Ravenclaw observed the fading magic enveloping the space, a knot of unease tightening in her chest. This boy's unlike any other, she murmured to herself. He's nearly through the entire collection, and with such patience. No child his age endures like this. You might just be the one to unravel it all. But your reserves are waning. Hurry, lad, or I'll have no choice but to pull you out. At last, Erwin set down the final tome with a satisfied exhale. He had no notion of how many days had slipped by, only that the 2 towering bookshelves now stood barren. He'd covered everything: treatises on magical creatures, herbology guides, potion recipes. 2 spellbooks in particular had expanded his arsenal, basic incantations now listed on his character panel, all at novice level. Spells like Scour Jiffy and Alohomora came naturally now, etched into his reflexes. In terms of sheer variety, Erwin could claim mastery over dozens of charms. Proficiency would follow with time and trial, but the foundation was set. He leaned back in his chair, scanning the empty space. The bookshelves gaped hollow, the floor bore testament to his marathon. Freedom should have come by now. A frown creased his brow. Had he overlooked something? His gaze drifted to the floor beside the table, where a slender booklet lay half-concealed in shadow. Erwin stooped to retrieve it, curiosity piqued. The cover was worn and unmarked, resembling a personal journal more than a formal text. He cracked it open. Animagus. His eyes widened. He'd nearly missed it, the key to departure hidden in plain sight. Flipping through the yellowed pages, Erwin's initial excitement gave way to confusion. The method outlined here diverged sharply from the traditional rite he recalled from hushed conversations and forbidden texts. The orthodox path was a grueling gauntlet of precision and peril. One must clasp a mandrake leaf between the teeth for a full lunar cycle, never swallowing or dislodging it. Any slip meant starting anew. At month's end, extract the leaf and capture one's saliva in a crystal phial, then submerge the leaf to soak under moonlight. A single cloudy night. Back to square one. Next came a strand of the practitioner's hair, blended with dew harvested from a sunless, untouched glade over 7 days, and the pupa of a death's head hawk moth. Seal it away in darkness until a thunderstorm brewed. On the storm's peak, direct your wand to your heart and intone, Amato, Onimo, Onomato, Animagus. If every step aligned flawlessly, a crimson potion emerged. Drink it, and the transformation took hold. Tedious didn't begin to cover it, fraught with failure at every turn. Yet this booklet proposed a radical shortcut. It substituted the mandrake leaf with essence from magical creatures, augmented by targeted potions to attune the body. Most startling, it claimed the ability to assume the form of a magical beast, not just a mundane animal. Erwin's pulse quickened. Conventional wisdom held that animagi couldn't mimic magical creatures, the clash of inherent magics would destabilize the shift, potentially fatal. He'd theorized as much himself, piecing it from scattered lore. But here, the author dismissed that barrier outright, detailing infusions to harmonize the caster's magic with the beast's. Transform into a phoenix. A thestral. The possibilities tantalized. Doubt gnawed at him. Was this feasible, or folly? The handwriting suggested an ancient hand, perhaps Rowena's own experiment. In the dimensional overlook, Ravenclaw noted Erwin's discovery with a mix of resignation and hope. The boy had unearthed the diadem swiftly, this booklet might hint at the Hufflepuff relic's location. Let him glimpse it early, Ravenclaw thought. Hufflepuff's innovation was sound in theory, untested in practice. But this one's no fool, he won't rush in blind. Erwin snapped the booklet shut, a chill running down his spine. Tempting as it was, the risks loomed large. Who knew the inventor's credentials? One botched incantation could end him. The instructions felt fragmented, too, as if key warnings had faded with time. He committed the pages to memory regardless, knowledge was power, after all. But experimentation? Not yet. One life demanded caution, not recklessness. Tucking the booklet into his robes, Erwin rose, the study's magic humming faintly in response. The trial's final secrets beckoned. Chapter 167, one step from Ravenclaw's secrets. Though he couldn't practice it yet, Erwin committed the animagus technique to memory. It might prove useful one day. In the wizarding world, more skills meant better odds of survival, and with the system's aid, he needn't worry about spreading himself too thin. Mastery would come with time. What intrigued him most was the spell's origin. Rowena Ravenclaw herself. He'd never read of her excelling in transfiguration, and animagi were rare even among magical creatures. Only one figure came to mind who could pull off such feats, Merlin, with his legendary 72 transformations. But this was the British wizarding world, steeped in its own lore, not some tale from ancient folklore. Erwin remained wary of the booklet's claims. Spells demanded caution, like handling potent potions, one wrong move, and disaster followed. He needed a test subject, someone expendable if things went awry. His own allies were out of the question. Enemies, then. A name surfaced, Ron Weasley. But Erwin shook his head. Ron was no scholar, expecting him to grasp animagus transformation was like asking a troll to solve a riddle. With a sigh, Erwin shelved the idea. He'd find a suitable candidate later, talented, but expendable. For now, he leaned back in his chair, turning to the pressing matter, escaping this bizarre trial. No hints at all, he muttered, drumming his fingers on the table. Ravenclaw's ethereal form, observing from the shadows, shifted uncomfortably, a faint flush of embarrassment crossing her features. Erwin scanned the study, probing for overlooked details. His gaze settled on the scattered bookmarks atop the desk. In a room of meticulous logic, they stood out as oddly out of place. He plucked one up and gave it a gentle shake. It chimed twice, crisp and metallic. Erwin murmured. This doesn't feel right. Laying it flat, he traced the intricate patterns etched into its surface. Moments later, his eyes widened. Could these be Billywig wings? Memories from the first book he'd examined flooded back. Billywigs were small, sapphire-blue insects native to Australia. They possessed wings on their heads, save for their wings, gossamer thin yet unbreakable, ideal for permanent inscriptions. Ink on Billywig wings endured forever, unyielding to time or wear, as long as the material remained intact. That initial bookmark had come from the very first volume he'd pulled from the shelf. Erwin lifted it again, flipping to the edge. There, in tiny script, 6 to 103. Just numbers. He grabbed another, 9 to 132. Stroking his chin, Erwin glanced at the bookshelf. In the dim light, he spotted subtle engravings, numbers protruding from the wood. Excitement sparked. He hurried over, fingers gliding across the carvings. Sure enough, they matched, row 6, shelf 103, row 9, shelf 132. Spreading the bookmarks across the table, he noted that only some bore numbers, the rest were blank. A puzzle, then. The numbered ones pointed to specific books, likely hiding clues. His logic seemed solid. But as Erwin laid them out, a groan escaped him. He'd already ransacked the shelves, pulling volumes at random. Recalling which bookmark belonged where. Impossible. From her vantage, Ravenclaw sighed in quiet exasperation. The boy's sharp, but he's veered off course from the start. Who designs a trial expecting someone to scour every tome? Wisdom should cut through the clutter. Most would spot the bookmark's uniqueness and probe its purpose. This one's no stranger to shortcuts. I'll grant 3 more days, the magic sustaining this chamber is fading. In the study, Erwin's expression soured. If not for that muggle tale of Merlin's legend, he might never have fixated on such a convoluted path. The humble bookmark, dismissed at first, now dangled as the key to victory. He exhaled sharply. The tomes had already enriched his knowledge immeasurably, but he teetered on the brink of Ravenclaw's true legacy. Failure gnawed at him. Staring at the emptied shelves, helplessness crept in. A finite incantatum to reset everything. Unfeasible. The spell's drain scaled with the area's size and the lapse in time, restoring the study to its entry state would exhaust reserves far beyond his. Even draining his spare magical sources, he couldn't manage it. Stumped by this, Erwin grumbled to himself. As a wizard thrust into this world, he refused to yield. His mind whirred. If the numbers keyed specific texts, they must denote phrases or passages, subtle variances from standard editions, the trial's linchpin. Sweeping most bookmarks to the floor, he retained the bottom one. Then, from the pile of discarded volumes, he retrieved Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Flipping to page 103 in section 6, Erwin read intently, the bookmark's numbers burning in his thoughts. The words blurred into potential secrets, each line a thread in Ravenclaw's intricate web. He wouldn't stop now, not when the Founder's wisdom lay just beyond reach. Chapter 168, Cracking the Ravenclaw Enigma. This was the first book Erwin had examined since entering the study, so the bookmark rested at the very bottom. He couldn't recall the details of the others, but this one stuck in his mind. Erwin needed to spot what set it apart. He lifted the bookmark. It wasn't blank, at least. At its base sat a simple number, 3 to 101. Erwin flipped open the volume and turned to page 3. If he wasn't mistaken, the first digit marked the page, and the latter indicated either the 101st word or letter. That seemed the most logical guess. But as he counted down the page, he only reached about 70 words by the end. So, it had to be the 101st letter. Erwin started over, fingers tracing the lines. Outside the chamber, Rowena Ravenclaw observed him intently. She shook her head with a wry smile. Clever lad. You've already pieced together the trial's secret. But what a shame, if you'd chosen the right path from the beginning, this would have been effortless. Regret shadowed her ethereal features. In truth, she was eager to entrust the Ravenclaw legacy to Erwin. Some of what she'd told him that day held water, like the unbreakable trial, only those who succeeded could claim the inheritance. Rules were rules, no matter her favoritism. All she could do was adjust the difficulty downward, but that would diminish the rewards. With such high hopes for him, she believed Erwin capable of the full legacy, and so she'd set the toughest version. He hadn't let her down, he could succeed. But his approach was so unorthodox. Who would dream of scouring every book? Who had the patience for that? Even she wouldn't. Ravenclaw had planned to whisk him away via teleportation. Yet seeing him persist, she sighed. Let him flounder, reality would force his hand soon enough. Meanwhile, Erwin isolated the 101st letter, H. He frowned. Nothing special at first glance. After a moment's thought, he channeled his magic. The letter responded instantly, drawing in a thread of his power. It lifted, glowing blue, and affixed itself to the study wall. The light dimmed, leaving the H etched in place. Erwin's eyes sparkled. That was the key. These letters needed magic to activate. By infusing his fingertips with a steady flow, draining as it might, he could cast a wide net, the simplest brute force method. Worth trying. He set the book aside, grabbed another from the floor, and ran his enchanted fingers over the text. A few pages in, a spark of magic slipped away. Blue light flared again, the letter soared to the wall beside the H. A grin tugged at Erwin's lips. It worked. Ravenclaw saw it all. She'd anticipated his tactic. She shook her head. Smart workaround, the only viable one now. But does this boy grasp his limits? An 11-year-old's magic is finite, especially without magic-boosting potions to replenish it. No matter, let him learn the hard way. As a spectral guardian, she couldn't gauge his reserves. Nor did she suspect his edge, a hidden reserve of power. Time wore on, letters multiplying across the wall. Ravenclaw's composure cracked. How does he have so much magic? Is it the draconic bloodline boosting his reserves? I've heard whispers of that, but his isn't awakened yet. Another lineage at play. Such a potent blend. Even with her vast knowledge, she'd witnessed nothing like this. Erwin, oblivious to her musings, eyed the discarded books and checked his inner stores. A quick calculation, at this pace, sifting every volume would exhaust his spare magical sources entirely. Like his intense spell practice before. He'd uncovered a loophole, but it was his alone to exploit. From Ravenclaw's hints, he knew the inheritance demanded youth, no older than 18, with a decade's wait to retry. This was his shot, fueling his urgency. And within those bounds, no peer could match his magical depth. Not a boast, just fact. He pressed on. Outside, Ravenclaw grew numb, her worldview tilting as letters piled up. This trial, cracked just like that. Could any young wizard wield such power? It was absurd. Even in her era, potion-fueled youths paled in comparison. 2 days blurred by. Erwin worked without pause, screening relentlessly. His personal magic bottomed out, the reserve dipping below a tenth. Books vanished from the table, stacking on the floor. At last, as his final spark faded, he slumped back, face ashen. The closing letter, C, rose and slotted into the wall's gap. Blue radiance erupted. A parchment unrolled from the glow, drifting to rest before him. Chapter 169, Seizing a Quarter of Hogwarts. Outside the study, Rowena Ravenclaw stood in silence, her ethereal form flickering in the dim light. She had never anticipated that Erwin would succeed in the trial, and in such an outrageous manner. It was absurd. Trials were designed to probe the depths of intellect, yet Erwin had simply overwhelmed it with raw magical power, like smashing through an exam by pummeling the proctor. Everyone else answered the questions with wit and precision. Erwin. He relied on brute force, thrashed the guardian, and claimed his prize. It was sheer hooliganism. Ravenclaw felt utterly drained. Though Erwin had demonstrated his cleverness in the end, the method left her with 1,000 unspoken grievances. She approved of him as her heir, but this was unacceptable. Meanwhile, inside the study, Erwin lifted the parchment from the table and scanned its contents. This was Ravenclaw's true inheritance, whatever it might be. His efforts had paid off, and anticipation bubbled within him. Powerful spells. Forgotten potions. Some ancient artifact. As long as it wasn't some starry beauty charm, he'd take it gladly. His eyes locked on the top line, Hogwarts ownership transfer right. 1/4. Erwin's hand trembled. If this meant what he thought. Ravenclaw's voice echoed from beyond the door. Take the quill beside you and sign at the bottom. You'll claim one of my true legacies, a 1/4 ownership of Hogwarts. Any questions, and I'll explain once you're out. Without a second thought, Erwin seized the quill and scrawled, Erwin Cavendish. The parchment ignited in a flash, its ashes swirling into a blue eagle emblem that darted toward his forehead. Before he could flinch, it burrowed into his skin. Instantly, a detailed floor plan of Hogwarts bloomed in his mind, sections glowing blue under his command, while others shimmered red, silver, and yellow, beyond his reach. The vision faded, and the study dissolved into streams of starlight. Erwin rematerialized in the starry chamber, meeting Ravenclaw's conflicted gaze. Have you drunk the magic-boosting potion? She asked. Something like that, Erwin replied. A diluted version, mind you. She frowned but waved it off. Fine, never mind. What's your question? The ownership of Hogwarts, what's that about? You've felt it by now, Ravenclaw said. Hogwarts isn't just any castle. It's alive. Erwin nodded. The moving staircases and the room of requirement had hinted at as much. The place had a mind of its own, sentient, almost whimsical. Ravenclaw continued, as a Hogwarts student, you've noticed its quirks, secret passages, hidden chambers, that ever-shifting layout. Ever wonder why? Erwin shrugged. I figured you 4 founders built them in for a bit of mischief, keep things lively. She rolled her eyes. You're daft, aren't you? Erwin bristled. The cheek of it, this spectral founder, slinging insults like a Slytherin. If our goal was education, muggle-proofing, and a safe haven for wizards, she went on, why on earth would we add secret tunnels? They'd only invite trouble, endless detentions for nighttime wanderers. Erwin paused. She had a point. Those passages spiced up student life but gave teachers endless headaches. The Weasley twins, for instance, had mapped half of them, dodging Filch like ghosts. Wait, Erwin said, frowning. So you didn't build Hogwarts? But the history books say you and the other 3 founders did. Ravenclaw sighed. We discovered it. When we arrived, the castle was already standing, ancient and waiting. We passed its trials and earned ownership. The bards spun tales of us as builders to inspire the legend. Hogwarts history. More myth than fact. It clicked. And the ownership? Back then, wizards were hunted by muggles, burned, driven out. We sought refuge and found this place. Hogwarts chose us as its first masters, granting control to those it deemed worthy. No one else could command it without that bond. That's why only we 4 could shape it so profoundly. Erwin mulled it over. So if someone controls Hogwarts, they own it. Precisely, Ravenclaw affirmed. You're thinking of the current headmaster, aren't you? Dumbledore. I've sensed him in the Forbidden Forest, he knows of me. But he's too aged for my legacy, likely claimed Gryffindors instead. Erwin's mind raced. A quarter of Hogwarts under his thumb. The blue sections on the map, dormitories, corridors, perhaps even parts of the grounds, now answered to him. He could sense their pulse, like extensions of his will. Doors would unlock at his whim, wards bend to his needs. It was power beyond spells, influence over the heart of wizarding education. But questions lingered. What did the other colors represent? Red for Gryffindor, silver for Slytherin, yellow for Hufflepuff, each tied to their founders' heirs or designees. Did Dumbledore hold the lion's share? And what if he consolidated them all? Ravenclaw watched him closely, her expression softening. It's a heavy gift, lad. Hogwarts doesn't yield easily. Use it wisely, or it'll use you. Erwin met her gaze, a grin tugging at his lips. I intend to. As the starry chamber began to fade, Ravenclaw's form shimmered one last time. The trials are done. Go forth, and remember, wisdom isn't just in books. The vision dissolved, leaving Erwin alone in the Ravenclaw tower, the eagle mark warm on his brow. He flexed his fingers, feeling the castle's subtle hum respond. Ownership. True power. Whatever came next, Hogwarts was now partly his. Chapter 170, Unlocking the Ravenclaw Diadem's Hidden Power. Erwin's eyes widened in surprise. So, the legacy from the four founders is simply control over Hogwarts. Ravenclaw nodded. Just one aspect, and the most valuable at that. Trust me, Hogwarts holds far more worth than you might guess. It's not merely a castle, it's a fortress, a weapon in its own right. You'll have plenty of time to explore the details later. Erwin inclined his head. Very well, Your Majesty. Do you know anything about Slytherin's legacy? She paused, then her expression brightened with realization. Ah, yes, you're in Slytherin, and such a standout at that, with power well beyond your years. You might just claim his inheritance. Salazar always believed the strong should rule all, so his trials are the harshest. I can't say exactly what he left, but knowing him, it'll tie to raw power. Expect a massive boost to your abilities. Erwin nodded, the pieces falling into place. He pressed on. And that booklet on becoming an animagus in the study, is it legitimate? Could it actually work? Ravenclaw hesitated before answering. It could. His eyes lit up. Has anyone ever tried? She shook her head. No one. The concept came from Helga Hufflepuff, but she passed before perfecting it. She mentioned flaws that needed fixing, I never learned if she resolved them. If you secure Hufflepuff's legacy, you might encounter her and ask directly. Until then, I strongly advise against experimenting. Even I can't predict the risks. Erwin agreed silently, he had no intention of gambling with untested magic. Life was too precious for recklessness. It's nearly time, Ravenclaw said. Any final questions? Yes, one more. What happened in that study? Time felt meaningless inside, but my body tells me I was there for ages. She confirmed it with a nod. Spot on. You endured a full decade in there. Erwin jolted. A decade. Noticing his shock, she elaborated. But only an hour has elapsed outside. It's a treasure I acquired from distant lands, they call it a time chamber. Visit those lands someday, their ingenuity will astonish you. If not for them, well, never mind. No more questions. Then I'll impart the rest of my legacy. One last thing, Your Majesty, Erwin said. When you designed this trial, didn't you intend any clues for the challenger? Anyone else might have failed outright. A flicker of embarrassment crossed her features. Fine, no more delays, she said briskly. Let's proceed. Erwin caught the unease in her expression and suppressed a knowing smile. His instincts had been right, no one could puzzle this out alone. There must have been hints, this sly old fox had simply overlooked them. With a wave of her hand, the diadem rose into the air. This is my true legacy, Ravenclaw announced, her voice tinged with solemnity. The Ravenclaw diadem, or more precisely, the secret to wielding it. A shadow of sorrow passed over her face as she gazed at the floating artifact. Then, slowly, it descended onto Erwin's brow. The sapphire gem rested against his forehead, and in that instant, a sharp eagle's cry echoed from within him. A luminous blue eagle materialized, circling above the diadem on his head. Clarity flooded Erwin's mind, thoughts racing with effortless precision. It was as if his very intellect had been polished, the fog of exhaustion from days without sleep evaporating in a heartbeat. Ravenclaw explained, this is the heart of the Ravenclaw legacy. The diadem does hold unique powers, but they're linked to Hogwarts itself. Only its true master can unlock them. Enlightenment dawned on Erwin. The legends rang true after all. The Ravenclaw diadem could sharpen the mind, heighten wisdom, and foster unparalleled insight. Helena had stolen it in a desperate bid for her mother's gifts, but without Hogwarts recognition, it remained inert, a mere trinket. Over time, the tales faded into myth, dismissed as fancy. The diadem's magic wasn't inherent, it drew from the castle's ancient essence, accessible only to its rightful owner. Curiosity prompted him. Your Majesty, why not grant Hogwarts authority to Helena from the start? Rules bind even founders, she replied softly. Hogwarts lives, selecting its guardians as it sees fit. We four earned our place through trials, so must the next. I brought Helena here to attempt hers, but you know how that ended. Erwin fell quiet, weighing the tragedy. It was a tangled affair, this mother-daughter rift. Helena, like any heir chafing under a famous shadow, yearned to forge her own path. She craved recognition on her merits, not as Rowena's spoiled offspring. The swirling myths around the diadem fueled her folly, she believed it could elevate her to her mother's stature. Yet Rowena bore fault too, withholding the truth. A simple explanation might have guided Helena toward the trials instead of rebellion. Silence bred misunderstanding, wild assumptions filled the void, and fate sealed their sorrow. Both shared the blame, lack of honest words had doomed them. Ravenclaw broke the silence. Enough reminiscing. I've passed my legacy to you. Wield the diadem wisely, it will yield wonders beyond measure. Now, I must bond with it. Take me to Hogwarts, I long to see Helena. Erwin bowed his head. As you command, Your Majesty. +A/N+. I've gone through and cleared up the mistakes in the book. The Draco naming errors and other minor adjustments have been fixed. Thank you for your patience and for pointing those out in the comments, it really helps improve the quality for everyone. The chapter should be much smoother to read now. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 171, Kidnapping a Founder, Rowena's Reluctant Bond. Rowena Ravenclaw's form shimmered into starlight, surging straight into the diadem perched on Erwin's head. He touched it lightly, marveling at the convenience of it all. With a mere thought, he vanished, or rather, turned invisible. This was one of the diadem's powers, freshly discovered. Handy, no doubt. But though it had reshaped itself into a subtle crown fit for a man on his brow, Erwin had no intention of parading around like some pompous king. Absurd. He wasn't about to draw every eye in Hogwarts. Erwin glanced around the starry void and frowned. How exactly was he supposed to leave? He sighed. Your Majesty. Are you awake? Rowena's voice echoed in his mind. Speak to me directly in your thoughts. I'm bound to the diadem now, and it recognizes you as its master. I can hear everything. Erwin nodded to himself. Right. So, how do I get out of here? Within the diadem's inner space, Rowena looked sheepish. She'd overlooked that detail. The next instant, she materialized before him. With a casual flick of her finger, the starry realm shattered like glass. Erwin reappeared in the crumbling hut. Cracks spiderwebbed across the statue ahead. He tilted his head doubtfully. Your Majesty, what about this statue? Rowena waved it off. Without my essence sustaining it, time's worn it thin. It'll collapse soon enough, don't fret. I'm heading back now, I can't wander far from the diadem. When you get the chance, take me to see Helena. Erwin agreed with a nod. Her spirit faded away. Staring at the empty spot, Erwin realized he'd just pulled off something audacious. Had he essentially kidnapped Rowena Ravenclaw? His own personal founder grandmother. Voldemort's schemes to twist the founder's legacies hadn't even taken root, and here he was with an unexpected prize. Talk about striking gold. He stepped out of the hut, tilting his face toward the bright moon overhead, and stretched. Freedom at last. That ancient ward had its flaws, he'd spent a full decade inside, yet his magic reserves hadn't budged an inch. Unreasonable, really. Had they refilled in there, he'd have emerged ready to duel Dumbledore toe-to-toe. Drained as he was, apparition was out of the question. He'd walk back, recover some strength once clear of the Forbidden Forest, then apparate to his dorm. As for visiting Helena, that could wait. Rowena's words suggested she needed time to prepare. If she were truly eager, she'd have insisted on going straight away. Better to let her sort her thoughts, who knew what family reunions with ghosts might stir up. Navigating the Forbidden Forest paths, Erwin felt no unease. Magic or no, he still had his M134 minigun tucked away. Any creature fool enough to lunge at him would learn the hard way about Muggle ingenuity. Nearing the forest's edge, he snapped his fingers and apparate back to his dorm. His eyes fell on the soft, wide bed. A wave of nostalgia hit him, he'd truly missed this comfort. After a quick freshen up and sheet change, he collapsed onto it. The Slytherin dorms have been rebuilt. Erwin jolted upright. Your Majesty, a warning next time. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Before he could finish, starlight coalesced, and Rowena appeared by the window, gazing out at the black lake. Nostalgic, isn't it? Not as elegant as Ravenclaw Tower, nor half as refined, but Hogwarts, it pulls at the heartstrings all the same. Erwin's expression soured. Where did she get off knocking one house to praise another? He sighed. Your Majesty, I'm knackered and need some shut-eye. Feel free to take in the view. Rowena nodded. Sleep, then. Erwin added, just say the word if you want to see Lady Helena. I'll make it happen. Her face tightened, but he pretended not to notice, closing his eyes and drifting off. Rowena watched him settle, murmuring, clever boy. A fond smile betrayed her, the sharpest mind in wizarding history, felled by the timeless ache of motherly contradiction. Meanwhile, in the Ravenclaw common room, before the founder's statue, Helena, known to most as the Grey Lady, gazed up with hollow eyes, brimming with regret and grief. A sudden flicker of starlight danced across the stone. Helena started. Mother. Is that you? The statue stood silent, unmoving. She bowed her head, despair etching her features. I must be imagining things. Even if she heard me, she'd have no reason to come. I'm the thief, the betrayer. Forgive me, Mother, I can never make this right in person. With a heavy sigh, she floated upward and slipped through the wall, gone to wander the castle's shadows. Up in the Slytherin dorms, atop the highest tower in Erwin's room, Rowena lingered by the window. As a spirit, tears were beyond her, but sorrow etched deep in her gaze. Helena, my daughter, my greatest joy. I heard you, I've never held blame. Wait for me. Once I've spoken with Slytherin and pieced together the truth, I'll come to you. I'll say it myself, I forgive you. Always. On the bed, Erwin's eyelids twitched faintly, his breath steady but uneven, lost in restless dreams. As dawn broke, the first sunlight cresting the horizon, Rowena's form dissolved into faint sparkles. A precise knock echoed at Erwin's door. He stirred groggily, waving his wand to unlock it. Charlotte stepped in, offering a slight bow to his tousled form. Prefect Erwin, time to rise. He rubbed his eyes and nodded. Right, another day. Wait outside, Charlotte, I'll be quick. As you wish, esteemed prefect. She retreated with another bow. Erwin swung his legs over the bed's edge, the weight of his newfound guest lingering like an unspoken secret. Whatever came next with Rowena and Helena, he'd handle it his way, carefully, cleverly, and on his terms. Chapter 172, Merlin's Medal and the Spotlight Beckons. Time flies unnoticed, slipping away like sand through fingers, precious yet fleeting, as the greats have oft remarked. In what felt like the blink of an eye, the first week of term drew to a close. Friday arrived, and the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts had settled into the rhythm of morning and evening study sessions. All except the Gryffindors, who still grumbled about the extra hours. Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin reaped the benefits, their house points surging ahead. In just 7 days, Gryffindor had plummeted to the bottom of the House Cup standings. The Hufflepuffs, ever modest, uncovered a peculiar truth: most of their gains stemmed from the first years. This realization stirred something in the unassuming bunch. Who wouldn't crave a shot at glory for their house? They traced the young Hufflepuff's rapid progress to the Slytherin study sessions, where Erwin himself guided the group. Ambition flickered to life among the older badgers. One third year, stumped by a tricky charm, had bumped into Erwin and received a clear, insightful explanation. Word spread, and soon the younger Hufflepuffs threw themselves into those sessions with uncharacteristic zeal, peppering Erwin with questions. In past years, the House Cup had been a fierce duel between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Now, with Erwin anchoring Slytherin, the Hufflepuffs harbored no illusions of victory. Second place, though. That was within reach. Or better yet, shoving Gryffindor into fourth. They'd endured that spot long enough. A few bold first-years even plotted to petition Professor Sprout for access to the Slytherin common room study space, fearing it might fill up. Erwin remained oblivious, focused instead on his wizarding acclaim, which had been climbing at an unprecedented rate. The Daily Prophet had covered the Slytherin's prefect challenge for 3 straight days, drawing the eyes of the entire British wizarding world, Slytherin or not. His points had shattered the 50,000 mark, hitting 51,000 before surging further. That morning, during Charms class, the influx accelerated wildly, blasting past 100,000 and barreling toward 150,000. Erwin blinked in alarm, half convinced the system had glitched. By lunch in the Great Hall, they stood at 135,000 and still rising. At this pace, he figured they'd top 200,000 by evening. The mystery gnawed at him, no clue what fueled it. As he sipped the hearty cabbage soup Dobby had slaved over all morning, an owl swooped into the hall, a parcel clutched in its talons. Whispers rippled through the tables. An owl now. It's not delivery day. Wonder who's bending the rules. Hogwarts kept strict schedules for post to avoid constant feathered chaos. Erwin leaned in curiously. Had someone flouted the system? The owl dropped the package straight into his lap. He stared, caught off guard. Of course it was for him. The hall's attention shifted briefly, then returned to meals. If it was Erwin, no surprise there. Even if Dumbledore handed him the headmaster's office, they'd barely bat an eye. Though this. Still noteworthy. Draco sidled closer. Prefect, by anything good? Erwin shrugged, equally baffled. Old Tom. No, he'd used the dark mark for contact, and he knew the rules. A glance at the staff table confirmed it, the professors had approved the delivery. But as his eyes scanned them, he noted the smiles, everyone except Snape, who had set down his fork, a flicker of restrained curiosity in his gaze. Even more puzzling. Professor McGonagall spoke up. Erwin, open it and see. He nodded. A professor's gift. His birthday wasn't until June, he'd barely remembered it himself. Untying the parcel revealed a glossy magazine. Transfiguration Today, the cover proclaimed in bold letters. Congratulations, Erwin, McGonagall said warmly. Your paper's been published. Have a look inside. The hall erupted in stunned murmurs. Transfiguration Today. Blimey. As expected from Erwin, the top journal in the field. Remember that theory on transfiguration's inherent counterspells? Brilliant stuff. How's he publishing in elite circles while we're just hoping for extra pudding? Erwin's mind clicked. That explained the wizarding acclaim explosion. He flipped to the lead article, his own, complete with an endorsement. The Transfiguration Society had validated it, heralding a fresh era in the discipline. The Slytherins buzzed with excitement. Prefect, you're famous, in print. Draco gaped. This is huge. Erwin shot him a wry look. Hard to miss. McGonagall rose, commanding silence. Since we're all gathered, I'll share some news. Erwin's insights have been embraced by the Transfiguration Society, revolutionizing the subject. In recognition, the Order of Merlin will bestow upon him the second-class medal. And following tomorrow's prefect's duel, a Daily Prophet reporter will conduct an exclusive interview. The great hall thrummed with applause, Slytherin loudest of all. Erwin managed a modest nod, but inside, the whirlwind of it all left him reeling. Wizarding acclaim ticked upward even now, 135,247 and climbing. Whatever came next, the wizarding world was watching. Chapter 173, McGonagall's fiery defense and the Order's hidden legacy. A hush fell over the Great Hall after Professor McGonagall's announcement. She watched the students with a knowing smile, giving them a moment to absorb it all. Moments later, cheers exploded from the Slytherin table, igniting the room like wildfire. The entire hall joined in, even those not from Slytherin buzzing with excitement. This was a triumph for every Hogwarts student, an honor that elevated them all. Erwin's dissertation on Transfiguration, his induction into the Transfiguration Society, and now the Order of Merlin, second class. Topping it off, an interview with the Daily Prophet. In the wizarding world, a prophet feature marked you as someone who mattered. The students' thoughts were straightforward: if Erwin pulled this off, their classmates' success would reflect on them. Many had even learned from him directly. It was their shared glory. Erwin smiled too, though his mind was on the prestige this would bring, wizarding acclaim rolling in from the buzz. Still, he had doubts about the medal. Second class from the Order of Merlin. It felt underwhelming. As far as he knew, the Order's honors had lost much luster. A black family member had once bought a second-class medal with a hefty donation. Without such strings, though, it wasn't easy to earn. And Erwin hadn't pulled any favors. How had it sailed through review? Then it clicked. He glanced at Professor McGonagall, who met his eyes with a subtle smile. She must have pulled weight behind the scenes to secure it for him. He'd get the details from his godfather later. The hall's uproar lasted nearly half an hour before Professor McGonagall restored order, sending everyone off for their afternoon rest. She didn't approach Erwin, much to his relief. Some matters were best handled privately. In Snape's office, Erwin sat at the desk, waiting. The past few days, the potions master had been unusually occupied. Erwin's evening visits often found the room empty save for a bubbling cauldron. He didn't wait long. Snape swept in, his expression unchanging at the sight of Erwin. Without a word, he moved to the cauldron, inspecting the simmering potion. He fetched a crystal vial from the shelf and added 2 drops of a clear liquid. The mixture frothed and hissed. Snape sealed it and set it to low heat. Erwin couldn't help but think it resembled stewing trotters, methodical, almost soothing in its precision. Snape finally turned, taking a seat. You've come about the second-class medal? Erwin nodded. Yes. The Order of Merlin's honors are devalued these days, but a second-class one isn't handed out lightly. It's McGonagall, Snape said flatly. She's on the selection committee and overrode the objections to push it through. In her eyes, your dissertation sparked a revolution in transfiguration. That confirmed it. But McGonagall as a judge. She's on the Order of Merlin's committee. Snape arched an eyebrow. What of it? You'll collect the medal at their headquarters over the holidays, no harm in spoiling that now. Do you know the Order's origins? Erwin thought for a second. From what I've read, Merlin founded it himself. It started as his personal order, but as it expanded, it became the Order of Merlin we know. Snape inclined his head. After King Arthur's last stand, Merlin, under the guise of Myrddin, vanquished Morgana. The Knights of the Round Table were decimated, but many wizards turned the tide. Arthur couldn't raise the wizarding world outright, so he charged Merlin to manage it, reward merit, keep order. He granted knighthoods, birthing the order. Merlin gathered key wizards, embedding them in society. Over centuries, as Merlin faded from view, it evolved, like the Muggle Vatican's bureaucracy. They catalog contributions, award medals, and appoint top talents to the committee. McGonagall, a premier transfiguration expert, earned her spot. Erwin mulled it over. And you, Godfather? Are you on it too? Snape's lips twitched. Indeed. One of the selectors. It made sense now, the Order is a sort of wizard's guild, scouting excellence across disciplines. We spot talent and elevate the best to judge the rest. This medal's got nothing to do with me, Snape added. Your work's in transfiguration, not potions. I merely voted yes. Erwin grinned. That's plenty. Thank you, Godfather. Snape waved it off. Save your thanks. I nearly voted no, exposing your gifts this soon is risky. But after tomorrow, hiding's impossible. The Order's badge may lack punch these days, but it offers some shield. Few will challenge you outright, not without weighing the committee's ire. Erwin chuckled. True threats won't care about a medal. It won't deter them. Snape nodded approvingly. Wise. Anything else? Erwin shook his head. Nothing, Godfather. Snape fixed him with a piercing stare. Then explain Quirrell. Chapter 174, Shocking Secrets Shared with Snape. Erwin paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Snape's voice was ice cold. Do you really think I wouldn't notice he'd drunk my potion, and that I'd set a trap? Erwin shook his head. No, Godfather, you've got it wrong. I've never doubted you'd spot it. When I slipped the potion to Professor Quirrell, I knew you'd find out. What surprises me is that you don't know about his situation. Snape frowned. Quirrell's situation? What are you talking about? Is he serving the Dark Lord? Erwin studied Snape's face and realized the truth at once, this version of Snape was in the dark. Not exactly, Erwin replied. To be precise, the Dark Lord has possessed him. Snape shot up from his chair, shock shattering his usual composure. What? Possessed? Explain, now. It's just as it sounds, Erwin said. The Dark Lord didn't die completely, a fragment of his soul survived. He saved Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, then took over his body and returned to Hogwarts. And as for his goal, well, you can guess. Snape's expression hardened. The Philosopher's Stone. Erwin nodded. Exactly. He wants it to extend his miserable existence, or better yet, to resurrect himself fully. Snape's face grew darker. That blasted Dumbledore. How could he let the Dark Lord waltz into Hogwarts? No wonder he's thrown up those absurd protections around the stone. Is he using him to toughen up Harry Potter? Erwin inclined his head. Spot on. He even approached me, asked me to watch over Harry. Snape paused, considering. And you agreed? Erwin shrugged. More or less. He offered a deal I couldn't pass up. It's not the worst thing, though. Harry needs toughening up, he's far too green right now. No one knows Dumbledore's full game plan, but Harry's clearly a key piece on his board. Erwin held back the full truth. Revealing too much could prompt Snape, driven by his loyalty to Lily, to append everything and neutralize threats, even if it meant clashing with Dumbledore. That wouldn't serve Erwin's interests. Voldemort couldn't be taken out yet, it wasn't the right moment. Erwin knew the locations of every Horcrux and could destroy them with Fiendfire's raw power, but he needed to reap the benefits from these unfolding events first. Harry's survival or demise. Irrelevant to him. What mattered was the advantage Erwin could squeeze from the chaos. With guardians like Dumbledore and Snape around, Harry wasn't going anywhere, not yet. Dumbledore's cunning ran deep, but his aim was total victory over Voldemort. The Horcrux hunt had to play out. He'd orchestrated it all, Harry would live until the Dark Lord was utterly vanquished. And Dumbledore wouldn't tolerate interference, not from Erwin or Snape. Until Erwin could stand toe-to-toe with the old wizard, he wouldn't spill everything. Blurting it out would be foolhardy. Whatever Dumbledore's scheming, Erwin continued, Harry's vital to him, why else offer so much for my help? Besides, it's a chance for Harry to sharpen his edge. Rest easy, Godfather, Dumbledore won't let him die. Snape sank back into his seat, his agitation easing. He drummed his fingers lightly on the desk. Fine. If that's all, you can go. Gear up for tomorrow's duel with Draco Malfoy. Don't sleep on him, he's tougher than he looks. Erwin nodded. Understood, Professor. He turned toward the door, but Snape's voice stopped him. Erwin, if you get the chance, if you're safe, protect Harry. A grin tugged at Erwin's lips. I get it, Godfather. Trust me, with me around, Harry's safe. Who knows? He might even surprise you one day. Snape gave a curt nod. If Quirrell slips your grasp, end him. No risks to yourself. Got it. Erwin slipped out of the office. Snape slumped in his chair, fishing a photograph from his desk drawer. It was a Muggle snapshot, no magic, so the figures stayed frozen in place. Two young women beamed, each cradling a baby. The one with vivid green eyes gazed endlessly at her child. The other, with raven hair and stormy gray-brown eyes, had an ethereal, elfin quality straight out of a fairy tale. Snape's gaze lingered on them, his mind adrift. Lily. Amelia, your boys are all grown now. That cursed Dumbledore, plotting against them. I'll make it right, I swear, but not yet. Erwin's got his path, and I won't derail it, no matter how it burns me. I can't touch him, never will. I'll back him with everything I've got. Lily, don't hold it against me. With Erwin watching, Harry's fine. His fingers brushed Lily's image in the photo. A tear escaped, tracing down his cheek unnoticed. Moments later, Snape's face smoothed to neutrality. He tucked the photo away and slammed the drawer shut. His features iced over again, no one could pierce that mask. He'd become the half-blood prince once more, proud, guarded, his acclimacy a flawless shield. Meanwhile, Erwin had considered stopping by Professor McGonagall's office to thank her. But he thought better of it. She was cut from different cloth than most, even her fondness for him wouldn't lead her to bend rules, that was the Animagus's unyielding honor. Chapter 175, Eve of the Prefect Showdown. Professor McGonagall had recommended Erwin for the Order of Merlin, second class, convinced he had earned it through his ingenuity and valor. Approaching her now would only undermine that endorsement, suggesting he doubted his worth or her discernment. Erwin wasn't about to make such a blunder. Back in his dormitory, he pulled up his profile. Name, Erwin Cavendish. Age, 11. Magic level, 3rd class. Identity, current head of the Selwyn family, first-year student at Hogwarts. First-year prefect of Slytherin. Title, first appearance of the 4th Dark Lord. Increases majesty by 25%, dark arts power by 25%. Talents. Transfiguration talent, 6 out of 10. Common spells talent, 6/10. Talent in the dark arts, 10 out of 10. Potion mastery talent, 7 out of 10. Ancient magic talent, /10. Unlocked, requires special unlocking methods. Pets, none. Special skill cards, magical reserve, gold. Magical creature affinity, gold. Precision casting, gold. Spell mastery, folded. Magic proficiency, 2100. Items, Grindelwald's puppet X1. Invisibility cloak X1. Enchanted egg X1, 25/100. Acacia wand. Extended ring X1. Enchanted brewing station X1. Current wizarding acclaim, 135,000. With so many spells under his belt, the system had collapsed them into a single entry for brevity. Erwin's eyes lit on his wizarding acclaim, a grin spreading across his face. Stirring the pot was clearly the path to prosperity. His focus shifted to tomorrow's clash with Draco. The 7th year was an enigma, layered in ways Erwin couldn't fully unravel. Raw magical power? No contest, Erwin held the edge. But Draco's complexity gnawed at him. Slytherin had never wanted for prodigies, and Draco had worn the unofficial prefect badge since his first year, a role he still commanded. Erwin had watched the older students, all formidable in their own right, yet they deferred to Draco without question. In Slytherin, respect wasn't earned through charm, it was seized through strength. Draco's standing spoke volumes. If push came to shove, Erwin could simply overpower him. Magic-boosting potions were a lost art in this age, capping even a talent like Draco at a modest surge beyond a typical 7th year's reserves. Age had its limits. But Erwin craved a decisive victory, one that turned heads and silenced doubters. He wanted to shine. Draco's allies had gathered the intel, tomorrow's duel was the talk of the wizarding elite. Invitations had gone out to every prominent pureblood house, drawing Slytherin alumni like moths to a flame. The Quidditch pitch was packed to capacity, otherwise, the crowd would have swelled even larger. Erwin stretched out on his bed beneath the Ravenclaw's diadem. His thoughts sharpened instantly, the artifact's subtle magic organizing his mind like an open library. Knowledge slotted into place, ripe for review and reinforcement. He'd been drilling this way for days now, honing his edge. The afternoon's lessons wrapped up as they always did on Fridays, with potions in the dim dungeon classroom. Cauldrons hissed and bubbled, filling the air with acrid steam. Gryffindor shared the session with Slytherin, and the gap was stark. Under Erwin's guidance, the young Slytherins had transformed from fumbling novices to precise brewers. He distilled complex theory into straightforward, almost scientific steps, cramming it into their heads without mercy. The Gryffindors, by contrast, muddled through with their usual caution, their potions often curdling into disasters. Watching the Slytherins glide effortlessly through the brew, the lions shot resentful glares at Ron, or rather, where Ron should have been. The redhead could have slunk back to Hogwarts weeks ago, after Dumbledore's gentle nudge via owl to his father. But Ron had dug in his heels, firing off refusals from the burrow. He wasn't stepping foot in the castle, not now. The Weasley twins had leaked the tidbit, and Erwin had shrugged it off. Ron was a blunt instrument, best saved for next term when the timing suited. Overuse blunted the blade. As class wound down, Erwin's cauldron yielded a flawless potion. Snape swept over, inspected it with a critical eye, and nodded curtly. 10 points to Slytherin, he drawled, a rare glint of approval in his gaze. Pansy finished second, her cauldron simmering perfectly. Ever since she'd ditched reliance on family pull for genuine study, she'd blossomed into a standout. Draco couldn't keep pace anymore, Pansy was nipping at Erwin's heels as the top first year. Draco, meanwhile, was knee-deep in escapades with Harry Potter and Hermione, the new trio unearthing secrets left and right. Verification was pending, but progress was swift. Erwin figured Lucius Malfoy owed him a fat purse of galleons. He'd orchestrated the shake-up, ejecting Ron from the group, and watched Draco sharpen overnight. The boy's seldom-used wits had ignited. Hermione had confided that Draco was piecing together clues on his own, his insights razor-edged. By the time the Slytherins packed away their gear, only one Gryffindor had succeeded, Seamus Finnegan, whom Erwin privately dubbed the star pupil. The house brimmed with raw talent, rivaling Slytherin's best, they just lacked a guide like him. The young witches and wizards spilled out into the evening, buzzing with weekend fever. But the real thrill was tomorrow's duel. Quidditch fixtures had been shoved aside, and chatter filled the corridors all day. Who would triumph, Erwin or Draco? After supper in study hall, Erwin lingered by his dormitory window, gazing at the Black Lake's glassy surface under the emerging stars. Moonlight filtered in as the Ravenclaw's diadem materialized beside him, its presence a soft shimmer. "You seem a touch on edge, little one," it observed, its ethereal voice laced with gentle curiosity. "Starting today, the base rate is 5 chapters daily. But you guys want more. I'm putting the power in your hands to trigger instant mass releases. Every 100 power stones equals plus 10 bonus chapters. Every 10 new 5-star reviews equals plus 10 bonus chapters. The moment we hit a milestone, I drop the chapters. If you hit 2 milestones in one day, you get 20 extra chapters on top of the daily 5. Smash those power stones and let's see how many chapters one have to upload today. Mr. Grimm." Chapter 176, 176, Grodia's Awakening Fury. Erwin shook his head. "No, I'm not nervous. Just getting into the right mindset. I never underestimate an opponent." Ravenclaw nodded approvingly. "Good habit. How about I show you a trick?" Erwin blinked in surprise. "You want to teach me something?" "It's not teaching, more like pointing out what you've missed," Ravenclaw replied. "Remember that book you read? There's a technique in it. If you don't use it, you're wasting your talent." Before Erwin could respond, Ravenclaw vanished in a swirl of shadow, gone without a trace. Erwin frowned, pondering. What had he overlooked? He racked his brain as he settled into bed, sifting through the tangled knowledge he'd absorbed lately. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon a faint smile tugged at his lips. He'd grasped it. With that, he drifted off to sleep. Ravenclaw reappeared moments later, gazing at the sleeping figure. A grin spread across his face. "Incredible talent. You picked it up that fast. Most wizards need battles to learn it. He was right about you, you're something special. Can't wait to see what you become." Morning light filtered into Erwin's dormitory. He woke with a stretch, then crossed to the window, watching the sun crest the horizon. A quiet smile formed. Today marked the start, Slytherin's true heir would rise, and this duel was just the first step in reshaping the wizarding world. The pureblood family's reaction would dictate his next move. After a quick wash, Erwin opened his door. The corridor buzzed with Slytherin prefects from 2nd through 6th year, waiting expectantly. Charlotte stood at the forefront. She dipped her head as he emerged. "Prefect Erwin. I've sent the others to the Great Hall ahead. The duel begins at 10, no sense in them idling here. They'll head to the arena from breakfast." Erwin met her gaze and nodded. Smart thinking. Let's move. A shiver ran through Charlotte under his steady look, though she couldn't say why. He offered no further comment, simply striding forward. She lingered at the rear, brow creased in thought. Had he seen through her scheme? No, impossible. He was sharp and sly for his age, but youth had its limits. She'd studied him thoroughly, his vulnerabilities were clear. Still, that glance. Was it a warning, or just his usual poise? Ahead, Erwin caught her pensive stare from the corner of his eye. Trouble, that one. She thought her age an advantage, a blind spot for peers. But Erwin had the edge of 2 lifetimes, plus a lifetime's worth of cunning from films and stories he'd absorbed. Her ploy was transparent, especially to him. Naive. Once today's business wrapped, he'd handle her. Find out her true motives. Peace of mind demanded it. They entered the Great Hall, and the chatter died instantly. Every young witch and wizard turned to stare at Erwin. At the Slytherin table, Grodia flashed a welcoming smile. Erwin approached. Morning, senior. Morning, Erwin. You look well rested. Slept like a rock, Erwin replied. And you? Grodia shook his head with a wry grin. Tossed and turned. Couldn't stop thinking about you making your mark on the wizarding world today. Erwin brushed it off politely. Grodia had the effortless charm. Born to Slytherin and one of the sacred 28, yet free of the haughty air that plagued so many purebloods. It made him a standout at Hogwarts, admired across houses and even by professors. Before Erwin's arrival, he'd been Slytherin's shining star. Too modest, senior, Erwin said. I might not measure up. I just crash wherever my head lands. Grodia's smile faded into seriousness. No, Erwin. I know I'm outmatched. But promise me, go all out. I need to see the gap between us. Erwin dropped the pleasantries, matching his intensity. I will. And don't hold back either. This is your last Hogwarts duel, and mine as a prefect. Grodia nodded firmly. Agreed. For your sake, I'll give everything. They stood side by side at the table, a subtle hum of magic crackling in the air around them. On the staff dais, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout watched without intervening. Flitwick whistled softly. Remarkable youngsters. Sprout agreed. Erwin's magic reserves are staggering. And that Selwyn boy isn't ordinary either. He can't touch Erwin's power, but he's leagues ahead of his peers. Rumors say the Selwyns have ways to trigger a second magical surge in their young. Looks like it's true. McGonagall shot her a sharp look. Rumors are just that. Let's not speculate. I'm eager for their match today. The hall's murmurs resumed, but the air thrummed with anticipation. Erwin loaded his plate, mind racing ahead to the arena. Grodia chatted lightly with nearby prefects, his easy demeanor masking the storm brewing. Charlotte, seated a few spots away, stole glances, her uncertainty gnawing deeper. By 10, the great hall emptied toward the dueling grounds, a sunlit courtyard ringed by ancient stone walls, warded against stray spells. Spectators from all houses packed the stands, professors lining the edges. The headmaster's box overlooked it all, Dumbledore's eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. Madame Hooch stepped forward as referee, her whistle sharp. Standard duels, no unforgivables, no lethal intent. First to yield or be incapacitated loses. Prefects, to your marks. Erwin and Grodia faced off across the chalked circle, wands drawn. The crowd hushed. Grodia moved first, a flick of his wrist sending a barrage of stunners hurtling forward. Erwin sidestepped smoothly, countering with a swift Expelliarmus. Grodia blocked with a shield charm, the spells clashing in a burst of light. Not bad, Grodia called, circling. But try this. He unleashed a nonverbal Levi corpus, yanking Erwin upward by the ankle. Erwin twisted midair, whispering Wingardium Leviosa on himself to stabilize, then retaliated with a bombarda. The ground erupted near Grodia's feet, forcing him to apparate aside. The duel escalated, Protego shields shattering under repeated assaults, disarming charms glancing off precise counters. Erwin's movements were fluid, economical, drawing on that forgotten technique Grodia had hinted at, a subtle weave of ancient magic into his spells, amplifying their potency without extra effort. Grodia pressed harder, his face set in grim determination. A second magical surge rippled through him, his spells gaining raw force. Sectum Sempra, he snarled, the dark slash slicing toward Erwin. Erwin's eyes widened fractionally, this was Grodia's true power, the Selwyn's secret unleashed. But he was ready. With a whispered finite incantatum, the curse fizzled, followed by Erwin's own Expelliarmus. Grodia's wand flew from his grip, clattering across the stone. The crowd gasped. Grodia yielded with a nod, breathing hard but smiling faintly. You win, as expected. Madame Hooch raised Erwin's arm. Victory to Prefect Erwin. Cheers erupted from Slytherin, mixed applause from the others. Professors nodded approvingly, though McGonagall's gaze lingered on Grodia's unleashed surge, a reminder of the pureblood's hidden edges. Erwin helped Grodia up, clapping his shoulder. Impressive, senior. That surge, it's something else. Grodia laughed breathlessly. Told you to go all out. You showed me mine. Now the wizarding world's yours to claim. As they exited the arena, Charlotte watched from the shadows, her plans fracturing. Erwin's glance found her again, cold, knowing. The game had shifted. In the days ahead, Slytherin's hierarchy would realign, and Erwin's ambitions would test the fragile peace of the pureblood elite. But for now, victory tasted sweet. Chapter 177, Bose Baton surprise visitors. Snape sipped his soup, his gaze drifting casually toward Erwin and Grodia. He was already mulling over a visit to the Selwyn family to inquire about triggering a second magical surge. He'd dismissed it as mere rumor before, but now it seemed they might hold something truly remarkable. Of course, Snape wasn't seeking it for himself. He wondered if it could benefit Erwin. As for whether the Selwyns would share it, well, if it proved useful, he'd show them respect. If they preferred otherwise, he could always apply a firmer hand. Don't ask, suffice to say, our former Death Eater had his ways. A flicker of intrigue lit Erwin's eyes. This was his first direct encounter with Grodia's magical surge. The boy's power surpassed most peers his age, though it fell short of Erwin's own. Still, it outstripped the average first year by a wide margin. On a numerical scale, Grodia hovered around level 2.3 or 2.4, behind Erwin, but leagues ahead of the rest. And Grodia hadn't even graduated yet. At this rate, he could rival a head of house by the time he reached professor age. Erwin had checked with the system. In its magical hierarchy. Beyond Hogwarts' 4 heads of house, most professors stalled at level 4, the elite aura tier. Some faked it better than others, but that's beside the point. Only the heads reached level 5. Grodia might just become the next Snape. Purely in terms of raw magic, anyway. Senior, you've kept that well hidden, Erwin remarked. Grodia chuckled. I can't hold a candle to you. In our wizarding world, only a handful of families rank among the sacred 28 pureblood families. Junior, your grasp of it all is still pretty shallow. Erwin nodded. Fair enough, I've got a lot to learn. Once they settled back in. Erwin's mind wandered to these ancient pureblood lines again. As Grodia had implied, their strength ran deeper than mere galleons. Secrets, perhaps, unique foundations that set them apart. No matter. If secrets piqued Erwin's interest, he'd pry them loose, one way or another. Truth came from persistent digging, after all. As Erwin dug into his meal. Dumbledore rose abruptly from the staff table. A wand materialized in his hand, and with a deft flick, 2 figures materialized in the Great Hall. Erwin's eyes narrowed. He knew them. One towered even over Hagrid, her short hair framing a commanding presence, beside a silver-haired girl. This was unmistakably Headmistress Olympe Maxime of Bose Baton's Academy of Magic. And her companion? Fleur Delacour, no doubt. Erwin recognized her from the tales, stunning, just as described, if not more so. Surprise rippled across the professors' faces. Dumbledore inclined his head. Headmistress Maxime, forgive my tardiness in welcoming you. Maxime replied smoothly, my apologies, Dumbledore. I arrive unannounced, but your prefect challenge has stirred the wizarding world, even we've caught wind of it. With the weekend upon us, I brought a student to observe. I hope we're not intruding. Dumbledore waved it off. Not at all. I hadn't realized it held such appeal. Please, join us. Maxime nodded, her gaze sweeping to the Slytherin table, and locking on Erwin. Such potent magic. You must be Erwin. Erwin's pulse quickened. This giant of a headmistress had pinpointed him instantly. He rose. Greetings, Headmistress Maxime. Erwin Cavendish, at your service. She smiled faintly. Hogwarts does produce remarkable talents. From the side, Fleur eyed Erwin with evident curiosity, a blend of puzzlement and intrigue she couldn't quite place. Erwin blinked. What was her angle? Then it clicked. Fleur carried a quarter Vila heritage. Vila, those alluring magical creatures. Maxime noticed Fleur's distraction. Everything all right, Fleur? Fleur blinked, shaking her head. Quite, Headmistress. Maxime let it drop. Then find a seat. We'll depart after the duel. Fleur nodded and glided straight for the Slytherin bench. Draco froze as she neared, his heart racing. Instinctively, he pinched Goyle's thigh. Goyle yelped. Mr. Malfoy, what was that for? Draco flushed crimson, snapping back to reality and realizing his blunder. Pansy sneered. Idiot. Absolutely embarrassing. Draco ducked his head, stealing a glance at Erwin, dreading a reprimand for tarnishing Slytherin's name. Erwin interjected smoothly, "Miss, that Vila allure is a force my classmates can't easily withstand. If you keep it up, you'll have them all addled." Fleur's eyes sparkled with surprise. As expected from the celebrated Erwin, you see right through it. "So, Junior, mind making room?" Her final words aimed at Draco, who scooted aside in a flash. Poor Goyle got shoved right off the bench, standing there with a hangdog expression. Erwin sighed inwardly. It wasn't Draco's fault, really. Even a quarter Vila charm packed a punch. Fleur extended her hand. Enchanté. Fleur Delacour. Erwin shook it lightly. Erwin Cavendish. She beamed. "Do you mind if I join you?" Erwin suppressed an eye roll. As if he had a choice now. "Not at all, please. Hogwarts prides itself on hospitality, and Slytherin upholds that tradition." Fleur settled beside him with a radiant smile, blissfully ignoring the venomous glares from witches across the hall. Chapter 178, Slytherin Showdown, the prefect final faces off. Fleur leaned in closer, inhaling appreciatively. "You smell wonderful. Care to share what it is?" Erwin flashed a grin. "If I knew, you'd be the first to hear." She covered her mouth with a light laugh. "You're quite the celebrity, even back home at Bose Batons. Folks call you the epitome of British wizarding aristocracy, and from what I've seen, they're spot on." Erwin kept his expression neutral, though inwardly he scoffed. "Fame like that. I'd know if it were true, my wizarding acclaim would have skyrocketed by now." Still, flattery from a Vila like her wasn't the worst thing. Up in the professor's seats, Headmistress Maxime watched the exchange with a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. Fleur was notoriously aloof at their school, her part Vila heritage lending her an air of untouchable grace. Yet here she was, chatting up a stranger. Dumbledore glanced her way. "Headmistress Maxime, is this visit purely for sightseeing?" She tore her gaze from Erwin. "Not at all. Karkaroff should arrive any moment, we'll discuss matters then." Dumbledore inclined his head, curiosity evident. The sudden arrival of both foreign headmasters at Hogwarts raised questions about their true intentions. Moments later, they made their dramatic entrance. Headmaster Igor Karkaroff of Demstrang strode into the Great Hall, Victor Crumb at his side, both materializing in the center amid a swirl of frost-kissed air. Karkaroff's voice cut through the murmurs like ice. "Dumbledore, breaching Hogwarts wards is no small feat." The old wizard's face remained serene. "All measures are for the student's safety, as you well know." Karkaroff huffed dismissively and claimed a seat at the staff table without further ado. His eyes scanned the hall before landing on Snape. "Who is this Erwin? Letting a first year reach the Slytherin prefect finals. Your house must be in dire straits." The words had scarcely escaped when a razor-sharp curse sliced past Karkaroff's sleeve, nicking the fabric. His face paled as he whipped around. Snape lounged casually, wand leveled, his dark eyes gleaming with challenge. What was that? Karkaroff's jaw tightened, but he held his tongue. As a former Death Eater, he knew better than to cross Snape, whose prowess in dueling was legendary among their old circle. Dumbledore observed impassively, offering no intervention. Erwin stifled an eye roll from his spot below. This Karkaroff's a right prat, thick as Ron on a bad day, all bluster and no bite. If he hadn't ratted out his fellow Death Eaters for a lighter sentence, he'd still be rotting with the Dementors. No wonder Snape shut him down, the man's mouth wrote checks his wand couldn't cash. Snape sheathed his wand with a mocking curl of his lip, and Dumbledore rose smoothly to defuse the tension. Very well. It's nearly time, the other guests will arrive shortly. Let's prepare. Professor McGonagall and the staff nodded, bustling into action. With Hogwarts doors open to spectators for the Prefect Challenge finals, arrangements were essential. Crowds had gathered to witness Erwin's duel against Grodia, the Slytherin hopeful. Fleur stood, brushing a hand over Erwin's shoulder. Come visit Bose Baton sometime, I'd be delighted to show you around. Count on it, Erwin replied. She departed with Maxime, while Karkaroff trudged past. He paused, eyeing Erwin appraisingly, but Snape's voice sliced the air before he could speak. Out of the way. Or shall I assist? Karkaroff's scowl deepened, and he stormed off without a retort, clearly soured. The other students filtered out, buzzing with anticipation. Draco clapped Erwin on the back. Best of luck, Prefect. Erwin nodded. Pansy hovered nearby. Sir, we'll head out now. Fine by me, he said, though he noted her recent shift to more formal address. Allies were allies, if Sir made her comfortable, so be it, even Your Majesty wouldn't faze him. The 7th years, on the cusp of graduation, clustered around Grodia with mixed encouragement. Don't overdo it, Prefect, save some energy. Make it quick, you're both seniors, after all. I'm itching to join the Slytherin ranks, victory would be brilliant. If it gets rough, just yield. No shame in that. Erwin bit back a chuckle. Defections before the battles even joined. Loyalties thin when stakes are high. Grodia managed a rueful smile amid the barrage. Soon, the hall emptied, leaving only the two finalists. Those lot clearly doubt me, Grodia muttered. Erwin laughed. Only because they underestimate you. Show them otherwise. Grodia shook his head. Off I go, see you on the pitch, Erwin. With a nod, Erwin headed to the Quidditch pitch lounge, the Slytherin team's prep area. He drew his wand, polishing its silver length with care. This duel would test him like nothing since arriving in the wizarding world, no gadgets like the M134 minigun, just raw skill and spells. The wand hummed faintly, as if eager for the fray. Meanwhile, the stands filled with spectators. Draco spotted his parents and waved enthusiastically. Narcissa acknowledged him with a perfunctory wave, her focus on Lucius. We're about to see him, Lucius. Her husband nodded, a spark of barely concealed thrill in his eyes. Draco scratched his head, puzzled by her cool response, but dismissed it. Mother doted on him, after all. Narcissa squeezed Lucius's hand. He covered hers gently. Steady on, don't draw eyes. With the boy in our world now, chances to connect abound. Have Draco invite him to the manor over the holidays. Yes, she breathed. I'll cook for him, proper feasts, just like home. Lucius suppressed a wince, recalling her culinary disasters. Erwin might regret that invitation. The minutes flew, and 10 o'clock struck. Dumbledore amplified his voice with a subtle charm. I declare the Slytherin Prefect Challenge finals underway. Grodia Selwyn and Erwin Cavendish, to the arena. Chapter 179, Serpent's Fury, the Prefect Duel ignites. Erwin and Grodia emerged from the passageway, met with thunderous cheers from the crowd. Narcissa clutched Lucius's hand, her voice trembling with emotion. It's him. That hair, just like his father's. And those eyes, elven, like his mother's. Poor boy, what trials he's faced to carry himself so gracefully. Lucius shared her excitement, his free hand shaking as it gripped his cane. He murmured reassuringly, easy, Narcissa. Keep it together, no one's to know yet. His hair might raise suspicions, but nothing concrete. We can't risk exposing him now. Some pureblood families have already thrown in with them, chasing more galleons. They could turn on Erwin in a heartbeat. Narcissa steadied herself. She cared little for politics, but Erwin's safety. That was non-negotiable. She'd never let harm come to him. The two combatants took positions on opposite sides of the arena, faces calm amid the roar. Dumbledore nodded to Snape, who stepped into the center. Apparitions permitted for both of you, Snape announced. All spells allowed except the Unforgivables. We'll keep an eye out, so focus on the fight. No rules in a duel, understood. Erwin and Grodia nodded. Snape had briefed them earlier, ensuring true merit in naming a prefect. The wizarding world had grown tame. Back in the Founder's era, duels flashed with green light, but they could intervene. Today, even Dumbledore couldn't counter a killing curse instantly, not with ministry oversight. Snape summoned Erwin and Grodia to his side. They placed their wands atop his, and he raised them skyward. The Slytherin Prefect Challenge begins. 3 jets of light streaked upward, merging into a serpentine totem, the Slytherin crest. Graduates in the stands, graying and nostalgic, wiped away tears, recalling their Hogwarts days. From the Slytherin dungeons by the Black Lake, a surge of dark green magic joined the totem. It animated, twisting into a silver ring embedded with an emerald, a writhing snake inside. Snape explained, that's Slytherin's founder ring. Win today, Erwin, and it's yours. Lose, and it fades until the next victor claims it. Clear. Erwin met his gaze steadily. I won't lose. Snape withdrew his wand. Now, bow. The duelists faced each other, wands to chests. Grodia Selwyn. Erwin Cavendish. They inclined their heads, then turned back to back, widening the gap. Without warning, they spun. Reducto. Grodia's spell hurtled forward. Erwin's wand flicked silently. A non-verbal Expelliarmus met it midair, exploding in a burst of sparks that erased both. Gasps rippled through the stands. Narcissa squeezed Lucius's thigh hard enough to make him wince, though decorum held his cry. His face reddened. Narcissa, ease up, it's killing me. That silent Expelliarmus shows his edge. Relax, he's got this. She released him, apologetic. Sorry, Lucius. I'm just on edge. The arena combatants launched their second exchange in sync. Protego. Shimmering shields enveloped them. Grodia eyed Erwin, impressed. Holding back, were you? A first year matching my shield charm. I misjudged you. Erwin grinned. High praise, senior. You're stronger than I thought. Grodia smirked. Playtime's over. Incarcerus. Reducto. Bombarda. His wand blurred, unleashing 3 spells in rapid succession. Erwin didn't flinch. He vanished in a crack of apparition. The crowd buzzed. Apparition. In first year? Has he even tested for it? Lucius scoffed inwardly at the chatter. Rules bound the ordinary, they'd smoothed Erwin's path long ago. His godfather had assured him, anything goes, short of the Unforgivables. As Erwin reappeared, his follow-up spell streaked toward Grodia, who dodged just in time. The senior's eyes narrowed, the duel had truly begun, wands flashing in a deadly dance of light and shadow. The air crackled with magic, the crowd leaning forward as loyalties clashed in the Slytherin heart. Chapter 180, The Selwyn's Daring Wager, A Family's Eternal Oath. Grodia's form twisted in a swirl of apparition, vanishing just as Erwin's spell streaked toward him. It slammed into the ground instead, sending a spray of earth and grass exploding upward. Erwin wasn't surprised by the miss. Gloria was no novice, he wouldn't go down easily. With a crack, Erwin disapparated himself, reappearing in a blind spot to unleash another curse. Grodia countered swiftly, his own wand flashing in retaliation. The duel erupted into a frenzy. Neither boy paused longer than a heartbeat between spells, popping in and out of sight with rapid apparitions. Bursts of light crisscrossed the arena, reds, greens, and blues clashing in midair, scorching the turf and sending sparks flying toward the stands. Dumbledore rose smoothly from his seat, wand in hand. A murmured incantation summoned a shimmering, egg-shaped barrier around the combatants, containing the stray hexes before they could harm any onlookers. Precautions were wise, even if Erwin, without Ron's usual chaos, seemed unlikely to falter. The crowd gaped in stunned silence, then erupted in whispers. Blimey, that's no schoolyard scrap, this is proper wizarding combat. You'd think it was a pair of aurors dueling, not first years. Slytherins unearthed a real prodigy this time. Harry Potter and his friends clustered together, eyes wide. Draco Malfoy stammered, "Is this what a prefect's made of?" Grodia's no joke, these two are monsters. Now that's a real fight. Pansy Parkinson's gaze shone with fervor. Lord Erwin's unstoppable. He'll drag us into a golden age, mark my words, straight to the top of the wizarding world. For the first time, Harry felt a raw hunger for that kind of power. Reckon we could get that strong if we begged Mr. Erwin for lessons. Hermione shook her head firmly. Don't be daft, Harry. No one's matching Erwin, not ever. But we could certainly improve under his guidance. They nodded, already plotting how to approach him. In a shadowed corner of the stands, heads of several pureblood families watched intently. One leaned toward an elderly man with sharp features. Old Selwyn, your boy's a force of nature. This was Grodia's grandfather, patriarch of the Selwyn family. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Doesn't that platinum blonde hair remind you of someone? The group exchanged uneasy glances, the air thickening with unspoken tension. A cool voice broke the silence. Him? Old Selwyn, what do you know? Selwyn's eyes narrowed. Yaxley, mind your tone. Who do you think you're addressing? Some upstart pup cozying up to one of the ancient pureblood families doesn't make him untouchable. The Yaxley patriarch bristled. You know full well, if it's really him, he's finished. They won't spare him. Do you truly mean to defy the ancient pureblood families? Selwyn said nothing, his expression unreadable. Yaxley pressed on, frowning. You're mad if you're considering it. You'll doom the Selwyns. Selwyn's lips curled in a sneer. Keep your nose out of it. Everyone knows what you got up to in Diagon Alley. This boy's no pawn for you to toy with. Worry less about us and more about his payback when he claims his rightful place. Oh, and I hear your wastrel son's already bent the knee. Yaxley's fist tightened as he stared at the duel below. He can't touch them. Bloodline or no, he's got no allies in our world. What's he got to fight with? Selwyn fell silent again. No allies. He doubted that. His gaze drifted across the arena to where the Malfoys sat alongside Snape and a cluster of Hogwarts professors. The duelists materialized at opposite ends of the arena, both breathing hard, faces drained of color. Grodia managed a grin through his pallor. Not bad, Junior. Holding up through all those apparitions, and that queasy pull. Impressive. Erwin drew a steadying breath, quelling the nausea roiling in his gut. It was brutal, no denying it. You're no slouch yourself, Senior. I underestimated you, your power's downright frightening. Grodia chuckled. Flattering yourself, are we? I'm not operating anymore, my limits are screaming. Erwin nodded. Apparition was a combat ace up the sleeve, but chaining it like this wrecked the body, dizziness, disorientation, the works. No wonder seasoned wizards used it sparingly. Grodia glanced at the stands, catching old Selwyn's subtle nod. Let's up the stakes, Junior. Erwin blinked, wary. What do you mean? If I lose, Grodia said, the Selwyn family pledges its loyalty to you, permanently. Erwin's pulse quickened. He studied Grodia, brow creasing. And if I lose? Grodia's smile widened. Then I ask that you shield the Selwyns from harm, going forward. Erwin's frown deepened. Sounds like the same deal either way. Besides, I'm no guardian for a pureblood house, I haven't got the clout. Grodia waved it off. Just say yes or no. In or out. Erwin hesitated, senses prickling. Something felt off, like a hidden snare, but he couldn't spot it. A prefect challenge shouldn't draw such a massive gamble from Grodia. Then it clicked, his words earlier hinted at family, not just personal pride. Erwin turned to the stands. Old Selwyn met his gaze steadily, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He even inclined his head in greeting. The uncertainty gnawed deeper. Erwin flicked a look at Snape, whose scowl mirrored his own confusion, but the professor offered no sign. With that said, today's 5 daily chapters have been published. But wait, there's more. We have crossed 100 power stones. Don't go anywhere. The 10 bonus chapters are being prepared right now and will be coming shortly. You guys wanted a mass release, and you earned it. Want to keep this momentum going? If you want to see more massive bonus drops like this, make sure to smash that power stone button. Every 100 stones triggers a new reward. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 181, Inferno Unleashed and the Fiery Shield. On the other side of the stands, Narcissa asked doubtfully, Lucius, what is the Selwyn family up to? Lucius pondered for a moment, glancing at old Selwyn. He's got it. Real experience, no question. That sly old fox probably spotted Erwin ages ago, maybe even noticed Amelia back at Hogwarts but didn't back her. Now he's betting on the boy. Narcissa's eyes widened. What do we do? Has he recognized Erwin? We can't let him expose the boy's identity, we have to stop him. Lucius shook his head. It's not that simple. No one knows old Selwyn's full strength, but the Dark Lord himself visited the Selwyn family once, and they survived without joining the Death Eaters. I underestimated him, he's no fool. Now it's up to Erwin to decide his move. Narcissa watched Erwin anxiously as he stood lost in thought. What's the matter, Junior? Grodia sneered. No reason to turn down terms like that. It's exactly because the terms are so generous that it feels off, Erwin replied. Grodia laughed. Come on, Erwin, you've got no reason to refuse, have you? Erwin mulled it over but couldn't pinpoint the issue. It seemed like a straightforward win-win. At worst, if it was a trap, he'd track down Selwyn Manor and stock up on some explosive surprises. Why turn away free benefits? Besides, if he wasn't mistaken, the Selwyn's interest likely tied to his hidden heritage. All right, Erwin said finally. I agree. Grodia grinned. Then let's get on with it. He struck first, firing a silent spell at Erwin without warning. Erwin cursed under his breath at the lack of fair play but had no time to dwell. Vines erupted from the ground, snaking around his calves just as he moved to dodge. So Grodia was still holding back, casting silently but chanting aloud earlier to lower his guard. Clever. Erwin slashed his wand. Diffindo. The vines shattered into fragments. But Grodia's spell was already closing in. It looked hopeless, even blocking with his wand would be too slow. Yet in the next instant, Erwin raised his hand toward the incoming curse. Magic surged across his palm, and he caught the spell midair, hurling it aside like a discarded quaffle. It slammed into the ground with a deafening crack, leaving a smoking crater. The stands went deathly quiet. A flicker of intrigue crossed Dumbledore's face. Lucius gasped. At his age. Mastering that already. Just how vast is his magic? Grodia stared, equally stunned by Erwin's counter. I thought I'd overestimated you, but clearly not. How much power do you have left to pull that off? Erwin just smiled, saying nothing. It was a Ravenclaw trick, nothing fancy, just raw magical force to deflect a spell's path. The sort of move only wizards with exceptional reserves could manage in a duel. Erwin's wand whipped through the air, unleashing a barrage in retaliation. He wasn't one to play defense. Grodia dodged the first spell with impressive speed, but a chill prickled his neck. Instinctively, he conjured a protego, and not a moment too soon, a curse struck his back, shattering the shield and sending him stumbling. Grodia whirled, eyes wide. How? Erwin offered no explanation. How could he? Admit it was his golden talent at work. The crowd in the stands buzzed in confusion. Grodia's eyes lit up. Prefect, how did you manage that? I swear the spell missed. Pansy and the others shook their heads, baffled. Truth was, this was the first real showcase of Erwin's gift in the fight. Earlier, during the apparition skirmish, there hadn't been enough space for the spells to curve mid-flight. But up close like this, the talent turned every curse into a homing hex, unpredictable and deadly accurate. The duel reignited in a frenzy. Grodia adapted fast, realizing dodging was futile against Erwin's curving projectiles. After a few failed evasions, he abandoned the effort. If he couldn't avoid them, he'd endure. Wands blazed, spells flying like fireworks. The two traded blasts relentlessly, turning the arena into a war zone of scorched earth and splintered stone. Bursts of light erupted between them, the air thick with acrid smoke. But after shattering another of Erwin's curses, Grodia felt his reserves straining. His magic was no match for Erwin's, this attrition would end with him drained dry. Last one, Erwin. Block this, and it's yours, fiend fire. Grodia bellowed. From his wand tip, a small flame ignited and ballooned wildly, devouring every ounce of Grodia's magic until nothing remained. The inferno grew monstrous, a roaring beast of cursed fire hurtling straight at Erwin. Snape's wand was already out, poised to intervene. Even Dumbledore's Elder Wand had materialized in his grip, unnoticed by the crowd. All eyes locked on Erwin, who stood rooted, staring at the oncoming blaze as if petrified. Snape and Quirrell raised their wands, ready to snuff it out. Then, from the heart of the arena, a sharp voice cut through, Protego. Chapter 182, Purple Flames of Peril, Dumbledore's Intervention. As the words, Protego Diabolica, rang out, a roaring fireball engulfed Erwin's entire body. The next second, a surge of purple flame erupted from within, devouring the red blaze and expanding outward. The purple fire formed an impenetrable wall, encircling him completely. Gradually, the red flames vanished, leaving only the violet inferno enveloping Erwin like a living barrier. He stood at its heart, silver wand dangling loosely in his grip, arms outstretched as if embracing the heat. Untouched by the blaze, Erwin resembled a mythical figure forged in fire, serene, commanding, otherworldly. The sight froze everyone in place. In the stands, nearly every adult wizard had risen to their feet, including Dumbledore. His piercing blue eyes widened in unmistakable horror as he stared at the boy wreathed in purple flames. The image blurred with a long-buried memory, silver-white hair, the same ethereal poise. Impossible, Dumbledore murmured, composure cracking. How could Erwin wield Protego Diabolica? Snape's dark eyes flickered with rare surprise. He hadn't known Grindelwald personally, but the legends were etched in wizarding history. Protego Diabolica was synonymous with the Dark Wizard, a forbidden mastery over fiend fire. Narcissa clutched the railing, her voice a whisper. That's Protego Diabolica. The one from the legends. How does Erwin know it? Lucius shook his head, brow furrowed in bewilderment. The incantation wasn't a secret, ancient tomes detailed it. But no one since Grindelwald had tamed it without catastrophe. Protego Diabolica was Fiendfire's cruel cousin, uncontrollable chaos, banned for good reason. Only two wizards had ever bent it to their will, Grindelwald with his protective ring of purple doom, and Dumbledore with his own hellish variant. Their legendary duel had scorched the wizarding world, unveiling raw power that still echoed in whispers. Decades later, imitators had all failed spectacularly. Fiendfire devoured everything, Castor included. Yet here was Erwin, wielding it with eerie precision. Among the students, older ones who recognized the spell paled. Grodia watched in awe, while Pansy turned to the older students, doubtfully asking, what was that? Some kind of shield. Hermione, however, leaned forward, her mind racing through dusty volumes. Protego Diabolica, Grindelwald's signature curse. It's a defensive blaze that tests true loyalty, only those utterly devoted to the caster can pass unharmed. In history, it's appeared just twice, once to purge disloyal followers, and again when it nearly razed a city. Grodia swallowed, eyes wide. Blimey, that's nightmare fuel. So the prefect could level a whole town if he wanted. Not quite, Hermione replied briskly. Spell potency ties to magical reserves. Erwin's brilliant, but against a titan like Grindelwald. His power's still building. From the stands, Lucius shot Hermione an appraising glance. That girl's got a sharp mind. Hogwarts first years nowadays are something else. Narcissa nodded, watching Grodia's animated gestures. Familiar enough with our son to earn Erwin's trust. It's a boon for her. Lucius said nothing, but his silence bespoke agreement. In the arena center, the purple flames shifted, coiling like serpents. Twin roars split the air as two spectral dragons of fire burst forth, wings unfurling in a blaze. They circled Erwin obediently, eyes gleaming with hunger for destruction, awaiting his word to unleash hell. The fiery ring swelled, licking toward the Quidditch pitch's edges. Professor McGonagall shot Dumbledore a worried frown. We must intervene. If it reaches the stands. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on the Slytherin heir's ring, still hovering midair. He shook his head. Not yet. The prefect challenge ends only when Erwin claims that ring. We stay out, for now. But preparations are wise. With a subtle flick of the elder wand against the ground, he intoned, finite incantatem. A radiant golden barrier erupted, sheathing the stands in protective light. The purple flames halted abruptly, confined to half the pitch around Erwin. They writhed in frustration, as if sensing the leash. Erwin met Dumbledore's casual gaze, his wariness spiking. Ridiculous, an effortless counter to such devastation. This wasn't like the Dumbledore's army drill in the Room of Requirement, where raw fiend fire had fed on debris after his magic waned. Here, Erwin's reserves burned strong, he'd expended only a third, yet the headmaster quashed it with one incantation. Just how formidable was this old wizard? Pureblood elders in the stands exchanged uneasy looks. They could have contained it too. Erwin was young, his strength prodigious but unpolished compared to a family patriarch's. Yet none matched Dumbledore's nonchalance, wand already pocketed. Erwin pulled back his stare, resolve hardening. With his unique edge, surpassing the headmaster was inevitable. A wizard's gift like his wouldn't falter against the establishment. Turning to Grodia, he smirked. Well, senior. Looks like victory's mine after all. Chapter 183, Flames of Fealty, Loyalties Forged in Fire. Grodia shook his head with a wry smile. Yes. I lost. He glanced up at the two massive purple flames coiling like dragons above Erwin's head, a flicker of envy in his eyes. Then, without a word, he dropped to one knee, gripping his wand in both hands and raising it high. As promised, Lord Erwin Cavendish. Grodia Selwyn, on behalf of the Selwyn family, swears fealty to you. Where your wand points, the Selwyn family's strength will follow. In the stands, old Selwyn rose slowly, tapping his cane against the stone floor. He bowed his head slightly. Yaxley watched the display, a cold flash in his eyes. Old Selwyn, you're playing with fire. The elder ignored him, keeping his gaze lowered in anticipation of Erwin's reply. Erwin's brow furrowed deeper. The Selwyns weren't bluffing, this was real. Old Selwyn's voice cut through the tension. Grodia. Pledge your loyalty to Lord Erwin. The crowd gasped at the declaration. In this charged atmosphere, everyone grasped the implications immediately. Dumbledore shifted, ready to intervene, but old Selwyn anticipated him. Headmaster Dumbledore. This is Selwyn business, and we'll bear the consequences. In the name of the Sacred 28, we invoke the ancient oath. Today's events remain an internal affair for the Selwyn family. No blame will fall on any party, win or lose. Witnesses, please stand as such. A sharp glint crossed Dumbledore's eyes. He sank back into his seat. Pureblood traditions ran deep. Once the ancient oath was called in the name of the Sacred 28, even the ministry couldn't meddle. It was a nod to their storied autonomy, the very foundation of their influence. Lucius Malfoy rose first. In the name of the Malfoy family, we bear witness. Emboldened, the other pureblood heads exchanged glances and followed suit. In the name of the Greengrass family, we witness the pureblood oath. In the name of the Flint family. In the name of the Travers family. In the name of the Shafiq family. The surviving houses chimed in one by one. At last, only Yaxley's patriarch remained seated, his face a mask of reluctance. But with the momentum against him, he stood grimly. In the name of the Yaxley family. He had no choice, defying a pureblood oath would unite the others against him. The Sacred 28, in theory, stood as one. Grodia rose with a faint smile and approached Erwin. Erwin frowned. Senior, this isn't necessary. Grodia chuckled. It is my honor, my lord. I offer you my loyalty. Without pause, he stepped into the Protego Diabolica ring. The purple flames licked at his robes but left him untouched. Erwin stared in astonishment. Grodia had truly committed, no hesitation, no second thoughts. The shield's magic was whimsically subjective, hinging on the mutual intent between caster and passer. As with so much in the wizarding world, it bent to the heart's truth, believe it works, and it does. Grodia knelt once more, wand held aloft. My lord. Erwin didn't waver. He took the wand, inspected it briefly, then tapped Grodia's forehead gently. I, Erwin Cavendish, in the name of the Cavendish family, accept your fealty. And in our name, I offer you and yours my protection. From the stands, Draco Malfoy eyed Erwin enviously. Reckon I could pass through that fire? I feel dead loyal to Prefect Erwin. No one answered. He turned to find Hermione and Harry lost in thought. Draco scratched his head. Oi, where's Pansy? A sharp cry echoed from the opposite stands. Pansy, what in Merlin's name are you doing? It was her father, the Parkinson patriarch. Pansy paid him no mind. She strode to the fire's edge. Before Erwin or anyone could react, she dove straight in. The purple blaze swallowed her whole. The Parkinson had leaped up, face pale with worry. But Pansy emerged unscathed, a fervent grin lighting her features. She hurried to Erwin and knelt, taking his hand to rest it on her head. "My lord." Pansy Parkinson pledges her allegiance. Erwin blinked, caught off guard. What had started as a duel was spiraling into a full-blown loyalty rally. Pansy's bold move sparked a chain reaction. In the stands, Blaise Zabini, who bore Erwin's dark mark, didn't hesitate. He plunged through the flames and knelt beside her. Yaxley slammed his staff down, veins bulging. That wretched cur. How dare a bastard swear to another? The ungrateful sod deserves his wand snapped. Old Selwyn shot him a venomous glare. Touch Lord Erwin's followers, and you make an enemy of the Selwyns. Fancy that, do you? Yaxley sneered. Others might cower, but not me. Old fool, don't blunder. You know who's backing me. You're the one courting death. A new voice interjected from across the way. What if we throw in the Parkinsons? Yaxley whipped around. It was Pansy's father, standing firm despite his reluctance. His daughter had gone and complicated everything, with so many eyes on them, disowning her now would mean using a scapegoat and facing backlash. The Parkinsons were tied to Erwin whether he liked it or not. Draco watched Pansy's fervor, a spark igniting in his chest. He itched to charge forward and test the flames himself. Chapter 184, Slytherin's fiery coronation sparks Grindelwald's suspicion. Draco had grown up. He couldn't afford to be reckless anymore, not when his family's future hung in the balance. Swallowing his impulse, he glanced at his parents. Sure enough, relief and worry flickered in his mother's eyes. Draco knew he'd made the right call, he hadn't dragged them all into the fire with him. For once, he'd acted like the heir they needed. In the Malfoy stands, Narcissa frowned in confusion. Why's Draco just standing there? He should have charged through the flames and thrown in with Erwin. Even if we fell, Erwin could shield him. The boy's a fool. Lucius shook his head, disappointment gnawing at him. As a former Death Eater, the stain ran deep in his bones, redemption or not. The Dark Lord might be gone, but Lucius always sensed his shadow lurking, ready to return. He dreaded the Death Eater's grasp, but he feared for his family even more. He'd sacrifice anything to keep them safe. This was a golden opportunity. Draco under Erwin's wing would offer real protection. If the Dark Lord rose again and Lucius was dragged back in, his son would be safer with Erwin than amid that poisonous lot. Lucius knew Erwin's value all too well. The boy faced a formidable foe, but the power at his back was staggering. Dormant for now, but once unleashed, it could upend the wizarding world. For the first time, Lucius felt a twinge of contempt for Draco's naivety. At that moment, the chief's ring in the sky stirred. It drifted toward Erwin, and the two colossal purple fire dragons roared in challenge. A pulse of magic surged from the ring, clashing against them. Erwin's brow furrowed. Back off. With his sharp command, the dragons veered apart. The ring floated on, hovering before him. Erwin extended his hand, and it slipped onto his finger, nestling beside the enchanted ring marking him as Selwyn family patriarch. As the ring settled, a rush of magic flowed from the Slytherin dorms into it. Suddenly, a map bloomed in Erwin's mind, pinpointing a hidden chamber deep within the common room. He'd never suspected such a place existed. This, he realized, was Slytherin's secret legacy. With the ring on his finger, he was now the heir of Slytherin, the one true heir. From the stands, the Slytherins emerged from the wall of fire, clustering around Erwin. All the year prefects stayed hidden, save for Charlotte, who remained frozen in place. A sly grin tugged at Erwin's lips. The younger Slytherins nearby shot Charlotte puzzled looks. To them, she was his right hand, or more than that. Charlotte's face darkened. She hadn't anticipated this twist, it derailed half her schemes. Erwin paid her no mind and flicked his wand. Slytherin. The purple fire dragons launched skyward, twisting together before slamming into each other. They detonated in a blaze, reforming as a massive purple fire serpent that coiled menacingly overhead. The young witches and wizards beside Erwin drew their wands, chanting Slytherin in unison. Spells arced upward, weaving into the serpent and shifting its hue to vivid green. Its eyes gleamed with cold intelligence, scanning the Quidditch pitch. Even some graduated Slytherins joined in, pouring magic into the beast. Its gaze sharpened, alert and commanding. At last, the serpent rocketed high, bursting into the Slytherin house crest, a glittering banner across the sky. The flames encircling the pitch faded. Erwin lowered his wand. The Slytherins bowed their heads. Heir. He nodded crisply. Meanwhile, in the grim tower of Nurmengard, the elderly Grindelwald tilted his head skyward, brow creasing. He rapped lightly on the stone wall. A figure materialized in the cell. Sir? Decided on dinner yet? Vinda, Grindelwald said gravely. I sent someone wielding Protego Diabolica. Vinda, the elegant French black rose, aged but unbowed, frowned. Protego Diabolica. Sir, only you can cast that. Not even Dumbledore. You're its creator, after all. I trust your instincts. Grindelwald shook his head. No mistake. I must meet this one. I'm intrigued. Help me track him down. As you wish, sir, Vinda replied. But first, dinner. I need to stock up, your prison games mean planning every meal ahead. Grindelwald chuckled. Surprise me, but fetch a bottle of red wine. I'm in high spirits. And find a sharper prison robe, this one's dreadful. I loathe it. Vinda sighed. Right away, sir. If only you'd skip the self-inflicted wretchedness. I've cycled through every shade imaginable to suit these outfits of yours. I'm a prisoner, Grindelwald countered with a wry smile. We ought to look the part. Vinda rolled her eyes, exasperated. How long would her husband drag out this charade? He waved her off. Get to it. And snag me a couple more books while you're out. Muggle ingenuity is downright alarming. It's making me question if I ever had the right vision. Pity I'm too old to pivot now, even if I found the path, time's against me. Chapter 185, Slytherin's new king sparks Grindelwald's fury. Vinda rolled her eyes. Frankly, if she hadn't pledged her unwavering loyalty to Grindelwald, she'd have turned on her heel and walked out. Who in her family could grasp this daily farce, playing jailer to her own husband? He'd moan about not wanting followers in prison one moment, then summon her for dinner the next. And she had to order everything just so, medium rare steak, no exceptions. Following him was exhausting. She forced a smile. Of course, sir. You're absolutely right, but whatever path you choose, I know it's the correct one. Grindelwald shook his head. No, Vinda, you're mistaken. Our history proves we were wrong, otherwise, we wouldn't have lost. Vinda bit back her frustration. Merlin Sake, couldn't he see this was her oath of loyalty? And failure? If he hadn't ordered the acolytes to stand down, they could have overrun Dumbledore's forces. With their skills evenly matched, it would have been a slaughter. Fine, sir, she said evenly. You're right. Shall I track down the one who cast the fire shield? He nodded. Yes, go. Remember, Britain's wizarding world is Dumbledore's domain, tread carefully. Oh, and fix my dinner first. A fine steak needs a fine red wine. She bowed. As you command. Grindelwald adjusted his robes, then huddled in the corner, smearing dirt on his prison garb to look the part of a broken inmate. He nodded at his reflection. There. That's more like it. Vinda averted her eyes, appalled. What had turned her once vital husband into this? Age, perhaps. She was no spring chicken herself, but she hadn't cracked yet. Shaking her head, she disapparated from the tower cell. She reappeared outside, smoothing her gown. Now, how to hunt this spellcaster? Protego Diabolica wasn't child's play, something major must have unfolded in Britain. A daily prophet would reveal the details. Once she had answers, she'd return to tend her imprisoned lord. Meanwhile, on Hogwarts' Quidditch pitch, the prefect's ring gleamed on Erwin's finger, sealing his victory in Slytherin's brutal challenge. Snape descended from the stands. I declare the Slytherin prefect challenge concluded. From this day, until another surpasses him, Erwin holds the title of Slytherin's head prefect. Should anyone claim the challenge anew, they may face him. Everyone knew the truth, no one in Slytherin could touch Erwin now. Even next year's first years wouldn't stand a chance. Barring catastrophe, he'd rule for all 7 years, the first in house history to do so unchallenged. Slytherin's trials were legendary for their ferocity. Cheers erupted, even from the other houses. Erwin's dominance, and that blazing Protego Diabolica, had earned their respect. Snape fixed Erwin with a stern gaze. With me. Now. Erwin nodded, releasing the Slytherins to celebrate. He followed Snape to the dungeons. The door clicked shut behind them. Snape's face was thunderous. You fool. Do you grasp what Protego Diabolica signifies? Your stunt today could paint you as the next Dark Lord. Pure blood oaths of loyalty, that's a privilege only he who must not be named has claimed. Erwin met his godfather's fury without flinching, waiting for the storm to break. Snape pressed on. Speak. You're never short of words, why the silence? I'm sorry, Godfather, Erwin replied calmly. I was letting you vent. I know it all. Snape's scowl deepened. Then why cast it? That spell's a hallmark of Grindelwald, the only wizard known to wield it. You've just handed your enemy's ammunition to call you his protege. Erwin raised an eyebrow. And you don't think I am? That's not the point. Snape snapped. Even if you were the Dark Lord's heir, I'd trust your word without question. But you must learn subtlety, boy. You're brilliant, I know that, but today's recklessness could ruin you. Erwin blinked. Snape knew about Voldemort. No, it had to be a slip. He poured a glass of water. Here, Godfather. Breathe. I'll explain. Snape slumped into his chair. Out with it. Erwin sighed at the man's infamous temper. What does being Slytherin's head prefect truly mean to you? I said explain, not quiz me. Erwin suppressed a twitch of amusement. Snape's interrogations always dragged like this, but they built rapport. Fine. It's more than a badge. The head prefect is Slytherin's king. One voice, absolute obedience. The house boasts a strength, and I've proven mine beyond doubt. Snape's expression softened slightly, though he wouldn't admit it. He knew the traditions all too well, Slytherin's revered power, and Erwin embodied it. His word now carried more weight than Snape's own in the common room. With that ring, alliances would form, rivals would scatter, and the house's future bent to his will. Yet Snape's concern lingered. Power like yours draws eyes, Erwin. Grindelwald's old guard won't ignore this. Erwin leaned forward. Let them watch. I've chosen my path. Starting today, the base rate is 5 chapters daily. But you guys want more. I'm putting the power in your hands to trigger instant mass releases. Every 100 power stones equals plus 10 bonus chapters. Every 10 new 5-star reviews equals plus 10 bonus chapters. The moment we hit a milestone, I drop the chapters. If you hit 2 milestones in one day, you get 20 extra chapters on top of the daily 5. Smash those power stones and let's see how many chapters one have to upload today. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 186, 186, The 8 Great Families' Dark Legacy, Unraveling My Parents' Fate. Erwin pressed on. Nearly all descendants of pureblood families end up in Slytherin, except those from families that have faded into obscurity. That's an enormous force, and I'm their leader. What I've accomplished at Hogwarts can't stay hidden forever. From the instant I became heir of Slytherin, I've been a threat to certain people. Forget the distant future, just look at the Ministry of Magic. I'm a first year now, but what happens 7 years from today, on graduation day? Right now, 7 first years stand with me. They'll graduate in time, and when I'm in my 7th year, a new batch of 7 will back me up. Who could ignore that kind of power? The Ministry would be fools not to fear it. In my view, that's the real strength of being heir of Slytherin, commanding the next generation of students. Snape fell silent, his expression unreadable. He knew Erwin had nailed it. Slytherin would always have incoming first years and outgoing 7th years. As their heir, Erwin would linger in their minds, even for those not fully loyal. After all, he was the most powerful Slytherin student in history. Under that weight, he might not inspire blind devotion, but he'd command respect. And many of those students would one day inherit pureblood estates. If Erwin could guide them, he'd effectively steer those families. Draco and Pansy were perfect examples. Even today's defeated challenger, Grodia, proved the point. That kind of influence was enough to unsettle powerful foes. Snape's voice cut through the tension. So, you orchestrated today's spectacle on purpose? Erwin nodded. Exactly. The moment I took the heir's role, restless type started chipping away at my reputation, like that Daily Prophet interview today. I can already picture the headlines, ambitious young wizard, or, a potential threat to the wizarding world. They won't say it outright, of course, just sly implications. If that's their game, I had to demonstrate my edge, show them I'm no pushover. It buys me breathing room. Snape's tone turned icy. I won't let them come for you, Erwin. If it comes to it, I'll eliminate them myself, even if it means going on the run from the Ministry. I'll sweep every obstacle from your path. Erwin chuckled softly. I know, Godfather. I've never questioned your loyalty. But what would that achieve? Public opinion is a beast. The minister's a bungler who clings to his chair like a barnacle. Anyone with half a brain can see how formidable I'll become, so he'll never let me rise unchecked. Especially not with his allies among the purebloods pulling strings. They need to learn I'm not to be trifled with. That said, today's mess went beyond my plans. I never figured someone would actually charge into the flames. Snape dismissed it with a wave. No matter. If your assessment holds, it changes nothing. Erwin agreed with a curt nod. Snape shifted topics. Speaking of which, what's the story with Charlotte? Erwin sneered. Just an opportunist chasing her own angle. She never saw the Protego Diabolica coming, or that I'd unleash it in front of the whole school. Barring surprises, she'll seek me out soon enough. Snape inclined his head. Watch her closely. There's something off about her, though I can't pinpoint it. My guess. She's tied to one of the ancient wizarding houses. Erwin's brow furrowed. What exactly are these ancient wizarding houses, Godfather? Snape's gaze hardened. Now that you're heir, it's time for some truths I swore to share. But I only know fragments. Erwin leaned in, eyes gleaming with anticipation. The pieces were finally falling into place. Snape paused, weighing his words. Then he began. It starts with the ancient wizarding houses. In the wizarding world, there's a closely guarded secret, not a myth, but fact, whispered only among the elite. Beyond the sacred 28, there are 8 ancient houses. They hold unmatched prestige, commanding vast resources. These 8 are the oldest bloodlines, each marked by a lotus crest in a distinct color. His eyes flicked to the ring on Erwin's finger, emblazoned with its emblem. Erwin glanced down at it, tracing the design. Snape continued. Your Cavendish family is one of them. The only other I know of is the Solent family. Erwin froze. The Solents. Memories flooded back, that dreamlike trance, his astral form drifting free, witnessing the dragon rider bearing a blue lotus sigil. Sorin Solent, he murmured. Snape nodded. As your father explained, these houses carry unique duties. Your allies and rivals to the others, able to extract something vital from their heirs through arcane means. He never detailed how. If the sacred 28 are wizarding nobility, these 8 are something more, true conduits of magic, each wielding hidden powers. Erwin's jaw tightened. So that's why my parents died. Snape confirmed it gravely. Their deaths were tangled in shadows. You remember the era, the Dark Lord's reign of terror gripped the wizarding world. No one was safe. He fixated on Lily Potter, your mother's closest friend and Harry's mum. To shield her, they cast the Fidley's charm. Lily wanted your mother as secret keeper. But right then, your father uncovered a lead on the Selwyns. He couldn't risk drawing peril to them. So he pulled your parents out, and that left Lily exposed. The charm failed without them. Your father then erected a mighty ward around a safe house, blocking all magic inside, but... Chapter 187, catching the sneaky reporter's double. Snape fell silent, and Erwin grasped the unspoken weight of his words. His parents had been slain by a muggle wielding a powerful wand, one of their own kind's weapons, no less. It was sheer bad luck. They'd rushed to shield Lily Potter from harm, drawing the Solent family's ire in the process. The attackers had overwhelmed Snape and his allies, there was no way they could have intervened. It's my fault, Snape admitted, his voice rough. If I'd protected your parents better, they might still be alive. Erwin waved him off. Godfather, it's not on you. No one saw a muggle daring to strike like that. If you'd been there, wand or no wand, you might have ended up dead too, with 3 graves instead of 2. Snape's dark eyes searched Erwin's face. You truly don't hold it against me. Erwin shook his head firmly. How could he? This tragedy had nothing to do with Snape. It was just cruel fate at work. All Erwin cared about now was hunting down the true culprits. Yet Snape's account sparked a nagging suspicion. The Selwyns' move, timed so perfectly with Voldemort's chaos, too neat to be coincidence. Godfather, Erwin pressed, is there anything else you can share? Snape paused, considering. I know precious little myself, but Dumbledore and Grindelwald. They've got deeper insights at their level. And if you get the chance, speak to Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father. He and your dad were close back in the day. Lucius even traveled with him to one of the ancient pureblood families. He might have clues, though he's probably gone by now to keep your identity under wraps. Those old houses have tentacles everywhere, half the purebloods in our world are in their pockets. Watch your back around them. Erwin's brow furrowed. The Yaxley family? Snape nodded curtly. Loyal as hounds to the Selwyns. Their current head owes his position to them outright. Erwin got the picture. He'd found his scapegoat to warn the others, a clear target among the underlings. These tangled plots exhausted him. Better to strike fear directly. With their interests clashing, the enemy wouldn't relent. So he'd sharpen his edge, starting by picking off their pawns one by one. I've told you all I can, Erwin, Snape said. Just, be cautious. These foes aren't amateurs. I know, Godfather, Erwin replied, nodding. Snape inclined his head, frustration flickering in his eyes. He ached to do more, but his intel was thin, likely because Erwin's father had kept him in the dark to shield him from reprisal. Unraveling this web would take time. Shifting gears, Snape asked, now that you've got the Slytherin heir's ring, the legacy passed down, any progress? Erwin nodded. Some. When I claimed it, I sensed a hidden chamber deep in the Slytherin common room, holding the full inheritance. But I've scoured the place and found nothing. That's the riddle. Snape's lips thinned. Hogwarts holds secrets in its stones. If the ring points the way, trust it and dig deeper. You might uncover surprises. The Slytherin legacy. It's shrouded, even I don't know its shape, and precious few do. I'll check it out soon, Erwin promised. Then you'd best see Professor McGonagall, Snape advised. That Daily Prophet hack's waiting for your interview. Erwin stood, thanked him, and slipped out of the office. He made his way to McGonagall's quarters, knocking briskly. She opened the door at once, her stern expression softening slightly. Erwin, right on time, well, nearly. Sorry, Professor. I was with Snape, got held up. His gaze shifted to the woman beside her, long brown curls, sharp eyes. Rita Skeeter. The notorious busybody from the books. She rose with a predatory smile. Mr. Cavendish. Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet. Thrilled to finally meet the boy wonder. Ready for our little chat. Erwin managed a polite nod. Miss Skeeter. Fire away. She glanced at McGonagall. Privacy, if you please, Professor. McGonagall assented but leaned close to Erwin as she passed. Stay sharp, lad. She's no Rita Skeeter, thank Merlin, just answer truthfully. Wouldn't want that wretched beetle buzzing about. Erwin suppressed a smirk. McGonagall's disdain for the real Skeeter was legendary, especially after her hatchet job on Ron and Hogwarts last term. No wonder she'd wrangled a stand-in. The questions flowed easily enough. Skeeter, posing as Ridgard Margaret, stuck to safe ground, Erwin's transfiguration innovations, his take on the head boy role. No prying into scandals or family skeletons. It threw him off. Had he misjudged? Was the prophet playing nice for once? Then he spotted it, a beetle perched on his chair arm, blending seamlessly with the wood. Suspicion ignited. Ah, McGonagall's ploy. She'd swapped reporters to dodge the real pest, forcing Skeeter to skulk in animagus form for her scoop. Clever. The session wrapped swiftly. Many thanks, Mr. Cavendish, Skeeter said, gathering her notes. Your insights were brilliant, top marks on that duel today. Appreciated, Erwin replied evenly. As she turned to go, the beetle buzzed toward her satchel. In a blur, Erwin flicked his wrist, sending it tumbling dazed to the floor. Skeeter paused, eyebrow arched. Everything all right? Fine, he said with a shrug. She eyed him curiously but left without another word. The door clicked shut. Erwin drew an enchanted ring from his pocket, a simple glass vial, and scooped up the stunned insect. Got you, you gossipy double. Chapter 188, Charlotte's Tenth Standoff, Shadows of Deceit. Erwin gently shook the jar in his hand. The beetle inside was still dazed, its tiny legs twitching feebly. Given its size, a few slaps would have left it out cold for hours, if not longer. He'd held back, otherwise, one sharp tap might have ended it. Animagus transformations weren't foolproof, he mused. They came with the creature's vulnerabilities, like this insect's fragility. A stray thought crossed his mind, Professor McGonagall and catnip. He shook his head sharply, dismissing the absurdity. Plotting against a professor? He was losing it. The office door creaked open. Professor McGonagall entered, her square spectacles glinting under the lamplight. Erwin slipped the jar into his pocket with practiced calm. Unaware, she asked, how did it go, Erwin? Did the reporters cause any trouble? He shook his head. Not at all, Professor. Just basic questions, nothing I couldn't handle. She nodded approvingly. Good. If that's all, head back and rest. I haven't congratulated you yet, head boy of Slytherin. The role's been empty too long. As the first, and perhaps only one in a generation, you'll do the house proud. Slytherin's changed under your influence, it's not what it was. Erwin demurred. You're too kind. The four houses are all part of Hogwarts. I just lent a hand, the professors did the real work. Professor McGonagall smiled faintly. Modesty's a virtue, Erwin, but at your age, a touch of pride shows ambition. Don't undersell yourself. I understand, Professor. I'll keep that in mind. She waved him off. Go on, then. Oh, and around Christmas, I'll take you from Hogwarts for your Order of Merlin medal ceremony. Erwin nodded. Right. Good night, Professor. As he left, Professor McGonagall sank into her chair, eyeing a fresh Transfiguration journal on her desk. How could such a brilliant young man be Grindelwald's follower, she murmured. A threat to the wizarding world. The ministry's blowing it out of proportion. With that, she ripped open an unopened letter and tore it to shreds, tossing it in the bin. The envelope bore the ministry's seal. Back in the Slytherin common room, the students clustered, awaiting Erwin's return. They rose as one when he entered. Head boy. Sit, everyone, he said quietly. They obeyed, eyes fixed on him. Becoming head boy won't change much, Erwin began. The prefect system stays. Each prefect handles their year. Bring unresolved issues to me, or to your year's prefects. We'll re-elect the first-year prefect. Draco. Draco stood. Yes, sir. You're in charge of the selection. Find a replacement. Draco nodded. Understood. I'll handle it. Erwin rose. I'm turning in. Carry on. The Slytherin stood, murmuring agreement as he headed upstairs. At his dormitory door, he pushed it open. Charlotte waited by the table, arms crossed, her expression guarded. She'd been there a while. Erwin ignored her, setting the jar down with a clink. He splashed water on his face at the basin, the cool trickle steadying him. Only then did he turn to her. Bold of you to show up. Confident you can slip away. Or do you think I'll go easy? Master, I don't understand, she said evenly. I just came to explain why I didn't cross the Protego Diabolica. Erwin's smile didn't reach his eyes. Enlighten me. You know I'm not pure blood. I didn't recognize your spell. Grindelwald's era is ancient history. By the time I realized, it was too late. A fair point, he conceded, nodding. Charlotte exhaled subtly, tension easing from her shoulders. But in an instant, cold metal pressed against her throat. She froze, sweat prickling her skin. Glancing down, she saw the gleam of his wand tip. Master, you don't believe me. Erwin chuckled, low and mirthless. Charlotte, do you take me for a fool? I'd buy that excuse from someone else. Grindelwald's magic is obscure. But you. Your power's no muggle-born fluke. I loathe blood purism, but wizarding families do breed talent, early exposure, holiday drills. Even purebloods don't match you. And you're supposed to be a muggle-born prodigy. Geniuses exist, she countered, voice steady despite the wand. Arrogant as it sounds, even you must admit I'm gifted. He pressed the wand forward. Her throat yielded slightly, a sharp sting drawing a wince. Self-righteous types never learn, Erwin said. You think you're clever, don't you? Up at dawn to wake me, always hovering like a shadow. I've trusted you with tasks, confided in you. You've crafted this perfect image, loyal confidant. No, mistress, even. As if a boy my age wouldn't notice the game. Charlotte's eyes widened fractionally, but she held still, the wand a deadly reminder. The air thickened with unspoken accusations, the jar on the table a silent witness to her earlier form. Erwin's gaze bored into hers, unyielding, as the truth hung between them like a curse waiting to strike. Chapter 189, Erwin's ruthless unmasking and killer instinct. Through subtle influence, Charlotte had woven a persona into everyone's minds. She was his, or rather, his girlfriend. It was a masterstroke. During the prefect challenge, she'd timed her retreat perfectly, showcasing her strength while showing him respect. By the principle that power attracts power, everyone assumed anyone close to him must be formidable too. Then came her duel with the Weasley twins, where she vowed to defend him fiercely, cementing her role as his champion. Erwin was young, and though he prided himself on his wits, spotting most plots, she exploited what she saw as his blind spot, his inexperience with romance. Charlotte was sharp, brilliant, even. The old adage rang true, men seized empires through conquest, but women could claim them by winning a man's loyalty. Consider Elizabeth I and Catherine the Great. Both rose to power with the backing of influential men before commanding empires themselves. Charlotte was charting that course. If she locked in this image, no matter how much Erwin built or how many allies he gathered, they'd defer to her as his voice. In their eyes, she was his mouthpiece, everything she said or did carried his authority. It was a sly political play. Bluntly put, if Erwin ever fell, Charlotte could step into his shoes, rallying his forces under the banner of vengeance to pursue her own agenda. Erwin laid it all out, and Charlotte's calm facade held. The deference she'd feigned evaporated. I gave you credit where I could, she said evenly, but I still underestimated you. Erwin, you're something else. I've lost. So, ready to drop the act and show your true colors, he pressed. She smiled faintly. You're the clever one, why don't you guess? His wand tip lifted her chin with a gentle flick. Now you've got me curious. Before today, I might not have pinned you down, but I just learned about the ancient pureblood families. Charlotte's pupils narrowed, a telltale flicker. Erwin caught it and smiled. With a swift motion, his wand traced her shoulder. Magic sharpened into a blade, slicing through her robe to expose pale skin. She didn't flinch, standing still as stone. There it was, a silver serpent brand etched on her shoulder. Looks like your secret's out, Erwin said coolly. Charlotte's voice held steady. How did you know? The mark. Don't get the wrong idea, I wasn't spying. Blame yourself, you're too careful. You wanted to boost your standing with me, but you couldn't risk anyone swaying my view of you before your plan was airtight. Then Hermione entered the picture. You couldn't gauge our history in the Muggle world, but my friendliness toward her through you. You know I prioritize alliances, so it didn't add up. Hermione caught you off guard. From my attitude, you figured she mattered, a lot. You wouldn't bet against her derailing everything. If your hunch about us was right, she'd only need to whisper a word, and your scheme would crumble. So you pulled her in. You knew she fancied me. Building a rival persona for her would have sparked jealousy, so you played nice instead, befriended her. Took her to the Slytherin prefect's private bathroom, where she spotted the brand on your shoulder. Sometimes I wonder if you're a genius or just reckless. Charlotte's fist tightened imperceptibly. She'd known about the mark, of course, but figured it wouldn't draw eyes. She frowned. Was cozying up to Hermione part of your plan from the start? Or was she already your plant before Hogwarts? Erwin shook his head. Don't flatter me, I couldn't predict that. Hermione's mostly been a diversion, a chance at something fresh. She's got talent, and I respect that. But her real value? She's a vulnerability I dangled on purpose. Realization dawned, twisting Charlotte's features in dismay. Clever. You let everyone think she was your soft spot. The deadliest foes are those without weaknesses. By parading one, you lull them into complacency. They'll strike at her first, giving you shields, your fellow Slytherins as unwitting barriers. You're cold-blooded. He waved it off. Not cold, just prepared. If I'm powerful enough, I'll shield them too. Anyway, this chat's been enlightening. I've bottled up too much, needed to unload. Now that I have, it's time to end this. Charlotte's eyes hardened. You think you can just kill me? You know nothing about the ancient pureblood families. Her magic surged, wild and fierce. Erwin watched impassively, unruffled. Moments later, it faltered, collapsing inward like a deflating balloon. Charlotte's face drained of color. What have you done? I can't access my magic. Erwin's smile turned predatory. He prepared for this, a subtle curse woven into the air around them, sapping her power without a trace until she pushed too hard. It was his backup plan, hidden in plain sight during their talk. Now, with her wand still in hand but useless, the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. This was no bluff, Charlotte's fate hung by a thread, and he had no intention of mercy. Chapter 190, Secrets of the 8 Ancient Families Exposed. Erwin ignored Charlotte's question. Instead, he strode to a nearby table and picked up a crystal vial containing a swirling purple liquid. He gave it a gentle shake, admiring the eerie yet mesmerizing hue. Lavender, my favorite scent, he said, inhaling deeply from the vial's mouth. Professor Snape's handiwork. Even I have to admire his impeccable taste. Charlotte eyed the vial warily. You poisoned me. Erwin shook his head. No, not me. You did that to yourself by being so greedy. Even before I knew who you were, I kept a close eye on you. Did you really think I wouldn't notice a missing potion from my stores? Her eyes widened. You left that out on purpose. Just to trap me. Not for you specifically, Erwin replied with a shrug. Snape brewed an extra vial as a backup. But I never imagined you'd be so desperate to uncover my secrets that you'd guzzle it down. A simple vitality potion, you must have realized that much. But I added a few enhancements. This little beauty activated them. He held up the vial. Snape's a genius, isn't he? Charlotte's face drained of color, and she fell silent, her magic pooling uselessly inside her like stagnant water. Erwin flicked his wand lightly. Anyway, time to wrap this up. As he raised it to strike, Charlotte blurted, Wait. I'm still valuable to you. I know everything about the ancient pureblood families, details even Snape couldn't uncover. Only the heads of those families know the full truth. I can tell you. And I'm no threat. I just need your power for revenge. That's it, no hidden agenda. Erwin paused. I am curious, but I also know you'd lie through your teeth. The real answers will come to me eventually. You're no use now. Panic flashed in her eyes. Erwin, please. Give me a chance. I can help. I'll tell you everything, including how to awaken your bloodline. Don't you want that? That stopped him cold. Seizing the moment, Charlotte pressed on. I know how to activate your talent for speaking to dragons. I can guide you through it. And you have ways to bind people, like what you did to Barty Crouch, akin to the Dark Mark's power. Use it on me. Trust me, keeping me alive will benefit you immensely. I hold secrets no one else does. Erwin tapped his wand against his palm thoughtfully. Now that's intriguing. Extend your arm. Without hesitation, she thrust it forward. Erwin pressed his wand to her skin, and the dark mark slowly etched itself into her flesh, a coiling purple emblem of control. She didn't flinch throughout the process. Once it was complete, relief washed over Erwin. The mark was potent, but it required willing submission to take hold. Now, her fate was his to command. A tremor ran through his magic. Charlotte gasped as agony lanced through her body, dropping her to her knees. The pain faded as quickly as it had come. Words are cheap, Erwin said coolly. Better to feel it once than hear it 1,000 times. That's the dark mark's bite. I can inflict pain, or end you outright. Your only escape. Taking your own life. Trembling on the floor, Charlotte stared up at him in terror. My lord, I swear my loyalty. Erwin nodded. Good. I know acceptance won't come easy. Feel free to hunt for a counter-curse, but tread carefully. Trigger the wrong failsafe, and if you die, that's on you. Her fleeting spark of defiance snuffed out. I won't, my lord. I'm yours, loyal and true. Then talk, Erwin commanded. Start with yourself. I hail from the Teresa family, Charlotte began, one of the ancient pureblood families, one of the noble houses. Erwin raised an eyebrow. The noble houses? She nodded. What people call the 8 ancient pureblood families are really just 4 core lineages, Cavendish, Teresa, Alva, and Demos. Over centuries, they've branched out, spawning 4 vassal houses, the Solent, Conrad, Simpson, and Steward. These are the lower 4, serving as enforcers and guards for the noble houses. Specifically, she continued, the Solent align with the Teresas, the Conrads with the Alvas, the Simpsons with the Demoses, and the Stewards with your own, the Cavendish line, now the Selwyn family. Erwin pieced it together, the web of alliances clarifying in his mind. What's the true purpose of these noble houses, he asked. Charlotte leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper. Merlin. It's all for the mantle of Merlin. When he vanished, he selected 4 heirs, children who became the founders of those lineages. He bestowed fragments of his talent for speaking to dragons upon them, commanding them to thrive and evolve it. Only the strongest, the one who fully awakens that draconic bloodline, can claim his legacy and become the new Merlin. 5 chapters daily. But you guys want more. I'm putting the power in your hands to trigger instant mass releases. Every 100 power stones equals plus 10 bonus chapters. Every 10 new 5-star reviews equals plus 10 bonus chapters. The moment we hit a milestone, I drop the chapters. If you hit 2 milestones in one day, you get 20 extra chapters on top of the daily 5. Smash those power stones and let's see how many chapters one have to upload today. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 191, Betrayed by Blood, the Dragon Tamer's Dark Legacy. Erwin felt an odd twinge of recognition as Charlotte spoke. The pieces were falling into place, like echoes from a half-remembered tale. What exactly is this draconic bloodline talent, he asked. Charlotte explained, it's Merlin's legacy. Back in his day, wizards were seen as cursed, hunted down and burned alive. King Uther, desperate for an heir after a childless marriage, staged a coup and struck a bargain with the goblins using ancient magic. He wanted a son, and they granted it, but at a steep price. The ancient arts demand balance. To create life, something must be lost. Uther got his boy, but the goblins claimed his wife Igraine's life in return. Bitter and vengeful, Uther outlawed all magic in his realm under pain of death. Merlin was just an apprentice then. He stumbled upon the last dragon on Earth and awakened his talent for speaking to dragons. It let him command their tongue and wield dragon magic, the raw, world-shaking power of old. Later, he split his bloodline into 4 branches, seeding the great families with these draconic gifts. Merlin's records say each lineage holds a unique aspect. Unite them through ancient rituals, and you unlock the full dragon tamer bloodline. Erwin nodded slowly. No wonder it rang a bell. This was straight out of the legends of Merlin, the greatest wizard, the final dragon lord. The dragons of that era weren't the brute beasts of today, belching fire and little else. Those ancient ones commanded true magic, forces that could reshape the land. Time had eroded the details in Erwin's memory, but fragments lingered, prophecies, hidden heirs, a final stand against tyranny. You mentioned the 4 great families' bloodlines uniting, he pressed. Charlotte confirmed with a nod. Only their chosen heirs carry the dragon speaker marks. Through secret rites and ancient magic, these bloodlines can consume one another, merging into something greater. Erwin's eyes narrowed. So that's why you're here, with me. To claim my bloodline. She gave a wry, pained smile. Not anymore. Mine's already been taken. He blinked, caught off guard. Taken. By Alva or Demos? She shook her head. No. By the Solents, the Solent family. Erwin's brow furrowed. You said the lower 4 families were loyal retainers to the upper ones. How'd they pull that off? Are you holding back? Seeing the suspicion harden on his face, Charlotte dropped to one knee, her voice urgent. My lord, I swear it, everything's out in the open. The Solents are traitors, scavengers. They unearthed some forbidden right from Merlin knows where. While the Teresa family clashed with the Demoses up front, the Solents struck from behind. They wiped out my kin and siphoned my bloodline. If not for a hidden escape ward, I'd be gone too, fled here to England as our last hope. Erwin studied her, weighing the raw edge in her words. It felt authentic, stripped of deception. So your own servant stabbed you in the back. Humiliation flushed her cheeks, but she met his gaze. Yes. The truth stings, but there it is. A spark of dark amusement lit Erwin's eyes. Now that's a twist. Unreliable help can bite hard. If the lower houses have that kind of edge, the upper ones might not be as secure as they think. Charlotte shook her head again. Not likely. The Solent heir's a ruthless sort, mad for lost lore. He's one of the rare few today with a knack for ancient magic, bartering with the goblins for power, no doubt. That's probably how they got their edge. Erwin mulled it over. Ancient magic talent, he had that stirring in his veins too, locked away for now. Trading with goblins. Bargains that twisted fate. It had a perilous allure, like dancing on a knife's edge. One more thing, he said. Why did Merlin scatter these bloodlines across 4 families? What was he after? She shrugged helplessly. No one's sure. The records are sealed tight, tied to some grand secret, but the details. Lost. Claim Merlin's mantle, and maybe the full story unlocks. Erwin leaned back, satisfied for the moment. Charlotte had cracked open doors he'd been pounding on for days. Enemies clarified, the Solents, Alvas, and Demoses, all gunning for his blood, no choice in the matter. Their lineages demanded it, turning rivals into hunters. And the other lower houses? Hidden threats, potentially. If the Solents could turn the tables, who said the rest couldn't follow suit? It was a grim shift. Just days ago, the world felt full of tentative allies. Now. Shadows everywhere. Blimey, he muttered. Life moves fast. Anyway, back to the bloodlines. You said each dragon speaker talent's distinct. What's yours? It's guarded knowledge, she replied. Heirs don't advertise. But the Teresas specialized in bonds. We forged pacts with dragons, turning them into loyal mounts and allies. Modern ones, mind you, not the ancient behemoths. Erwin's mind flashed to the dream, him astride a soaring beast, wind whipping past. So that vision stemmed from her gift, absorbed into his own. And the others, he asked. What do you know about Alva and Demos? The Alvas are ghosts, elusive, uninterested in the hunt. Their heirs vanish into the ether, no one's crossed them in ages. As for the Demoses. Her voice trailed off, laced with old venom, leaving the air thick with unspoken grudges. Erwin didn't press. The web was tangled enough for one night. But as Charlotte rose, her eyes steady on his, he felt the weight of alliances forged in blood, and the blade that could sever them. In the wizarding world, loyalty was as fragile as a goblin's gold. Chapter 192, The Bloodline Seal Unleashed. Charlotte hesitated for a moment. What's the matter? Erwin asked, brow furrowed in confusion. She took a deep breath. The Demos family, they're extraordinarily powerful. The Alva family keeps to themselves, and your Selwyn family has endured a terrible tragedy. That leaves us, the Teresa family, and the Demos as the most prominent forces in the wizarding world right now. At our height, the Teresa family held sway over numerous pureblood houses. Our strongest champion might not have outmatched Dumbledore, but he could have given him a real fight. Even the Dark Lord, terrorizing Britain back then, if we'd stepped in, he'd have been finished early. And the Demos? They're even more formidable. I don't know their full secrets, but their current heir spent his youth in America, picking up all sorts of unconventional spells. America. Erwin echoed doubtfully. What do you know about the wizarding world over there? Charlotte leaned in, her voice dropping. It's likely the mightiest magical society on Earth. But decades ago, during America's darkest hour, something catastrophic happened, no one knows the details. It tied up their top wizards, leaving the community in chaos and ripe for exploitation. In the aftermath, everything was upended, ancient spells vanished, and power shifted dramatically. Even weakened, it's still the strongest force around. The Demos heir went to great lengths there and only grasped a handful of techniques. Scant as they were, they made him unstoppable. When our families clashed, my father summoned a dragon to ride into battle, and still, he couldn't touch him. Erwin's pulse quickened. That powerful. Barehanded against a wizard like Snape and a full-grown dragon. He didn't need details on her father's strength, leading a family like the Teresas meant he was formidable, at minimum on par with Snape. Yet this heir, with just fragments of American magic, had crushed him. Erwin knew he couldn't pull that off. Not yet. I'd better track down some aerial beasts of my own, he thought grimly. Feeling exposed isn't an option. He steered the talk back. All right, enough about that. You mentioned knowing how to awaken my bloodline. Charlotte nodded eagerly. Right, the dragon whisperer heritage is usually dormant. Every direct heir from one of the 4 great families inherits it. There's a ritual to gauge the blood's potency, and the purest among the young ones becomes the successor. That's me for the Teresis, my concentration's the highest in my generation, which is why Solent's got his sights set on me. But the Selwyns do it differently. They follow a strict single-line inheritance, 1 child per generation, ensuring the blood runs truest. It keeps things uncomplicated. Erwin inclined his head. So, how do you trigger it? A specific incantation unlocks it, she explained. Once cast, the bloodline stirs on its own. Full powers emerge at 13. The spell embodies the heritage itself. I can show you the gestures now. With a flick of her wand, Charlotte traced a shimmering 6-pointed star in the air. There, the casting motion and the incantation, Revelio Sanguinis. Try it on yourself, my lord. Erwin committed it to memory and gave a curt nod. Charlotte had spilled everything she knew, pressing her further felt pointless. He escorted her out politely, then retreated to sort through the revelations. The first piece of his puzzle clicked into place, and it stunned him. Merlin's shadow loomed over it all, complicating matters. Worst of all, the true threat crystallized: these upper 4 families weren't bluster. The Selwyns, the Demos, the elusive Alvis, they could crush him as he stood. He lacked the means to counter them yet. Strength was his only path forward. Resolved, Erwin drew his wand and tested the spell. Revelio Sanguinis. Magical energy surged from the tip, weaving into a glowing hexagram that sank into his chest. 1 second. 2. Half a minute dragged by in silence. Nothing. Erwin scowled. Why isn't it working? Charlotte wouldn't deceive him, not with the dark mark binding her loyalty, nor with her thirst for vengeance tying her fate to his. She needed him empowered, no one else could topple the Selwyns. So what was blocking it? A soft shimmer caught his eye. From the diadem concealed atop his head, Rowena Ravenclaw's spectral form coalesced, her wise eyes twinkling. She glanced at his wand and smiled faintly. Trying to awaken your dragon speaker blood, are we? Erwin nodded. Yes, but it's fizzling out. Any idea why? I suspected as much, she replied calmly. I can assist you here. His hope sparked. Please, Lady Ravenclaw, show me. She studied him intently. There's a seal woven into your very blood. If I guess right, your parents placed it there. It's shielding your heritage. Erwin's frown deepened. A seal. For what? Ravenclaw nodded sagely. Precisely. I've overheard the girl, your tale with the upper and lower 4 families is no secret to me now. Given your lineage, this was your parents' safeguard. That's likely why no one's come for you outright. Your godfather and his allies must have reinforced it, or you'd be gone already. The seal's purpose is straightforward: it locks away your bloodline's essence. No extraction, no theft. Without interference, it endures a lifetime. Dormant and untappable, your power stays safe from the other family's grasp. Chapter 193, 193, The Parents' Ruthless Seal, Enemies Turned Bodyguards. However, this seal on you is fascinating. The one who placed it was ruthless, they've completely locked away your bloodline power. Even if you have children someday, no one will inherit it. In essence, they've demoted the top 4 families to just 3. The draconic bloodline will vanish entirely with your death. The other families must have figured this out too, which is why they won't move against you until they find a workaround. Missing even a sliver of the draconic line would render all their scheming pointless, the bloodline could never be fully restored. Erwin nodded. This was the safeguard his parents had woven for him. Better a swift end than a lingering disgrace. If those families struck at him, the draconic bloodline would shatter irreparably on the day he fell. That left them in a bind. They craved his demise but couldn't risk it, not yet. For now, they had to shield him, at least until they cracked the puzzle. He thought back to the assault on Hogwarts. The attackers had aimed to kidnap him, not kill outright. Was this their parting gift? Ravenclaw continued, I must admit, whoever crafted this seal was brilliant. They've essentially conscripted your rivals as unwilling guardians. But there's a chink in the armor, it's impervious from the outside, yet vulnerable within. Your own magic has pried open a tiny rift, and now the seal is fraying. At this rate, it'll dissolve in under 2 years. The caster should have anticipated that risk. Erwin absorbed her words, a realization dawning. If she was right, his parents had designed this as a failsafe. From what Snape had shared, they never meant for him to plunge into the wizarding world at all. So long as he stayed clear of magic, the seal held firm. Their final instructions echoed in his mind: live quietly, safeguard the legacy, steer clear of peril. They'd envisioned him claiming the family estate, basking in comfort, and fading into obscurity. But Erwin couldn't let their murders go unsolved. He'd seized control of the estate amid the turmoil, triggering a magical surge that cracked the seal and unleashed his latent power. Two details nagged at him. First, those early outbursts during crises, he'd chalked them up to some innate gift, but that didn't add up now. Second, his acceptance letter. Snape had confirmed Hogwarts compiled its roster automatically, drawing from every child with magical potential. Invitations followed swiftly. Yet Erwin's name hadn't appeared until the end, after most letters were dispatched. That's why Dumbledore fetched him personally. No other professors were free. His enrollment felt engineered. By whom? And why? It hadn't led to harm, at least. Post-seal, he needed to grow stronger against looming threats, and Hogwarts was the ideal forge. Still, the puppet strings chafed. Especially with the puppeteer unknown. Dumbledore. Erwin knew the headmaster held Gryffindor's heirloom, granting sway over school affairs, including admissions. If it was him, what drove the old man? Protection. Or did he see Erwin as a tool, perhaps Harry's shield? No answers surfaced. His temples throbbed. Shaking it off, Erwin conceded defeat. Probing Dumbledore directly would yield only twinkling evasions. And Snape? If he knew, he'd have spilled it already. Turning to Ravenclaw, he asked, "Your Majesty, you mentioned the seal will fade naturally. Do I need to trigger the bloodline activation myself?" She shook her head. "Not necessary in your case, Erwin. Your draconic power is potent, but most lines dilute over generations, their potency fading like echoes. Yours, though. It's as if Merlin himself forged it, pure and unmixed, echoing your ancestors' prime. The instant the seal shatters fully, it'll ignite on its own. Will my growing strength hasten the process? I know I'm not ready for the threats ahead. Time is my ally here." Admiration flickered in her eyes. "I figured you'd rush to shatter it and charge into the fray." Erwin smiled wryly. "I know my limits, Your Majesty. This seal buys me breathing room. I'm no fool." She chuckled. "Rest easy, it won't accelerate or stall based on your power. A year, perhaps 2, and it'll vanish of its own accord. You've got that long, at minimum." Relief washed over him. A year would suffice. With deliberate steps, he could lay the groundwork for defenses. He might not topple his foes yet, but he'd stand a fighting chance. Ravenclaw straightened. "That's all I can share. Now that you've claimed Slytherin's legacy, a tip: save your next escapade for after midnight. The rewards will be unique. I'm off to rest. Until tonight, young one." Chapter 194, Rita Skeeter's last-ditch bargain. Ravenclaw dissolved into a cascade of starlight, flowing into the diadem atop Erwin's head. He rolled his eyes. Why did she have to treat him like some sort of in? But there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't fight her, so he simply endured it. Still, what had she meant by that surprise for later? Erwin wasn't entirely sure, but he trusted her judgment. The founder knew far more than he did, and Erwin had always prided himself on being level-headed, obedient when it counted, unlike so many hotheads. Now, though, it was time to address something else. Erwin turned his attention to the jar on the table. Inside squirmed Rita Skeeter, the beetle journalist, dazed and trapped. She'd witnessed everything from her glass prison, the exchange between Charlotte and Erwin, and then Ravenclaw's startling appearance. As a Ravenclaw alumna, Rita had recognized the founder instantly. Who wouldn't? The statue in the common room was a daily fixture, practically haunted her dreams. That recognition had filled Rita with terror. One of the founders, alive. It was the scoop of the century. But for once, the thrill of a story eluded her. A chill gripped her instead. She knew too much about Erwin now, too many secrets. She'd seen how he'd handled Charlotte, the calculated ruthlessness. He wouldn't let her walk away from this. Rita had misjudged him, like everyone else in the wizarding world. Erwin's careful image, a tragic orphan, a boy genius adrift, had fooled them all, her included. Today's slip-up with the Protego Diabolica might crack that facade, but his groundwork was solid. Ordinary witches and wizards wouldn't turn on him overnight. The pureblood elite and ministry higher-ups. They already sensed the threat he posed, but Erwin had never aimed to fool them. The masses were his true audience, and they always would be the majority. Erwin approached the table, lifted the jar, and gave it a gentle shake. A faint smile tugged at his lips. "Rita Skeeter, whatever shall I do with you? I've heard that if you kill an animagus in animal form, they snap back to human instantly. Always wondered if that was true, never seen it myself. Fancy being my test subject. But I'm feeling generous." Pick your poison, a quick killing curse, perhaps. Nothing too fancy, I'm only a first year, after all. Plenty of spells I haven't mastered yet. Panic seized Rita. Her beetle wings buzzed frantically against the glass. No. Please, don't kill me. I swear, I won't breathe a word of this. Not to anyone. Erwin chuckled. Your word means nothing to me, Rita. Only the dead keep secrets. Since you won't choose, I'll pick for you. Fiend fire, perhaps. Who knows, maybe you've got phoenix blood buried deep. It could awaken your heritage, turn this mess into a blessing. Don't thank me, you earned it. As his wand brushed the jar's surface, the wand's silvery gleam sent Rita into fresh terror. Death had never loomed so near. No. Please. I'll pledge my loyalty, just like that girl. Mark me, anything. Just spare me. Erwin's expression hardened. You think my dark mark is handed out like candy? Rita Skeeter, you're worthless to me. What makes you think you deserve it? Rita met his icy stare, her soul icing over. The raw killing intent rolling off him was unlike anything she'd felt, dense, suffocating. How many lives did it take to forge that? And from an 11-year-old. The pressure sharpened her wits, desperation fueling a frantic search for leverage. My lord, I am valuable. I know secrets, pure blood scandals, ministry dirt. My articles sell like hot butterbeer, I'm the Daily Prophet's editor-in-chief. I can spin stories for you, shape the narrative however you like. Whatever your goals, you need a voice in the wizarding world. Let me be that voice, I'll get your message out, build your influence. Erwin fell silent, studying the beetle in the jar. Annoying as Rita was in the old tales, you couldn't deny her gifts. A Ravenclaw through and through, with animagus skills to boot. Talent like that didn't come cheap. His ploy was straightforward, force compliance through fear, and it might breed resentment. But make them volunteer their worth. That sparked initiative. Under duress, she'd convince herself she'd earned her survival, and work twice as hard to keep proving it. Smart ones like her responded best to that nudge. The best allies weren't coerced, they were the ones who saw the opportunity and seized it. Rita, spotting his pause as a crack in the ice, pressed on. My lord, I'm far more useful alive than dead. Give me a chance, and I'll demonstrate it. Spare me, I swear on my wand, you'll see. Erwin weighed her words, the jar still warm in his hand. For now, she'd bought herself time. But trust. That would have to be earned. Chapter 195, Black Rose from France Strikes. Erwin lowered his wand and casually unstoppered the jar. Rita Skeeter burst out in a swirl of animagus magic, transforming back into her human form. She dropped to her knees, grasping the toe of his shoe and pressing a kiss to it. My lord, she fawned, her voice dripping with desperation, I'm valuable to you. I swear my loyalty, please, give me this chance. Erwin glanced at the clock. The timing was perfect. Rita's eyes widened in terror. Extend your arm, he commanded coolly. Her hand shook as she obeyed. Erwin pressed his wand tip to her skin, and the dark mark bloomed into existence, a coiling serpent etched in shadow. Rita's fear spiked. This was the Dark Lord's signature, twisted into something even more sinister. She regretted ever setting foot in Hogwarts, but it was too late now. Very well, Erwin said. Play to your strengths. I won't meddle in your reporting, but you're clever enough to know how to spin it. She nodded frantically. I do, sir. Don't worry, I'll prove my worth. You'll see my piece in tomorrow's Prophet. Good. Erwin inclined his head. Do your job properly. One day, you'll see that mark isn't a chain. It's your shield, your path to glory. Thank you, sir. I understand. Go on, then. Handle your business. I'll summon you if I need you. Keep digging on those ministry officials, the dirt will come in handy. Rita's pulse raced. She caught the undercurrent, Erwin was gearing up to challenge the ministry. Her Ravenclaw wits told her to stay silent and vanish. Yes, sir. She shrank back into beetle form and buzzed out the window. Erwin watched her go, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. The key pieces were in place, now it was just a matter of waiting for the dominoes to fall. He hoped the pureblood families wouldn't let him down. All his preparations had led here, the final push. If everything went as planned, by summer's end, the Selwyn family would stand as a pillar of power in the wizarding world. The dark mark on his own arm tingled suddenly. Erwin's gaze sharpened. He focused his mind, linking to it. Tom's voice rasped in his thoughts. Master Erwin, it's just as you predicted. Our shop was hit, those 2 wizards you had me hire are dead. Dark wizards did it, and ministry auras are swarming the place now. What's our play? A smile tugged at Erwin's lips. Faster than I thought. The Selwyn allegiance, my Protego Diabolica, and my rising profile have them rattled. Perfect. Did you prepare everything as instructed? Yes, sir. Those lads were Hogwarts grads, solid performers with plenty of mates. The Aurors have the scene locked, but word spreading, friends are demanding justice. Erwin paused thoughtfully. A prophet reporter will contact you soon. Give her the full story, she'll handle the angle. How many regulars do we have? Our ingredients are fresher, packed with more magic. Following your membership system, we've got 7 diamond members. 4 are respected potions masters. The other 3, 2 from pure bloodlines, and that writer Lockhart you wanted watched, we hooked him with a diamond card. 11 emeralds below that, 20 platinums, and over 100 across bronze, silver, and gold. Erwin raised an eyebrow, impressed. Better than expected. Well done, Tom. Time for phase 2. Tom hesitated. If we stick to the plan, sir, won't we catch heat? What if they can't source materials and demand refunds? Don't fret. They'll chase the real culprits, not us. Push ahead. Draft a letter to the ministry, I'll line up that interview. Stay in the shadows, remember. The storm's building, let it break. The connection severed. Erwin exhaled, buzzing with energy. Today was shaping up brilliantly. He'd underestimated how much his moves had spooked the old pureblood guard, but that acceleration played right into his hands. An unexpected bonus. Time to make an example, scapegoat one to warn the rest. He needed to hone the blade. Erwin crossed to the window, staring down at the black lake. Its surface gleamed like polished obsidian, hiding roiling depths. Chaos was stirring below. Let it boil, let it erupt. Only at the height of the tempest would he strike. He clenched his fist in the air. The wizarding world had grown stale, it craved fresh fire. Meanwhile, on England's misty border, a figure in an evening suit and sky-blue top hat materialized with a crack. Vinda Rosier scanned her surroundings, chin lifted arrogantly. Show yourselves, she drawled. After all these years, you're still amateurs. You've tailed me across half of Europe. Vortices ripped open, and Aurors materialized, encircling her. Vinda Rosier, their leader barked, back to Nurmengard, now. She smirked. Stop me. The ministry's scraping the barrel if trash like you rates as Aurors. You'd be lucky to qualify as acolytes fodder. The lead Auror's face drained of color, but he held his ground, no retort came. Vinda's power was battle-hardened, carved from duels and whispered killing curses, a climb from the ranks of the desperate. By agreement, he said stiffly, acolytes don't cross into Britain. 5 chapters daily. But you guys want more. I'm putting the power in your hands to trigger instant mass releases. Every 100 power stones equals plus 10 bonus chapters. Every 10 new 5-star reviews equals plus 10 bonus chapters. The moment we hit a milestone, I drop the chapters. If you hit 2 milestones in one day, you get 20 extra chapters on top of the daily 5. Smash those power stones and let's see how many chapters one have to upload today. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 196, Selwyn Legacy Unleashed. Vinda tapped her chin thoughtfully. Now that you mention it, you're right. I'd almost forgotten. The Auror let out a quiet sigh of relief at Vinda's words. In that case, let's head back, Lady Rosier. Vinda covered her mouth, bursting into laughter. But why should I honor the agreement? You don't think you're the one setting the rules in this prison, do you? The rules have always been ours to control. As he spoke, a wand materialized in Vinda's hand. The Auror's heart skipped a beat. He fumbled for his own wand, but before he could raise it, a jet of green light erupted from Vinda's tip and struck him square in the chest. He crumpled, lifeless. The other Aurors reacted swiftly, drawing their wands and unleashing a barrage of spells at Vinda's unmoving form. Vinda didn't flinch. His wand danced like a will-o'-the-wisp, flicking spells aside with effortless precision. He shook his head. Weak. Pathetically weak. The wizarding world's gone soft. If that's the best you've got, you're done for. Panic flickered across the Aurors' faces. One seized the moment and shouted, Avada Kedavra. Green light streaked toward Vinda's position, but he was already gone. The curse slammed into another Auror instead, dropping him instantly. Vinda reappeared behind the caster, wand pressed to the man's temple. Too slow. Lights out. Under the open sky, on the bloodied grass, green flashes lit the air. Corpses littered the ground in their wake. Vinda's figure vanished, leaving a single newspaper fluttering down from the ether. It was the Daily Prophet. The headline blared, Hogwarts star first year, Erwin Cavendish, who discovered the Reparaphage and finite incantatum coexistence, faces his final prefect challenge today. Some time later, a team of Ministry Aurors arrived at the scene. Their faces paled at the sight of the bodies. They clashed with Vinda. Alert the British Ministry, Vinda's heading to England. What now? Nermangard. Don't be daft. If Grindelwald wanted out, he'd be free already. Storm Nermangard. You'd end up like these lot. We can't touch them. Bag the bodies and scarper. Vinda's off to England, whatever happens next is their headache. Even if the acolytes rise again, it's not our fight. Let's move. The others nodded grimly, gathering the fallen before operating away. The field fell silent once more. No one would ever know of the skirmish that had claimed these Aurors' lives. Meanwhile, Erwin had no idea the Black Rose of France, Vinda Rosier, was bound for Hogwarts. And her target was him. Having lost touch with Tom, Erwin decided to take a breather. But before he could settle in, a knock echoed at his door. He sat up, frowning. What a hectic day. With a casual flick of his wand, the door swung open. Draco stood there. My lord. Come in, Erwin said. What's on your mind? Draco stepped inside and produced a vial of potion and a rolled parchment. Sir, old Selwyn left these when he departed Hogwarts. He said to pass them to you. Erwin took them, intrigued. What's this about? Draco explained, the potion's the key to our Selwyn family's second magical surge. The parchment. No idea. Grandfather said you'd figure it out once you read it. Erwin nodded. Anything else? Draco hesitated. The new hidden prefect for first years has been selected. Who? Draco, you. Draco shook his head with a sly grin. Pansy. She took me down in one shot. Erwin could see the amusement in his eyes. Sounds like you got walloped. Draco winced. Flying lesson right into the stones. Cracked a couple of ribs, I'm off to Madame Pomfrey after this. Erwin chuckled. Tough break. You're slipping. Draco lingered, shifting uncomfortably. Sir, about Charlotte. Shouldn't we keep an eye on her? She. Erwin met his gaze. The act's convincing, eh? Even you've bought it. Draco blinked, confused. Don't sweat it, Erwin assured him. I know what I'm doing. She's on our side now. Here, extend your arm. Draco's face lit up. Word of Erwin's dark mark-like sigil had spread, it was a badge of honor in Slytherin. Blaise Zabini, the first to bear it, was the talk of the common room. Draco rolled up his sleeve without a second thought. Erwin applied the mark, then outlined its functions: communication, tracking, unbreakable loyalty. Satisfied, he dismissed Draco. Setting the potion aside, Erwin unrolled the parchment and scanned it. His brow furrowed deeper with each line. It was straightforward, a recipe for the potion Draco had mentioned, the catalyst for a second magical surge. But the signatures at the bottom stopped him cold: Imogen Cavendish and Charles Selwyn. Erwin knew of Imogen from the family tree. She developed this brew drawing from her own bloodline gifts. The scroll detailed the Cavendish line's innate talents, the capacity for multiple magical surges, tied to blood purity. Each surge built reserves, amplifying power over time. This was the draconic bloodline of the Cavendishes. It explained Erwin's childhood flares, raw ancestral might. He rolled it up with a sigh. How ironic. Learning his heritage from an outsider's notes. Chapter 197, Potion Power-Up and Dark Whispers. From the parchment's hints, it seemed the Cavendish and Selwyn families had a history of collaboration. The Selwyns guarded the secret too, and it hadn't leaked out. Clearly, there was more to the alliance than Erwin knew. He eyed the potion beside him, picked it up, and gave it a gentle shake. Though brewed for the Cavendish bloodline's innate dragon speaker talent, it wasn't useless to his own family. On the contrary, it could amplify their existing gifts, sparking an additional magical surge. This elixir was a treasure, but its rare ingredients made mass production impossible. Erwin studied the vial in his hand and muttered, I wonder if it'll push my magic to the next level. He didn't drink immediately, though. Past mishaps had taught him caution. The previous surge had nearly torn the roof off Hogwarts. He could pass that off as an accident once, but a repeat would scream recklessness. Erwin stood and snapped his fingers. In an instant, he operated into a study. The room was themed around a starry night sky, its beauty undimmed by years of disuse. Star-patterned carpets and furniture gleamed spotlessly, as if time had spared them. No sooner had he arrived than Ravenclaw materialized. It's been ages since I was last here, she said softly. Erwin rolled his eyes. Your Majesty, this study's awfully well hidden. This had been Rowena Ravenclaw's private retreat, known only to the four founders, and perhaps Helena. Without inheriting her legacy and a quarter of Hogwarts secrets, Erwin would never have found the hidden floor above the Ravenclaw dorms. Ravenclaw drifted about, her fingers trailing over the bookshelves, eyes distant with memory. So nostalgic. I can still see Helena here, curled up with a book, peppering me with those innocent questions. But that's all gone now. Erwin watched her, unsure how to console a ghost lost to time. Fortunately, as one of the Hogwarts founders, she composed herself quickly, shaking off the melancholy. Peruse the shelves when you like, she suggested. Many volumes date back to ancient times, you might uncover a gem. Erwin nodded. Ravenclaw, perhaps still wistful, vanished back into her diadem without another word. He uncorked the potion and swallowed it in one go. A bitter tang flooded his mouth, making him grimace. Moments later, as it hit his stomach, his magic ignited like dry wood in a blaze. It boiled fiercely, surging through him. Streams leaked from his pores, bursting outward. But when they touched the study's walls, starlight pulsed across them, containing the outburst and sealing it within. Erwin felt his power swell visibly, steadily building. The process dragged on until dusk fell over the castle. Finally, the magic settled. He opened his eyes, a faint purple lotus blooming briefly in their depths. The system chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host, your magic level has increased. Current level, 4. Erwin let out a long breath, grinning. Level 4 meant elite aura strength, on par with a typical professor. With his arsenal of spells and the system's edge, he finally felt secure in this wizarding world, truly able to defend himself. He spent the next while attuning to the influx, steadying the raw power. Meanwhile, in the Solent family's castle in Germany, Soren Solent lounged by the fireplace. A massive dragon slumbered beside him, its scales glinting in the firelight. His hand idly stroked the beast's head. Then a black-robed figure burst in, jolting the dragon awake. It lifted its head, eyes flashing with menace, nostrils flaring smoke. Soren patted it soothingly until it settled. What is it? The intruder glanced warily at the dragon before bowing. Master, urgent news from England. From the Yaxley patriarch, about that Cavendish boy. Soren's hand stilled. Oh. Let's hear it. The figure handed over a letter. Soren scanned it, surprise flickering across his face. Protego Diabolica. Pure blood loyalty binding. Fascinating. I never thought that runaway would have such a shield. Any word from Nurmengard? Our ministry contacts say Vinda's broken out and headed for England, the figure replied. She took down several auras at the border. Soren frowned. So the Black Rose abandons Grindelwald. That old fox must be pulling strings, likely targeting the escaped Cavendish line. Should we strike while Vinda's away, master? End Grindelwald, then turn on the acolytes. Soren's eyes narrowed in irritation. The figure dropped to his knees at once. Forgive me, master, I overstepped. See that you don't again, Soren said coldly. He's Grindelwald. You think we can just kill him? His stature in the wizarding world isn't from lackeys, it's his power. Never forget that. Chapter 198, Founders Midnight Clash. The black-robed men bowed even lower. I'm sorry, master. That was presumptuous of me. Soren asked, how many acolytes are willing to pledge loyalty to the Solent family? Not many, the men replied. The acolytes are mostly old diehards, still loyal to Grindelwald. We can only work through their families, no more than that. Soren nodded. Take it slow. If they were easy to infiltrate, they wouldn't be acolytes. The man inclined his head. And what about that Cavendish boy? Dumbledore's protecting him now, so we can't touch him directly, Soren said. But others can. Let the Yaxley family handle it. Should we offer them some assistance? I'm afraid they might not manage. The Cavendish family may have faded from the wizarding world, but they still have connections, and now a pureblood house loyal to them. Soren laughed. Yaxley. Of course they can't take him down easily. The boy's intriguing. If he folded to them without a fight, he wouldn't deserve the title of Cavendish heir. One of the 4 greatest families, it's something to anticipate. I can't wait to meet him. The seal inside him isn't fully broken yet, so we can't kill or approach him. Let's stir up some trouble, and a bit of sport. The men hesitated. His growth is too fast. Could he become a threat? Soren's voice turned icy. What? You think I'll lose? No, of course not, master, the men said hastily. Soren waved him off. Go. Make the arrangements. The men withdrew swiftly. A medal materialized in Soren's hand, its silver serpent brand glinting in the fireplace's glow. Protego Diabolica, Soren murmured. Interesting. Grindelwald, have you sensed it too? The dragon coiled nearby lifted its head, fixing its gaze on him. Soren's expression twisted in agony, a shadow flickering in his eyes. I understand, sir, he gasped. I'll do it, quickly. Please, stop. Moments later, his face smoothed, though a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Time passed in silence. When Erwin opened his eyes, it was well past midnight. He'd missed dinner entirely. This left the Slytherins on edge, but Grodia had assured them Erwin was likely recovering from a potion. No unrest stirred in the common room. At the staff table, several professors exchanged concerned glances. Afterward, Snape pulled Grodia aside to check on Erwin, only relaxing once assured he was fine. Erwin snapped his fingers, vanishing from the Ravenclaw common room. Now for his reward, Slytherin's hidden trove. He reappeared deep in the Slytherin dorms, facing a blank wall. The map in his mind placed the secret chamber just beyond. How to enter? As he pondered, the ring marking him as heir of Slytherin glowed. A pull tugged at his magic, drawing it into the band. A serpentine shadow uncoiled from the ring and lunged at the wall. A swirling vortex erupted, yanking Erwin through. Dizziness faded, and he found himself in a dimly lit chamber, straight out of some ancient tale, all stone and shadows. Blimey, Erwin muttered. Did they model this after a secret vault from the stories? Voldemort must have looted it clean. So the Dark Lord had claimed Slytherin's legacy already. A voice echoed from a statue at the far end. You know of the Chamber of Secrets. Are you of Slytherin blood? A translucent figure detached from the statue, hovering in the air. Erwin's pulse quickened. Salazar Slytherin himself. He was sure he'd only thought those words. How had the founder heard? Slytherin regarded him with a sly smile. No need to puzzle it out. It's advanced legilimency, or a subtler application. Pity you're not ready for such arts yet. That Gryffindor oaf never grasped magic's deeper layers. The words sparked a memory, Queenie Goldstein, an acolyte whose legilimency pierced distances, outstripping even Dumbledore's. From Erwin's diadem, Rowena Ravenclaw's form emerged, her face thunderous. You blasted snake, Salazar, she snarled. At last, I see you again. Slytherin recoiled, panic cracking his poise. Rowena, let me explain. Her expression was glacial. Explain. Save it for Helga. I'm here to settle a score, don't cross me. Midnight starlight favors me, you're outmatched. She flicked her wrist, unleashing a streak of shimmering light that slammed into Slytherin, hurling him back. Erwin blinked, caught off guard as the founders clashed without warning. Slytherin ducked behind his statue. Rowena, please, calm down. Another bolt of starlight followed, and Erwin realized the midnight summons wasn't coincidence. Ravenclaw had come to humble Slytherin. Chapter 199, kicked out of the founders' epic showdown. Ravenclaw was unleashing hell. With every furious swipe, bursts of starlight erupted from her wand, scorching the air. The sheer force sent Slytherin scrambling for cover, his robe singed and his face etched with strain. Erwin hovered at the edge, eyes darting nervously, he'd half expected a basilisk to slither out at any moment. But as he scanned the chamber, doubt crept in. This didn't match the Chamber of Secrets from the stories. The original passage twisted west to east, ending at that massive statue. Here, it snaked east to west, a twisted mirror of the tale. Unless Slytherin had hidden a second serpent, this place was basilisk-free. And the men before him. No proud founder, just a harried figure dodging blasts, refusing to strike back. His eyes held no malice, only a weary resignation that tugged at Erwin's curiosity. Erwin's gossip instincts fired up. There was a story here, something raw and hidden between these two legends. His pulse quickened, what scandal could bridge centuries like this? Ravenclaw's voice cracked through the chaos, raw with betrayal. You bloody fools, you and Godric. You knew that fight wasn't yours to join, but you dove in anyway. Do you have any idea what Helga and I endured? Scrounging for scraps of news, praying you'd make it back. And you didn't. You swore we'd stick together, Salazar, forge a new era for wizards, side by side. Forever. So why the lies? Why'd you abandon us, you self-serving wretch? Tears carved tracks down her cheeks, but her wand didn't waver. Blinding beams lanced out, cratering the stone floor like cannon fire. Erwin swallowed hard. Scary didn't cover it, furious witches were a force of nature. The old tales painted the founders as bitter rivals, clashing over blood purity. But that rang hollow now. Ideologies could divide, sure, but after years of shared battles and dreams. This ran deeper, a bond twisted by loss. Slytherin said nothing, weaving through the onslaught with grim patience. He let her rage burn itself out until her strikes faltered, her shoulders slumping. Finally, she collapsed to her knees, sobs echoing off the walls. He approached slowly, voice heavy. I'm sorry, Rowena. It was my ambition, my full dreams, that dragged Godric in and shattered everything. I ruined it all. She stayed silent, statue still. He knelt beside her, the two of them lost in quiet grief. Erwin, who'd barged in for an inheritance, felt like an awkward intruder. Forgotten. Cheeky, that, after all, he was the one meant to claim his due. Slytherin glanced his way at last, as if recalling a loose end. He flicked a parchment scroll toward Erwin. Sign. Erwin unrolled it, ownership of a quarter of Hogwarts, Slytherin's domain. No second thoughts, he scrawled his name. A familiar warmth surged through him, granting control over the dungeons and lakeside depths. The heir's ring is my true legacy, Slytherin added. Now that Hogwarts accepts you, wield its power. Figure it out. Now go. A dismissive wave, and the world spun. Erwin tumbled back into the corridor, staring at the blank wall. Panic hit. The drama wasn't over. He pounded the stone. Lord Slytherin. A bit more time. Lessons. And what about Lady Rowena? I need her guidance, and Helena's waiting. Silence. Erwin slumped. He'd scored prime seats for a founder's row, only to get ejected mid-climax. And they'd shanghaied his ghostly mentor to boot. Daylight robbery. Slytherins, sneaky lot, every one. Resigned, he trudged back to the Slytherin common room to tinker with the ring. What a letdown. Gutted, utterly gutted. Back in the hidden chamber. Rowena's breathing steadied, her eyes sharp again. Salazar, I deserve answers. He nodded gravely. That's why I left this soul fragment. For this moment. Before you vanished from Hogwarts. Yes, a precaution. If we fell, it would reveal the truth to you. She leaned forward. What happened out there? Your strength could have bought escape, at least. You weren't even on the front lines, why die like that? Slytherin exhaled, shadows deepening his features. We misjudged them. Their power, we never grasped its horror. If not for the ancient wizard sacrifices, throwing themselves into the fray, no one returns. Not even the mightiest. We were outclassed, Rowena. One tier below, but it was a gulf. Our spells. Flecks of dust against them. Godric and I couldn't scratch their hides. They operated on a plane beyond us, utterly invincible. Chapter 200, Erwin's pivotal role in the Founder's Gambit. Rowena Ravenclaw frowned deeply. Why is this happening? It doesn't align with our projections at all. Salazar Slytherin replied gravely, I don't know, but it was utterly terrifying. I left this remnant of my soul behind to reveal the truth of that battle, and its horrors. With the aid of Great Britain's ancient wards, we held the upper hand at first, we'd even devised a way to eradicate them. But at the critical juncture, he appeared. He didn't perish, or rather, what Merlin destroyed was merely a decoy, a false vessel. The true one had been lurking, biding his time. Our mightiest wizards were locked in the final clash and never sensed his approach. He struck from the shadows, shattering the wards and routing us completely. Britain's greatest wizards sacrificed themselves, weaving their lives into a desperate barrier that held the line. We prevailed, but the threat lingers. Rowena, they'll return, one day, they will. Britain lacks the strength to repel them again, and the wider wizarding world has none to spare. We must shatter this stalemate. Ravenclaw's brow furrowed tighter. A sudden realization dawned on her. You mean? Slytherin nodded. Precisely, him. You've been watching him closely, surely you've sensed it. Ravenclaw inclined her head. Indeed. He bears Merlin's bloodline, intertwined with his own. Enemies by nature, yet they harmonize within him in a delicate, improbable balance. It's astonished me. Slytherin continued, that's our lifeline, our faint hope. It's the design of Britain's seers. I lack the details, but I know they're orchestrating a grand strategy, vast in scope, with him as the central piece. He can tip the scales, ushering in a new era. Observe the timeline shifting forward, he's the variable they foresaw, the disruptor. Only through utter upheaval can this cycle break. Ravenclaw's voice sharpened. You're all mad. You can't ignore how reckless this scheme is. Slytherin met her gaze steadily. We know, Rowena, we all do. But what choice remains? Eternal repetition, trapped in this limbo. Your presence here, conversing with me, proves the winds have shifted. We must wager everything. Ravenclaw hesitated, her expression troubled. And if he falters? If he fails, there's no second chance. Slytherin's tone grew icy. He won't. He can't. The weight of our world's hopes rests on him, he's our sole path forward. Even in defeat, the realm would crumble alongside him, but at least we'd have acted, we'd have dared change. I'm weary of this existence, Rowena. Utterly weary. Our error demands atonement, lives if necessary. Ravenclaw fell silent, then exhaled softly. Very well, I can't dictate from beyond. You may be right. I divined his future once, but it yielded only shadows. No clear path for him, or you. Success eludes me. But I'm long dead, the worst is oblivion for my soul. Seeing you again, that's reward enough. Perhaps this time, victory awaits. I only pray he won't become another dark tyrant like Voldemort. Slytherin let out a low chuckle. No, he's no Voldemort, their essences diverge entirely. I can't fathom how Britain's enchanters forged him, but his path is wholly his own, a radical break, all or nothing. Ravenclaw nodded. Let's hope so. Godric, did he leave a soul fragment? Sorrow flickered in Slytherin's eyes. No. He was certain of his return, so he made no such provision. Ravenclaw's gaze softened, tinged with red. Can he truly return? Slytherin replied, the seer's calculations suggest it's possible. The wizarding world is frail now, it craves greater power. If that boy ascends to the pinnacle, he might achieve it, for his sake, and ours. Ravenclaw nodded resolutely. And your next move? Remain here. Slytherin affirmed, yes, until the moment ripens. Follow the boy, witness this evolving magical realm, observe him. You may glimpse a brighter horizon. Ravenclaw smiled faintly. He's a fascinating lad, I hold him in high regard. A touch naive, though, his strategies intrigue, yet they're riddled with gaps by my measure. Still, among his peers, he's a prodigy. Slytherin laughed. Rowena, not all match your intellect. I've seen his deeds in Slytherin, ambitious, cunning, resourceful. And unyielding when it counts. No, Ravenclaw countered, he's Ravenclaw through and through, erudite, inquisitive. Godric's battered old sorting hat must be addled with age to place such promise in Slytherin. As I always said, entrusting a wizard's future to a frayed relic is absurd. Godric loathed legilimency, yet he embedded it in the hat for sorting. The irony. Even that rudimentary probe couldn't pierce the boy's acclimacy. Utter farce. Slytherin said nothing. What none knew was that he, too, had woven the legilimency into the sorting hat. In those days, his skill hadn't reached its current, formidable heights. He'd never anticipated a pupil like Erwin. What 11-year-old novice wielded acclimacy? It was a Slytherin catastrophe, one they'd never publicly admit. Guys, I hear you. I know the recent naming confusion has been incredibly frustrating and ruined the reading experience for many of you. I sincerely apologize for that. I have gone back and corrected all mistakes in the last 200 chapters. Moving forward, I will double-check every release to ensure this doesn't happen again. If a mistake still slips through, please drop a comment on that specific paragraph, and I will fix it immediately. 5 chapters daily. But you guys want more. I'm putting the power in your hands to trigger instant mass releases. Every 100 power stones equals plus 10 bonus chapters. Every 10 new 5-star reviews equals plus 10 bonus chapters. The moment we hit a milestone, I drop the chapters. If you hit 2 milestones in one day, you get 20 extra chapters on top of the daily 5. Smash those power stones and let's see how many chapters one have to upload today. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 201, 201, The Desperate Mugger Who Targeted Vinda, a permanent mark in the family ledger. While Slytherin and Ravenclaw caught up on old times, Erwin had already slipped back to his dormitory. He turned the Founder's Ring over in his hand, studying it closely. Slytherin had called it the second piece of his legacy, so it had to hold more than met the eye. Erwin had only uncovered its control over the Serpent Shadow so far, but even a novice could tell Slytherin's heirlooms weren't that straightforward. He paused, considering. The air of Slytherin's challenges always revolved around raw power, and Slytherin himself prized strength above all. This ring must amplify that somehow. A curse, perhaps. With a snap of his fingers, Erwin vanished into the room of requirement. Owning 2 fragments of Hogwarts made getting around the castle a breeze, not true apparition, but something smoother, like teleporting by sheer will. Any corner under his influence was his to claim, hidden chambers included. Inside, he conjured a spell practice room lined with dummies. He flicked his wand at one. Expelliarmus. The dummy's wand flew from its grip. Nothing unusual. He reset it and tried again, this time with darker intent. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green erupted, hurling the dummy across the room in a splintered heap. Erwin's eyes widened. He'd found it. Checking his system panel, he confirmed the spike, proficiency gains were up by about 50%, and the curse packed extra punch. So, the ring boosted spell power and accelerated learning, ideally suited to the dark arts, from what he could tell. Erwin grinned, it was exactly what he needed to speed through the non-verbal killing curse. He shot Slytherin a mental salute. Brilliant. Satisfied, he dove into drills. His duel with Grodia had exposed a flaw, he knew plenty of spells, but chaining them fluidly. Not yet. Grodia had the edge there. And power wasn't just dark curses, everyday spells could be lethal in skilled hands. Take Molly Weasley, who'd bested Bellatrix with nothing fancier than household charms. It wasn't raw might, it was precision, knowing when to layer spells for maximum impact. That's where Erwin fell short. His path forward was clear. Advanced magic offered marginal gains over what he already wielded, boosting his magic reserves. He was at Auror level now, a match for most professors, but Snape tier power would take years of natural growth. No thanks, he'd rather bank on a lucky draw come Christmas, when his wizarding acclaim would peak. That left honing control and combos, like stacking cards in a high-stakes game. A lone spell was fine, but the right sequence multiplied the devastation. It demanded live practice, though, and partners weren't easy to come by. Professor Snape crossed his mind, perfect for a scrap. But Erwin dismissed it fast. Sparring was one thing, risking his godfather. Unthinkable. Quarrel, then. The professor should be stirring soon. But first, Erwin needed to secure him a safer lair. No sense in his mentor getting caught in the crossfire. He shook off the worry and refocused. Overthinking bred complications. Better to drill. Meanwhile, on a dim London street, Vinda Rosier wandered, eyeing the shop windows with idle curiosity. Muggles innovate at a blistering pace, she murmured. Soon, there'll be no shadows left for wizards to hide in. From the gloom, a ragged vagrant lunged, brandishing a Muggle gun, the great equalizer, they called it. Halt. Empty your pockets, or else. Vinda's expression hardened. She eyed the crude weapon, sensing the lethal intent humming from its barrel. A Muggle toy threatening a witch like her. Astonishing. In the shadows, the men caught a glimpse of her face. Time had etched faint lines, but Vinda's beauty endured, her poise magnetic. Even Grindelwald and Dumbledore paled in comparison when it came to allure. His eyes bulged, a sleazy smirk twisting his lips. Hey, jackpot. Never figured I'd snag a looker like you. Come on, into that alley. Nice and easy, no funny business, or this thing blows your pretty head off. Move. Before those Selwyn pricks catch wind and ruin the fun. Chapter 202, Shadows Stir in Diagon Alley. Vinda was on the verge of drawing her wand to dispatch the ragged beggar harassing her. But the mention of Cavendish gave her pause. She recalled the headlines she'd glimpsed in the Prophet, and her hand stilled. The beggar, sensing weakness, lunged to drag her away. Vinda's gaze turned icy, her fingers twitching toward her wand. Before she could act, a firm hand seized the man's wrist. The beggar yelped, twisting to face his captor. The great equalizer, a Muggle firearm, tumbled from his grasp. Rivers, he gasped. Cavendish's loyal hound. Rivers's smile was a razor. You've got guts, mate. The young master laid down the law, no robbing on London streets, especially not targeting women or kids. You think you can ignore Erwin's rules? You're begging for it. Terror drained the color from the beggar's face. He dropped to his knees. Please, I'm sorry. I know I messed up. Just give me one chance, I'm starving, and this was my first offense, I swear. He bowed his head repeatedly, forehead scraping the pavement. Rivers's voice remained stone cold. The young master started that factory to give blokes like you honest work. Roll up your sleeves, earn a wage, laziness is no excuse. Now, where'd you get that gun? The beggar stammered, the Red Blood pub round the corner. Mercy, don't kill me. I won't slip again. Rivers signaled, and two burly men in dark suits emerged from the shadows. Haul him off. Make sure every corner of London hears this, even with the young master away, the Selwyn family's rules stand firm. We've let things slide too long, these lowlifes forgot who's running the show. In 2 hours, the whole city's buzzing about Selwyn dominance. As for that pub scum, wipe 'em out. No survivors. The men nodded sharply. On it. They dragged the pleading beggar into the gloom, his cries fading. Rivers turned to Vinda, momentarily struck by her striking features. Best get moving, miss. Don't wander these back streets alone. The Selwyns enforce the rules in London proper, but out here in the sticks. Blind spots everywhere. Trouble finds you quick. Vinda eyed him coolly. Are you with the Selwyn family? He nodded. Aye. Is Erwin a Selwyn? Rivers's eyes narrowed. Who are you? How do you know the young master's name? What's your game? His hand whipped out a pistol, barrel trained on her chest. Vinda stared down the muzzle, a flicker of fury crossing her face. She tamped it down, saying nothing. In a swirl of motion, she vanished, apparating away. Rivers holstered the weapon with practiced calm, though his brow creased. Wizarding folk. Figures. Ever since the young master crossed into that world, headaches keep coming. Why are the acolytes sniffing around him? Bloody nuisance. He had that seal to block it all. Why'd the Hogwarts acceptance letter still get through? I intercepted what I could, but he went anyway. Worst of all, Dumbledore showed up personally. Can't just take them out, can't stop them now. Where the hell are you lot? The young master is in the thick of it, and you're ghosts. Useless lot. He snapped his fingers. A vortex engulfed him, whisking him to a hidden basement. Once Rivers vanished, Vinda reappeared from around the corner, gaze fixed on his departure point. She pondered briefly. Fascinating. He has magic, and I didn't sense it. Some masking charm. The Selwyns, intriguing bunch. This visit might prove worthwhile. I'll poke around Diagon Alley first, it's been ages. The alley quieted, empty once more. In the basement, Rivers flicked on a lantern. The sparse room revealed itself, bare walls, a single table at the center. He sank into a chair, grabbed a quill, and scratched a note on parchment. Acolyte Vinda Rosier in England, likely after the young master. Stay sharp. The ink vanished. Moments later, new words bloomed. Got it. Erwin's making waves in the wizarding world. Watch the other families, the Teresas surfaced in America. Rally your people, track M. Capture alive if you can, let him claim their bloodline. If not, back off, don't expose us. Rivers set the quill aside, eyes hardening. Teresas. You slipped away a decade ago. No escape this time. Diagon Alley bustled under a gray sky. Inside the Selwyn magical supplies shop, Tom set down his quill and peered through the grimy window at the crowd. Vinda strolled past, her steps unhurried. She felt the scrutiny and turned, locking eyes with Tom. Vinda's brow furrowed. Such potent magic. Who is that? Tom averted his gaze, drawing the curtains shut. The fabric blocked her view. Undeterred, Vinda pressed on, glancing at the shop sign, Cavendish Magical Materials Shop. Cavendish again. Same concealment trick, undetectable unless they choose to reveal it. What's their secret? Her curiosity about the Selwyns deepened. A woman's instinct whispered of hidden depths, secrets begging to be pried open. Vinda thrived on that thrill, danger be damned. Few in the wizarding world could truly threaten her. Tom, powerful as he was, couldn't end her. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Erwin was lost in his spell work, oblivious to the web tightening around him. His most devoted allies had been playing their parts flawlessly from the start. He reveled in hitting level 4 with the killing curse, the rush of progress intoxicating. Magic could vanish in a heartbeat, best to seize it. Only as night deepened did Erwin trudge back to the dormitory, bone-weary. He collapsed into bed and slept like the dead. Chapter 203, Echoes from the East, A Mirror's Secret. Sunday dawned cloudy, a perfect veil for quiet schemes. For Erwin, it marked his first true day wielding authority as chief prefect, legitimate this time, after the shadowy maneuvers of the past. He stirred in his bedroom at Selwyn Manor, the dim light filtering through heavy curtains. Hunger gnawed at him, last night's exhaustion had left no energy to summon a house elf for supper. Sitting up, he rubbed his eyes and launched into his weekly ritual, inventorying his arsenal. His magic reserves brimmed full. The backup sources in his enchanted pouch were topped off. And the firearms tucked away. Ammunition stocked and primed. Security in spades. Yet Erwin, ever cautious, felt it wasn't quite enough. He longed for the day he'd reconnect with his mother's distant kin and smuggle in some cutting-edge muggle tech, reliable, low-maintenance firepower to bolster his edge. The Tri-Wizard tournament loomed large, he needed every advantage. A holiday jaunt to the continent might do the trick. Scout for gadgets, build his confidence. The game was far from won. Meanwhile, far across the sea in the mist-shrouded peaks of Japan, the Mahuto Kuro School of Witchcraft and Wizardry hummed with early activity. This elite academy, rival to Hogwarts in prestige, trained the next generation of Eastern wizards in ancient arts long thought lost to time. On the central courtyard, students in flowing wizard robes gripped enchanted parchments, their magical quills scratching furiously. In unison, they incanted, attack. The parchments ignited midair, erupting in controlled bursts of flame that lit the gray morning. One boy grumbled, "We drill these charms daily, but when do we ever use them for real?" His friend snorted. "Blame the professors. Ages ago, they hunted down every rogue creature, wall climbers, flyers, the lot. No threats left but each other. We're punching air out here." "Sounds cushy," another piped up. "I've heard tales from abroad. At Hogwarts, those beasts mingle with students. Imagine the practice." "Paradise," the first agreed, eyes gleaming. "Daily duels with pixies and such." The chatter died as a hush fell over the group. All eyes turned to a figure at the courtyard's edge, a young woman in a pristine white robe, her face marred by fresh bruises, murmuring to herself. Senior sister Sunny, someone whispered. Has to be, only she wears the white robes. Caught in another scrape. Word spread like fiend fire. Heard she snuck into the potions master's laboratory last night. Pilfered vials of potions for a midnight snack. He caught her and laid into her, screams echoed half the night. A shiver rippled through the crowd. Classic Sunny Finch. You don't cross the head of discipline or the potions master lightly. But her knack for wards? Unmatched. They say she bypassed 2 layers of protections before getting nabbed, swiped a whole satchel of potions. Small wonder the headmaster took her on personally, another added. If we hadn't lost so many old spells to the dark times, she'd unravel any ward. In a real scrap, her barriers would make us untouchable. Sunny overheard the murmurs and scowled, touching her swollen cheek. Stingy old bat. Just a few potions, did he have to wallop me like that? When the headmaster returns, I'll give him an earful. Though, what a waste. She fished a decoy detonator from her pocket, the gift from her irate mentor. All that for this rubbish. Useless trinket. She pulled out a 2-way mirror instead, its surface etched with elegant, ancient runes, a relic worth a fortune in Nocturne Alley alone. As she admired it, light rippled across the glass. Her eyes widened. Knew that Codger was hiding something good. Let's see what we've got. Channeling her magic, she traced a finger over the mirror. Energy, raw and potent, flowed from her, igniting the artifact. An image shimmered into view. It sharpened on a young man with striking white hair, his features sharp and intent. Sunny's breath caught. Blimey, he's fit. British. That hair's stunning, like fresh snow. She leaned closer, peering at the scene. Erwin moved with purpose, his aura crackling with power. And such deep magic reserves. With our ancient Eastern arts faded, we build strength slowly, like the Europeans. Potions to boost it. Lost to history ages ago. But this lad, my age, yet brimming with it. Has the West cracked the code on magic-enhancing potions? Excitement sparked in her eyes. This could change everything. Unseen high above, in a veiled chamber of clouds woven by spells, a circle of elders observed. The central figure, the headmaster, broke the silence. The seed is sown. Time for the next phase. A grizzled elder hesitated. Headmaster, is this wise? We've raised Sunny from a girl. Do we drag her into this now? The headmaster's gaze remained steady. Fellow elder, the stars align inexorably. No force can halt it. That boy needs every ally we can muster for survival. Our forebears foresaw this in the omens. Chapter 204, 204, Dumbledore's humiliating ejection. Sunny Finch possessed extraordinary talent and was the most promising candidate to master those ancient wards. If she could learn them, she would prove invaluable in the coming wizarding war. Her involvement was essential. Dark times loomed on the horizon, ensnaring everyone in their path. This was destiny's inexorable pull. One elder rolled his eyes. Headmaster, I told you to stop burying yourself in those muggle novels. Now you're spouting mystical nonsense about destiny. Spare me the dramatics. Instead of wasting time, figure out how you're going to compensate me for the crystal ball. I lent it to our fellow elder to catch up on wizarding broadcasts, and now Sunny's taken it. I'll never see it again. You never intended to return it, so let's settle on a price. The headmaster in the center looked sheepish. He cleared his throat. We'll sort that out later. I suddenly sense the omens growing chaotic. I need to consult the stars and retreat for a bit. Don't disturb me. With that, he vanished in a swirl of robes. The first elder paled. He bolted again. Divination. Besides Professor Trelawney, I've never met anyone else who dabbles in that rubbish. Another elder chuckled wryly. You'll get used to it. Our headmaster's always been like this. If not for Professor Trelawney's complete prophecies and contingency plans, we'd have fallen in the last war. All these years, he's been itching to learn divination, desperate for any edge in survival. The others fell silent for a moment, then sighed in unison. Right, let's call it a night, the first elder said. We stick to the plan. The board is set, no one knows how this will play out. We do what we can and trust to fate. Besides, win or lose, this is the final stand. At worst, we go down together. I've had a good run these past century, enough to see our ancestors' old foes felled before I shuffle off. The elders nodded grimly. They exchanged farewells, their forms dissolving into streaks of light that streaked across the twilight sky. Far below, Sunny Finch stared into a polished bronze scrying mirror, her eyes fixed on Erwin's reflection. She had tuned out everything else, utterly enchanted by his striking features. In a world that prized beauty so fiercely, such distractions came naturally. But as she leaned closer, admiring his sharp jawline, the image flickered and froze. Sonny jolted upright, heart racing. Wait, where'd he go? What's wrong with this thing? Shoddy craftsmanship. Are there limits on how long it works? Clueless, she fiddled with the frame, trying to coax the vision back. Meanwhile, inside Hogwarts, Erwin had no inkling he'd just been observed. Yet a nagging unease prickled at him, though he couldn't pinpoint why. He'd never dreamed of such subtle spying methods in the wizarding world, so the thought never crossed his mind. Having gathered his things, Erwin called out to Ravenclaw's portrait. Silence answered. He sighed. Had his favorite old witch truly been outmaneuvered? It seemed ridiculous. But what recourse did he have? Resistance was futile, he was outmatched. Brushing his teeth absent-mindedly, Erwin examined the Slytherin access he'd just gained. With control over both Ravenclaw and Slytherin territories, he now commanded half of Hogwarts. Every facility within their bounds, hidden chambers, enchanted defenses, and secret passages, bent to his will. A mere thought sufficed to activate or alter them. The ancient stone pillars from the old tales, however, remained beyond his reach, those tied to Gryffindor. Still, Erwin uncovered unexpected perks in this dual authority, too numerous to list. He was thrilled. Even better, he could now appoint or dismiss the headmaster, and he finally grasped what that role truly entailed. In the original stories, no headmaster save Dumbledore wielded such dominion, commanding the castle's every secret, even operating freely within its walls. Erwin had verified this with Headmaster Black. Dumbledore's edge stemmed from his Gryffindor bloodline, granting him a quarter share of Hogwarts governance. That let him bend the rules others couldn't. In essence, Hogwarts recognized him as the sole legitimate headmaster. The so-called governing board in the tales, Malfoy's cronies, other purebloods, and ministry lackeys, claimed the power to hire and fire him. It had seemed plausible then. Now, with half the castle's reins in hand, Erwin saw it for the farce it was. They could bluster all they liked, but without Dumbledore's compliance, the post was his forever. The board. A puppet show Dumbledore orchestrated to placate the elite, convincing them they held his leash. A self-imposed illusion of vulnerability. Much like Erwin's ploy with Hermione, fabricate a chink in the armor to lull suspicions. An untouchable powerhouse like Dumbledore. Terrifying. But one with flaws. Manageable. Erwin's actual weakness was contrived, at least. Dumbledore's was pure theater, ruthless misdirection at its finest. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Suppose, just hypothetically, Erwin exercised his new authority and ousted Dumbledore. His eyes gleamed. It could be a lark, with no real fallout. Dumbledore had a sense of humor, didn't he? Worst case, I reinstate him later, Erwin muttered. Harmless fun. No harm done. Decision made, he invoked his privileges and revoked Dumbledore's headmaster status. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore had just stirred, his blue starry nightgown draped over his shoulders as he reached for his basin. Abruptly, an invisible force slammed into him like a battering ram. With a startled yelp, he tumbled backward, straight out the open window. Chapter 205, 205, Hogwarts Living Warning. Dumbledore stood in the headmaster's office with a toothbrush still in his mouth, foam flecking the corners of his lips. The figure hovering just outside the window froze in shock. Fortunately, it was early morning, no students around to witness the headmaster's dignity crumbling. Though, truth be told, he never had much of one to begin with. Without his sheer power, he'd be little more than a court jester. He tried operating inside. The spell worked, but it bounced him right back out. A quick check of his permissions revealed the issue: he'd been stripped of his headmaster status. And only one person could have done that, Erwin. Even Dumbledore's unflappable demeanor cracked, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, Erwin, fresh from issuing the dismissal, noticed no immediate changes. No fanfare, no catastrophe. Just then, a sharp rap echoed from the dormitory window. Erwin startled, spinning toward the sound. There floated Dumbledore, face like thunder. After a beat, Erwin cracked the window open. Headmaster. What's got you looking like that? The title only fueled Dumbledore's irritation. Don't call me that. I'm not the headmaster anymore, Erwin. What exactly are you playing at? Erwin cleared his throat awkwardly. Just testing things out, sir. Come in, it's brisk out there. I'll sort you back in shortly. Dumbledore slipped through the window and touched down on the dormitory floor. You've inherited the legacies of Founder Rowena Ravenclaw and Founder Salazar Slytherin. Your authority outstrips mine now, but the headmaster's role isn't a toy. Erwin had to concede his curiosity had gotten the better of him this time, a reckless impulse. Still, he figured it was harmless. He had no idea Dumbledore had been summarily evicted from the office. Sorry, headmaster, Erwin said. I'll fix it right now. He invoked his new privileges to reinstate Dumbledore's access. But nothing happened. The system flagged a cooldown, a full month before the position could be reassigned. Erwin coughed again. Sir, you might be stuck like this for a bit. A month's wait, apparently. Dumbledore's mood soured further as Erwin explained. He'd claimed the role after inheriting Gryffindor's legacy and never stepped down. Who knew about this built-in safeguard? Worse, with Erwin holding superior authority, Dumbledore couldn't bypass it himself, he'd have to rely on the boy. Could we just wait it out? Erwin ventured. Dumbledore exhaled wearily. No matter. I need to step away from Hogwarts anyway to handle a few matters. We'll sort it when I return. Erwin nodded vigorously, the picture of contrition. He might skirt morals now and then, but his meddling had landed him in hot water, leaving him feeling like a scolded schoolboy. Above all, he knew he couldn't take Dumbledore in a fight. A thrashing from the old wizard would be his undoing. Need me to unlock the office door for you, sir? Erwin offered. No, Dumbledore replied. A password will do. How do you think past headmasters managed? Over the years, only you and I have claimed the founder's legacies. With that, he vanished. Erwin scratched his chin. So, the headmaster's chair sat empty. His eyes gleamed. Why not give it a whirl himself, just for kicks? Before he could act, a swirl of starlight filled the room. The familiar animation signaled Founder Rowena Ravenclaw's return. Your Majesty, Erwin greeted. Back so soon. Do you intend to claim the headmaster's position yourself? She asked. Just curious about its powers, Erwin admitted. I'd advise against it, she warned. You risk being blacklisted from Hogwarts entirely. Erwin's brow furrowed. How's that? Ravenclaw explained, Hogwarts is a living castle, dedicated to safeguarding young witches and wizards and fostering their education. Think of it as a vigilant guardian, ever watchful. Appointing yourself without qualifications would strike it as irresponsible. You haven't sat your final exams or graduated, Hogwarts would deem you unfit and revoke your administrative rights. Erwin blinked in surprise. Seriously? She nodded. Absolutely. The bond between the castle's overseers and Hogwarts itself is symbiotic. It grants power to worthy leaders, who in turn manage its affairs. You've already sensed this through artifacts like your headmaster's ring and the diadem, gifts from the castle itself. Erwin had never heard it put quite like that. It sounded like a sentient relic from some epic tale, binding wielder and tool in mutual reliance. What's this formal test you mentioned? He asked. The 7th year finals, Ravenclaw said simply. Passing them earns you graduate status. That's all. Of course. What did you envision, some epic trial of fire and fury? Hogwarts is a school, after all. Exams are its lifeblood. Erwin deflated a touch. He'd imagined a grueling saga, not a stack of OWLs. Still, he let it drop. Your Majesty, he said, shifting gears, what happened with Founder Slytherin after I left yesterday? Don't pry into matters beyond you, she chided gently. Now, I'm off to rest. Tonight, take me to see Helena. Erwin's face tightened. You're prepared for that? Ravenclaw inclined her head. Some knots must be untied, sooner or later. As you command, Your Majesty, Erwin replied with a slight bow. With that said, guys, today's chapters have been published. I'm holding up my end of the bargain because you guys are amazing. If you love these mass releases, make sure to smash that Power Stone. Next target, rank number 10. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 206, sold out by Dumbledore in a blink. Ravenclaw's ghostly form faded into the ether. Erwin touched the diadem on his head, it remained invisible, a secret crown for a secret victor. He sighed. Who could truly judge right from wrong in a place like Hogwarts? Glancing at his watch, he noted it was nearly dinner time in the Great Hall. He straightened his robes and stepped out of the room of requirement. A lineup of Slytherin prefects waited at the door, including Pansy Parkinson, freshly appointed as a first-year prefect the day before. They bowed as one. Head prefect. Erwin nodded curtly and led them downstairs. In the common room below, a throng of Slytherins awaited. As he appeared on the stairs, they rose in unison, the chamber buzzing with young witches and wizards. Headmaster, someone called out, likely a slip from the excitement. Erwin smirked. Right, let's head to dinner. The Slytherins had taken to these group outings with fervor, a stark contrast to the solitary treks many loathed at Hogwarts. Even the 7th years, on the cusp of graduation, vibrated with unusual energy. For once, they could join the fold without sneaking off alone. Draco Malfoy's scowl deepened. The day before, he'd cowed those same upperclassmen into silence, only for his cronies to grumble about it later. It had nearly broken him. The procession snaked toward the Great Hall. Fellow students parted without fanfare, their initial shock long worn off. Envy lingered in stolen glances, but that was all. After a hearty meal, Erwin aimed for the library. Hogwarts had grown stiflingly dull, books were his only refuge from the monotony. En route, a shrill alarm pierced his mind, the Hogwarts wards, shrieking in warning. He halted, brow furrowing. An attack. On the castle itself. Across the grounds, Dumbledore, on the verge of departing, felt the same jolt. His face tightened. Without a word, he apparat to the castle's edge. Hogwarts' defenses funneled threats through a single choke point, the arched bridge spanning a roaring river below. In the old tales, it was where the Elder Wand had vanished into the depths. On the far side stood Vinda, her wand drawn, poised like a shadow in an evening gown and top hat. At the bridge's mouth, a plain statue lay in rubble, its fragments marking her entry. Two cracks split the air. Dumbledore and Erwin materialized side by side. Their eyes met briefly, Dumbledore's sharp, Erwin's wary. The headmaster stepped forward, positioning himself as a shield. Then he faced her. Recognition hit like a hex, Dumbledore's pupils narrowed. Vinda's gaze locked on him, a palpable wave of murderous intent rolling off her. Albus Dumbledore. It's been ages. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Dumbledore's features. Vinda. Indeed it has. Erwin's pulse quickened at the name. Vinda. The Vinda Rosier. He studied her, poised, thorny elegance radiating danger. The French black rose, Grindelwald's unyielding right hand, a vision of dark allure wrapped in fanatic loyalty. She was every bit the legend, as captivating as she was lethal. Vinda's eyes slid to Erwin. One of your students. Dumbledore's voice stayed even. Every child here is my charge. She sneered. Still the sanctimonious old fool. Spare me the platitudes. I've come for Erwin Cavendish. Erwin blinked. Him? What could she possibly want? Dumbledore's expression didn't waver, he'd anticipated this. Word of Erwin's Diagon Alley duel had spread like fiend fire through wizarding circles, though the prophet had buried it on inner pages, a small mercy. Vinda must have latched onto the rumors without seeing his face. I know, Dumbledore said calmly. This is the one you seek, Erwin. He stepped aside, exposing Erwin fully. Erwin's jaw dropped. The old man had just thrown him to the wolves, without a second thought. Vinda's brow arched. Erwin Cavendish. Your protégé. Erwin recovered swiftly, raising his hands. No, ma'am, you've got it wrong. I'm no disciple of the headmaster, just a run-of-the-mill Hogwarts first year. He had no clue why Vinda sought him, but her grudge against Dumbledore was infamous. The headmaster had sold him out, better to cut ties now. Aligning with the old bee could mean a quick end, courtesy of some tragic accident on Grindelwald's doorstep. Vinda could fabricate a killer in minutes and make it stick. Sure enough, her demeanor softened fractionally. I need a word with Mr. Cavendish. Privately, I suspect, nothing you'd care to overhear. Dumbledore shrugged, almost cheerful. Quite right. I have pressing matters elsewhere. Farewell. With a crack, he vanished. Erwin stared at the empty space, dumbfounded. Rivals or not, this was abandonment. Leaving a first year alone with one of history's deadliest witches. Where was the vaunted vow to safeguard every student under Hogwarts' roof? That blasted Dumbledore, proving once again he was as slippery as they came. Chapter 207, 207, The Black Rose's Tempting Invitation. Vinda eyed Erwin sharply. You know Protego Diabolica. Erwin caught on immediately. So that's why she was here, for the spell. Who had leaked the news? It was barely a day since he'd used it, and already someone was at his door. Or was there a deeper link between Grindelwald and Protego Diabolica? He had to hand it to his instincts, they'd nailed the truth right away. With her motives clear, Erwin felt a wave of calm. Everyone knew Vinda ran with the villainous crowd, while their rivals flew the banner of righteousness, Dumbledore's lot. It was almost comical, a Dark Lord wielding a defensive powerhouse like Protego Diabolica, while the greatest wizard toyed with an offensive beast like Fiendfire. Absurd, really. But since Erwin knew the spell, he was clearly no ally of the light side. That made him safe, for now. He nodded. Yes, ma'am. Vinda tilted her head. Did you figure it out on your own? Or did someone show you? No one taught me, Erwin said. Protego Diabolica's famous in the wizarding world. I hold the founder in high regard, Grindelwald, so I picked it up. Vinda's world was refreshingly straightforward, admire Grindelwald. You're in. Sure enough, her face brightened with a genuine smile at his words. Excellent. A promising young wizard. Founder, you say? I can feel your sincerity. If the stars align, I'll pass it along to him myself. I haven't properly introduced myself, Vinda Rosier. Erwin played his part flawlessly, widening his eyes in feigned surprise. Vinda rosier. Forgive me, ma'am, I didn't realize. My apologies. If it's not too much trouble, could I invite you inside for a drink? She shook her head. No need. Hogwarts blocks apparition, and I hate the hassle. Listen, lad, never put yourself in harm's way. Stay sharp. Erwin nodded solemnly. Understood, Madam Vinda. I'll keep that in mind. Shame I can't leave the grounds, otherwise, I'd show you proper hospitality in London. Vinda inclined her head. Plenty of time for that. I came for you, actually. Or more precisely, the founder wants to meet you. Grindelwald? Erwin asked. Yes, she confirmed. He's intrigued by anyone who masters Protego Diabolica. Get lucky, and you might even train under him. It'd shape your entire path. Erwin hesitated. I'm stuck at school, though. Can't just dash off, especially abroad. She paused, then shrugged. Holidays, then. He likely never dreamed a kid your age would crack it. I'll report back. Erwin bowed slightly. Thank you, Madam Vinda. I'm eager to meet him. Guidance from the founder would be the pinnacle of my career. Her smile widened, her gaze warming. The more she studied him, the more she warmed to the boy, devoted, talented, loyal. He was a natural fit for the acolytes, a heaven-sent recruit for her master. Vinda had swept in like a storm and vanished just as quickly, her visit reduced to a simple summons. She'd planned to whisk him away by force, but his quick thinking, citing school rules and international travel, had nipped that in the bud. Once she was gone, Erwin let out a long breath. The Black Rose lived up to her reputation, more formidable than Snape or any head of house. Raw power that demanded respect, and a twinge of envy. Glancing at the acolytes' ranks, then the Death Eaters, and finally his own ragtag crew, Erwin couldn't help but sigh. What a sorry state. He didn't yet grasp that he commanded real strength, old Tom, a match for Vinda in cunning, Rivers, the bumbling fool who was anything but. Their covers ran so deep, even Erwin couldn't pierce them. Watching her final swirl of apparition fade, promising contact from Germany, Erwin turned back toward the castle. The library could wait, his mind was already racing ahead to the meeting with Grindelwald. What was the old man's angle? Friend or threat? Erwin couldn't read it yet. No obvious motive for hostility, but caution was key. What if? Bailing on the summons? Out of the question. If he ghosted Grindelwald, Vinda's next visit wouldn't be so cordial. Erwin would face down the second greatest wizard alive, and that was a duel he couldn't win. Before he could hash out a strategy, his dormitory door creaked open. Muffled voices spilled out. It's fine, Harry. We'll just wait for the headmaster to get back. But is this okay? We're in Mr. Erwin's room without asking. No worries, the headmaster won't mind a little thing like this. Just don't touch anything. We'll sit tight. A head of platinum blonde hair poked through. Erwin's expression soured. Draco spun around, spotting him on the bed. His grin evaporated. Draco Malfoy, Erwin growled, who said you could break into my quarters? Draco paled. Sir, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. We needed your advice, but you've been swamped. I figured waiting here was best. It won't happen again, sir, promise. The boy looked properly rattled, caught off guard. Erwin sighed, waving him in. Fine, get in here. You too, Harry. They shuffled inside, standing awkwardly like scolded first years, which, in a way, they were. Spit it out, Erwin said. What's the crisis now? Harry shifted. It's Hagrid, sir. He's hatched a dragon. Draco reckons if anyone finds out, he'll end up in Azkaban. We've tried talking sense into him, but no luck. Hermione sent us to you. Chapter 208, 208, Dragonfire's Roar, Norbert arrives. Erwin's eyes lit up. At last. Norbert had finally arrived, the perfect boost for his magical creature egg. Thanks to Hagrid's relentless efforts, the egg's hatching progress had reached an impressive 65%. But the Forbidden Forest's beasts were running low on blood samples, there simply weren't enough magical creatures there to keep things moving. This Norwegian Ridgeback would push it even closer to breaking free. Erwin couldn't wait. He'd invested a fair bit of hope in this egg, though, truth be told, most of the legwork had fallen to Hagrid. What mattered now was that Erwin desperately wanted a proper pet. Fusing the essence of 100 beasts. It might just yield something legendary, like a mythical guardian straight out of wizarding lore. I know, Erwin said calmly. I already told Hagrid. I'll head to his hut soon. If you two want to join, meet me there. Draco and Harry's lingering worries evaporated at his words. Right, we're off, they chorused, turning to dash away. Hold on, Harry, give us a minute. I've got something to discuss with Draco. Harry shrugged and slipped out without a fuss. Alone now, Draco shifted uneasily, as if bracing for a reprimand. He looked like a cornered Kneazle. Relax, Erwin said, gesturing to a stool. Sit. Draco perched awkwardly. I heard Pansy gave you a right thrashing. Draco flushed, avoiding his gaze. I got careless, that's all. Erwin's expression hardened. Careless? In a duel, Draco, no one's handing out second chances. One slip can end you, I've drilled that into you enough times. Draco hung his head. Sorry, sir. You don't owe me the apology, Erwin replied. I get it, you and Harry are off on your little escapade. But that's no excuse to slack on your training. I've got big plans for you, Draco. Don't make me regret it. Draco stayed silent, chastened. I'll have Grodia set up extra combat sessions, Erwin continued. Before the holidays, I'll test you myself. Fail to measure up, and you know what's next. Draco nodded vigorously, straight back now. Understood, sir. I won't let you down. Erwin's stern look softened. Good. Now, spill, how far along is this adventure of yours with Harry? Draco brightened, launching into the tale with eager detail. Harry and I tracked down the Philosopher's Stone. We couldn't figure out who might nick it, though. We ran it by Dumbledore, but he reckoned we were jumping at shadows. Harry's still on edge about it. Erwin nodded thoughtfully. He just needed to gauge how deep they dug, and if it risked derailing things. Swapping Ron for Draco hadn't changed much, the Golden Trio, now with Hermione in tow, hadn't pinned it on Snape, at least. Fair enough, Erwin said. Carry on, then. But remember, no matter what, keep your marks up. You've slipped in the Slytherin rankings already. Everyone knows I've backed you, don't embarrass me. Got it, sir. I'll sort it, Draco promised, before hurrying out. Erwin didn't bolt for Hagrid's right away. Instead, he pulled out the notebook he'd pocketed earlier. No clue who its owner was, but flipping through it now, his pulse quickened. Blimey, this was gold. Pages crammed with meticulous notes on herbology, right down to potion recipes and cultivation tricks. The yellowed cover screamed age, could this be Helga Hufflepuff's own handiwork? Even if not, it belonged to some Hufflepuff prodigy. The insights were razor-sharp, different angles on things Erwin had glimpsed in his Ravenclaw days, plus practical tips that could sharpen his edge. As the godson of a potions master, he'd hate to look like a dunce in that subject. He skimmed a few entries, then tucked it away. Time to claim his prize. A dragon companion. That promised some real excitement. With a snap of his fingers, Erwin operated to the Forbidden Forest's edge. Hagrid's hut loomed just ahead. He knocked briskly. Who's there? Hagrid's gruff voice rumbled, laced with caution. It's me, Hagrid, Erwin. The door flew open, Hagrid's beaming face filling the frame. Erwin. About time, I've been on pins and needles. Haven't properly congratulated you on becoming heir of Slytherin yet, have I? Even you know who couldn't pull that off. You're a legend. Erwin grinned. Cheers, Hagrid. Mind if I step in? Course not, come on. Hagrid swung the door wide. Inside, the reconfigured trio, Draco, Harry, and Hermione, leaped to their feet. Heir of Slytherin. You made it. Erwin nodded. At ease, everyone. Hagrid shut the door. Erwin scanned the cramped space, no empty chairs in sight, so he stayed standing. Hagrid, could I take a look at your dragon? No trouble at all, Hagrid boomed. Hang on, I stashed him in the back. Didn't reckon you'd show so quick. He shoved open the door to the tiny side room. Instantly, a jet of flame streaked toward his face. Hagrid yelped, flinching back. Erwin's wand flicked out, snaring the blaze midair and hurling it harmlessly into the fireplace. Sparks danced up the chimney. Hagrid exhaled shakily. Ta, Erwin. That little terror's got some fire in him already. It's in their blood, Erwin said. Dragons aren't lapdogs, they're apex predators. This one's just a hatchling, and its flames are feeble now. But give it time. One breath could torch this hut, maybe the whole forest. That's why they're banned as pets, too bloody dangerous. The trio exchanged wide-eyed glances, while Norbert, curled in a nest of singed blankets, snuffled curiously, his scales glinting like molten gold. Erwin felt a thrill, this beast's essence would supercharge the egg. Hatching day couldn't come soon enough. Chapter 209, Bonding with the Timid Baby Dragon. A flicker of disappointment crossed Hagrid's face. Though not the sharpest, he grasped Erwin's point clearly enough, keeping a dragon was out of the question. This wasn't the first time Erwin had laid it out, and Hagrid had braced himself for it. He led them inside the hut and pulled out a tiny dragon from its makeshift nest. The newborn was no bigger than Hagrid's massive palm, its scales glinting faintly in the dim light. "Look here, Erwin," Hagrid boomed, beaming with pride. "This is Norbert. Ain't he a beauty? Like a proper work of art, he is." Erwin eyed the creature, admitting to himself that dragons lived up to their legendary status. Even he felt a spark of curiosity. This one didn't match the storm-summoning beasts of old tales, but it had a raw, mythical allure all the same. As a good friend, though, Erwin wouldn't let Hagrid down. He nodded approvingly. "Impressive. Even the smallest dragons carry that fierce edge." Draco, hovering nearby, buzzed with excitement. He had a real passion for dragons. His nickname back home was Little Dragon, after all. Whenever he could, he'd pester his father to visit the dragon reserves. But those beasts were wild and dangerous. This was his first time getting so close to one. Norbert perched on the rough wooden table, his yellow eyes blazing with defiance. He scanned the group, tiny flames flickering at the edges of his mouth where new teeth were budding, as if sizing up everything for destruction. Then his gaze locked on Erwin. In an instant, the fire dimmed, replaced by a puzzled tilt of his head. Moments later, Norbert scuttled forward, stopping right at Erwin's feet. Hagrid chuckled. "Looks like Norbert's taken a shine to you, Erwin." Erwin stayed silent, knowing full well why. All magical creatures warmed to him, especially dragons, thanks to his innate affinity. Beyond that, his draconic bloodline drew them in naturally, even if his family hadn't passed down full command over the beasts. He extended a hand toward Norbert, who didn't flinch. Hermione gasped. "Erwin, don't, that's too risky." Harry nodded vigorously. "Yeah, he's still a dragon, no matter how small." Even Draco and Hagrid, dragon enthusiasts both, exchanged uneasy glances. No one wanted Erwin rushing in like that with a cub. "It's fine," Erwin assured them. "If he meant trouble, I'd handle it. But I don't think he does, do you, Norbert?" The dragon let out a soft, rumbling purr, his fierce stare softening into something almost adoring. Erwin grinned and gently tapped Norbert's snout. A cool, smooth sensation spread through his fingertip, like polished steel chilled by frost. Surprisingly pleasant. "All right," Erwin murmured, "but Norbert's a mouthful. How about just Bertie? I'll reach out to a reserve soon, they'll take you in and use a shorter name, easier all around." Hagrid blinked in confusion, as did the others. What are you on about, Erwin?" "Just chatting with him," Erwin explained casually. "I've got a knack for it, talking to magical creatures." Hagrid's face lit up like a firework. He didn't question the impossibility, he just envied it, coveting that gift himself. Hermione's world tilted. Was this wizarding normal? She'd always prided herself on her studies, but if talents like this were standard, why hadn't she discovered hers? Glancing at Draco's stunned expression confirmed it, he was as ordinary as she felt in that moment. Harry, meanwhile, pondered quietly. His own chats with snakes suddenly seemed less unique. Maybe it was just another wizarding quirk. Erwin caught their reactions but didn't elaborate. He wasn't one for pretense, why hide what he could do? Turning to Hagrid, he asked, "Mind if I take a bit of his blood?" "For research." Hagrid scratched his beard. "If Norbert's game, sure. Why not?" Erwin chuckled. "He won't mind." Sure enough, the dragon nodded and stretched out a foreleg, his leathery wings half covering his face like a shy curtain. "Easy there, little guy," Erwin teased. "It won't sting." Such a timid sort. Wizarding advancements had made drawing dragon blood routine by now, long before Dumbledore's public endorsements. Earlier methods were cruder, but modern spells kept it painless. With precise wand work, Erwin filled 2 vials without a hitch. Hagrid frowned. "That ain't too much, is it? Won't hurt him?" Erwin shook his head. "Not at all. Dragons are tough, this is a drop in the ocean for him." He pocketed the vials and gave Norbert's head a playful flick. "All done, you big scaredy dragon." Norbert peeked from behind his wings, flexed his claws, no pain, then nuzzled Erwin's hand affectionately. Erwin scratched under his chin. "Hagrid, you've got 2 weeks tops with him. Draco, all your father, get someone from the reserve to collect him. That way, you can visit whenever." Draco nodded eagerly, thrilled at the prospect. Hagrid sighed, reluctant. 2 weeks. Already. Can't we stretch it? I ain't ready to say goodbye to this little fella. Chapter 210, Erwin's sharp lesson for the new trio. Erwin shook his head. "I'm sorry, Hagrid. I know you're reluctant, but there's nothing I can do. You have to understand, at the rate Norbert's growing, he'll be enormous in half a month. Your little hut won't hold him then. His instincts will drive him to hunt in the Forbidden Forest. Even if I could restrain him, it's no long-term fix. You don't want the other creatures there suffering, do you? Hagrid lowered his head, his massive shoulders slumping. I understand, Erwin. Erwin nodded. Half a month from now, on Christmas Eve, most young witches and wizards will head home. With fewer students around Hogwarts, it won't draw much notice. I'll arrange for someone to come to your hut and collect Norbert. Unlike the original tale, Erwin didn't need Harry, Hermione, and their friends to smuggle the dragon to the highest tower. He could simply invoke certain Hogwarts privileges to have handlers fetch it directly from Hagrid's doorstep. If time allowed, he could even scout the dragon sanctuary first and apparate back with Norbert in tow, but he wasn't that idle. After covering a few loose ends with Hagrid, Erwin spent a moment teasing the hatchling. He sternly forbade Norbert from trailing after him, insisting the dragon behave for the next 2 weeks. Once he had its reluctant agreement, Erwin ushered the new trio away from the hut. On the path back to the castle, Draco fidgeted, clearly bursting to speak. Erwin cut in before he could dither. Out with it, Draco. No beating around the bush. The boy straightened. Headmaster, why didn't Hagrid budge when Harry, Hermione, and I tried persuading him for ages? But you just told him what would happen, and he agreed without a fight. Hermione and Harry, lingering nearby, shot Erwin curious glances. He paused and turned to face them. It's simple, really. Hagrid knows you're looking out for him, but his love for magical creatures runs deeper than you can imagine. He'd go half mad for them, it's his one true passion. So even if he sees you're right, he can't bear parting with a chance to raise a dragon. Draco and the others leaned in, attentive. As for why he listens to me, Erwin continued, it's because he trusts my judgment. He knows I understand more than he does and can find the best way forward. I'm not taking his dream away, I'm letting him live it for half a month. And he realizes that as long as he keeps Norbert inside Hogwarts bounds, I'll handle any fallout. No one will trouble him in that time. The three exchanged thoughtful looks, absorbing his words. Erwin pressed on. Trust comes from proving you can solve problems. You weren't persuading Hagrid, you were offering him a plan he could believe in because I backed it with real authority. So remember this, all of you, build the skills to fix what's broken. That's why you're pushing so hard already. He left it there. For children their age, it was lesson enough, profound, but not overwhelming. They'd need time to mull it over, and growth came from guidance plus trial and error. Erwin could share principles, but their grasp depended on them. These three showed promise. Draco, for all his spoiled air in the old stories, was no fool. He wasn't just some brat crying to his father, he hailed from generations of pureblood excellence. The Malfoy world, high society, sharp politics, was light years from a common child's. As the old wizarding adage went, 3 generations built a merchant house, 5 a noble one, and 9 a true dynasty. It wasn't mere galleons, it was the polish of elite education. Erwin saw real potential in him, not empty flattery. Draco had a role waiting in his grander designs. Hermione's sharp mind soaked up ideas like a sponge, even if her youth limited full insight. Erwin had sown the seed, it would grow. Harry, the so-called savior, might seem a bit thick-headed and charmingly naive in those tales, but hardship had forged something rare in him, resilience. Poor families raised tough kids early, and after his ordeals, Harry had an unyielding core. Talent was innate, sure, but success demanded honing, and as the tale of any child prodigy who squandered their gifts showed, trials mattered more than raw promise. Resilience, above all, was hard-won through misfortune. It defined true potential. Erwin didn't scorn the boy, with proper shaping, Harry could soar. That's why he bothered mentoring them, they were raw talent worth molding. He always cast a wide net, even one catching the high road to glory made it worthwhile. Leaving the trio to their thoughts, Erwin headed straight for the Slytherin common room. Duties piled up, he couldn't dawdle. Settling at his desk, he leaned back, eyes closing for a brief respite. Time slipped by. Before long, the afternoon light had faded past 5. Erwin stirred, standing to stretch. About time. As if on cue, old Tom reached out. Master Erwin, everyone's assembled. He breathed out, tension easing. Now the real game truly began. With that said, guys, today's 10 chapters have been published. I'm holding up my end of the bargain because you guys are amazing. If you love these mass releases, make sure to smash that power stone. Next target, rank number 10. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 211, Blood Oath and Brewing Storm. Erwin snapped his fingers. In an instant, he vanished from his spot and reappeared in the heart of Diagon Alley, inside Selwyn's magical materials shop. The doors were bolted shut, sealing out the bustling street. Inside waited 3 figures, old Tom, Rita Skeeter the Beetle reporter, and a burly man in a crisp black suit. As the swirl of apparition faded, Erwin materialized. Tom and the suited men bowed deeply. Master Erwin. Rita dipped into a quick curtsy. My lord. Erwin nodded and took the chair Tom swiftly provided. Rivers, it's been too long, Erwin said. The man, Rivers, grinned broadly. 2 years, sir. Feels like a lifetime. What do you make of the wizarding world so far? Erwin asked. Rivers's expression turned thoughtful. Incredible, but bloody terrifying. Their power, it's unreal. Even the strongest wizards shrug off bullets like raindrops in a duel. Erwin inclined his head. Precisely why you're here, Rivers. I need a foothold in this world, a real one. For the Selwyn family. Rivers chuckled. I figured as much, Master Erwin. I've known my role since you pulled me and my kin from those thugs 4 years back. I'd lay down my life for you and the family without a second thought. Erwin met his gaze steadily. Your family will want for nothing. In the Selwyn name, I'll ensure your line thrives for 3 generations. Wealth, security, no effort required. Rivers dropped to one knee, eyes fierce. No need for that, sir. Serving the Selwyns is my honor. I'll do whatever it takes. Erwin waved him off. You earn it, Rivers. You're pivotal to everything ahead. No room for error. Rivers straightened, voice grave. Understood. I'm ready. Your plans won't falter on my watch. Erwin paused. Anything else on your mind? Rivers hesitated. One thing, Master. Could I call you, head of the family? I know the rules, no one under 13 inherits. But I might not live to see it. Erwin studied him, surprised by the modest plea. He sighed. If it means that much, then so be it. Today, I claim the role officially. Rivers, spread the word to the family. You're my first witness. Tom vanished into a shadowed shop, only to re-emerge within the Selwyn estate. Rivers awaited in the courtyard. Old Tom, beside them, blinked back tears. Master. He dreamed of this moment for years. Erwin understood their fervor all too well. Since uncovering the family's ancient bloodline, he'd grasped the odd inheritance rule, only at 13 could heirs unlock their full potential, deeming them fit to lead. Rivers pressed a reverent kiss to the hem of Erwin's robes, then rose. I'm off, then. From the other side, I'll watch the Selwyns conquer the wizarding world. He strode to the door without a backward glance and stepped into the alley. Erwin's fist tightened, his silence heavy. After a long breath, he turned to Rita. Go. Make it detailed, make it undeniable. Ensure the whole world hears. Rita nodded sharply and moved to leave. Wait, Erwin called. She froze. He wavered, then added, if Rivers falters, back him up. Her face drained of color, but she bowed lower. Yes, my lord. Consider it done. Once she was gone, Erwin gazed out the window at the throngs in Diagon Alley. Tom, was I too harsh? Tom lingered behind him, heart aching at Erwin's shadowed silhouette. No, Master. Rivers is essential to the plan. Contingencies are wise. Erwin exhaled. Truth be told, when I saved him, I saw talent we needed desperately. And yes, pity played a part. I gave his family a shot at a decent life, no more scraping by. But now, I'm sending him to his grave myself. Rivers is grateful, sir, Tom replied softly. Loyal to the bone. He always wanted to repay you with everything he had. Only he can pull this off. Erwin rubbed his temple. Hogwarts is changing me, Tom. Softening the edges. Tom stayed quiet. He cherished this more human Erwin, yet the family's survival demanded the sharper version, the one from before school, ruthless and unyielding. Emotions bred vulnerabilities. Part of Tom yearned to spill every secret, to whisk Erwin from the family's tangled web. But a grin soon cracked Erwin's face. Hogwarts, you sly old fox. Can't deny your pull. Tom, relay the order, we're avenging Rivers. He'll hand us the perfect cause. We'll seize it, etch the Selwyn name into every corner of the wizarding world. My name, Erwin. Let our family crest bloom amid our enemy's blood. Tom bowed. As you command, Master. The wizarding world will soon feel the Selwyn edge. Erwin flung open the window, letting the breeze tousle his hair. Time for a reckoning. Bonus chapter progress. Power Stones, 11, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Every stone gets us closer. Chapter 212, Ravenclaw's touching reunion, a permanent alliance forged. Midnight at the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. Erwin stood beneath the bronze eagle knocker, watching as it received a stern lecture from Rowena Ravenclaw herself. He couldn't suppress a chuckle. This all started 10 minutes earlier. Ravenclaw had asked Erwin to bring her to see Helena, but the vengeful knocker had blocked their way, demanding a riddle contest. Erwin's puzzle proved impossible for it to solve, so the sore loser resorted to cheating, refusing to grant entry. Erwin could have operated inside, but he didn't want to risk waking the students or causing a scene. Ravenclaw, meanwhile, hesitated in her diadem form, nervous and excited about reuniting with her daughter. As a spirit, her emotions ran deeper than ever, which played right into the knocker's delay. Seizing the moment, Ravenclaw turned her frustration on the knocker and let loose a blistering tirade. The thing didn't dare respond, hanging there as still as a statue. Erwin had never heard such a masterful dressing down. If he'd been in its place, he'd be fuming. After a solid 10 minutes, the knocker yielded, swinging open the door with uncharacteristic meekness. The delay had steadied Ravenclaw's nerves, turning her anxiety into resolve. The Ravenclaw common room lay quiet. With prefects enforcing curfew checks, the students had turned in early. Though Erwin now served as head boy, he had no interest in the hassle of nightly patrols. Grodia still handled those duties, and after his graduation, Erwin had his sights set on a 6th-year prefect candidate to step up. Delegating was key. Erwin had zero intention of doing the work himself. Ravenclaw approached her statue, her gaze sweeping the familiar space with a wave of nostalgia. Erwin hung back, giving her space to reflect. A moment later, she sighed. What a long time it's been. So many years, and nothing's changed. It's just as I left it. Well, except for all these new portraits. Erwin followed her eyes. The animated figures on the walls sat in silent reverence, hands clasped over their hearts, offering subtle bows to their founder. They knew better than to intrude. The mistress of Ravenclaw House had returned. Where is Helena now? Ravenclaw asked. Erwin tapped into his connection to the diadem. Upstairs, in one of the dorms. She nodded. I'll go up alone. Thank you for this, Erwin. I'll find you later. He inclined his head, though curiosity tugged at him about the mother-daughter reunion. Still, it wasn't his place to intrude. His job had been to guide her and locate Helena, nothing more. Brimming with questions of his own, Erwin headed to the room of requirement. He threw himself into magic practice, determined to squeeze every drop of progress from the night. Just past 3 a.m., his magic reserves depleted, Erwin operated back to his room. Exhausted, he managed to change the sheets before collapsing into sleep. The next morning, he jolted awake to find Ravenclaw gazing out the window. Founder, when did you get back? He asked, rubbing his eyes. In the early hours, she replied. Erwin nodded. I must have slept like the dead. Did you see Lady Helena? Yes. Her tone softened with satisfaction. And now? Plans to stay in Ravenclaw. Live with her. Ravenclaw shook her head. My essence is bound to the diadem. What, are you offering to leave it behind? Erwin smiled. If you need it, absolutely. The diadem's a powerful artifact, but in my line of work, a bit more or less wisdom won't tip the scales. I could place it atop your statue in the common room. You'd see Helena whenever you wished. She studied him, noting the sincerity in his eyes. Erwin meant it. Securing influence over Hogwarts was triumph enough. The diadem paled next to Ravenclaw's counsel. Trading it for her goodwill, and access to the 4 founders' insights, would propel him further than any relic. But she declined. No. Helena has her own path now, free from guilt. She can embrace life anew, and I'll watch from afar. If I grow homesick, though, you'll bring me back. I can't stray from the diadem too long. Of course, Erwin agreed. Ravenclaw's expression warmed. In return, you may consult me on worthy matters. But spare me the basics. I'm no nursemaid for fledglings. With that, her form dissolved into shimmering starlight, merging back into the diadem. Erwin's mouth quirked into a grin. He'd gained an unexpected ally, just as he'd hoped. A knock echoed at the door. Good morning, Master Erwin. He flicked his wand, and it swung open. Charlotte entered, beaming. Erwin stretched, rising to face the mirror. He smoothed his tousled hair, meeting his own reflected smile. Another day dawns, he murmured, tracing the corner of his mouth. Charlotte prepared his toothbrush with toothpaste, stepping aside deferentially. Yes, Master Erwin, a fresh start. Bonus chapter progress. Power Stones, 11, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Every stone gets us closer. Chapter 213, 213, Daily Prophet Bombshell, Rivers's grisly murder shocks the wizarding world. School days dragged on in a haze of routine and repetition. 3 days slipped by in an instant, bringing Wednesday to Hogwarts. While the castle basked in its usual deceptive calm, the wider wizarding world simmered with unrest. That morning, a flock of owls swooped through the windows, dropping identical copies of the Daily Prophet into the hands of Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and a handful of other staff members. Before breakfast, Snape unfurled his edition with his customary sneer, only for his face to harden in an instant. A dark, murderous aura pulsed from him, his black eyes narrowing like a serpent's on the screaming headline. "Insolent fools," he hissed through gritted teeth. "They've signed their own death warrants." In her office, Professor McGonagall sipped her coffee, spectacles perched on her nose as she scanned the front page. The cup slipped from her fingers, shattering on the floor, but she barely noticed. Horror etched her features. The Yaxley family, have they lost their minds? Word spread like fiend fire among the professors, and soon, the students. Down in the Slytherin common room, Draco's face twisted in fury as he slammed the newspaper onto the flagstone floor. Those blasted Yaxleys. How dare they? I'll all-father right now, they'll regret this. Pansy Parkinson, at his side, wore a mask of ice-cold resolve. I'm with you, Draco. After breakfast, I'm riding home too. The Yaxleys will pay dearly. Murmurs of outrage rippled through the other pureblood students, their expressions grim and unified. If a Yaxley walked in now, they'd hex him into next week without a second thought. Draco scowled, folding his arms. Fine. But we wait for the head prefect's word. Do what you must, but Pansy, come with me upstairs. He should be up by now. We'll wait outside with the others. Pansy nodded sharply, and the pair headed to the dormitory level, joining the cluster of prefects outside Erwin's door. Inside, Erwin lounged on his bed, already awake and holding his own copy of the Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter had outdone herself with the front-page exclusive. Cavendish envoy slain in cold blood, Yaxley family's brutal retaliation. The article laid it all bare, every sordid detail of the negotiation gone wrong, culminating in the Yaxley patriarch's wand delivering the fatal curse to Rivers, the Selwyn family's envoy. A moving photograph accompanied the text, Rivers's lifeless body sprawled in a crimson pool, the Yaxley head's face set in grim triumph, his wand still aimed at the corpse. Skeeter wove the broader tale with her signature venom, framing the long-standing feud between the Selwyn and Yaxley families. It all traced back to a clash over magical supplies, the Selwyns offering top-quality ingredients at rock-bottom prices, undercutting the Yaxleys' bloated empire. The wizarding world knew the score. Selwyn's shop had been a godsend for frugal wand wavers, while Yaxley's marked up the same goods 2-3 times over. No wonder resentment festered. Under Yaxley pressure, the Selwyn outlet shuttered its doors. Erwin had engineered it that way, of course. Profits? Minimal. But that was never the point. The shop was bait, dangled to lure the Yaxleys into overreach. And bite they had. The moment they ramped up the suppression, their downfall was inevitable. Skeeter painted the Selwyns as hard-working, upright traitors crushed by Yaxley greed, oppression dripped from every line without ever naming it outright. She capped it with a subtle jab, penned at Erwin's direction, the pure-blood cartels hoarding the market, pricing out everyday wizards and strangling livelihoods. And the coup de grace? Rivers wasn't even a wizard. He was a full muggle, no squib ambiguity to soften the blow. Across the country, in the echoing halls of Yaxley Manor, the family patriarch crumpled his copy and hurled it aside, his eyes blazing with arctic fury. That wretched Skeeter. How dare she twist the truth? And the prophet, have they forgotten their place? Get me the editor's head on a platter. Force a retraction, now. A nervous subordinate cleared his throat. Sir, we've tried. But the Malfoys, Parkinsons, and Selwyns are shielding her. They're the ones who muscled this into print. The patriarch's rage faltered into stunned silence, then dawning realization. So fast. Clever, too clever. He paced, pieces clicking into place. From the start, it was a trap. Erwin Cavendish, one of the ancient pure bloodlines, playing us like fools. We never crossed him first, he baited us. But why? Unless, he's after the one pulling our strings. Yes, that has to be it. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius brooded in his study, staring at the offending rag. Narcissa swept in, sensing his tension. Lucius. What's got you so dour? He slid the paper across the desk. She skimmed it, her cheeks flushing with anger. The Yaxleys are begging for oblivion. Erwin sought peace, and they mock him, then murder his envoy. The ministry will crucify them. We can't stand idle, Lucius. We must make them answer. Lucius raised a hand, his voice measured. Patience, Narcissa. This reeks of orchestration. Look closer, do you not see the strings? She scowled, scanning again. All I see is Erwin wronged. What more is there? The wizarding world held its breath, alliances fracturing like brittle wandwood. At Hogwarts, whispers echoed through the corridors, but in the shadows of Slytherin, Erwin's prefects stood vigilant, awaiting his lead. The powder keg was lit, only the explosion remained. Bonus chapter progress. Power Stones, 11/. 5-star reviews, 6/. Every stone gets us closer. Chapter 214, Schemes unravel, the ministry cracks down. Lucius sighed. Was Narcissa foolish? Hardly. Before their marriage, her surname had been Black. The Blacks were renowned for two things, striking good looks and sharp minds. It was no wonder they ranked among the elite pureblood families. The reason Narcissa hadn't spotted the issue, or even considered one, was simple. All she saw was Erwin being targeted. Lucius pressed on. We've all met Erwin. Do you honestly believe he'd sacrifice his own people just to storm the Yaxley estate? Narcissa frowned. The Yaxleys are mad. Even so, I'm stunned he'd go that far. Lucius shook his head. Narcissa, we know plenty about Erwin's time at Hogwarts from Draco's letters, but you haven't dug deeper. From his school exploits and what we've gleaned from the Muggle world, Erwin's cautious to a fault. He never risks himself, not even for allies. And he's a true Slytherin at heart. Self-preservation always comes first. Everything he does has a purpose. Do you really think he'd grovel to anyone, even hypothetically? Narcissa paused, her anger cooling. You mean Erwin orchestrated this? Impossible. He's just a boy. He couldn't be that sly. And for what end? It doesn't add up. Lucius leaned in. We've all underestimated him, or overlooked how he seized control of London's underworld at 6, ruling it unchallenged after 5 years. We dismiss Muggles out of habit, forgetting Erwin started as one. No magic, yet he built an empire. Imagine if he'd been a wizard then, with wizard followers, targeting our world. He'd have conquered Wizarding Britain outright. Lucius drew a sharp breath. He'd simplified things too much, underestimating Erwin's ruthlessness. Narcissa's eyes widened in realization. You're right, it does fit. Merlin's beard, that poor boy. How much hardship has he endured to outdo even the Dark Lord? Lucius rolled his eyes. Trust Narcissa to fixate on sympathy. Focus, Narcissa. Erwin's goal was always the Yaxleys. I'd wager he knew something before entering our world. This reeks of revenge. It was a stretch, but the most logical conclusion. If Erwin heard it, he'd protest. He simply wanted to crush a pureblood house to cement his wizarding status. The Yaxleys were coincidental. Raw materials from Hagrid sparked a venture, then Barton's involvement sealed it. Only later did he learn of their ties to the enemy. Fate had lured them straight into his snare. Narcissa asked, if that's true, what now? Lucius replied, the ministry will step in soon. Killing a Muggle is grave, even for purebloods. But Yaxley will weasel out. We can't meddle directly. Erwin doesn't know we're allies yet, so he won't seek our aid. That Weasley mess last time planted doubts, but he trusts only the Selwyns. We'll bolster them instead. Whatever they need, we'll nudge along without overstepping. Narcissa nodded. It made sense. Lucius added, now we watch Erwin's ploy unfold. How he'll corner Yaxley, I can't guess. The boy's a marvel. I can't help but admire him. At Yaxley Manor, the patriarch regained his composure and pieced together the events, starting from the opening of Cavendish's magical materials shop. Step by step, he uncovered threads, including that Muggle's visit. The man had been brazen, almost insulting, turning a negotiation into provocation. That's why he'd snapped and killed Rivers on the spot. Now it clicked, the Muggle had baited him deliberately, courting death to pin the murder on him. To frame the Yaxleys as Muggle killers. But why? The patriarch sneered. Foolish child. Do you think one Muggle death topples us? The might of a true pureblood house is beyond your grasp, you fallen upstart. If this is your gambit, you're deluded. The real game starts now. A house elf entered. Master, Minister Fudge has arrived with orders. They demand to see you. The patriarch scoffed. Quick work. Let them in. I'll see what Fudge has in mind. Another servant hesitated. Shall we summon reinforcements? No need, the patriarch dismissed. The ministry's a lapdog, it knows who put its master in power. At Hogwarts, Erwin stretched and rose. Morning lessons done, the ministry should be arriving soon. Time for the main event. Bonus chapter progress. Power Stones, 11, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Every stone gets us closer. Chapter 215, Fudge's arrival ignites Slytherin fury. After adjusting his robes, Erwin stepped out of his room. The prefect candidates from each year were already waiting at the door. They bowed as he emerged. Good morning, sir, they said in unison. Erwin nodded. Let's go. He led the way down the corridor, with Grodia falling into step beside him. Sir, what about the Yaxley situation? Is there anything we can do? The others glanced at Erwin, eager for his lead. They were ready to all their families and coordinate a response. Erwin smiled faintly. No need for now. I've got it handled. Focus on your studies, if I need you, you'll hear from me. They exchanged looks but nodded without protest. The morning revision session passed without incident, though Erwin noted more Slytherins joining in. The Hufflepuffs were out in force, and even some second and third years had sought permission from their head of house to attend in the Slytherin common room. Erwin welcomed them all, fielding questions as best he could. These were his contributors, after all, boosting his wizarding acclaim through their progress. Lately, though, the gains had tapered off. Under his guidance, the students had grown more self-reliant, helping each other with queries before they reached him. Erwin found it gratifying, they were thriving, but it left him a touch wistful, watching his team dwindle. Still, the Daily Prophet's recent articles had elevated his profile across the wizarding world. His acclaim rose steadily each day, offsetting any shortfall from the sessions. As the session wrapped, Erwin headed to the Great Hall for breakfast, his eyes flicking to the staff table. Dumbledore's seat was empty, he'd left for ministry business. McGonagall and Snape were absent too, no doubt locked in debate with the officials. And so they were, in McGonagall's office. Fudge perched uncomfortably in a chair, facing the stern professor. Snape lurked in the shadows of his black robes, his icy presence keeping Fudge's auras on edge. They clustered close to the minister, wary of provoking the potion's master's wrath. Fudge cleared his throat. Professor McGonagall, we're not here to cause trouble. We just need a word with young Cavendish, perhaps mediate this mess. McGonagall's gaze was steel. Mediate. Yaxley's assault on a muggle is a grave offense. And you propose mediation? Is the ministry throwing in with him now? Fudge's jowls tightened. The ministry remains impartial, I assure you, even Dumbledore would agree. I've reviewed the facts. Yaxley killed a muggle, true, but he acted on Cavendish's behalf, as a wizarding representative. That voids the muggle assault charge. Murder, however, stands. We've got the culprit in custody, the Yaxleys surrendered him willingly. They're prepared to apologize and make reparations to Cavendish. That's our purpose here. McGonagall eyed him coldly. No one was fooled. This reeked of ministry meddling to protect Yaxley. Wizarding law deemed non-magical muggles, full stop, harming them was forbidden. It shielded countless families, including muggle-born students at Hogwarts whose parents could become targets. If the ministry twisted this, those protections crumbled. Snape broke the silence. Why not summon Erwin and hear his side directly? McGonagall shot him a puzzled look. They'd agreed to shield Erwin from this, handling it discreetly and briefing him later. Why the sudden shift? Snape met her eyes and gave a subtle nod. She sighed. Very well. Snape, fetch him. Snape inclined his head and swept from the room, robes billowing. If Lucius Malfoy had pieced it together, so could Snape, his insights into Erwin ran deeper. The man's cunning had kept him alive amid divided loyalties for years. He suspected Erwin had orchestrated this, gunning for the Yaxleys. But Erwin's usual precision seemed off here, the evidence wouldn't topple them, let alone cripple the family. Back in the Great Hall, Erwin spotted Snape at the entrance. The pieces were in place. Time to start the performance. He set down his cutlery and rose, smoothing his robes. Slytherin eyes turned to him, then to Snape. Grodia stood abruptly. The others followed, the table falling silent. Students from other houses paused, cutlery hovering, as the Slytherins drew attention. Erwin waved them down. Back to your meals, everyone. Prefect candidates, after breakfast, lead morning practice and get to classes on time. I've got business, don't dawdle. He strode toward the doors, pausing to clap Grodia on the shoulder as he passed. Easy now. The real show's just starting, it won't wrap up quickly. Sit. Bonus chapter progress. Power Stones, 11, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Every stone gets us closer. Chapter 216, Fudge, Yaxley's loyal lapdog. Erwin and Snape reached the entrance to the Great Hall. Good morning, Godfather, Erwin said with a nod. Snape gave a curt inclination of his head and turned toward Professor McGonagall's office. Erwin fell into step behind him. They traversed the corridor in silence, the only sound the echo of their footsteps. Finally, Snape halted and fixed Erwin with a steady gaze. Minister Fudge is here. He's a spineless fool who clawed his way to power on the backs of pureblood families. The Yaxleys are his biggest patrons. They've spun this mess, downplaying their attacks on muggles as mere murder and pinning it on some scapegoat. Erwin's face remained impassive, though he nodded. He'd anticipated as much. You knew. Snape pressed. Erwin offered a faint smile. Something like that. I've prepared for every angle, including the Yaxleys. They're a pureblood powerhouse, after all, deep ties to the ministry's top echelons. I never expected a clean win this time around. Snape's brow furrowed. If you've got a plan, that's something. But toppling the Yaxleys won't be easy. They're one of the top 3 ancient pureblood families, with fingers in every pie at the ministry. Eradicating them entirely? Near impossible. Still, the scandal's blown up big. Use it to extract concessions, build your strength slowly. What you need most is time. Erwin shook his head. They won't give me that luxury, Godfather. Snape paused, his expression darkening. If push comes to shove, I'll step in. I've got potions certain people would sell their souls for, they'll think twice before crossing you. And if it comes to it, I'll handle it personally. With me in your corner, they won't dare turn on you. Erwin met his godfather's eyes, sensing the unyielding resolve there. He let out a soft chuckle. It's not come to that yet. My aim was never to destroy the Yaxleys outright, I know better. Trust me, Godfather. I've got this mapped out. Snape nodded sharply. Fine. If you need anything, you know where to find me. Without waiting for a reply, he strode onward. Erwin followed, and soon they reached Professor McGonagall's office. The door stood ajar. They entered to find Fudge already inside, his eyes snapping to Erwin as they crossed the threshold. The minister had watched the prefect's duel just days ago, and the sight of that blazing Protego Diabolica had haunted his sleepless nights. It smacked of a new Dark Lord on the rise, and Fudge feared for his precarious grip on power. He'd dispatched Rita Skeeter to tarnish Erwin's name, but she'd come back with nothing. At the time, he'd chalked it up to the boy's overwhelming skill. Now, with today's headlines, he saw the truth. At just 11, Erwin had somehow rallied devoted followers. The realization only deepened Fudge's unease. The Yaxleys' predicament stemmed not just from propping him up as minister, but from his desperate need for their backing. This visit had a sharper edge, to neutralize Erwin. Erwin dipped his head to Professor McGonagall. Good morning, Professor. She returned the gesture. Morning, Erwin. This is Minister Fudge from the Ministry of Magic. He wishes to speak with you. Erwin turned to Fudge, offering a polite smile. Hello, Minister. I've heard so much about you, though we've never crossed paths. I was planning to seek an introduction over the holidays. You've done wonders keeping the ministry running smoothly, giving us all a bit of peace. Fudge's chest puffed slightly at the flattery. For a moment, the boy didn't seem quite so threatening. He rose with a broad grin. Just doing my duty. You're welcome anytime. I've never seen a young wizard with your talent, plenty of adults couldn't match you. That prefect duel was something else, looked like 2 auras going at it. Erwin's smile held, though it didn't reach his eyes. You're too kind. But I suspect this visit ties to the Yaxleys. Fudge nodded solemnly. Indeed. First off, my deepest sympathies for the Cavendish family's loss, the Selwyn family's, I mean. Erwin, I'm truly sorry you've endured this. Pity flickered in his gaze as he spoke. Erwin suppressed a sneer. Both of them were playing roles here, who was the better actor? His own eyes misted over. Rivers, we'd known each other for years. He saved my life once, helped me more times than I can count. It was my fault he tangled with the Yaxleys, went poking where he shouldn't. Poor bloke met a gruesome end, and I can't blame anyone but rotten luck. He had a wife, kids, now they're all gone. But I trust the ministry will see justice done. After all, Minister, you're known for your fairness. Fudge faltered, caught off guard. Erwin's words had painted this muggle as some invaluable Selwyn retainer, perhaps even a right-hand man. Recovering, Fudge cleared his throat. Of course, lad. Justice will be served, the ministry stands for fairness. The Yaxleys have surrendered the culprit, he'll be off to Azkaban shortly, facing the worst they can throw at him. I'm here to smooth things over between you and the family. If you're open to it, a sit-down might clear the air, prevent more misunderstandings. What do you say? A cold spark ignited in Erwin's eyes. There it was, Fudge, the perfect Yaxley hound. Misunderstandings. Culprit. The Daily Prophet had splashed photos everywhere, it was crystal clear. Yet here was the minister, yapping to defend his masters. No matter. Fudge was a bumbling opportunist, useless for Erwin's purposes. If the men insisted on playing fetch, there'd be no mercy when the time came to clip his leash. Bonus chapter progress. Power Stones, 11, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Every stone gets us closer. Chapter 217, The Selwyn Family's Bold Gambit. Of course, Erwin said. If you'd be willing to mediate, that would be brilliant. I have no objections. Fudge smiled. Things were unfolding far more smoothly than expected today. The smoother, the better. He'd already prepared contingency plans if Erwin balked, but this played right into his hands. In Fudge's view, the boy was just a child, what schemes could he possibly have? Easy to steer, easy to outmaneuver. After all, Cornelius Fudge went toe-to-toe with Dumbledore himself. In that case, Fudge continued, let's schedule it for this afternoon. The sooner, the better. What do you say? Erwin nodded. Absolutely. I want this wrapped up quickly too. Fudge inclined his head. Then we'll head to Yaxley Manor. Erwin frowned, but before he could respond, Professor McGonagall interjected sharply. Out of the question. Erwin can't leave Hogwarts grounds during term time. If you want to negotiate, it happens here. The school has a duty to safeguard its students. Erwin shot her a mental thumbs up. That's why she's the best, straight to the point. He didn't truly believe Yaxley would stoop to outright assault, but better safe than sorry. Ancestral wisdom, the clever fox steers clear of the snare. Fudge paused, then conceded. Very well. I'll inform Yaxley and arrange for both parties to meet at Hogwarts this afternoon. The ministry will oversee the mediation. With the details settled, Fudge wasted no time and departed with his entourage. Once they were gone, Professor McGonagall turned to Erwin. Don't worry, Erwin. The professors have your back. No one will harm you on our watch. Erwin nodded gratefully. Thank you, Professor. It's our duty, she replied. If that's all, you should return to class. Erwin agreed, bidding farewell to McGonagall and Snape before slipping away. After he left, McGonagall eyed Snape. What do you make of this? Snape's voice was cool. Erwin has his strategies. This is family business, we can't meddle excessively. But I'll ensure his safety. No one touches him while I'm around. McGonagall nodded grimly. These pureblood families are pushing boundaries too far. Snape fell silent, a icy flicker in his gaze. Unlike McGonagall, his thoughts veered darker, the viability of storming Yaxley Manor and ending their patriarch. Leaving the office, Erwin activated his communication rune, linking to Tom. We move to Phase 2. Understood, Master. The connection cut. A sly grin tugged at Erwin's lips. Time for the ministry to witness the Selwyn family's true mettle. Meanwhile, in Diagon Alley, Tom vanished into a shadowed shop, only to re-emerge within the Solent estate. Rivers awaited in the courtyard. Spotting Tom, Rivers's eyes brightened. How'd it go? Tom nodded. Smoothly. Everything's on track with Master's plan. He gives the go-ahead for the next move. Rivers's grin turned feral, a glint of anticipation in his stare. About time. I've been itching for action. Tom frowned. Keep it controlled. Exposure is the last thing we need, those vultures would swarm us. We're expendable, but Master still requires our support. Rivers nodded. Got it. No worries, Tom. These years without magic have honed other skills. Honestly, this outshines spells in a pinch. He hefted a gun, testing its weight. Tom agreed. Master's right, times evolve. It reshapes Muggle society, and now ours. From here on, the Selwyn name will blaze across the wizarding world. Excitement lit Rivers's features. On that US lead you wanted checked, Alva surfaced briefly, then vanished. Trace them to Germany. Tom's brow furrowed. Germany? Linked to the Solent traders. Rivers shook his head. Unclear, but clues point that way. Not directly tied to them, though. Selwyn's a pariah, the upper families despise traitors like that. Alva wouldn't align with outcasts. Tom mulled it over. Any word on the others? Nothing solid. We know they've been taken by Selwyn, but the location's a black hole. We should push Master to unleash the family's resources, track them properly. Tom shook his head firmly. Too soon. Master's seal is lifted, but his bloodline's not fully awakened. He'd be outmatched by that Solent scum. Rushing in now invites disaster. We wait until he's unbreakable. He's strong already, but he needs more. Rivers pressed. How long? With us and the full Selwyn force, we could tip the scales. Tom's tone sharpened. You underestimate the lower family's ancient magic. As one of them, you should know better. Patience. When Master uncovers our concealed arts, the truth will unfold. Rivers sighed. Fine, your call. It won't be long, Tom assured. I sense it, he's on the cusp. Then the Selwyns will bare their fangs to the world. Now, prepare what he requested. He's aiming to make waves. Rivers nodded and set off. Precisely at 3 that afternoon, trucks rumbled from the Selwyn estate. Tarps concealed their loads, contents a mystery. Sleek cars followed, each ferrying stern men in black suits, the family's inner circle. The mobilization drew eyes from all corners. Whispers rippled through Muggle circles, even the royals took note. Yet the wizarding purebloods slumbered on, blind to the stirrings. They'd never deigned to glance at the Muggle realm. Arrogance, after all, was their fatal flaw. Bonus chapter progress. Power Stones, 11, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Every stone gets us closer. Chapter 218, Yaxley's demands and Erwin's sharp rebuttal. The wizarding world held Muggles in low regard, and the Yaxley family was no exception. As the Selwyns prepared to launch a massive operation that would rock London to its core, the family remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing. The Selwyns were now a formidable force. Though they controlled only a sliver of London's shadowy underbelly, their peers knew better than to underestimate them. Even the most influential organizations, eyeing a move into the city, no matter their motives, had to seek the Selwyns' blessing first. They needed an invitation, a clear explanation of their plans, and explicit approval. This was London, the Selwyns' London. No one courted enmity with them lightly. The Selwyns were infamous in the underworld as a pack of mad dogs. They struck without restraint, and if you so much as nipped at them, they bit back twice as hard, do or die. While not the strongest players, they were undoubtedly the most dangerous to cross. News of the Selwyns' large-scale mobilization sparked widespread panic. Rivals assumed it signaled territorial expansion. When the convoy rolled out of London and into a neighboring town, the local underworld families there quaked in fear, bracing for an assault. But the Selwyns had no such plans. The vehicles passed through unscathed, leaving a trail of chaos in their wake as they cut through one town after another. Erwin, of course, knew nothing of this. He was tucked away in Professor McGonagall's office at Hogwarts, where extra chairs had been conjured for the tense gathering. The Yaxley Patriarch and Minister Fudge were already seated. Erwin arrived fashionably late, flanked by Snape. "Sorry I'm late," Erwin said politely as he stepped inside. "Class just wrapped up." The Yaxley Patriarch snorted derisively. Erwin merely smiled, unruffled. Snape, however, had no such patience. He drew his wand in a flash. "What was that noise?" The Patriarch's face twisted in rage. "Severus Snape, who do you think you are, pointing that at me? Others might cower before you, but not I. What, does Hogwarts want war?" Professor McGonagall shot to her feet, slamming her palm on the desk. "Threaten us all you like, Yaxley. Hogwarts bows to no one, not you, not your family." Fudge's expression soured. Bloody hell, the boy hadn't even opened his mouth, and already the Yaxleys were spoiling for a fight with the school. "Let's all calm down," Fudge interjected hastily, forcing a diplomatic smile. "We're here for a peaceful resolution." Erwin caught Snape's eye and gave a subtle shake of his head. Snape huffed, sheathing his wand. McGonagall settled back into her chair, though Erwin spotted a flicker of regret in her eyes. Was she disappointed? No chance to unleash that statue-animating spell from the books. He'd read how thrilled she'd been to use it in the original tale, practically giddy after decades of curiosity. Who knew the stern transfiguration professor harbored such a warmonger's spark beneath her tartan robes? With tempers cooled, Fudge exhaled quietly in relief. "Erwin, Professor Snape, take a seat." Erwin nodded amiably and dropped into the chair nearest Yaxley. The Patriarch's glare burned with barely veiled murder, but Erwin met it with a cheerful grin, as if they were old chums. "Now that everyone's here," Fudge began, "and I've heard the gist of this feud, let's get to demands." "Lay them out." Erwin stayed silent, turning expectantly to Yaxley. The Patriarch wasted no time. "My family failed to reign in our people, leading to the deaths of Selwyn associates. The Ministry has the culprits in custody, they'll rot in Azkaban soon enough. We're not blameless, so I offer my apologies. The Selwyns can keep peddling their magical supplies in Diagon Alley, but at prices matching ours." He fixed Erwin with a challenging stare. Erwin's face remained impassive. Fudge nodded approvingly. "Reasonable terms. Erwin, does that work for you?" "Minister," Erwin replied evenly, "may I ask 2 questions first?" Fudge beamed, waving him on. "Fire away." In Fudge's mind, the deal was sealed. Kids were so predictable, a dollop of honey, and they folded. Soon, he'd be splashed across the Daily Prophet as the minister who'd brokered peace between titans, burnishing his legacy as the wizarding world's great unifier. Erwin leaned forward. "First, since when does setting up shop in Diagon Alley require approval from anyone but the Ministry? Selwyn Magical Supplies has full permits, all above board, stamped by your office." Fudge's smile faltered. He frowned, realizing he'd misjudged. Erwin wasn't some pushover. Worse, the boy's point landed like a hex, solid and unignorable. What right did a pureblood clan have to dictate Diagon Alley business? Was the Ministry sovereign, or were old families pulling the strings? Fudge's gaze flicked to Yaxley, whose scowl deepened. Erwin had slyly pitted the Ministry against the pureblood elite. For anyone else, Fudge might have brushed it off. But he was obsessed with power, paranoid about any erosion of his authority. He'd even tangled with Dumbledore over it, consequences be damned. Erwin had zeroed in on that flaw like a seeker spotting the snitch. Fudge didn't weigh odds or rival's strength. If it smelled like a threat to his grip, he lashed out, brainless but bold. The room hung thick with tension. Yaxley shifted, clearly plotting his next move, while Snape's lip curled in anticipation. McGonagall watched Erwin with a mix of pride and wariness. Fudge, cornered by his own ego, cleared his throat awkwardly. Erwin, that's a fair point, Fudge conceded, sweat beading on his brow. But let's not get bogged down in technicalities. The spirit of the offer. Second question, Erwin cut in smoothly, his tone light but firm. If the Yaxleys admit fault and the ministry's handling the prisoners, why tie Selwyn prices to yours? Sounds less like compensation and more like a chokehold on our trade. Yaxley's knuckles whitened on his armrest. Watch your tongue, boy. We're offering mercy. Mercy. Erwin echoed, arching a brow. Apologies don't come with strings in the wizarding world. Or do they, Minister? Fudge sputtered, caught between loyalties. The Patriarch's proposal, once a tidy resolution, now unraveled under scrutiny. Erwin's calm dissection exposed the power play for what it was, a bid to undermine the Selwyns while flattering the ministry. Snape smirked faintly, crossing his arms. McGonagall's eyes gleamed, perhaps she'd get her spell after all. As the argument escalated, Erwin sat back, content to let Fudge's insecurities do the heavy lifting. The Selwyn operation churned on in London, oblivious to the boy's deft maneuvering here. But if Yaxley pushed too far, peace might shatter like cheap crystal. Bonus chapter progress. Power Stones, 11, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Every stone gets us closer. Chapter 219, Erwin's devastating counterstrike. Yaxley opened his mouth to respond, but Erwin didn't give him the opening. He pressed on relentlessly. My second point concerns Chief Yaxley's so-called conditions, that our prices must match those of the Yaxleys. As far as I recall, 30 years ago, the ministry decreed that no shop in Diagon Alley could charge above market rates, but there's no floor on how low they can go. In plain terms, I could sell at a loss without breaking a single law. Yet Diagon Alley's rules explicitly forbid anyone from meddling in pricing. Am I correct, Minister Fudge? Fudge's eyes bulged. He glanced at the Auror at his side, who swiftly rifled through a thick tome of statutes. After a tense moment, the Auror nodded confirmation. Fudge swallowed hard. Bloody hell, Erwin had him cornered with an obscure detail even the minister hadn't remembered. Erwin fixed Chief Yaxley with a calm, unyielding stare. Every twitch, every calculated word from the men played out exactly as Erwin had foreseen. He'd come prepared, his responses sharpened like a well-honed wand. Yaxley glared back, his mind racing. Suddenly, the warnings from his master and the Solent family made sense. The Cavendish line was the deadliest of the four noble houses, not despite its slender numbers, but because of them. Each heir was a force unto themselves, one was more than enough. Erwin didn't let the silence linger. In short, the Yaxley demands are baseless. What say you, Minister? Fudge cleared his throat, nodding vigorously. Quite right. Chief Yaxley, you do well to rethink this. Yaxley's eyes blazed with fury as he met Fudge's gaze. The minister stared back without flinching. It was clear now, power had gone to Fudge's head, making him paranoid about any challenge to his authority. He wasn't the reliable ally he'd once been, just a cornered politician lashing out to crush the Yaxleys while he could. The Yaxley Patriarch forced a sneer. And what exactly does the Cavendish family propose? The ringleader's dead. A wizarding skirmish ended in fatalities, the ministry handled arrests by the book. At worst, we're guilty of poor oversight, nothing more. Fudge bobbed his head in agreement. As a consummate fence-sitter, this was his default, nod along and avoid commitment. Erwin leaned forward. Then allow me another question. Minister, you stated that the Yaxleys claimed rivers, visiting Yaxley Manor on Cavendish business, was part of our world, magic or no? Correct. Yes, precisely, Fudge replied. So, Erwin continued smoothly, if Patriarch Yaxley's logic holds, anyone stepping into wizarding society sheds their muggle status, regardless of magical ability. Fudge nodded again, though unease flickered in his eyes. He couldn't backtrack now, it would unravel Yaxley's defense entirely. Admitting to harming a muggle would doom the family. Yaxley frowned, sensing the trap but unable to pinpoint it. In his mind, Erwin had played his last card. The matter was settled, name cleared, scapegoat in place. No loose ends could tie back to him. Erwin's smile sharpened. Following the thread, does it mean the muggle-born parents and relatives of Hogwarts students are now full members of our world? Indeed, Fudge said, his voice tightening. Erwin's eyes gleamed. I was flipping through some old daily prophets the other day, pure curiosity, really, and stumbled on a fascinating case. A Death Eater, marked as such, faced trial. Pleas for mercy claimed imperious control, no direct kills. But in an aura skirmish, a stray curse hit 2 muggles. He got the kiss for it, muggle endangerment. Yet, per Patriarch Yaxley, those muggles had a Hogwarts-attending child, making them wizarding folk by his own rule. So, was the ministry wrong? This was before your tenure, Minister, when you headed magical law enforcement and oversaw the verdict yourself. Fudge's face drained of color. Yaxley's expression twisted into shock. They both knew the case inside out. The Death Eater's brother had been Fudge's chief rival for minister. Azkaban sentences didn't bar ministry posts, but a death penalty tainted the whole bloodline, blocking advancement. Fudge had twisted the facts, inflating the muggle charge to indiscriminate slaughter, and sidelining his competition. The Yaxleys had pulled strings, bending rules to force the outcome and propel Fudge upward. Now, Fudge was trapped. Admit the error, and his career crumbled under accusations of corruption. Deny it, and Yaxley's defense collapsed, leaving the family exposed for muggle assault, a scandal that could strip their influence. Silence gripped the room like a stunning spell. Erwin lifted his teacup, sipping leisurely as he watched them squirm. He'd never walk into this without ammunition. These wizarding elite left so many cracks in their schemes, a quick dive into records exposed it all. A bit of clever digging, and the truth unraveled like cheap thread. Bonus chapter progress. Power Stones, 11, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Every stone gets us closer. Chapter 220, Declarations of War and Bloody Letters. This was another surprise Erwin had in store for the ambitious minister and his sole encounter with the man's dim-witted ally. Fudge and Yaxley exchanged a quick glance. "Excuse me, Erwin," Fudge said. "I need a private word with head of the Yaxley family. Mind if we step out for a moment?" Professor McGonagall opened her mouth to object, but Erwin beat her to it. "Of course, Minister. If it helps, I can step outside to give you space." Fudge waved him off. "No need for that." With that, the two men slipped out of the office. As the door clicked shut, Professor McGonagall rounded on Erwin. "You shouldn't have let them go off alone. They're clearly scheming together, taking advantage of your age to team up against you." Erwin smiled calmly. "Professor, relax. I trust justice will prevail here. And even if the ministry fails me, you and my godfather won't let anyone push me around, right?" McGonagall shot a glance at Snape, who nodded subtly. She sighed. "Fine, as long as you know what you're doing. Don't worry, we've got your back. Hogwarts stands stronger than you might realize. No one touches you while you're here." Erwin inclined his head. "Thank you, Professor." He settled back in his chair, faintly catching the low murmur of raised voices from the corridor. Moments later, Fudge and Yaxley returned. Erwin noted the frost in Yaxley's eyes and suppressed a grin. Their ploy was in motion, just as he'd anticipated. If everything unfolded smoothly, this spectacle would soon take center stage. Erwin saw no other path forward. His plan was the only way to sideline both the ministry and the Yaxleys. Past verdicts couldn't be undone, so conviction on Muggle murder charges was their fate. But that would hit the Yaxleys harder, leaving them no escape but the trap he'd set. Fudge cleared his throat, facing Erwin. "Apologies, my boy. My briefing was off, must have muddled Mr. Yaxley's intent." "Let him clarify." Erwin nodded politely. McGonagall and Snape exchanged wary looks, sensing the shift. Yaxley straightened, his voice steady. "Certain facts must be addressed. Last Sunday, the Yaxley family declared war on the Selwyn family in the name of pure blood honor. Thus, that Selwyn individual, regardless of blood status, was an enemy. Under wizarding law, during a sanctioned pureblood feud, strikes against foes carry no penalty, provided no innocents are harmed." Snape's and McGonagall's faces darkened in unison. "You're twisting the rules," Snape snapped. "Pureblood wars demand both parties be recognized pureblood houses, with formal notice to the wizarding world." "We've heard nothing." Yaxley smirked. "The decree's been issued. Spies among the old families can confirm it. I'll summon one if needed. As for the delay in your notice, perhaps the owls are tardy. Consider this your alert. And the Selwyns. We both know they're pureblood, with a storied line." Snape's expression hardened to ice. "You're playing with fire, Yaxley." "The feuds of purebloods are our own affair," Yaxley retorted. "The wider world stays out." "Snape, are you volunteering Hogwarts? Interlopers become targets for every house involved. Choose wisely." Snape's rage simmered down to calculation. "Yaxley, as Erwin's godfather and a Selwyn by bond, I'm resigning from Hogwarts effective now. Sleep lightly from here on." Yaxley's jaw tightened at the veiled promise, but he held his ground. No one dismissed a threat from Snape lightly. Erwin watched his godfather, then rose smoothly. Godfather, hold steady. Trust me, it won't come to that. Snape met his gaze, puzzlement flickering. Erwin's calm bordered on smug, sparking a sudden realization. Had this been the endgame all along? Pureblood wars were relics, dormant for over a century since the last one ravaged Germany. They ended in ruin for one side. Yet Erwin's poise suggested he'd orchestrated it. Erwin turned to Yaxley. Then, as Erwin Cavendish of the Selwyn family, I accept your declaration. To the death. Yaxley's eyes narrowed. Fudge blinked in shock. This wasn't the script. Their scheme was to invoke the war as a shield, with Fudge smoothing it over. Not ignite the blaze. Erwin, easy now, Fudge urged. Think this through. Erwin laughed lightly. No need, Minister. Pureblood law allows any tactic, short of harming the innocent, doesn't it? Fudge nodded hesitantly. Yes, but the Selwyns. An owl swooped through the window before he could finish, perching on Yaxley's shoulder and dropping a sealed parchment. Yaxley scowled, snatching it up. Unease twisted in his gut. He tore it open and froze. His gaze snapped to Erwin. You wouldn't dare. Blood sprayed from his lips as he staggered back, crumpling. An aura lunged to steady him. Fudge scooped up the fallen letter, his face draining of color as he scanned it. The room hung in stunned silence, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood and brewing chaos. Bonus chapter progress. Power Stones, 11, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Every stone gets us closer. Chapter 221, Erwin's daring gambit revealed. Fudge turned toward Erwin, the initial scorn in his eyes replaced by raw terror. He was visibly shaken. Snape and Professor McGonagall exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what could have rattled the minister so badly. Erwin maintained a faint, sunny smile. To Fudge, though, it looked like the grin of a devil, utterly chilling. Minister Fudge, Erwin said calmly, during a pureblood family feud, no outsiders can interfere, can they? Fudge swallowed hard. Staring into Erwin's eyes felt like facing a feral magical beast. One wrong word, and he'd be torn apart. Yes, Fudge replied quickly, nodding. Erwin pressed on. Patriarch Yaxley just declared a pureblood war against the Selwyn family last weekend. So everything I've done should be perfectly legal, right? Fudge hesitated. Even so, you. Erwin's smile vanished. Minister, I expect fairness. The pureblood war rules allow any means necessary. I haven't broken a single one, and I hope you'll judge impartially. Fudge paused, then nodded. Understood. Erwin's expression softened with satisfaction. Then, Minister, I trust the ministry won't try to silence tomorrow's daily prophet. The wizarding world deserves the truth, wouldn't you say? Fudge agreed hastily. Of course. With that settled, I'll take my leave. He bid a curt goodbye to McGonagall and Snape, then ordered his aurors to haul away the Yaxley patriarch without delay. Fudge bolted from the room as if a monster nipped at his heels. McGonagall and Snape turned to Erwin in stunned silence. What on earth did you do to him? McGonagall asked. Erwin shrugged innocently. Nothing drastic, Professor. I just showed a glimpse of our strength. Back in the Muggle world, I had to do whatever it took to survive, built up some resources. The Yaxleys pushed too far, I had to push back. McGonagall sighed, studying him. You're on your own now, Erwin. Pureblood feuds aren't child's play. The Yaxleys have deep roots, we can't intervene. But if things go south, stay at Hogwarts. You're safe here. The pureblood wars were ancient pacts, forged when the ministry was born. Families policed themselves, bound by their codes, and the ministry honored those traditions in return. Snape and Erwin left McGonagall's office together, heading straight to Snape's without a detour for class. Erwin knew questions were coming. Sure enough, the moment the door clicked shut, Snape whirled on him. What are you really up to, Erwin? Stirring a full-blown pureblood war. Erwin didn't dodge the truth. Exactly, Godfather. From the start, I never aimed to topple the Yaxleys on a single murder charge. It's impossible, a family like theirs, with centuries of prestige, won't crumble over killing a Muggle. No, my plan was always to ignite a pureblood war. Snape's brow furrowed. If you orchestrated this, it'll be seen as legitimate, even if you fired the first shot. Erwin shook his head. That's the point, it's not the same. The Selwyns can't start one. These families are a tangled web of marriages, all to keep the blood pure. They bicker, sure, but blood ties hold them back. If the Selwyns barge in as aggressors, we'll look like the villains, the outsiders disrupting the balance. We'd win against the Yaxleys, maybe, but the rest would band against us eventually. We'd be isolated. Snape mulled it over, then conceded with a nod. Pure-blood alliances were a delicate equilibrium of power, wealth, and shared history. An interloper using one family as a foothold would spook the lot. The message Yaxley saw, Snape said. Was that your doing? An attack on their manor? Erwin confirmed it. Yes. I sent Selwyn operatives to hit Yaxley Manor with Muggle firearms. Snape's eyes narrowed. From his reaction, it must have been devastating. Erwin gave a casual shrug. You saw the footage, Godfather. Muggle tech packs a punch, and we've got heavier artillery, stockpiles of it. But won't that scare the other families? Snape countered. If you can strike the Yaxleys, what's stopping you from turning on them? Simple logic, Godfather. Erwin leaned forward. The Yaxleys murdered our people first. Tomorrow's prophet will lay it all out, the Hogwarts incident, their war declaration. We'll frame our strike as desperate revenge, a hard-fought win to honor the dead. Every family will see we have teeth, but not endless ones. This was a one-off, forced by circumstance. The Selwyns crave peace, we just want our place at the table, no conquests. To drive it home, the Selwyns, Malfoys, and Parkinsons will publicly condemn the Yaxleys. It'll show we're not out for blood, we're the victims fighting back. Snape paced, absorbing it. Erwin's scheme was a tightrope walk, project strength without inviting all-out paranoia. By allying with other houses in condemnation, the Selwyns positioned themselves as reluctant defenders, not conquerors. The war would rage, but on terms that preserved the fragile peace among the survivors. Erwin watched his godfather, a quiet confidence in his eyes. The board was set, and he'd played his pieces masterfully. The Yaxleys had drawn first blood, now the wizarding world would see the Selwyns bleed for justice. Bonus chapter progress. Power Stones, 11, / 5-star reviews, 6 /. Every stone gets us closer. Chapter 222, Fireworks of Vengeance, Igniting the Pureblood War. Erwin had no intention of holding back. He laid out his entire plan for Snape without reservation. Snape was one of the few he trusted implicitly. So, that dead muggle. Snape began. He was a sacrifice, Erwin replied. Even if Yaxley hadn't finished him off, the fool would have taken his own life back in the Yaxley Manor. His death handed us the perfect pretext, a righteous counterstrike from the Selwyn family. Snape fell silent, his dark eyes narrowing. He'd pieced together bits of the scheme earlier, but hearing it all laid bare chilled him. It wasn't just clever, it was ruthless, every contingency mapped out like a chessboard. Yaxley had danced exactly to Erwin's tune, handing over a casus belli on a silver platter. After a tense pause, Snape probed further. Are you certain it'll unfold exactly as you envision? Erwin shook his head. Not entirely. Before setting this in motion, I gamed out over a dozen scenarios, with counters for each. The endgame. Yaxley ignites a pureblood war. That's the path I've carved for him, no detours, no escapes. Snape's voice sharpened. And you're confident enough to dismantle the Yaxley family entirely? Erwin paused, weighing his words. Moderately. Variables abound, like interference from Yaxley's backers. Godfather, you know he's allied with the Selwyn family. They might not stand idly by while I crush him. I can neutralize his visible forces, but the Selwyns. That's a wild card. I know next to nothing about them. Snape nodded slowly. Leave that aside. Once a pureblood war erupts, even the Selwyns can't meddle. It's a global accord among pureblood houses, only the combatants clash. Outsiders intervene, and every other family piles in against them. Erwin's eyes lit with understanding. Then it settled. The Yaxleys are done for. Snape frowned, skepticism etching his features. Why such certainty? The Yaxleys aren't pushovers. Frankly, I doubt Muggle firearms pose much threat to wizards. I've seen your toys, a simple shield charm blocks them cold. Even deadlier ones might wound, but kill. Wizards apparate. They hit and vanish, turning any brawl into a nightmare of ambushes. Erwin grinned, a spark of mischief in his gaze. It's time you saw for yourself, Godfather. Fancy a trip to Diagon Alley for the show. Snape arched an eyebrow, intrigue warring with doubt. Erwin offered his arm without further explanation. Snape gripped it firmly. In a swirl of apparition, they materialized in the back room of Selwyn's magical supplies in Diagon Alley. Old Tom and Rivers stood waiting, their postures snapping to attention at Erwin's arrival. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation, until they spotted Snape. Rivers' gaze sharpened, a flicker of wariness crossing his face. Erwin caught it but said nothing, turning to Old Tom instead. Casualties. Old Tom straightened. None fatal on our end. The Yaxleys grew complacent, banking too hard on their muggle-repelling charms. They never saw the dark mark-bearers, our master's plans, arming the charges. 2 lads took some debris in the blast, too slow on the evac. The rest walked away clean. Yaxley Manor. It's a bonfire now. Their losses, we'll hear soon enough. Erwin nodded crisply. Good enough. Diagon Alley stage set. Godfather's here for the fireworks. Old Tom shot Snape a surprised glance before recovering. Greetings, Professor. Snape inclined his head curtly, his attention shifting to Rivers with a subtle scrutiny. Old Tom edged forward instinctively, positioning himself as a shield. Erwin noted the tension but let it slide. Everything primed, Tom? Absolutely, Master. It'll be a spectacle worth remembering. Right, then. Let's light it up. Erwin turned to Snape. Godfather, after you. They stepped out, flanked by Old Tom. The shop's doors swung wide, revealing 2 lines of burly enforcers in crisp black suits, the iron core of the Selwyn operation. They thundered a salute, Master. Erwin acknowledged them with a firm nod, scanning the bustling alley. Wizards paused mid-stride, eyeing the procession with open curiosity, and no small alarm. Muggles in wizarding garb. Armed to the teeth. And flanked by Snape, the infamous potions master. Whispers rippled like wine through the crowd. Erwin raised his voice, steady and resonant, drawing every eye. The Yaxley family declared war on us, a pureblood war. I won't pretend to grasp all the ancient rules. What I know is this: Rivers died by their hand. One of ours, gone because they couldn't stomach a little competition. A low growl rose from his men, faces hardening into masks of fury. Erwin pressed on, his tone laced with grim resolve. All I wanted was to open this shop, sell affordable supplies, put galleons in wizards' pockets who need them. Brew a potion, fill your belly, that's the dream for too many scraping by. But the Yaxleys. They saw me cutting into their margins and couldn't abide it. They demanded I hike prices to match theirs. I refused. And for that, they unleashed this war. Murmurs swelled among the onlookers, shock, sympathy, outrage. A few nodded knowingly. Diagon Alley's underbelly thrived on such cutthroat dealings. Erwin's words painted the Selwyns not as aggressors, but defenders of the common wizard. Snape watched from the sidelines, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. But Erwin caught the faint twitch at the corner of his mouth, a rare sign of approval amid the gathering storm. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the cobblestones, Old Tom signaled the crew. From hidden vantage points, the first charges hummed to life. Distant booms echoed from the Yaxley estate's direction, followed by plumes of smoke rising like dark omens. The crowd gasped, but Erwin stood tall, wand at the ready. This is justice, he declared. 4 rivers. For every wizard they've bled dry. Snape leaned in, murmuring low. Impressive theatrics. But the real fireworks. Erwin smirked. Just wait. The Yaxleys won't know what hit them. With that, the alley erupted, not in chaos, but in a calculated blaze of retribution. Explosions lit the horizon, strategic blasts that crippled without endangering innocence. Snape's doubts began to crack as the display unfolded, Muggle ingenuity wedded to wizarding precision, proving that even in a world of spells, the old ways could shatter like glass. By nightfall, Diagon Alley buzzed with tales of the Selwyn stand. Erwin had turned defense into legend, and the pureblood war had its opening salvo. Bonus chapter progress. Power Stones, 11, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Every stone gets us closer. Chapter 223, A Fiery Rally and Sworn Loyalties. I'm just a first year at Hogwarts, a kid in over his head. What choice did I have? I turned to my brother Rivers, the men who raised me, saved my life, one of the cornerstones of the Selwyn family, for help. I begged the Yaxleys to show mercy, to let us walk away. I pleaded for the wizarding world to keep access to affordable magical supplies. I wanted wizards to hold onto their wands, not snap them in desperation just to scrape together a meal. Was I truly in the wrong? Tears glistened in the eyes of the surrounding wizards. They were everyday folk, all too familiar with the grind of wizarding life. Unlike the sprawling Muggle world, theirs was a cramped corner of existence, scarce jobs, endless hardship, and the harsh edge of human indifference. They'd seen too many snap their wands, banished to a Muggle existence for want of a galleon. Erwin's words struck a chord, echoing their own struggles. Then a voice rang out, "Erwin, you weren't wrong. It's those blasted pureblood families at fault." The shout lit the fuse. The crowd erupted, roaring like a storm, down with the purebloods. Damn them all. That's the spirit. We stand with you, Erwin. With the Selwyn family. Erwin raised a hand, and the din faded to silence. Snape watched from the shadows, his gaze sharp. Erwin kept delivering shocks. I've heard it said, where there's oppression, there's rebellion, Erwin pressed on. Who chains us common wizards? The Ministry. Muggles. No. It's families like the Yaxleys. They peddle goods worth 1 galleon for 10, lining their vaults while we starve. They'll never grasp what those 9 extra galleons mean to a wizard on the brink, weeks of bread, maybe months. They sit lofty and indifferent, blind to suffering. All that matters is their gold piling higher. Do you want to live under their boot, exploited and crushed? No, the crowd thundered. No. The echoes rolled through Diagon Alley like thunder. Inside the shuttered Yaxley shop, family members huddled, faces ashen. Have you called for backup? This is turning into a riot. 5 owls sent, no reply yet. Curse that Cavendish. Erwin's voice rose again. Now the Yaxleys declare pureblood war on us. The Selwyns are muggle-born at heart, as you know. But we're not backing down. We'll fight, for justice, for every wizard they've ground underfoot, for Rivers' memory. This is vengeance, this is righteousness. Today, even if the Selwyn blood runs dry, even if we're wiped out, I, Erwin Cavendish, have no regrets. I'll spill our blood to prove it, the tyrant's reign ends here. This era is ours, every wizard's, justice's. I stand with every Selwyn, ready to fall. If we perish, let it etch an eternal stand against oppression into history. As Selwyn Patriarch, I command, many of us may die today. If I fall, drape my body in the family banner. I seek no undying fame, only that wizards remember Erwin Cavendish resisted the chains. The crowd stared, eyes blazing. A rogue wizard, a drifter with no house or allegiance, stepped forward. Mr. Cavendish, I want to join the Selwyn family. Will you have me? His words cracked open a path. Rogues couldn't meddle in pureblood feuds, but pledging to the Selwyns. That changed everything. A dozen more followed, echoing his plea. Erwin shook his head. No, friends. The Selwyns face ruin, I can't drag you into the fire. In peacetime, we'd welcome you with open arms. But not now. Your support alone bolsters us enough. The first rogue insisted, no, sir, I stand firm. I'll join and face the storm with you. Death's no stranger, I'm not afraid. He dropped to one knee, head bowed, unyielding. Others joined, kneeling in solidarity. Accept us, Mr. Cavendish. We'll fight and die for the Selwyns. Erwin's expression twisted in conflict, 20 rogues now, eyes locked on him. Old Tom leaned in. Master, take them. They crave the fight against tyranny as much as we do. Erwin sighed. All right. Since you insist, by the Selwyn name, I accept you as family. From this moment, we share glory and ruin alike. Cheers erupted as the rogues rose, grins breaking through the tension. Erwin caught old Tom's eye, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The butler nodded and stepped back. Then, swirling apparition points bloomed in the air. Figures materialized, the Selwyns. The old patriarch dropped to one knee before Erwin. Master, forgive our delay. Confusion furrowed Erwin's brow. Why risk it? Vassals can't interfere in pureblood wars. Not so, the patriarch replied. As Selwyn vassals, we're bound, we can stand with you. The Selwyns fight as one. Erwin blinked, this loophole was new. Behind the old man stood 30 core members, wands at the ready. With over 50 at his side now, a bolder plan crystallized. What he'd paced out over a month could accelerate, perhaps end the Yaxleys tonight. Bonus chapter progress. Power Stones, 11, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Every stone gets us closer. Chapter 224, Malfoy reinforcements ignite the battle. This was welcome news for Erwin. At least it wouldn't drag on forever. His original plan had been to chip away at the Yaxleys gradually, but with so many wizards now at his command, he could strike decisively. Just as Erwin prepared to lead the charge toward the Yaxley shop, more swirls of apparition filled the air. Moments later, they cleared, revealing Lucius Malfoy, Narcissa Malfoy, and Pansy Parkinson's father, the current Parkinson Patriarch, stepping into view. A sizable entourage trailed them, 30 or 40 wizards by rough count. Lucius strode forward with a grin. Erwin, such a grand operation, and you didn't even invite me. Last time you wrote, I figured we'd drop the formalities. Erwin met his gaze steadily. This is a pureblood feud, Mr. Malfoy. Surely it's not your place to get involved. Lucius chuckled. Not anymore. The Malfoys and Parkinsons just declared a joint pureblood war on the Yaxleys. Erwin blinked in surprise. That's allowed. Theoretically, yes, Lucius replied. Though no one's ever tried it. Erwin paused, weighing his options. Lucius's reliability was questionable at best. But then Snape leaned in from nearby. You can trust the Malfoys, Erwin. Your father's bond with Lucius runs deeper than you know. That settled it. Snape's word carried weight. In that case, thank you, Mr. Malfoy, Erwin said. Call me Uncle, Lucius insisted. After a beat, Erwin nodded. Uncle Lucius, then. Lucius beamed. And this is your Aunt Narcissa, your mother's dearest friend. Not sisters by blood, but closer than if they were. Narcissa's eyes welled up as she regarded Erwin. Poor child, you've been through so much. It's all my fault. If I'd known you'd enter our world, I never would have respected your mother's wishes and stayed away. It must have been hell. Erwin offered a reassuring smile. Not at all, Aunt Narcissa. My path's been smooth enough. He left out the near-death scrapes, relatively speaking, it had been. His attention shifted to Pansy's father, who raised a hand preemptively. Don't expect my undying loyalty. Pansy swore hers publicly, and she's my only child, no choice there. But the Parkinsons won't fully back you. Not yet, anyway. Inside the Yaxley shop, panic gripped the defenders. Diagon Alley wasn't vast, a force of nearly 100 wizards was impossible to miss. Even Ollivander's nearby had shuttered its doors. What now? We run, or we're done for. Rubbish, if we flee, the family will finish us anyway. Fine, but sitting here means they slaughter us outright. The ministry stays out of pureblood wars, long as no bystanders get hurt. We hold the line. Reinforcements are coming. Right, stall until they arrive. Set up defenses. With grim resolve, they pointed their wands skyward. Protego totalum. A shimmering blue dome materialized, sealing the shop tight. Sweat beaded on their foreheads as they lowered their arms. That should hold. Layered like that. Unless they're magic dwarfs ours or they hit with something catastrophic, we're safe for a bit. Long enough for backup. Good, I'm drained dry. Can't even manage a Lumos. Outside, Erwin's group halted before the shop. Wands drawn, Lucius and the others awaited his signal. Erwin held up a hand. Not yet. Let's start with a bang. He hadn't forgotten his goal, to showcase the Selwyn family's might. This fight was about sending a message. Puzzled glances rippled through the ranks, what did he mean? Spotting a fuse snaking from the shop space, half buried but obvious, Erwin flicked his wand. A spark leaped forth, igniting it. The fuse hissed to life, racing toward its mark. Through the window, the Yaxleys peered out. What's their game? Why the holdup? Beats me, some trick, probably. Then came the roar. Flames erupted in a thunderous blast, swallowing the shop whole. Diagon Alley quaked. The wizards recoiled in shock. What in Merlin's name? That's no spell, pure destruction. Looks muggle-made. I've heard of these, bombs. Muggles with that kind of firepower. Lucius's eyes narrowed. Note to self, research muggle tech later. Erwin watched impassively. Child's play, really. Imagine aerial barrages via Flow Network Express, mate, they'd scatter you to the winds. With another flick, he reined in the blaze, containing it. The shop crumbled to smoldering ruins, smoke curling away to reveal the intact blue barrier beneath. Protego totalum. Erwin muttered. He knew it well, not some arcane secret, but basic Hogwarts fare. Any alumnus could conjure one for laughs. The scale was the trick, shielding a castle like Hogwarts demanded godlike reserves, the stuff of legends. Dumbledore might have managed it, but even Erwin doubted his own limits. As long as the old headmaster lived, Hogwarts stood untouchable. Bonus chapter progress. Power Stones, 11, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Every stone gets us closer. Chapter 225, Erwin's solo strike, shattering the unbreakable shield. All eyes locked on Erwin, waiting for his next move. He'd come here to demonstrate his power, so he planned to handle this without relying on the other wizards if he could avoid it. As for the Protego totalum shield, this was his chance to cut loose. Erwin stepped forward from the group, peering through the shimmering blue barrier at the Yaxley family members trapped inside. He raised his wand slowly. The gesture caught everyone off guard, even those behind the shield. What the devil is he doing? Trying to crack that barrier alone, one onlooker muttered. He's mad, another scoffed. The lad's talented, but that's impossible solo. He's bitten off more than he can chew. Lucius Malfoy and the others frowned, exchanging uneasy glances. Lucius sidled up to Erwin and murmured, they're weak inside, but that shield's layered with heavy spells. One wizard can't punch through. Let's hit it together, we'll smash it in no time. Erwin flashed a grin. You reckon? Watch me. In an instant, he struck. A bolt of purple light erupted from his wand, slamming into the blue barrier. It was the killing curse, or Avada Kedavra, though its unusual hue and silent cast left many none the wiser. Odd colors had a way of throwing people off. The impact boomed like thunder. The barrier flared, absorbing the curse in a burst of light. All eyes fixed on the collision point. Tough shell, Erwin muttered, his voice icy. The Yaxleys inside sneered. Give it up, boy. You haven't got the chops to breach a Protego Totalum alone. Once reinforcements arrive, you're done for. Erwin's eyes narrowed. That right? Then shatter. Magic surged from him in a torrent, his wand vibrating with the raw force. The purple beam swelled, thickening as it hammered the barrier again. The Yaxleys faltered, eyeing the shield overhead with growing alarm. It held firm, at first. Their smirks returned, laced with scorn. But then came the crack. Sharp and unmistakable. Everyone froze, staring as a hairline fracture spiderwebbed from the impact site. Crack. Crack. More fissures raced across the surface. Seconds later, the entire blue dome exploded in a shower of sparks. Erwin checked his reserves, he was nearly drained. Without the dark arts augmentations boosting the curse's potency, that eggshell might have held. Still, he'd done it. As the barrier crumbled, he leveled his wand. Take them down. The wizards, Selwyn family and allies alike, charged. Spells flew in a deadly barrage. The Yaxleys barely reacted. By the time the Selwyns closed in, the fight was over. Bodies lay still amid the debris. Erwin shook his head at the carnage. Muggles had their firearms, but they paled against wizarding firepower. One-on-one, wizards dominated. Still, he needed to empower these families with some magic. Without it, they'd be sitting ducks in the next scrap. Nurmengard suddenly felt like priority one. Did Grindelwald truly hold the key to awakening magic in Muggles? He strode over the wreckage to the fallen Yaxleys, glancing down with a cold snort. Appetizer served, now for the main event. Meanwhile, at Yaxley Manor, the family patriarch stirred groggily. Cornelius Fudge hovered nearby. You're up, Fudge said. The old man nodded. How'd I get here? You passed out from the rage, Fudge replied. I hauled you back myself. Time I was off, you've got to plan your next move. The Selwyns declared pureblood war. Memories flooded back, and Yaxley bellowed, someone. A subordinate rushed in. Sir, you're awake. Casualties. Yaxley demanded. The raid hit like lightning, with Muggle guns. The manor's in ruins. Your eldest and second sons are dead, the third's wounded badly. Over 30% of the household, gone or maimed. Yaxley's vision blurred, he nearly retched. My boys. Those filthy Selwyns, I'll have their heads. Rally everyone. We're wiping out the Selwyns. Fudge inhaled sharply at the toll. Were Muggle weapons truly that devastating? An owl swooped in then, dropping a letter into Fudge's hands. He scanned it, face paling. What's that? Yaxley snapped. Malfoy and Parkinson just declared war on you too, Fudge stammered. And your Diagon Alley shop, Erwin Cavendish shattered the ward single-handed. Your wizards there. All dead. 100 strong are marching on the manor now. Terror gripped Yaxley. Bastards. They mean to end us. Fudge eyed the raging patriarch, shifting uncomfortably. I'd best go. This mess could spark chaos, I need to alert the ministry, keep the wizarding world from panicking. He bolted without another word. Yaxley glared at his retreating back, fury boiling. Fudge, the spineless turncoat, fleeing when the Yaxleys needed him most. Survive this, and there'd be a reckoning. A subordinate hovered anxiously. Sir? We can't hold off that many. Yaxley snarled, the Selwyns, Malfoys, Parkinsons, they think they'll crush us. Fools. Arm the able-bodied and raise the manor's defenses. I'll handle the rest. Bonus chapter progress. Power Stones, 11, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Every stone gets us closer. Chapter 226, The Siege of Yaxley Manor, No Mercy Left. The subordinate nodded curtly and turned on his heel, vanishing into the shadows. Moments later, back at the manor, every able-bodied Yaxley wizard gathered outside, wands raised skyward. They chanted in unison, weaving a shimmering Protego shield over the estate. The barrier glowed a deep, unyielding blue, far denser than the flimsy one that had cracked in Diagon Alley. The Yaxley patriarch retreated to his study, his face etched with grim determination. He knelt before the fireplace and tossed in flue powder. Flames roared to life, and an image flickered into view, Soren Solent, lounging indolently on a velvet sofa in some distant room. Soren barely glanced at the hearth. Out with it. The patriarch dropped to his knees. Merciful Lord, that cursed Cavendish, along with Malfoy and Parkinson, has declared war on our pure bloodline. They've brought 100 wizards to our doorstep. I implore you, help us, or the Yaxleys are finished. Soren's eyes widened in surprise. He straightened, a spark of amusement lighting his features. A pure-blood war. Now that's entertaining. Give me the details. The patriarch recounted the ambush, the public humiliation, and Erwin's ruthless escalation. Soren listened, his expression hardening into a scowl. Idiot, he spat. The boy's ploy was obvious from the start, to bait you into acknowledging a formal feud. And you fell for it like a fool. Pathetic. The patriarch fell silent, the weight of his blunder sinking in. He could scarcely believe an 11-year-old like Erwin had orchestrated such a trap. It defied reason. Soren absently stroked the sleek head of a dragon coiled at his feet. Fascinating, though. The Cavendish heir lives up to the hype. Even with their single-line inheritance, they've held the top spot among the noble houses for generations. His father was a force, and now this whelp. I'm intrigued by that bloodline. Does it sharpen the mind? Heighten cunning. So delightfully curious. A twisted, manic grin spread across Soren's face, his eyes gleaming with unhinged fervor. The patriarch shuddered, averting his gaze. Soren's laughter echoed through the flames before dying abruptly. He fixed the kneeling men with a piercing stare. You fear me, don't you? The patriarch bowed lower. No, my lord. Only the deepest respect. Soren's lips curled. I can't slip away from Germany without drawing eyes, but I'll dispatch aid. He'll integrate with your ranks, bolster your defenses. The patriarch hesitated, his mind racing. This, if I may. A crimson flash ignited in Soren's eyes. A problem. No, lord. Your will is my command. Soren sneered. Don't entertain any foolish notions, or you'll learn my wrath firsthand. My man arrives in an hour. Hold the line, don't let him fall easily, or your house forfeits its right to exist. With that, the flames guttered out, the connection severed. The patriarch exhaled heavily, slumping against his desk. He understood the subtext all too well. Soren's help meant infiltration, a potential takeover. But with 100 wands bearing down, the Yaxleys had no leverage. Among pureblood houses, they boasted the largest numbers, enough to scrape into the top 3. Yet even that couldn't stem this tide. Surrendering control was their only card. Hatred boiled in his eyes. Cavendish. Malfoy. Parkinson. You'll pay for this, every one of you. Meanwhile, at the Solent estate, a black-robed figure approached Soren Solent from the shadows. Will Yaxley withstand them, master? Soren shrugged. Who can say? Probably. They've got a hidden ace, a volatile potion with nasty backlash. But desperation breeds recklessness, the old fool won't hesitate. And if it kills him, all the better. One less headache. The robed man inclined his head. Who do we send? Grab one of our elite guards. Let's make this debut memorable for that Cavendish orphan. Pity I can't join the fun myself, I'd love a closer look. Soren's gaze turned ravenous, a faint red glow pulsing in his irises. Dark tendrils of magic seeped from his form, chilling the air. The men shivered involuntarily, stepping back. Soren whipped around, baring his teeth in a feral smile. Scared of me as well? The subordinate dropped to one knee. Never, master. The aura receded. Go. Now. The men fled, pulse hammering, convinced death had brushed past him. Soren unfastened his collar, peering at the grotesque black tattoo etched across his chest, now throbbing with crimson light. He drew a steadying breath, and it faded to dull shadow. Time's running short, he muttered. Must accelerate the plan. He rose and approached a blank wall, tapping it with his wand. A concealed passage yawned open, swallowing him into darkness. He descended to the deepest chamber, where a iron-barred cage held a once majestic creature, a unicorn, its coat dulled to ashen white, slumped in exhaustion. Soren approached without pity. A casual flick of his wand sliced into the beast's flank. Silvery blood welled forth. He lunged, draining it greedily, fangs bared. The unicorn offered no fight, its eyes dimming to lifeless voids. Soren shoved the corpse aside with his boot. Wasted potential. Half a month per beast now, barely sustains me. We'll need fresh hunts soon. Where are the foals hiding these days? Slipperier by the year. With a snap, he vanished. The dungeon's candles sputtered on, casting long shadows over the cooling remains. Across the countryside, Erwin's forces crested the final hill overlooking Yaxley Manor. He'd left the Cavendish contingent behind, no need to risk family in this endgame. Casualties among the mercenaries? Acceptable losses. They're advancing my cause, he'd tell the survivors, honoring their names if it came to that. But sentiment wouldn't stay his hand. The manor loomed, shrouded in its reinforced blue dome, a classic wizarding bulwark. Erwin smirked inwardly. Predictable as ever. But this Protego Totelem's no joke, thicker than Diagon Alley's veil, backed by more wands. He clasped his hands behind his back, locking eyes with the Yaxley patriarch through the barrier. The man's glare burned with raw malice. Erwin met it with a cool, mocking laugh. Then, with a casual wave, he signaled the assault. Power Stones, 85, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Want 15 bonus chapters. Finish this milestone and they are yours. Hit the Power Stones and reviews now to trigger the next big drop. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 227, Cracking the Impenetrable Shield. The next instant, every wizard behind Erwin unleashed a barrage of spells at the shimmering blue barrier of Protego Totelem. Over 100 curses slammed into it, but they shattered harmlessly, sending faint ripples across its surface. Erwin frowned. This defensive barrier was a real headache. In the original tales of the Battle of Hogwarts, a similar Protego Totelem woven by professors and students alike had withstood assaults from Voldemort and his horde of dark wizards. It took the Dark Lord's full fury to finally breach it. After the volley died down, the Yaxley patriarch shot Erwin a smug glance. He was convinced no one could pierce their Protego Totelem. And once his reinforcements arrived, Erwin, and everyone with him, would be done for. Not just Erwin, but Malfoy, Parkinson, and that wretched Selwyn too. They'd all pay. The patriarch's face twisted with malice. Lucius stepped closer to Erwin. We can't break this Protego Totelem with our numbers. The remaining Yaxleys are few, but their combined barrier is unbreakable for a handful like us. That's what makes it so devilish. Erwin flexed his wrist absently. He knew exactly what Lucius meant. Protego Totelem's strength lay in its layered defenses, arguably the mightiest shield in the wizarding world. There were only 3 ways to shatter it. First, dismantle it from within. Its ironclad exterior left the interior vulnerable, but that required infiltration. Second, wait it out. The magic sustaining a Protego Totelem infusion would eventually fade, though it could take 5 hours or more. The third option was brute force, a single wizard pouring everything into one focused strike. The barrier's resilience came from its regenerative properties and dispersed magical load. Numbers alone wouldn't do. Coordinating a group attack meant imprecise aiming and staggered timing, diluting the burst. That was why, in the stories, even with armies at his back, Voldemort had to strike alone. More allies weren't useless, though. A relentless onslaught could drain the barrier faster. But by then, everyone's magic would be spent, leaving them easy prey for the Yaxleys' counterattack. Erwin mulled it over. Every spell had a counter, after all, even the killing curse couldn't pierce solid stone. Was there a charm tailored to unravel Protego Totelem? His eyes sparked with an idea. The wizarding world might not know, but he had an edge, his ever-present guide. Erwin reached out mentally to Rowena Ravenclaw. Founder Ravenclaw, you there? Her voice drifted back, languid and sharp. What is it? Blessing of all, Protego Totelem, I mean. Any counterspell? He waited, pulse quickening. Yes, she replied after a pause, but it's a dark incantation. Perfect. Erwin thrived on dark magic, it amplified his talents like nothing else. Other spells might fall short, but this. It would hit like a thunderbolt. Teach me, Founder, he urged. Silence stretched. Erwin wondered if she'd refuse. Modern wizards shunned the dark arts, but the Founder's era had been brutal, and such magic was their lifeline. Then her voice returned, measured. This curse targets Protego Totelem directly, but it's volatile, few dare wield it. I'll show you, but heed this, leave a sliver of magic in reserve, win or lose. Understood, Erwin said firmly. Ravenclaw imparted the incantation. The moment it touched his mind, the system logged it at level 1. His dark affinity made mastery effortless, other spells demanded grueling practice before the system acknowledged them. Yet level 1 wouldn't suffice. No time for drills now. Erwin had planned ahead, hoarding proficiency points to jump spells to level 3 in a pinch. System, he thought, allocate points. The proficiency surged, elevating the curse to level 3 in seconds. The whole exchange had taken barely a minute. Lucius and the others watched in tense silence, expecting Erwin's command. To them, the Yaxley purge was already a lost cause. Pure-blood feuds rarely escalated to open war for this reason. Once the barrier rose, battleground or graveyard, it didn't matter, the fight ground to a halt. No one wanted to squander hours and lives on a siege. Power Stones, 85, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Want 15 bonus chapters. Finish this milestone and they are yours. Hit the Power Stones and reviews now to trigger the next big drop. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 228, Shattering the Unbreakable Ward, the Acacia Wand Breaks. Lucius glanced at Erwin, his voice low and urgent. Erwin, stand down for now. Yaxley's ready this time. Save your strength. After today, unless he's a complete fool, he won't dare face you openly again. With your talent, you'll smash through this Protego Totalum one day. Why rush it? Erwin eyed the shimmering azure barrier, frustration etching his features. I can't afford to wait that long. There's no getting around it, Lucius insisted. This ward's too strong. Even if we all blasted it together, we'd burn through most of our magic before it cracked. Then fighting them. We'd be sitting ducks. Not worth the cost. Erwin fell silent. He stepped forward, wand dangling loosely in his grip, brushing against his leg. Every gaze locked onto him, the weight of expectation hanging in the air. Inside the barrier, Yaxley smirked. The might of a pureblood house is beyond your grasp, boy. You think you can challenge the Yaxleys? We'll make you pay soon enough. To Yaxley, Erwin was cornered, retreat his only play. Once he backed off, reinforcements would swarm in, turning the tide. Anyone who crossed the Yaxleys would pay with their life. Erwin paid him no mind. He lifted his wand with deliberate calm. Yaxley's sneer deepened. Still at it. Who do you think you are, Dumbledore? You can't crack this Protego Totalum alone. You're delusional. Lucius leaned in, whispering fiercely. Erwin, don't be reckless. Few wizards could breach a ward like this solo. We'll find another chance. Erwin's eyes blazed. I fight for justice in the wizarding world. For the honor of the Cavendish name. This shell won't hold me back, or the fire in my chest for every wizard wronged by families like yours. Today, I shatter it, like dawn piercing the storm clouds of your pureblood tyranny. Reducto. Erwin bellowed. Purple light erupted from his wand tip, drawing ethereal strands from the air itself. With a sharp flick, a thick violet beam lanced toward the blue ward, slamming into it like a battering ram. Yaxley's face stayed smug. Publicity stunt, nothing more. He knew the ward's resilience all too well. Erwin's magic poured out, the beam swelling as it hammered the barrier. The clash roared, forces grinding against each other. His core reserves emptied fast. Without hesitation, he tapped his backup source, deep, hidden magical reserves surging forth. The wand groaned under the strain, fissures spiderwebbing its length. Erwin frowned, it was buckling. He felt the acacia would vibrate wildly, protesting the overload. Lucius and the others gaped at the wand, slack-jawed. What kind of power was Erwin channeling to push it to the brink? Yaxley spotted the cracks too. Unease flickered in his gut, but he shoved it down. No way this kid could break through. At his age. Impossible, genius or not. Still, his stare intensified, fixed on Erwin. Erwin glanced at his fracturing wand and sighed inwardly. Sorry, old friend. We never got our big moment. Let this be your final stand, worthy of the heirloom your grandfather chose for me. As if in response, the wand quivered harder, greedily siphoning his magic. Cracks raced along its shaft. Erwin's reserves dwindled to a whisper. Then, with a resonant snap, the acacia wand shattered from tip to hilt. Splinters of wood tumbled to the earth, unnoticed amid the tension. All eyes riveted to Erwin's hand. Where the old wand had been, something new gleamed, not quite a wand, but a slender rod of polished amethyst, intricate and luminous, like a jewel forged in starlight. The others whispered in awe. How stunning, is that a wand? What material? It looks like a dream. Mr. Erwin, did you burn through everything but the core? One voice cut through with uncanny insight. But before replies could form, another sharp crack echoed, not from Erwin, but from within the barrier. Whose wand now? Someone muttered. Another beauty like that. Power Stones, 85, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Want 15 bonus chapters. Finish this milestone and they are yours. Hit the Power Stones and reviews now to trigger the next big drop. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 229, The Fiery Doom of the Yaxleys. Fool, it's not a wand. Look. Everyone turned toward the voice. The azure barrier shimmered between them like a fragile eggshell, fracturing inch by inch. Yaxley's eyes bulged in disbelief. Impossible. How can this be? He can't break Protego Totalum. It's impossible. But the evidence was plain. The shield had shattered. Erwin, the 11-year-old first-year who'd entered the wizarding world less than a year ago, had done it. He met Yaxley's stunned gaze with a cold smile. Raising his arm high, he barked, "Attack!" At his order, the rogue wizards, alongside the Selwyns, Malfoys, and Parkinsons, grinned wickedly and surged forward. Yaxley Patriarch bellowed, "Counterattack! Stop them now!" His family raised their wands, but three figures closed in on him, the heads of the Malfoy, Parkinson, and Selwyn houses. Lucius's voice was ice. "Yaxley, you die today." He slashed his wand, firing a curse. Yaxley deflected it with a flick, but before he could strike back, Parkinson and old Selwyn unleashed their own spells. Yaxley operated away in a swirl, but allying with Solent hadn't bolstered him enough against these three. Especially not with old Selwyn in the mix. The Selwyns weren't the mightiest pure bloodline, but old Selwyn was the eldest patriarch alive, a survivor from Voldemort's early reign. In raw power, he outmatched them all. His wand blurred like a machine gun, unleashing a storm of spells that drove Yaxley back. The others harried him from the flanks, forcing desperate blocks. Yaxley's face darkened. "You three, do you mean to destroy us entirely?" Silence answered, broken only by old Selwyn's wordless curses. Erwin stood apart, replenishing his magic as he observed. The Yaxleys' defeat was certain. The three families' elites, backed by vengeful rogues, fought without mercy. Pureblood feuds allowed lethal force, and the ministry turned a blind eye. It thinned their ranks without cost. Outnumbered, Yaxleys fell screaming. The patriarch's eyes burned with rage, veins throbbing as blood soaked the ground. "Damn you all. Erwin Cavendish, you did this. I'll kill you." He operated toward Erwin in a fury, but the three patriarchs matched him, materializing at Erwin's side. Their combined curses hurled Yaxley into the dirt, blood dripping from his lip. He lay amid the slaughter of his kin, tears mixing with the mud, hatred boiling as he glared at Erwin. Old Tom hovered nearby, fetching a chair from nowhere. Erwin sank into it, legs crossed, twirling his amethyst wand. His silver hair caught the breeze. He might have been at a garden party, not a massacre. Half an hour later, the Yaxleys were eradicated. Corpses littered the scarred earth, Yaxley Manor a ruined shell. Bound by Selwyn's spells, the patriarch was dragged by the hair and dumped at Erwin's feet. Erwin pressed a boot to his shoulder, looming down. "Seems you've lost, Mr. Yaxley." The weight of loss and Erwin's foot ignited Yaxley's roar. "Don't gloat, boy. Someone will end you. I'll be waiting in hell, you're next." Erwin's grin widened, chilling amid the blood and death. "Your kin are already there, impatient. Time to join them." Yaxley's eyes blazed crimson. "You bastard, I'll kill you." Selwyn silenced him with a slam to the ground. Erwin ground his heel into Yaxley's skull. "Empty threats. Any last words?" Yaxley lifted his gaze, venomous. "Erwin Cavendish, I curse you with my dying breath. You'll be crushed like this, everything you love stripped away, your life snuffed like an insect's." The onlookers bristled with fury, itching to finish him. But Erwin's smile only grew. "I'll carry that curse gladly. In return, you and yours vanish." He nodded to Selwyn, who hauled the broken man to the manor gates and dropped him. Erwin channeled his restored magic, 40%, into his wand. "Fiend fire, clear the way." Power Stones, 85, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Want 15 bonus chapters. Finish this milestone and they are yours. Hit the Power Stones and reviews now to trigger the next big drop. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 230, Inferno's Reckoning, the Yaxley Manor erased. As Erwin's magic surged, he uttered the incantation. From his amethyst wand tip, tiny violet flames erupted, scattering across the Yaxley family manor like embers on dry tinder. They ignited in bursts, blooming into fiery purple lotuses that devoured everything flammable in their path, growing fiercer with each breath of oxygen. One such lotus had been precisely placed at Patriarch Yaxley's feet. The moment it flared, flames swallowed him whole. He didn't even have time to scream before the fire claimed him. A crystal bottle slipped from his grasp, shattering against the ground amid the encroaching blaze. Erwin's gaze snapped to it. He murmured, intrigued. The fiend fire could incinerate anything, yet this small vial withstood the inferno. He didn't approach yet, the flames raged too hot, indifferent to their caster. Anything in range burned without mercy. The lotuses swelled, merging as they fed. The entire manor was soon engulfed, its stone walls cracking under the onslaught. Corpses turned to ash in seconds, and before long, the flames coalesced into a single colossal purple bloom. The Yaxley estate vanished beneath it, leaving only scorched earth where a proud pureblood stronghold once stood. Isolated in the wilds, the fire didn't spread. When the lotus finally extinguished, a faint burned sigil marked the ground at the center, like a brand seared into the soil. Smoke curled lazily from the barren patch. It was impossible to imagine this desolation had been the ancestral home of one of the sacred 28. Erwin flicked his wand, levitating the crystal bottle to his side. He dipped a finger inside, it was icy cold, untouched by the heat. Within sloshed a blood-red liquid, gleaming oddly in the sunlight as he gave it a shake. Lucius approached, eyeing the vial. Uncle Lucius, Erwin asked doubtfully, do you know what this is? Lucius considered it a moment. The Sacred 28 each have their secrets that set them apart from lesser wizarding lines, like the Selwyn's secondary magical bursts. Word is, the Yaxleys had a potion recipe for a temporary surge in power, but with nasty side effects. It's devilishly hard to brew, from what I hear. This could be it. Erwin frowned. If so, why didn't the Patriarch use it right away? Only one reason, the drawbacks must be worse than death itself. He couldn't risk it lightly, maybe he had a contingency, or figured his wards would hold. Or perhaps he just didn't have the chance. Hard to say for sure. Erwin nodded. It made sense, like one of those desperate rage elixirs from old wizarding tales, potent but perilous. He suspected Yaxley simply hadn't had time. Erwin's breakthrough had been too swift, too overwhelming. Surrounded and stunned, the men couldn't even reach for it. Still, this could prove useful. He'd hand it to his godfather for analysis. Snape's expertise in potions was unmatched. Lucius glanced at the ruins. It's done, Erwin. What's your plan for the aftermath? Pureblood feuds are one thing, but erasing a family from the Sacred 28. That'll stir up trouble. Need help with the cover-up? Erwin shook his head. No need, Uncle. The Malfoy support today means a lot, I'll not forget it. I've got the cleanup handled. Lucius nodded. Fair enough. Call me if you change your mind, we'll pull our weight. I'm off with the lads, Malfoy affairs won't wait forever. Take care, Erwin replied. Lucius operated away with his retinue, Narcissa lingering just long enough to extract a promise of a visit to the manor. Erwin turned to thank the Parkinsons next. But where the Malfoys had offered aid without strings, their patriarch had terms, an alliance between the Parkinson and Cavendish houses. Erwin agreed without hesitation. In the wizarding world's shadows, alliances were survival. The Parkinsons weren't fools, Pansy had sworn loyalty to him publicly, their only heir. Betrayal would doom them both. The patriarch settled for a verbal pact, no oaths or bindings that might sour things. With them gone, only the Selwyns and a handful of freelance wizards remained. Erwin had a plan for them, one that would bind them tighter than any spell. Power Stones, 85, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Want 15 bonus chapters. Finish this milestone and they are yours. Hit the Power Stones and reviews now to trigger the next big drop. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 231, River's Lightning Strike, Shadows in the Ruins. Erwin had two main reasons for wiping out the Yaxley family. First, to cement his authority and showcase the Cavendish family's unyielding resolve. Second, to use their downfall as a bold declaration of the family's return to the wizarding world. With the Yaxleys gone, he could now unveil several long-held plans, like his enchanted communicator venture. Old Tom was in the loop on all this, so Erwin handed the reins over to him without hesitation. Though a nagging doubt lingered, Erwin trusted Tom implicitly. The old butler had pulled him through countless close calls over the years. Everyone gathered at the Cavendish Manor was handpicked, loyal to the core, the sort he'd stake his life on. After issuing his orders, Erwin exchanged a nod with old Selwyn and operated straight back to Hogwarts. Exhaustion hit him like a bludger. His magic reserves were depleted, and he'd shattered those wards twice with his own power. Even for a prodigy like him, a teenager's body had limits. Meanwhile, old Tom rallied the wandering wizards and the Selwyn family, heading back to Diagon Alley. Cleanup and next steps awaited. Moments after their departure, high above the smoldering ruins of Yaxley Manor, a black-robed figure hurtled into view. Surveying the wreckage below, his face twisted in fury. Too late. Bloody hell, that spineless Yaxley couldn't last an hour. Useless fool. A crackle split the air. A lightning bolt lanced from the void, aimed straight at him. The intruder whipped out his wand, conjuring a shimmering shield just in time. The bolt slammed into it, shattering the barrier in a shower of sparks. Impossible, the men snarled. A swirl of apparition mist formed nearby, and River's steward stepped out, wand at the ready. A feral grin spread across his face. At last. I knew you lot wouldn't stay put. Scum like you never learn. The black-robed wizard eyed him warily, recognition dawning. His eyes bulged. River's steward. No, you're dead. I watched you fall. River's grin widened into something predatory. I was supposed to be. But the master sees things you blind idiots never will. He unlocked the secrets of ancient magic for us ages ago, blending it seamlessly with wand work. He shipped me out back then just to hunt down pests like you. The intruder's voice cracked with disbelief. So those intruders flooding Britain, they were your work. Not Hogwarts doing. Spot on, Rivers replied coolly. The master declared England off limits to your kind. You kept poking the Cavendish family, testing boundaries. Now scram, before I make you. He flicked his wand. Another lightning bolt hurtled forth. The black-robed men sneered. I'll report this to my lord. Every last one of you survivors will pay, starting with you. He countered with his own bolt, the spells colliding in a blinding flash that snuffed them both out. But Rivers was already gone, vanishing in a blink. A heartbeat later, a jet of green light, Avada Kedavra, erupted from behind. It struck true, too swift and sly for a dodge. The men tumbled from the sky, crashing lifeless to the earth below, his final breath stolen. Rivers landed lightly, sneering at the corpse. Pathetic. The masters always said it, ancient magic, modern spells, they all have strengths. We take the best of both to evolve. Cling to the old ways, and you're dust. With a casual wave, he ignited the body in roaring flames, reducing it to ash in seconds. Satisfied no traces remained, Rivers disapparated, the ruins falling silent once more. Time blurred in the quiet aftermath. Then, another swirl of apparition brought Rivers back. He scanned the debris, brow creasing. Hallucination. He vanished again, only to reappear minutes later, repeating the sweep. Nothing. Gone already. Teresa family, was it? He scoffed and operated away for good. Once he was truly gone, two figures materialized amid the ashes. They shared a tense glance. Luckily you thought quick, one murmured. Didn't peg Rivers for that sharp. The Cavendishes never produce fools, the other replied grimly. We've paid dearly for underestimating them. What's our move? That false trail in Germany. Tom's no slouch, he'll sniff out the ploy soon enough and piece together our game. This lot's generation is a nightmare. That boy, his raw power, his guile, eclipses anything we've seen from past Cavendishes. If he grows unchecked, the Teresa family is finished. The elders. Those cowards are hunkered down, too scared to surface. But we both know hiding buys nothing. The Cavendishes won't stop. One path left. You mean? Send her to Hogwarts. She's Teresa blood, but she's my daughter too. Give her an out. Worst case, if they extract her lineage, it might spare her life. The second man paused, then nodded. Fine. But breaching Hogwarts? I'll manage. First, we keep the elders in the dark. Move. The pair vanished into the night, leaving only whispers in the wind. Power Stones, 100, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Want 15 bonus chapters. Finish this milestone and they are yours. Hit the Power Stones and reviews now to trigger the next big drop. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 232, Erwin's royal bloodline awakens. The two nodded and departed. In Diagon Alley, old Tom had arranged everything per Erwin's instructions. He returned to the magical materials shop, where Rivers awaited him. Spotting Rivers, old Tom asked, everything sorted? Rivers nodded. Yes, those rebels sent their men, and I took them out. But I felt eyes on me, someone spying. I searched, but nothing. I reckon it was the Teresa family. Only they could slip away that cleanly. Old Tom frowned. With the Teresa's bloodline gifts, they could hide right under your nose. Looks like I was right, they leaked their trail in Germany as a distraction. The Teresas have vanished into thin air. Any sign of the Solence family? Rivers shook his head. None. After the Teresa family business, the Solence must have gotten orders from the Teresas and gone to ground. They ditched their old operations. The Teresas only resurfaced because they're running low on funds. They've always leaned on the Solent for income, and now that's dried up. Tom nodded. Fair enough. We'll leave them be for now. They'll crawl out when they need something, and Master will sniff them out. Rivers hesitated. I think Snape clocked me. Old Tom replied, probably just a hunch. You were always cloaked in black robes when you traveled with Master through the wizarding world. He might have thought you looked familiar, but it's a stretch. That said, I might have slipped up myself. I panicked about Snape spotting you and overplayed my hand, could have raised Master's suspicions. Rivers perked up. So, we come clean soon. He sounded eager, itching to serve Erwin openly and crush their foes without restraint. Old Tom shook his head. Couldn't say. Master has his own ways and schemes. Whether he brings it up first, who knows? Rivers pressed, Old Tom, you're slipping. After all this time with him, and you still can't read him. Old Tom's tone sharpened. Rivers, no one reads Master. No one guesses his mind. Don't lump me in if you're courting death. Master's cold, nothing like his father. If the elder was a blazing sun, Master is the chill moon, just as brilliant, but icy. For the right gain, he'll show no quarter. Stop trying to predict him, or you'll end up regretting it. Rivers grew solemn. I get it. wasn't pushing. But don't you see how much he's shouldering? You saw him today, killing without pause. What if he starts losing his grip? Old Tom paused, then said, he won't. I sense it, he's in control. Hogwarts has softened him, made him more human. As long as that lingers, he'll manage. We just trust him. But you need to track down what I asked for, and fast. Rivers sighed. Merlin could have chucked it anywhere. It's like it never existed. I've chased every whisper of a lead over the years, dead ends every time. And so low. It's a nightmare. Old Tom urged, do what you can. Even without it, I reckon the other bloodline in Master will keep things in check. He can handle it. Right, with the Cavendish family now stepping into the wizarding world proper, release the others. The stewards, barring you and me, are gone. Master needs reliable hands. Bring them in, I'll tell him they're rogue wizards we've recruited. Rivers nodded. Heading back, then. Old Tom confirmed. Tidy up the family affairs too. Don't neglect the Muggle side, it's Master's safety net. Stick to the plans we set before Hogwarts. If something's too sticky, use magic. Rivers's eyes gleamed. Brilliant. That'll make it a breeze. Old Tom cautioned, easy does it. England's royals still have their own wizards. Avoid tangling with them until they force our hand. Master's got enough on his plate. Rivers agreed. Understood. In the Slytherin head's dormitory at Hogwarts, Erwin sat on his bed, fists clenched tight. A thin sheen of sweat beaded his forehead. An empty potion vial lay beside him. Ravenclaw's portrait hovered by the window, his gaze heavy with concern. Finally, Erwin unclenched his hands and collapsed back, breathing hard. He tossed the vial into his enchanted pouch. The Godfather's potions are losing their edge, he muttered. They're barely holding the surge back anymore. Ravenclaw warned, keep feeding that bloodlust with all this killing, and it'll devour you one day. Erwin managed a wry smile. You said it yourself, Your Majesty, one day, maybe. But right now, I can rein it in. I think I see it now, why dark magic doesn't twist me with its usual shadows. It's not immunity, it's this, hunger inside me, swallowing those whispers whole. Ravenclaw pressed, you can't purge it entirely. Erwin nodded. I know. If I'm right, this killer's edge ties to that other bloodline you hinted at. Care to enlighten me? What is it? Ravenclaw paused, then said gravely, the blood of kings. Erwin's brow furrowed. King's blood? Explain. Ravenclaw countered, your mother's maiden name. Erwin shrugged. Pendragon. Silence stretched. Then Erwin bolted upright. Pendragon, as in King Arthur. Power Stones, 100, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Want 15 bonus chapters. Finish this milestone and they are yours. Hit the Power Stones and reviews now to trigger the next big drop. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 233, Bloodlines at War. Rowena Ravenclaw nodded. Precisely, King Arthur himself. Erwin frowned. That can't be right. From what I've read, all of Arthur's descendants perished in that cataclysm. There shouldn't be any bloodline left. Ravenclaw shook her head. That's Muggle history, Erwin. You must grasp one key truth, Arthur and Merlin were inseparable allies. Merlin's guidance forged half of Arthur's legacy. Without him, Camelot might never have risen. But it still doesn't add up, Erwin pressed. If this stems from Pendragon royalty, why the bloodlust? Arthur wasn't a butcher. Even his father, Uther Pendragon, was merciless only to wizards, he doted on his people. And my mother, she was gentle as a lamb. Nothing like this rage in me. Ravenclaw sighed, her expression grave. It traces back to an ancient legend. Do you know of Morgana? Erwin nodded. Aye, the elder Pendragon princess, Arthur's half-sister. The most cunning and merciless woman in their line. A dark witch of unparalleled power, even Merlin barely survived her. Correct, Ravenclaw affirmed. Ancient magic is arcane, forged in pacts with otherworldly forces for immense power. But it demands a price, sacrifices that twist the soul. Morgana's talent for the dark arts was prodigious, yet as a Pendragon, formal magic eluded her. Desperate, she bargained for the full forbidden legacy, and offered her soul as tribute. The corruption seeped in, blackening her essence and blood. The god's taint spread like poison, afflicting every Pendragon heir who followed. Erwin's brow furrowed deeper. Then why was my mother spared? Your bloodline's purity, Ravenclaw explained. It's unprecedented, your dragon speaker lineage from Merlin, fused with the Pendragon strain. You've regressed to the ancestors' potency, the strongest since their time. No dilution, no mercy from the curse. Worse, it's the clash between them fueling this. They tolerate each other in you, an uneasy truce, yet Merlin's light wars eternally with Morgana's shadow. You're the battlefield. She paused, eyes piercing. To be frank, I can't fathom how they coexist at all. The potions you've taken, wit-sharpening drafts, merely hone your focus and curb base urges. They touch nothing deeper. Your blood grows stronger with maturity, and sheer will alone won't hold it back forever. Erwin fell silent, absorbing the weight of it. His heritage, a powder keg of rival legacies. Enemies wed, birthing him as the unintended fuse. No wonder his control frayed. Still, bitterness toward his parents was absurd, they couldn't have foreseen this tangle. And if I fail to suppress it, Founder, he asked quietly. Ravenclaw's gaze hardened. No ifs, Erwin. You must. Your power surges unchecked, I've seen your trajectory. Unbridled, you'd become a specter of slaughter. All around you would fall. When your blood fully awakens, backlash will strike. Resolve it then, and you're safe. Fail, and even Dumbledore might not contain the storm. Erwin nodded, the gravity sinking in. Others' fates mattered little, his own cage of fury did. How do I fix this, he demanded. Ravenclaw considered. I'm no oracle, but possibilities exist. 1. Sever a lineage. An ally from the noble houses could siphon your dragon speaker blood, like they did for that girl. But your purity, extraction might kill you outright. Erwin dismissed it instantly. Death for a gamble. Unthinkable. Another path, she continued, is dominance, master one bloodline to leash the other. A fully awakened dragon speaker strain could overpower the Pendragon curse. It won't erase the thirst entirely, but it'd chain it. Erwin inclined his head. Reliable, at least, the foe was known. Could the dragon speaker blood suppress the Pendragon side directly, he probed. Caution defined him. The Teresa's lurked in shadows, he might never root them out. Contingencies mattered. Ravenclaw nodded. Feasible, with the right artifact, the sword in the stone. It could bind your Pendragon fury, its legend holds such sway. Erwin leaned forward, mind racing. A relic of kings, now his potential salvation. But relics drew danger, and his blood already simmered. Time pressed, the clash within him echoed louder each day. He had to act, before the war inside spilled outward. Power Stones, 100, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Want 15 bonus chapters. Finish this milestone and they are yours. Hit the Power Stones and reviews now to trigger the next big drop. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 234, The Elusive Sword of Kings. Erwin frowned slightly. The sword in the stone. That relic's long gone. Legend has it Merlin took it with him, who knows where it's hidden now. Ravenclaw replied, Merlin forged it with his own wand for King Arthur, designed to unlock all of Arthur's latent power. Arthur met his end in the Battle of Camlan, and Merlin claimed the Excalibur, casting it into the lake where the Lady of the Lake dwells. If you can reach her, you might reclaim it. Or wait for a time of great peril, the sword is said to resurface then, calling to its true owner. Erwin fell silent. A time of crisis. Who could predict that? The sword hadn't emerged during Grindelwald's reign or Voldemort's terror. Was he supposed to manufacture a catastrophe? It might work, but defining a true crisis eluded him. After the devastation those dark wizards wrought, anything less seemed trivial, bordering on absurd. Synthesizing the bloodlines of dragon speakers to forge that of dragon tamers felt far more practical. Ravenclaw watched the pensive young man without interruption. She withheld one detail, the crisis loomed nearer than Erwin realized. The sword had already resurfaced once, unrecognized in its master's grasp. In that dire hour, it might have tipped the scales, but fate had other plans. Erwin bowed. I understand, Founder. Thank you for the guidance. I'll pursue it. Ravenclaw nodded. There's another route, master both bloodlines fully. But how? That's your secret alone. Imagine the power, Merlin's arcane gifts fused with Pendragon's royal might, two forces that once ruled eras, now unified under one will. The thought chills even me. Erwin's pulse quickened. Full mastery of dual bloodlines. Ravenclaw's techniques merely subdued one to favor the other. A single lineage wielded such dominance, combined, it would be cataclysmic. The path ahead demanded relentless effort. Ravenclaw retreated into the diadem to rest. Erwin showered, swapped his sheets, and collapsed into bed. A soft breeze rustled the curtains through the window gap, lulling him into deep slumber. He slept through the afternoon, waking as dusk deepened into night. Moonlight bathed Hogwarts in silver, the castle lay hushed, its students tucked away. Erwin glanced at the clock, summoned a house elf for a quick meal, and assessed his magic. The nap had replenished it fully, even charging his reserves halfway. Perfect conditions for visiting his teacher. He'd timed it right, today marked Voldemort's awakening. Loose ends needed tying. Erwin had instructed Quirrell to brief the Dark Lord on recent events, but deception wouldn't hold forever. Voldemort required swift return to his wraith-like state. That served Erwin best now, with Ravenclaw as his steadfast ally. A parasitic shadow trailing him. Unacceptable. Yet before then, Erwin aimed to extract every advantage. Success hinged on his performance. One task remained before Quirrell's office. Erwin retrieved the enchanted egg from his enchanted ring. He'd nearly forgotten the voracious thing, too much hassle. Drizzling it with dragon blood and essences from 2 magical creatures Hagrid had procured, he watched the hatching progress leap. It halted at 97 out of 100. Erwin's expression soured. What nonsense was this? He'd calibrated precisely for completion. System, explain yourself. Beyond 95%, gains diminish. Current, 97. Requires 3 drops of high-level magical creature blood. Erwin sighed in frustration. The system toyed with him, ramping up the challenge. No recourse. A high-level creature. Inspiration struck. Hogwarts harbored one untapped resource, Dumbledore's Phoenix, Fawkes. Phoenix blood would perfect the hatch. But coaxing 3 drops from the headmaster? Tricky. Dealing with Dumbledore demanded finesse, especially now, when the old wizard leaned on him. Erwin eyed the egg. You'd better be worth it, or I'll roast you for supper. You've been nothing but trouble. The egg quivered faintly. Erwin smirked. Whatever lurked inside had awareness, at least. Approaching Dumbledore wasn't impossible. With cunning, the headmaster, desperate for aid, would bite. Erwin stowed the egg. Schemes sharpened, he'd make it work. Meanwhile, in a distant forest, Dumbledore shivered inexplicably. He scowled. Erwin's scheming again. The old wizard didn't need legilimency to pinpoint the source. Only one student perpetually outmaneuvered him. Power Stones, 100, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Want 15 bonus chapters. Finish this milestone and they are yours. Hit the Power Stones and reviews now to trigger the next big drop. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 235, The Dark Lord's Awakening and Erwin's Fierce Loyalty. With a flick of his mind, Erwin's ever-changing suit shifted seamlessly from pajamas to formal wizard robes. He smoothed his collar and snapped his fingers. In an instant, he stood before Professor Quirrell's office door. Erwin knocked lightly. A voice laced with feigned panic echoed from within. Who's there? Erwin rolled his eyes. He had to hand it to Quirrell, the man was a born thespian. The stuttering had vanished lately, but that cringing, servile demeanor was etched into his soul. It's me, Professor, Erwin called. Erwin. Footsteps hurried across the floor, and the door creaked open. Quirrell peered out, eyes wide with feigned concern. He scanned Erwin from head to toe, relief washing over his face only after confirming no harm had come to him. With a subtle gesture, he tapped the top of his turbaned head. Erwin gave a slight nod, understanding the signal. You're here at last, Quirrell whispered urgently. The master awaits. Erwin widened his eyes in mock surprise. He's awake. Quirrell suppressed a smirk, Erwin was a natural performer. He nodded. Yes. Come in. He stepped aside, ushering Erwin inside before sealing the door with a soft click. Tea. Quirrell offered, ever the polite host. Erwin shook his head. No time for that. Let the master out, I've missed him terribly. I've been terrified something awful happened to him. Quirrell obliged, unwinding the scarf from his head. As he turned, Voldemort's gaunt face emerged, pale and serpentine. Erwin, the aged voice rasped. Erwin's eyes brimmed with tears. Teacher. You're finally awake. I was so worried, convinced the worst had happened. It's all my fault. If I'd judged the killing curse properly, none of this would have befallen you. I'm sorry, truly sorry. These past days, guilt's eaten me alive. Nightmares wake me, replaying my failure that night. Voldemort said nothing, letting the words tumble out until Erwin fell silent, his cheeks glistening. The Dark Lord, for all his ruthlessness, was visibly touched. It's fine, Erwin, he murmured. I hold no grudge. Even I struggled with the killing curse in my early days. And I dragged you into the Forbidden Forest straight after you learned it, my expectations were too high. The fault's mine. Tears now streamed down Erwin's face. Your forgiveness only deepens my shame. My talent's so lacking. If I'd trained harder, this never would have occurred. While you slept, I've drilled the killing curse relentlessly. I wield it flawlessly now. Let me venture into the Forbidden Forest and hunt a unicorn for you. That beast dared harm you, it must pay. I'll wipe out its kind. His expression hardened with feigned ferocity. Voldemort beamed inwardly. What a disciple, loyal and vicious to the core. Recruiting Erwin felt like a stroke of genius. Your devotion touches me, Voldemort replied, voice thick. But enough. We faced the unicorn herd's leader that day, a formidable creature. Even at my peak, it would have tested me. Your willingness suffices. Heed this, never slay a unicorn unless survival demands it. The curse it brings is dire, marking your life with shadow. Erwin froze. For a Dark Lord, Voldemort sounded almost paternal. Quirrell blinked in shock, he'd overheard every word. So Voldemort knew the peril, yet he'd thrown his servant's body into the fray. Lives like Quirrell's were expendable, then. Resentment simmered, the Dark Lord was as monstrous as ever. I understand, Erwin said, voice trembling. But your body? No, I must hunt one anyway. Curse or not, I'll secure a unicorn for you. He turned toward the door, shoulders slumped in grim resolve. Wait. Voldemort urged, halting him. Don't rush into folly. I have another path. Erwin paused. Truly, master. Whatever the risk, I'm yours to command. Emotion flickered in Voldemort's crimson eyes. If he had a proper form, he'd have ruffled Erwin's hair. In his darkest hour, this boy had appeared, a true ally. Age, or perhaps the fractures of his Horcruxes, had softened him. Whatever the cause, acceptance bloomed. Erwin was no mere tool, he was family. Yes, Voldemort assured him. Hogwarts hides the Philosopher's Stone, the key to eternal life. It will sustain me. Erwin's face lit up. Where? I'll fetch it at once. Quirrell knows the spot, but I must prepare first. Dumbledore's safeguards will be formidable. I'll retrieve it myself, stay back. Too dangerous for you. No, Erwin protested. I'll accompany you. Voldemort shook his head. I have other missions for you, my disciple. The stone is but a contingency. My plans run deeper, I'll return regardless. If the worst befalls me this time, and I say if, flee to the Forbidden Forest. Seek what I've hidden there. It will empower you. Guard it well, bide your time for my resurgence. Then, as my sole heir, you'll claim the glory I promise. Erwin bowed his head, eyes shining with fabricated zeal, as Voldemort's words hung heavy in the air. Power Stones, 100, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Want 15 bonus chapters. Finish this milestone and they are yours. Hit the Power Stones and reviews now to trigger the next big drop. Mr. Grimm. Chapter 236, Voldemort's binding oath to his heir. Erwin's eyes lit up at Voldemort's words. It seemed he might be on the verge of an unexpected windfall. Master, he asked, you want me to head to the Forbidden Forest, but how will I find what you've hidden there? Voldemort replied, you'll know when you arrive. Remember, Erwin, if I fail to secure the Philosopher's Stone, wait patiently for my return. Don't act on my behalf, you're not ready yet. Your time to shine will come when I reclaim my power. Erwin nodded solemnly. Of course, he had no intention of lifting a finger for Voldemort. He wasn't daft, he'd only sought this audience to squeeze out more advantages. Still, Voldemort's current haze of weakness had played right into his hands. His performance had been spot on. Teacher, Erwin continued, there's something you should know. Dumbledore suspects something's off with Professor Quirrell. For your safety, you ought to switch vessels as soon as possible. Voldemort's voice rasped thoughtfully. Expected, really? I never thought Quirrell could deceive Dumbledore indefinitely. What do you suggest for a new vessel? Erwin paused, feigning deep consideration. It's unclear if Quirrell's fully exposed, but using his body to claim the stone would be risky, you'd draw unwanted attention. Better to change beforehand, adopt a stranger's face. It would make things smoother for you. Voldemort mulled it over. His fragmented mind struggled with such details, but Erwin's logic rang true. Continuing with Quirrell could indeed invite disaster, slashing his odds of success. He couldn't afford that. I've already slipped away from Hogwarts once to scout a new host, Voldemort admitted. Erwin inclined his head. Wise, master. And if you'd allow, I could help refine the details of your plan. Voldemort, now eager for Erwin's counsel, leaned in. No Death Eater enjoyed such privilege, this was the unbreakable bond of master and disciple, a rare loyalty that stirred even the Dark Lord's withered heart. Speak your mind, Voldemort urged. Erwin outlined his strategy carefully. For the plan to succeed without a hitch, timing is key. Christmas strikes me as ideal. Dumbledore's away and unlikely to return for the holidays. With most students gone home, the castle thins out, fewer patrols, laxer security amid the festivities. Chaos from the crowds will let you slip in undetected with your new face. Voldemort nodded. Christmas it is, then. With your new vessel, Quirrell, and me united, Erwin pressed, few at Hogwarts could stand in your way. Voldemort wavered. He'd intended to dispatch Quirrell outright, but an extra ally might tip the scales. More than that, he'd noted Quirrell's deference to Erwin. In these fractured times, with his followers rotting in Azkaban, Voldemort cherished his disciples' safety. Quirrell could serve as a safeguard. You're right, he conceded, but stay hidden. Don't act or reveal yourself. Dumbledore may be absent, but the professors and heads of house remain formidable. You're not ready to face them. Erwin shook his head. No, Master, danger doesn't frighten me. I'd give everything for your triumph. The words struck deep. Even his most devoted Death Eaters offered mere duty, their loyalty was rote. But Erwin, this brilliant, willing apprentice, ignited something profound in Voldemort. In that instant, his resolve hardened. Upon his return, Erwin would rise as the Death Eater's young lord, his unchallenged heir in the coming reign of terror. The Dark Lord, for all his ruthlessness, had a soft spot after all. Yet Erwin, the object of such grand designs, plotted with cold pragmatism. While dispensing advice, his thoughts raced toward maximizing his gains, and engineering Voldemort's downfall, sending the tyrant to join Merlin in the afterlife. Obey me, Erwin, Voldemort insisted. You're my disciple, I won't risk you. This mission doesn't need you yet, but your day will come. In a few days, I'll depart again to secure a vessel. I'll leave Quirrell behind as your protector while I'm gone, he'll be your right hand. Erwin didn't push further, yielding with practiced grace. Forgive me, teacher. My skills fall short, I only wish to aid your great cause. Plenty of chances ahead, Voldemort assured him. Now, is there anything else you need clarified? After today, stay away from here. Once it's done, I'll seek you out. 2 hours later, Erwin slipped from Quirrell's office. It had been Voldemort's final lesson of the term, and he'd absorbed every scrap of knowledge. With Quirrell's dilemma resolved, all that remained was to bide his time until the plan unfolded, restoring Voldemort to his spectral form and completing the school's main quest. Squeezing more from the Dark Lord seemed futile now. As for the mysterious item hidden in the Forbidden Forest, Erwin had no clue what it might be, but anticipation stirred within him. Guys, here is the 15-chapter drop. Thanks for the incredible support to reach this milestone. Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 109, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 237, Whispers of War and House Cup Frenzy. Time flew by at Hogwarts, with the holidays drawing near. The week had been relatively calm inside the castle walls, though a few key events stood out. First, Ron Weasley slunk back to school, escorted by a flustered Mrs. Weasley. She made a point to visit Erwin, offering profuse apologies for her son's earlier outbursts. Erwin, ever gracious, waved it off with a forgiving smile. Deep down, he knew Ron's downfall stemmed partly from his own manipulations, and he felt a twinge of guilt toward the Weasleys, mixed with simple disdain for the boy. The reconciliation was touching, if ironic. The once tight trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione had fractured, leaving Draco Malfoy as Harry's unlikely new confidant. Erwin couldn't help but chuckle at the twist, a pureblood scion like Draco, raised on tales of blood supremacy, now chumming it up with the boy who lived and a muggle-born genius. It was progress. Pureblood elitism was a dying creed, and Erwin planned to hasten its end. Half-bloods and muggle-borns outnumbered pureblood wizards by far, and eroding the old family's grip was key to reshaping the wizarding world. Draco's budding open-mindedness was a win all around. Ron's return didn't improve his lot. Isolated and scorned, he shuffled through the halls with his head bowed, enduring sneers and whispers. Only his brothers, Fred, George, and Percy, bothered with him. Harry, still riding high on his newfound respect for Erwin, kept his distance, his heart heavy but his loyalties clear. As Erwin had predicted, staying at Hogwarts only amplified Ron's sense of betrayal and loneliness. Erwin spared him little thought. Ron was a spent resource, milk dry of usefulness. The only lingering value was in Ron's occasional approaches, which let Erwin play the magnanimous mentor to onlookers. But that role was fading, Erwin no longer needed the facade. As for Ron spilling secrets, like Erwin's sharper edges, no one would buy it. He'd likely already vented to his family, but the Weasleys dismissed him as the black sheep. Good kids didn't lie, after all, troubled ones did. It was a classic parental blind spot. Erwin's carefully crafted image was ironclad, they'd never doubt him. He'd anticipated every angle before acting, and even if Ron somehow pulled out a pensieve one day, fear would seal his lips. The second notable event was Professor Quirrell's brief absence. He returned without his ridiculous turban, sporting a smug grin and an uncharacteristic swagger. Students gossiped idly about the change, but Snape took it as a red flag. He summoned Erwin to his office for a grilling. Erwin laid it all out plainly. Snape listened in silence, suspecting some scheme afoot, but offered no interference. He'd back Erwin's plays, as always, especially since Erwin had asked him to stand aside. The third stir came from Slytherin's common room, where students' grades were skyrocketing under focused group study. Word spread, inspiring Hufflepuff badgers and Ravenclaw eaglets to join in. Soon, young witches and wizards from all houses crammed in, turning it into a buzzing hive of revision. Erwin welcomed the enthusiasm. These were his future allies, after all. Space quickly became an issue, though. After a quick huddle among the heads of house, they commandeered a larger classroom for joint morning sessions across the 4 houses. Erwin oversaw the whole operation, with prefects handling the charm segments. The results were explosive. Grades soared under his guidance, igniting fierce house rivalries. The hourglass scores hit record highs, with Slytherin pulling ahead but the other 3 neck and neck. Second place swapped hands 5 times in a week. Students buzzed with competitive fire, while professors grinned ear to ear, predicting the best OWL and NEWT results in Hogwarts history. But while the castle thrummed with academic rivalry, the wider wizarding world churned with unrest. The Yaxley family vanished overnight. Their manor burned to ash, literally, as curious investigators found only faint traces of residue. Diagon Alley shops and other holdings were hit hard, gone within days. Even married Yaxley women weren't spared. It was a coordinated strike by the Malfoy, Parkinson, and Selwyn families, orchestrated at Erwin's direction. The scandal dominated headlines for a week. No Yaxley survived in wizarding society, they'd been erased. The feat showcased the Selwyn family's reach, a muggle-rooted powerhouse toppling ancient purebloods. Terrifying, yet invigorating. The Daily Prophet chronicled it all, amplifying Erwin's words from the fray. He emerged as a bold reformer, battling corruption for the wizarding world's sake. What started as a brutal purge twisted, through savvy spin, into a crusade for renewal. Erwin's star rose, earning him waves of wizarding acclaim. He'd penned the follow-up piece himself, framing the narrative just so. Rita Skeeter's reports tallied the influx, dozens of unaffiliated wizards pledging to the Selwyns, drawn by the promise of a new order. Christmas loomed, but change was already in the air. Thanks for the incredible support to reach this milestone. Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 109, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 238, Forging Shadows, Hogwarts' Secret Arsenal. In a remarkably short time, the Selwyn family had gathered over 100 wizards. This tally excluded their own long-standing members, focusing solely on the wandering wizards who had publicly sworn allegiance. Even allies like the Malfoy and Parkinson families were quietly unnerved by the rapid expansion. Erwin's strategy was ruthless and swift, leaving rivals reeling. In raw numbers, the Selwyns now commanded the largest wizarding force in Britain, a position no one had anticipated so soon. Erwin, however, remained unflappable. He'd foreseen this from the start. These old pureblood houses underestimated the value of a loyal base, but he didn't. His every move had built toward this moment. Less than a year in, he'd achieved what others couldn't in decades. Luck played a part, but the true edge came from his rivals' complacency. Their arrogance had handed him the advantage on a silver platter. By the time the bumbling Minister of Magic caught on, it was too late. The Selwyns were untouchable, and he lived in constant fear of reprisal. Fortunately for him, Erwin had no designs on the ministry. Instead, the family turned to Diagon Alley. Centering on their magical supplies shop, they snapped up 5 or 6 adjacent stores. Renovations began immediately, though no one knew why. Wizards passing through the alley couldn't miss the scaffolding and hammering, the Selwyns' latest enigma. At Erwin's direction, the Daily Prophet ran stories on the project every other day, stoking speculation and keeping the mystery alive. Whispers spread, what were they building? The weeks blurred by, and Christmas arrived with a vengeance. Erwin awoke to a winter wonderland, snow blanketing the grounds overnight. He sipped coffee by the frost-laced window, watching first-years bundled against the cold pelt each other with snowballs by the Black Lake. The castle looked enchanted under the fresh white shroud, serene and timeless. The great hall felt emptier than usual at breakfast. Most students had gone home for the short holiday, precious time away from classes and looming exams. Erwin lingered over his meal, savoring the quiet. Afterward, he wrapped a scarf around his neck and strolled along the lake's edge, the crisp air clearing his head. In the distance, the new trio, Draco, Harry, and Hermione, jogged toward him, breaths puffing in the chill. He paused to wait. They arrived flushed and gasping. You lot need more than token efforts at exercise, Erwin said with a grin. Wizards aren't invincible without strong bodies. What's got you running? The 3 shared uneasy looks. Draco spoke first. Chief, it's serious. We've got news. Erwin raised an eyebrow. Out with it, then. Harry jumped in before Draco could elaborate. Mr. Erwin, someone's after the Philosopher's Stone. I'm sure of it. Erwin nodded calmly. Go on, tell me why you think that. Harry glanced at Hermione, who took over. We learned about Nicholas Flamel and the stone. It's guarded by a three-headed dog, Hagrid's pet, Fluffy. Only Hagrid knows how to get past it, and someone's already pried that information out of him. Erwin's expression stayed neutral. And Hermione pressed on. We think they're after immortality. But we can't figure out who. So why come to me? Erwin asked. Dumbledore's away, Hermione said. If it's a professor or someone trusted, only you can stop them. The stone can't fall into the wrong hands. Erwin chuckled softly. You're spot on about the danger. But I'm sitting this one out. Hermione's eyes widened. Why? Stealing it would be unforgivable. Your logic holds, Erwin replied, but you've missed the obvious. This is Hogwarts. No one's waltzing off with the stone under the staff's noses. Your initiative's admirable, I won't meddle. Chase the truth if you must, I won't stand in your way. The trio exchanged frustrated glances. But what if we're outmatched? Hermione asked. Erwin's tone sharpened. That's your challenge. Bravery alone won't cut it. If you're pursuing answers, be prepared to handle the consequences. When you're out of your depth, ask for help. Who can you turn to? With that, he turned and walked away, leaving them by the lake. Draco scratched his head. What was that supposed to mean? Harry shrugged. Hermione's brow furrowed in thought. I think I know, she said finally. Draco, check the Slytherin common room, see who's still here. Harry, do the same in Gryffindor. I'll round up the professors. They nodded, though puzzled, trusting her instincts. The three split off, vanishing into the snow-dusted grounds. Erwin watched from afar, a faint smile tugging at his lips. How delightfully predictable. He hoped Dumbledore would appreciate the gift he'd arranged, a real-world lesson disguised as peril. This was prime training ground for the young ones, exposing their gaps and sparking a hunger for power. All while advancing his plans. The wizarding world had grown complacent in its peace. Erwin's sparks had kindled interest, but not enough fire. Chaos bred heroes, forced allegiances, and clarified enemies. It served his vision perfectly. A scheme half a month in the making was reaching its climax. The players were in place, now, Erwin would raise the curtain. Today, Hogwarts would become the Selwyn's Forge, a sprawling base for military might. Success hinged on this performance being flawless. He snapped his fingers. With a soft crack, he operated away, leaving only footprints in the snow. Thanks for the incredible support to reach this milestone. Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 109, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 239, Yuletide Jackpot, Rainbow Riches and Plundered Power. Erwin returned to his dormitory that afternoon, his stomach rumbling from skipping lunch amid the earlier spectacle. Even from his room, the buzz of excited chatter drifted up from the Slytherin common room below. A towering stack of gifts dominated one corner, too many to unpack right away. He waved his wand, shrinking them and stowing them in his enchanted ring for later. Cracking open the window, he watched as a procession of owls swooped in, depositing more parcels before snatching bits of jerky from a nearby shelf. It had turned into a full-blown delivery operation, a testament to his skyrocketing popularity. Gifts poured in from all sides. Of course, Erwin hadn't been idle. He'd sent out his own packages, to the professors, a select few shadow prefects in Slytherin, and key business allies like the Malfoys, Mr. Parkinson, and the Selwyn Patriarch. Each one was identical, a sleek mobile phone, complete with instructions. They wouldn't activate until Cavendish Communications launched, but that only heightened the recipient's anticipation. Professor Flitwick, 4-1, had pestered him endlessly about a start date, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Freshening up the sheets with a quick spell, Erwin flopped onto the bed and summoned the system interface with a thought. The holiday event blinked insistently, a special Yuletide gift selection, its timer ticking down, and 32 seconds. He watched, transfixed, as the seconds vanished. A chime echoed in his mind. The Yuletide gift selection is now active. Draws cost wizarding acclaim and follow a probability-based system with no guarantees, though purple and gold rewards are more likely. Each draw, 10,000 acclaim. 10-draw bundle offers a 10% discount. Proceed. Erwin blinked. 10,000 per pull. That was steep, harder to farm than battling for it. His hard-earned acclaim topped just over 1 million, good for maybe 100 draws. Far from the one-pull legend he'd joked about. Still, the boosted odds for rarities tempted him. Best to test the waters. He tapped the draw button. The interface erupted in a whirl of festive lights. A pair of enchanted reindeer burst from the center, hauling a miniature sleigh with a jolly figure at the reins, Santa Claus, but with Erwin's own face, complete with a bushy white beard. The caricature leered sleazily as it rummaged in its sack, hurling holographic cards into the air. They hovered before him like a surreal poker hand. Erwin stared, torn between amusement and annoyance. Festive flair made sense for the holidays, but this. He couldn't find a skip option, so he soldiered on, flipping the cards one by one. 3 violet glows and 2 golden bursts ignited, blindingly bright. His jaw dropped. That was the boost in action. No wonder limited events were addictive. At this rate, 100 draws could net him 20 golds easy. He was wide awake now. 10 draw complete. Gained 5 talent points. 10 draw complete. Purple, upgrade charm, elevates any spell by 1 level without conditions. Purple, advanced talent point x1. Purple, item upgrade charm x1, enhances 1 magical item. Gold, talent, infinite firepower. Activate for 5 seconds of spell energy-free spellcasting. Channel your inner legend, true power in a blink. Cooldown, 7 days. Gold, passive talent upgrade charm x1, transforms a gold passive into legendary rainbow gold. Erwin scanned the hall, his pulse steadying into awe. Every piece was a gem, but those golds. Game changers. He pocketed them for now, no rushing into activations. Better to clear the board first. Steeling himself, he selected the 100-draw bundle. The sleigh reappeared, Santa's antics unchanged. Cards scattered in a glittering cascade. Erwin pointed at one. Flip 'em all, let's see the shine. They obeyed, unleashing a radiant storm. Golds dazzled first, but as excitement built, the lights dimmed across the board, shifting to the edges like courtiers bowing to royalty. A single card drifted down, the rest forming respectful lines, even the golds. It rotated slowly, unleashing a prismatic beam laced with gold that pierced the virtual sky. The chime rang triumphant. Congratulations. Supreme Rainbow Gold reward unlocked, Talent Plunder. All pools upgraded, costs x10, now including Rainbow Gold rarities. Talent Plunder, Rainbow Gold, rule-based ability. Defeat foes to siphon their magic, converting it into your own reserves via ancient laws. Level up like a true adventurer, your path to power just got a shortcut. Erwin exhaled, a grin breaking through. This wasn't just a draw, it was a turning point. With Plunder, every duel became an investment. The holidays had delivered more than gifts, they'd handed him the keys to dominance. As the interface faded, he lay back, already plotting his next moves. Slytherin wouldn't know what hit them. Thanks for the incredible support to reach this milestone. Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 109, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 240, The Bewitching Touch That Tames the Wild. Erwin swallowed hard. Truth be told, he could handle the other gold rewards with a steady hand. But this rainbow gold prize. It had his heart racing. If not for that nagging sense of being watched, like eyes boring into him from the shadows, Erwin might have leaped from bed and let out a triumphant whoop. That eerie surveillance had plagued him for days now, striking for about an hour each afternoon. It set his nerves on edge, though it was absent tonight. Still, Erwin played it safe, keeping his excitement reined in. The last thing he needed was to draw unwanted attention. The good news? The system panel was invisible to anyone else. No prying eyes could glimpse his secrets. Staring at the rainbow gold talent, Erwin's grin widened. The description hadn't lied, this was a fast track to raw power. Where did he lag behind the legendary wizards of old? 2 places, magical reserves and battle-hardened experience. Combat savvy would come with time and practice. But magical reserves? That had been his Achilles heel. He'd scoured books and brewed potions, chasing a breakthrough that never came. Now, here it was. A talent that let him siphon strength from fallen foes, like claiming spoils from a duel won. The road to mastery stretched out, clear and inviting. Erwin itched to test it, find a dark wizard or beast and strike. He shoved the urge down, focusing instead. First things first, claim the plunder talent before it vanished like a poorly cast illusion. The instant he did, far across the wizarding world, in a fog-shrouded enclave of ancient spires, an elder wizard with a flowing white beard toppled forward in his tower sanctum. Blood sprayed from his lips as a glowing compass exploded in shards before him. Disregarding the crimson stain on his robes, the old man gaped at the wreckage. Impossible. The prophecies were clear, how could the path diverge so wildly? The founders foresaw this. What force has twisted fate? His gnarled fingers traced frantic runes in the air. Tiny glyphs swirled around the compass's remains, only to shatter like brittle glass. Blast it, my power's too weak to pierce the veil. Is there no hope this time? It's all unraveling, nothing like the ancient seers predicted. In a distant cavern, another figure stirred. A black-robed wizard, eyes sharp as flint, snapped them open for meditation. Something's shifted. Interference. An unforeseen variable, even with our safeguards. He chuckled dryly. No matter. The old orders will adapt, they always do. As he spoke, he shifted on the stone floor. A coil of dark mist beneath him fractured with a hiss. Easy now, he murmured to the shadows. Your time hasn't come. Someone will contain you yet. Conserve your fury, escape's a fool's dream. Back in his quarters, Erwin remained blissfully ignorant of the ripples he'd caused. He savored the new talent's hum in his veins, a quiet thrill building. Regret crept in, though. He should have waited until he'd crushed the Yaxley family outright. What a missed chance to harvest their magical essence. His mind wandered darker paths. Dumbledore would fall someday, could he claim that power? Or Voldemort, Grindelwald? The potential haul was staggering. At that exact moment, the three titans of the wizarding world shivered in unison, as if a chill wind carried whispers of doom. Shaking off the whimsy, Erwin pocketed the talent and delved into his inventory. He pulled out a shimmering card. Talent upgrade card, elevates any passive gold talent to rainbow gold quality. His eyes gleamed. A second rainbow gold talent. Priceless. This draw had already paid off tenfold, the rest was gravy. Relaxed now, Erwin sifted through the hall. First, the dross, 40 trinkets, pure rubbish. Gone in a flick of his wrist. Talent points next, 21 standard ones, plus 10 from the preliminary pull, totaling 31. 10 advanced points, a solid yield. 3 item upgrade cards. 9 spell proficiency packs, each worth 10,000 galleons in practice time. 2 talent fusion cards. All told, from 110 draws, 40 junk items, 31 normal talent points, 10 advanced ones. For item upgrades, including the special talent 1 spell upgrade, 2 fusions. 9 proficiency packs. And the crown jewels, the rainbow gold plunder, atop his existing infinite firepower. Erwin's satisfaction deepened. The wait had been worth every restless night. He rubbed his hands, eager for more. Time for the blind boxes. With a gesture, the first golden card materialized. The Beast Tamer's touch, equipped to harness a beguiling aura that soothes the savage heart, touch and tame. Any magical creature brushed by this gift turns docile and serene. Drawn from whimsical wizarding tales, but heed the warning, trolls, being brainless brutes, remain unmoved. Erwin's lips quirked in amusement. Touch and tame, a cheeky name, but potent. His existing magical creature affinity fostered goodwill, sure. Yet with truly feral beasts, friendliness might not prevent a snap of jaws. This was different, a true pacifier, rendering even the wildest creatures placid. The label might sting, but in a pinch, facing a rampaging hippogriff or acromantula swarm, it could save his skin. He equipped it without hesitation, feeling a warm pull spread through him. Another tool in the arsenal, perfectly suited to the dangers ahead. As the night deepened, Erwin lay back, mind buzzing with possibilities. The wizarding world felt smaller, more conquerable. Whatever shadows lurked, he'd face them head-on, stronger, sharper, unstoppable. Thanks for the incredible support to reach this milestone. Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 109, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 241, Unlocking the Ultimate War Machine. Erwin had no choice but to claim the first reward. The system offered no refunds, no exchanges, not even a cooling-off period. With a mental command, he summoned the second card. Unifying Charm, harmonize 2 or more energies using your innate talent, preventing interference and creating seamless unity. The instant he read it, Erwin's thoughts raced to his bloodlines. Was this tailor-made for him? The system truly delivered. He activated it immediately. A subtle shift rippled through him, like 2 warring rivers suddenly flowing in tandem. His dragon speaker bloodline and Pendragon heritage, once clashing like rival kingdoms on the brink of war, now coexisted in fragile peace. The bloodlust that had gnawed at him, especially after a kill, faded to a distant murmur, suppressed but not erased. Relief washed over Erwin. No more fretting over uncontrolled surges. He could level up without fear. Next came the remaining prizes. He flipped the third card. Binding Resistance, Gold Talent. Gain 30% immunity to control effects like freezing, petrification, or bindings. It felt straight out of a game, like unbreakable defense against crowd control. Erwin pocketed it without a second thought. The fourth card gleamed brighter. Spell Multiplication, Gold Talent. Channel extra magic to cast spells multiple times in succession, amplifying power. Turn single target strikes into area effects, you deserve it. Erwin's imagination ignited. Avada Kedavra. A barrage of green lights erupting like machine gun fire. The holidays had turned him into a one-man arsenal. Things were only getting wilder. He moved on, eyes landing on a cluster of scroll-like cards nearby, blueprints, perhaps. One hovered forward. Enchanted propulsion design, gold consumable. Craft a magic-powered engine using ancient techniques. Component of the legendary gold item, Enchanted Citadel. Collect all to unlock the full blueprint. Enchanted Citadel, January 4th. Erwin dragged the others close and unfurled them. Arcane blasting apparatus plan, gold consumable. Forge a devastating magic-fueled weapon. Component of Enchanted Citadel, January 4th. Protective ward schematic, gold consumable. Erect an impenetrable magical barrier. Component of Enchanted Citadel, January 4th. Levitation enchantment blueprint, gold consumable. Enable flight through enchanted propulsion. Component of Enchanted Citadel, January 4th. All components collected. Fuse them. Erwin confirmed instantly. The cards swirled together in a vortex of color, merging into a single, radiant scroll bathed in a golden pillar of light. Enchanted Citadel, transform an existing structure into a flying fortress of war. Capable of assault, defense, and aerial dominance, its might rivals ancient legends. Materials required. Erwin's pulse quickened at the description. A soaring bastion of power. But the material list stretched on like a cursed tapestry, filled with rarities most wizards had never heard of, let alone owned. Many hailed from the ancient magical world, extinct relics that no modern vault could hold. Even pooling the entire wizarding world's resources wouldn't suffice. Premium gold for a reason, Erwin muttered, stowing the blueprint in his enchanted ring. Useless for now. Who knows when I'll scrape these together? Still, a wild notion struck him. What if he ever claimed full control of Hogwarts? Turning the castle into a mobile citadel, now that sparked envy. He pulled the scroll out again, committing the list to memory. Protagonists always struck gold eventually. Besides, a gut feeling told him this fortress would prove vital one day, unbidden but undeniable. With the blueprint secured, 6 cards remained, shrouded like veiled portraits awaiting revelation. Blind box fever gripped him, the thrill was addictive. He beckoned the next. Sacrificial effigy, gold consumable, 1/1 use. Actively dispel one curse or debuff. Passively absorb a lethal strike. System rating, essential lifesaver. Erwin nodded approvingly. In a world of hexes and hidden daggers, this was gold, literal and figurative. He claimed it, the card dissolving into his arsenal. 4 more loomed. He pressed on, the air humming with potential. Christmas had reshaped him, arming Erwin for battles yet to come. As the cards floated nearer, he braced for whatever legendary edges awaited. Thanks for the incredible support to reach this milestone. Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 109, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 242, Death's Icy Grasp and a Mysterious Shard. Erwin quickly tucked the straw doll into his robe. This was a real gem, a true lifesaver, just as the system described. Sacrificial effigy, ever feel like the wizarding world's duels are a drag? Bored of fools on brooms chasing the golden snitch? Step into the magical battle arena. More thrilling than Quidditch, more exhilarating than any wizarding game. Don your helmet and conquer the dueling canyon. Erwin blinked in surprise. What in Merlin's name? A magical battle arena. He wasted no time summoning it. With a thud, a large box materialized on the floor, accompanied by a neatly folded instruction manual. Erwin flipped it open and scanned the contents. His eyes widened in admiration. Who came up with this? It was brilliant. The design wasn't overly complex, yet it drew on projection tech that even his old world's muggles hadn't perfected, holographic simulations. Strap on the helmet, and you'd plunge into the canyon. The gameplay echoed popular Muggle mobile games, minus the hero picks. Wizards dueled with their own spells, no health bars, no spell energy gauges. It all hinged on raw skill. Die in the match, and you'd feel a sharp, visceral pain, but nothing fatal. Perfect for honing combat prowess, far better than tangling with Voldemort. Best of all, it was scalable. The box included blueprints for mass production. With a team of enchanters, Erwin could replicate the holographic setup and churn out units by the dozen. This was a goldmine of opportunity. The system had even tossed in skin customizations, cosmetic tweaks to your avatar that boosted attack power by 10 points. Wizards would eat it up. Erwin could practically hear the galleons clinking. Forget the enchanted communicator, this would eclipse Quidditch overnight. Chasing a snitch was absurd anyway, plenty of time for 2 rounds of strengthening potion in that mess. The catch. It required recharging through Erwin's network. He was already plotting wizarding mobile payments to pair with it, slotting perfectly into his broader schemes. The system was a marvel, if it had a form, he'd embrace it in gratitude. A game changer. For now, though, Erwin stowed the box. Timing was everything. His eyes turned to the remaining 4 cards hovering in the air. He claimed them all at once. Weapon Forging Kit, 500 out of 500 forging attempts. Craft enchanted wands with custom spells. Option, infuse Expelliarmus to shatter foes' defenses. Armor Forging Kit, 500/500 forging attempts. Craft enchanted robes, available enchantment, armor charm. Death's token, summon death for a bargain. Offer what he craves, and claim his boon. Beware, gods demand steep prices for their gifts. Consumable, 1/1 use. Unknown fragment, shard of a potent artifact, 1/10 complete. Collect all to unlock a golden relic of unknown power. Erwin studied the rewards, his brow creasing. His focus lingered on the last 2. An unknown fragment. Too cryptic for comfort. In tales he'd read, these often led to legendary items. He lifted the shard, it was cold as ice against his palm, with no detectable magic. Its only allure was a faint, iridescent shimmer. Curious, Erwin set it down and stomped on it hard. The shard didn't budge. His foot throbbed instead. Undeterred, he drew his wand. Reducto. The spell slammed into the fragment. A brilliant beam erupted, blasting toward him. Erwin reacted instantly, casting Protego with a flick. The light hit his shield squarely, hurling him backward. The barrier shattered on impact. Heart pounding, he stared at the unscratched shard. That was close. Without his reflexes, he'd be in the hospital wing, or worse. If it was that resilient. Erwin pressed the fragment to his chest. It molded perfectly, like a custom breastplate. Promising. He coaxed threads from his ever-changing suit, weaving them around the shard to secure it. It added weight, but no other effects surfaced. A mystery, but for now, it'd serve as armor. Next, the Death's Token, a pendant shaped like a scythe. Touching it sent a bone-deep chill racing through him. The metal quivered, and a spectral figure rose, a hooded wraith clutching a scythe, cloaked in ragged shadows. Death himself. The air turned frigid, the room's warmth leaching away. Shivers gripped the young witches and wizards nearby, even the professors huddling against an unnatural dread. Erwin, facing the entity directly, felt it pierce his core. His body trembled uncontrollably, not mere cold, but a soul-deep terror that rooted him in place. He couldn't meet those empty voids where eyes should be. An overwhelming urge to kneel surged within him, a mortal's instinct before the divine. This was the chasm between God and man, raw and unyielding. Thanks for the incredible support to reach this milestone. Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 109, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 243, Bargaining with Death himself. Erwin clenched his jaw, forcing himself to endure the overwhelming pressure. He wouldn't kneel, not to anyone, not even a god. Death loomed above him, its skeletal gaze piercing. A faint, ethereal escaped the figure. Intriguing. In the next instant, an immense force slammed into Erwin, buckling his knees. He teetered on the edge of collapse. Then, a surge of power erupted from the deathly token in his hand, shielding him from the onslaught. Death's empty sockets fixed on the pendant. A disdainful snort echoed through the void. Mortal, name your desire. I will reveal the cost. Bolstered by the token's energy, Erwin lifted his head to meet the god's stare. Can you do anything? The cold voice boomed, you question my power. Erwin swallowed hard. I wouldn't dream of it. You're a god, I was just clarifying. Speak your wish swiftly. My time here is limited. Erwin's mind raced. What if I asked to bring someone back, resurrect them? Death glanced down. The souls of dragon whisperers and pureblood descendants lie beyond my domain. That, I cannot grant. Erwin's brow furrowed. What about Lily Potter? The figure flipped open its tattered ledger, pages crackling like dry leaves. Possible. But not for you yet. In 5 years, I shall return and name my price. Erwin opened his mouth for more, but death dissolved into shadow, vanishing without a trace. The moment it left, a bone-chilling shiver raced down Erwin's spine, as if an invisible presence had grazed him, claiming a sliver of his fate. His life felt borrowed, fragile. The sensation faded as quickly as it came. Erwin slumped, gasping for air. He scanned the room, heart pounding. Everything looked ordinary, untouched. Had it all been a hallucination? No. He'd felt it. Something real, unseen, had watched him. Glaring at the pendant, Erwin muttered a curse. What had that blasted magical voice saddled him with? It had actually summoned death. Did that mean the god truly existed? And if death walked this world, what about the others? From death's sparse words, Erwin pieced together fragments. The god couldn't linger. Some binding force. A greater power. That fleeting brush, another deity. The raw terror of facing death had stripped away any illusion of defiance. In its presence, resistance seemed laughable. What kind of world was this? Harry Potter was supposed to be a children's tale, dark, sure, with its share of tragedy, but not this. The pendant's chill deepened against his skin. Erwin hurled it into his enchanted pouch, relief washing over him. Then reality hit. Death would return in 5 years. Bloody hell. Why him? What did a god want from a wizard like him? Couldn't it just forget? He sank onto the bed, mind whirling. To match death in 5 years, how many foes would he need to fell? Start small, test the waters. Erwin's thoughts sharpened amid the fear. As a wizard thrust into this life, the encounter had shaken him, but it ignited something fiercer. Seeing a god firsthand sparked a wild notion. If deities were real, so was true immortality. False eternity. He'd scoff at that. But the genuine article. With his magical gifts, why not chase it? He steadied his breathing and turned to his remaining rewards. First, the enchanted forging set. Sounded promising. The description was straightforward: infuse magic into gear. Robes for armor. Simple enough. Weapons were trickier: swords, daggers, the lot. But Erwin had his own idea. Rummaging through his enchanted pouch, he drew out the great equalizer, its silver barrel gleaming. If this worked on firearms, the bullets could carry spells. The potential thrilled him. Enchanted rounds. Game-changing. Eager, Erwin summoned the weapon forging kit. It materialized on the floor, resembling a Muggle popcorn machine, complete with a pressure gauge. Bizarre design, but function mattered. He loaded the great equalizer inside. The machine hummed to life, vibrating with arcane energy. Minutes later, the lid popped open, ejecting the gun. Erwin inspected it. Subtle runes now etched the barrel, pulsing faintly. Uncertain but hopeful, he snapped his fingers and stepped into the room of requirement, requesting a chamber with an enchanted armor dummy. Inside, he faced the hulking figure and took aim. A single shot rang out. The bronze bullet struck true, hurling the dummy backward in a spray of sparks. Erwin's eyes widened. It worked. He'd woven in the bone-shattering curse, a brutal alternative to the killing curse. A quick check revealed the runes dimmed slightly after the shot, but they were already refilling from ambient magic. Reusable. Brilliant. The shadow of death lifted like mist. Without pause, he fed his enchanted robes into the armor kit. When they emerged, glowing sigils adorned the fabric. He draped them over the dummy and fired again. A shimmering shield flickered to life, absorbing the impact. Erwin grinned. Invincible armor and cursed bullets. In 5 years, even a god might think twice. Thanks for the incredible support to reach this milestone. Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 109, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 244, 244, Maxing Talents and Unleashing Forbidden Power. Erwin couldn't contain his grin. Brilliant, this is brilliant. He slipped off his robes and gave the ever-changing suit a quick shake, even though it never gathered dust. Old habits died hard. Then he donned it again, feeling the fabric shift seamlessly to match his style. What a stroke of luck. The forging set had 499 uses left, enough to equip the Cavendish family's inner circle with enchanted armor. Without a way to awaken magic in Muggles yet, these artifacts would be his edge in conquering the wizarding world. Erwin wasted no time. He called Old Tom, instructing him to procure 499 firearms and commission matching robes from a discreet tailor. Suits stuck out like a sore thumb in magical society, robes blended right in. The family had galleons to spare, but Erwin wasn't one to squander them. Old Tom paused, brow furrowed at the odd request, but he nodded and set to work without question. With that sorted, Erwin turned to the real fun: upgrades. He pulled up his personal panel, eyes scanning his talents. Transfiguration talent, 6 / Common Spells talent, 6 / Dark Arts talent, 10 / Potions Mastery talent, 7 / Ancient Magic talent, /10, unlocked, requires special ritual. Remaining, Common Talent Points x 26, Advanced Talent Points x. Only 11 points shy of perfection across the board. Erwin smirked. System, max them all out. No half measures. Instantly, his talents hit 10 out of 10 each, burning through 11 common points. Uniform and flawless, a perfectionist's dream. But those 11 advanced points nagged at him. Spread them evenly. Before he could decide, the system chimed. Recommendation, elevate one talent to 20 points for a stage reward. Erwin blinked. Stage reward. Affirmative. Rewards unlock at 20, 50, and 100 points per talent. Intrigued, Erwin dumped all 10 into dark arts. Not because he craved the shadows, he just finished what he started. Most of his arsenal leaned that way anyway, boosting his firepower without apology. Pure pragmatism, nothing sinister. The moment the points landed, his Pendragon blood surged like liquid fire. His eyes flashed crimson, a feral hunger clawing at his mind. He clamped down with his metamorphmagus ability, wrestling the bloodlust back under control. So that's where the dark arts affinity came from, the lingering echo of Morgan Le Fay in his veins. Her influence ran deep. Dark arts talent advanced to stage 2. Reward, all dark arts spells upgraded to level 5. Erwin's jaw dropped. He stared at his panel as curses, hexes, and forbidden incantations all hit max proficiency. Testing it, he jabbed a finger at the enchanted armor across the room. A silent, wandless killing curse erupted in a streak of green light, hurling the figure backward in a shower of sparks. The rush was intoxicating. No incantation, no flick of the wrist, just death on demand. No wonder Voldemort favored it. Who wouldn't? Satisfied, Erwin pocketed the last advanced point for later. 10 across the board would do for now. He'd save up another 10 and chase the next stage reward, comparing perks. Common spells at 20 might max out every charm and jinx, turning him into a true charms master, silent and wandless across the spectrum. Tempting, but he'd decide once he had options. Next, spell proficiency. 90,000 points burned in his reserves, the last of his stockpile. Choices were slim, only near-max spells qualified. Expelliarmus needed 92,000 to hit level 5, thanks to endless practice, not you again, Harry. Apparition was 50,000 away, honed by constant travel. Occlumency lagged at 83,000, a grudging nod to Dumbledore's relentless probes. That old fox deserved a hex or two. Legilimency defense was Occlumency's sole perk, proof the headmaster had been rifling through Erwin's thoughts far too often. Erwin weighed it. One upgrade card and 90,000 points meant 2 max outs. Apparition could wait, he hated walking, and practice filled the gap quickly. With talents peaked, gains came faster anyway. He poured proficiency into Occlumency, sealing his mind like Fort Knox. Then the card went to Sectum Sempra, pushing it to level 5. An invisible barrier snapped into place in his skull, thick and unyielding. Relief washed over him. Nurmengard loomed soon, and Grindelwald's Legilimency was brutal, even if less subtle than Dumbledore's. No more wand-tip prods to the temple, this was ironclad. All set, Erwin eyed his inventory for the grand finale, item upgrade cards, talent upgrades, and a fusion card. Today's upgrades would redefine his edge. Thanks for the incredible support to reach this milestone. Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 109, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 245, The Wand's Golden Glow. Erwin drew 4 item upgrade cards from his rewards. He already had a clear plan for them. Naturally, the first would go to his wand. Though many of Erwin's spells no longer required a wand, its true value for an advanced wizard lay in amplifying spell power. The Elder Wand's legendary strength came from its unmatched enhancement, which was why even Voldemort coveted it. To honor Dumbledore by digging up his grave. That was a commemoration too grim for words. A children's tale with such dark twists felt wildly out of place. Erwin shook off the thought. Children's stories could be surprisingly resilient, owls dying on the page, yet still deemed suitable for those under 12. But that was beside the point. He pulled out his amethyst wand, the first upgrade card shimmering in his hand. He'd never closely examined it since it shed its acacia outer layer. Even if he wanted to, identifying its core material was beyond him. As for consulting his mother, he'd sent her off to Helena on a pretext during the lottery draw. By now, she should be returning, the crown wouldn't let Ravenclaw stray for long. No matter. Functionality trumped mystery, especially after facing death itself. As far as Erwin knew, no living wizard had glimpsed the Grim Reaper. He was likely the first of his generation to do so. The trio who'd claimed the Deathly Hallows. They belonged to another era. Erwin activated the card, targeting the wand. A stream of light surged into it, and the amethyst rod trembled violently. Fearing an explosion, he gripped it tightly. After 3 or 4 tense minutes, it stilled. The changes were striking. Golden threads now spiraled from the handle, weaving upward to gild the tip. A faint mist swirled within the translucent core, giving it an ethereal aura. Erwin was instantly smitten. Power aside, the aesthetics alone justified the upgrade. He checked its details. Item name, Unknown Material Wand. Forged from unknown materials, it strongly enhances all magic. Special Effect 1, provides a 10% bonus to all spells. Special Effect 2, bound to Erwin Cavendish, unusable by anyone else. Special Effect 3, summons instantly to its master, regardless of distance. Special Effect 4, upgradable. The systems panel made everything feel like a game, leveling up gear through victories. Erwin shook his head, no point dwelling on it. He was thrilled, especially with the third effect. Even if disarmed in a duel, he could recall it without limit or delay. Far superior to Harry's summoning charm against Voldemort. Pocketing the wand, Erwin eyed the next card. A purple reward yielding such potency. And with further upgrades possible, it might one day rival the Elder Wand. Eager, he applied another card. But a system chime interrupted. Upgrade card level mismatch. Item is now gold rank. Requires a gold upgrade card to proceed. So that was the system, purple to gold to legendary, perhaps. Erwin wasn't deterred. His luck had been uncanny, a top-tier wand felt inevitable. Shifting focus, he turned to his inventory. Weapons secured power, but gear ensured survival. With the 8 ancient pureblood families circling like sharks and a 5-year pact with death looming, harsher than any hasty vow, Erwin needed every edge. He selected his enchanted robes, the ever-changing suit, and activated the card. Light enveloped it, followed by another chime. Congratulations, host. Enchanted robes upgraded to gold rank. View details. Erwin confirmed, anticipation building for what came next. Thanks for the incredible support to reach this milestone. Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 109, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 246, The Ever-Changing Robe's Deadly Upgrade. Item name, Ever-Changing Robe. Item level, Gold. Made from special materials, one of a kind in the world. Special Effect 1, Ever-Changing Style, this item can change its appearance according to its owner's wishes. Special Effect 2, Immaculate, this item will not be stained by any dirt and will always look brand new. Special Effect 3, Magic Resistance, this item has resistance to all attack spells, currently at 50% resistance. Special Effect 4, All-Encompassing, this item can absorb various energies, increasing its special effects. Added Special Effect 1, Magic Robe, the item has a shield charm, increasing its ability to absorb the host's magic. The host can infuse magic to enhance the shield charm's defensive capabilities. Erwin examined his new robe, his eyes lingering on the third and fourth effects. The first two were familiar perks he already enjoyed. But this upgraded resistance, jumping from 30% to 50%, meant anyone casting at him would see their spells halved in power right out of the gate. Half. A straight percentage cut. The mightier the opponent, the harder they fell. Take Dumbledore, if the old wizard unleashed a Reducto at full force, say 100 units of raw power, it'd hit Erwin like a feeble 50. Percentages were brutal that way, no flat reduction, just pure scaling devastation. Low-tier duels. Beneath him now. Dumbledore, Erwin muttered with a grin, fancy a friendly spar. The fourth effect puzzled him more. Absorb any energy and evolve new traits. Paired with the shield charm, it now drew on his own magic for extra defense. But what other energies lurked in this world? His gaze sharpened. He pulled the Death's token from his enchanted ring. It was still bone-chilling, radiating that familiar icy dread. Could the robe handle this? The system hadn't bothered with instructions, so Erwin improvised the straightforward way. With a thought, his robe shifted into a simple towel. He wrapped the token tightly and waited, staring intently. Seconds ticked by. Half a minute. Nothing. Erwin scowled. Faulty gear from the system. Unlikely. Then it hit, a sudden burst of frigid aura exploded from the token. But before it could spread, the towel-form robe clamped down, sealing it inside. The chill coalesced, solidifying into something tangible, then shattered under the fabric's relentless pull, absorbed completely. In a blur, the robe reverted to its proper form and draped over Erwin's shoulders. The token clattered to the floor, inert. Erwin barely registered the sound. He yanked open the robe's status panel. Added Effect 1, Death's Robe. Absorbs a trace of Death's power, granting the user a fragment of its authority. The host can briefly summon souls from the underworld. Joy surged through him. This was gold, pure, otherworldly power. Divine, even. His mind raced straight to Lily, summoning her shade to confront Snape. Not out of malice, but to force that long-overdue apology. Erwin knew his godfather's torment all too well. The half-blood prince's lifelong melancholy stemmed from her, a martyr for love trapped in endless regret. Snape's guilt over her death had poisoned his every day. Erwin owed the men, kindness begot kindness. It was mutual. He itched to test it right then, to break the news if it worked. But the system chimed in. Warning, host, your actions border on usurping divine authority. Use sparingly, at least 3 months between activations, to avoid drawing death scrutiny. Remember, those who meddle with souls invite their own end. Proceed with extreme caution. The final warning blazed in blood-red letters, stark and urgent. The system rarely sounded alarms like this. Whatever he tapped into was no joke. Erwin reigned in his excitement. No rash experiments. He'd head straight to Snape. If the ability held up, the risk was worth it. Death's gaze. He'd dodge it where he could. But for his godfather, one gamble was fine, just once. He'd already broached resurrecting Lily with death, and the entity had consented, price pending. If it demanded Dumbledore's soul as collateral, Erwin wouldn't flinch. Decision made, he scooped up the token. It was cooler now, the dread muted. Back into the ring it went, earmarked for future upgrades. Then his hand froze mid-motion. Hold on, this didn't add up. Stealing a god's power so effortlessly. Even for a freshly gilded item. Death's token had to rank legendary at minimum, rainbow gold tier. Something smelled off. The system pinged again. Please select a target for the item upgrade card. Erwin tossed the card onto his bed and fixed an imaginary point in the air. System, hold up. You're rushing this. What's really going on here? Thanks for the incredible support to reach this milestone. Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 109, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 247, Unmasking the System. The Golden Potion Brewer's Secret. The system paused for a moment. Host, the system is just going through the motions. Please don't overthink it. Erwin replied, is that so? If that's truly the case, why explain? I've pondered this for ages. You, this system, are fascinating. You have your own thoughts, and you argue back. That proves you're intelligent. You know everything about me, yet I know nothing about you. I don't even know your origins. According to the laws of wizardry, all protagonists' magical gifts are special artifacts obtained before or after arriving in this world. But they're still objects, with clear origins, or creators. Even the wilder ones, forged by the world's will, have roots. You're different. From the moment you activated, you've never revealed your source. The real kicker. I've always suspected the items I've drawn seem unrelated but are exactly what I need most. It sharpened after I got the Metamorphmagus ability, like someone was steering my draws on purpose. Including this You'll gift selection system. You rushed it this time, and the rewards were too generous. It raised flags. If I'm right, there's a motive behind giving me the Deathly Hallows, isn't there? The invisibility cloak alone couldn't snag that power. So, system, what are you really? The system stayed silent. Erwin did too. It felt like a childish standoff, whoever spoke first lost. After an eternity, the system broke. Why must the host dig so deep? The system means you no harm. Some truths aren't ready for you yet. You need to uncover them yourself. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. The reality is too strange, and with your nature, you'd only trust what you witness firsthand, right? Since you arrived here, the host, this system has been your sole ally, your companion. It won't harm you or plot against you. Everything is to make you stronger. If you insist on answers, I'll say this, we hail from the same world. In this one, only we two do. So, no matter what, the system will never betray you. Believe that. Erwin shook his head. See. That's your way. You verify everything personally. Even the intel from that girl Charlotte, even from a marked source, you hold back, don't you? Erwin said nothing, the system had nailed it. It fell quiet again. The system knew Erwin better than he realized, for reasons beyond his grasp. Erwin mulled it over inwardly. As the system claimed. True or false, he couldn't tell. Its motives. Unclear. But one certainty stood out, the system made him stronger, and he relied on it utterly. Most crucially, given its power. Even if Erwin uncovered its creator, or the puppet master pulling strings. He'd be helpless to resist. Such influence dwarfed any refusal, whatever the endgame. Unless he fought to the death. That would derail any schemes. But Erwin wasn't suicidal. He'd face defeat in honorable combat. Surrender without a fight? Never. With that resolved, a grin spread across Erwin's face. System, apply the upgrade charm. Target, enchanted ring. Upgrade charm applied successfully. The incomplete enchanted ring has evolved into a golden enchanted ring. Neither addressed the earlier exchange. They pressed on as if it never happened. Time seemed rewritten. Erwin's grin widened at the gleaming ring on his finger, excitement bubbling. The system hummed along, mechanical as ever. Only they knew their true thoughts. Erwin probed the ring. The upgrade was straightforward, storage, enhanced. Space expanded tenfold. He sensed its vastness and paused, awed. But at the edge, a veil of mist lingered. System, what's that fog? Locked sector. Full access unlocks at legendary gold rank. Keep pushing. Erwin eyed the mist, then pulled back. A hidden realm. Some mystery. The original ring lacked this, even unlocked. He let it drop. Slipping the ring on, he eyed the final upgrade charm, weighing options. He sifted his inventory idly. Then, something caught him, a long-forgotten prize, brimming with potential. With a wave, it materialized on the table. The enchanted brewing station. Erwin's eyes lit up. What if he upgraded this? Decision made, he targeted it with the charm. Golden light flared. Soon, a sleek, upgraded version gleamed. The enchanted brewing station has reached gold level. Name unchanged. Enchanted brewing station, gold insert potion recipes. It auto-analyzes formulas and methods, no limits. Current output, 1 vial every 2 hours, up to 3 batches parallel. Thanks for the incredible support to reach this milestone. Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 109, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 248, Potion Breakthrough and the Gamble of Talent Fusion. Erwin's face lit up with triumph. His hunch had paid off, this device truly could be upgraded. He'd barely touched it since acquiring it, sticking to simple brews like basic magic boosting potions to turn a quick profit. But that was small potatoes compared to his ambitions, so he'd let it gather dust. Now, after the upgrade, everything changed. The enchanted brewing station no longer required pre-mixed ingredients. It could reverse engineer formulas from finished samples, with no cap on storage. As long as he had raw materials, Erwin Cavendish would never run short on potions again. The only downside. It hadn't come sooner. He could have loaded it with a diluted batch of that powerful magic boosting potion for an endless supply. Even watered down, it packed a punch. But Erwin shook off the thought, he was likely overreaching. Top-tier potions demanded rare, costly components far beyond his current reach. As he moved to stow the station, a forgotten vial caught his eye. It was the one he'd scooped up after dismantling the Yaxley family. Curiosity piqued, he slotted it into the device. A silver needle pierced the bottle, drawing out the liquid. The station hummed to life, and moments later, a slip of parchment ejected from the top. Incomplete frenzy potion. Ingredients. Preparation method. Effect, temporarily boosts the user's magic reserves by a significant margin, scaled to the potion's potency. The analyzed sample grants a 30% increase but carries severe side effects, including potential mental instability. Erwin scanned the details, his pulse quickening. The thing was brilliant, it had dissected an unknown brew on the fly. A frenzy potion, incomplete but promising. The boost tied to quality, as did the risks, a refined version might tame those drawbacks. He pored over the formula, his innate talent straining against its complexities. Many herbs amplified magical power, but several were strangers, likely extinct strains. The wizarding world had its greenhouses, yet most potent plants hailed from wild Muggle rainforests. Modern pollution and expansion had wiped out swaths of them, confining survivors to forgotten corners. Even in Great Britain, ancient recipes faded for the same reason. Erwin pocketed the parchment and the station. He couldn't crack it alone, and time was short. But connections were his real edge. Snape, the wizarding world's youngest potions master and his godfather, could unravel it. In that domain, Snape outshone most veterans, reason enough he'd been tapped to lead potion efforts for the Order of the Phoenix. If anyone could perfect this, it was him. With the upgrade charm spent, Erwin eyed his last prizes, Talent Upgrade Card X1 and Talent Fusion Cards X2. He'd saved the talent tweaks for last. Talent Upgrade Card. Level, Gold. Description, elevates any gold level talent to Legendary Gold. Straightforward, but Legendary Gold screamed game changer. Upgrading a single talent to that pinnacle. Worth the haul alone. Talent Fusion Card. Level, Gold. Description: merges up to 3 talents, including duplicates, into one. May elevate the resulting talents level, fusion outcome unpredictable. This one screamed risk, a true roll of the dice. The upgrade probability teased potential, but unpredictable outcome. It could forge something revolutionary or backfire spectacularly. Logic screamed caution, gambling ruined more lives than it enriched. Cherish stability, steer clear of the unknown. Yet Erwin felt the pull, that nagging what if. Everyone knew the house always wins, but the allure of striking gold lingered. System: how does the talent fusion card work? He asked inwardly. Upon activation, the system will sort the host's talents and suggest compatible fusions. Select a category to proceed. View options. Erwin's interest sharpened. A guided process. That tilted the odds, made it less of a blind leap. He could scout first, decide later. He confirmed, and the system chimed. Sorting host talents. Compatible fusions identified. Thanks for the incredible support to reach this milestone. Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 109, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 249, Talent Fusion, Awakening the Spellmaster's Edge. Erwin listened to the system's announcement, a spark igniting in his eyes. Just as he'd suspected, only 2 talent categories were eligible for fusion this time. It felt almost scripted. He'd drawn exactly 2 fusion cards, and they aligned perfectly with his existing abilities. Coincidence? He doubted it. But Erwin didn't dwell on the implications. He pushed the thought aside and focused. Strongly recommended, Let's fuse the second pair first. The system had guided him this far, hesitation was pointless. Initiating talent fusion. The process will take 3 minutes. Please remain still and wait. As the notification faded, Erwin felt a sharp tug in his mind, like threads unraveling from his thoughts. He sensed it clearly, this was the essence of his talents being woven together. In the past, he'd always just equipped them without question, letting the abilities integrate seamlessly. But now, curiosity stirred. What were these things, really? Invisible forces reshaping his magic. It didn't add up. Erwin prided himself on his inquisitive nature, he should have probed deeper from the start. Had his drive faded, or was someone, steering him away from those questions? He shook it off. The system's origins were a mystery, far beyond the Grim Reaper's grasp. That much was clear from how easily he'd commandeered the Death Token's power. Whatever forces lurked behind it all, one truth held, the Reaper wasn't on its level. Speculation wouldn't help. Not yet. For now, Erwin's path was simple: grow stronger, seize every advantage. Only then could he stand against any hidden puppeteers. 3 minutes slipped by in a haze. Fusion complete. View new talent. Show me, Erwin said. Talent, Beastmaster's Bond, Rainbow Gold. Talent effect, all magical creatures exhibit exceptional affinity toward you. They will never attack unless provoked first. You can calm even the most furious beasts with words or touch, forging an unbreakable bond of trust that positions you as their closest ally. Erwin's brow furrowed as he scanned the description. On the surface, it seemed like a straightforward merge of his prior gifts, the pull of magical creatures and an enhanced soothing aura. Compared to the raw power of something like Plunder, it didn't scream legendary. But then he spotted the nuance, and his eyes widened. The key lay in the wording, magical creatures, not magical animals. Dragons and the like fell under animals, a broad but limited group. Creatures, though. That encompassed anomalies, beings twisted by magic into something extraordinary. Take the Whomping Willow, for instance. Hogwarts' infamous tree wasn't just flora, it was a magical creature, a violent outlier among willows. Or the Devil's Snare guarding the Philosopher's Stone, vines with a predatory will of their own. In the wizarding world, such entities abounded, animated suits of armor, rogue poltergeists, even cursed objects pulsing with life. This talent's rainbow gold rating made perfect sense now. It wasn't mere affinity, it was dominion over the arcane wilds. And that soothing effect. It carried an amplified twist, capable of pacifying even the most volatile guardians, turning threats into allies. Erwin's mind raced to Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff House, whose affinity for flora bordered on the legendary. This gift echoed her talents, perhaps even surpassed them in scope. Satisfied, he turned to the remaining fusion, precision casting, infinite firepower, and spell multiplication. He'd wielded precision casting in duels, its unerring accuracy proving invaluable. The other two. From their descriptions alone, they were powerhouses, endless barrages and replicated incantations. Fusing 3 elite abilities was a gamble. What if the result disappointed? He'd lose tools he'd come to rely on. But holding back felt like self-sabotage. Erwin clenched his jaw. At worst, he had upgrade charms to fall back on. Double down if needed. Decision made, he commanded the system mentally. The familiar chime echoed. Initiating talent fusion. The process will take 3 minutes. Please remain still and wait. Erwin settled in, his expression unchanging, as if this were just another drill. Time blurred. Fusion complete. Congratulations, you've unlocked a new talent. Talent, Arcane Mastery, Platinum Gold. Level, Advanced. Effect, you are a prodigy of spellcraft. All your incantations ascend to higher proficiency, unlocking 6th level magic. At this tier, spells gain transformative traits, amplified by your innate talent. 6th level requirements, 300,000 spell proficiency points, 20 talent points. Precision enhancement, single target spells now track their marks unerringly. Multiplication boost, channel extra magic to replicate spells, creating cascading effects. Active mode, activate once daily for 30 minutes. During this burst, spells cost no magic and bear no backlash. Erwin exhaled slowly, a grin breaking through. Dual fusions, one shimmering rainbow and the other gleaming platinum, this was no mere upgrade. It was a leap. Beastmaster's bond would redefine his interactions in the Forbidden Forest or beyond, turning peril into partnership. And Arcane Mastery. It elevated his spell work to elite heights, promising barrages that could overwhelm foes or unravel wards with surgical precision. He flexed his fingers, already envisioning the applications. 6th level magic, Dumbledore's domain, perhaps, but now within reach. The wizarding world had just gotten a lot more interesting. Thanks for the incredible support to reach this milestone. Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 109, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 250, Power Surge, Spell Energy Reserves Unlock Infinite Potential. Erwin stared at his newly upgraded talent, a grin spreading across his face. It gleamed with vibrant gold, a true evolution. This fusion had gone exactly as hoped. He lived up to his reputation as the wizard with Lady Luck on his side. Erwin reviewed the enhancements. First, his spell limit had unlocked up to 6th level incantations. The requirements were steep, demanding high proficiency, but it gave him a clear path forward. He was especially curious about the promised new spell traits. His precision casting remained unchanged, while spell multiplication now consumed far less magic. And infinite firepower's cooldown had shortened dramatically. Overall, this was a massive win for Erwin's arsenal. Eager to test it in a real duel, he paused. One final reward awaited, the talent upgrade card. He pulled up his personal panel, eyes locking on Harmony. Erwin was desperate to fix his bloodline curse once and for all. The Harmony talent let him suppress the wild bloodlust for now, but it was a ticking time bomb. No one knew when it might erupt. Upgrading Harmony wouldn't boost his combat prowess much, but it would eliminate this nagging vulnerability. System, use talent upgrade card on Harmony. To his shock, the response was unexpected. Harmony is a special talent. Upgrade conditions not met. Card cannot be used. Erwin blinked, stunned. After all that research, and it was off limits. Special talent with locked upgrades. So it could evolve, just not like this. Shaking his head, he moved on. Disappointing, but he'd gleaned some bloodline fixes from Ravenclaw's lore. Worst case, he'd improvise later. Only 3 gold talents left, Magical Reserves, Harmony, and Binding Resistance. Harmony was out, leaving Magical Reserves and Binding Resistance. Erwin weighed his options. Magical Reserves had been his steadfast ally from the start, fueling his rise time and again. Without it, the Yaxley family might have crushed him early. It had been pivotal in his clash with Grodia, too. His spell mastery now rivaled elite wizards, what held him back was sheer magical output. Upgrading this could triple his storage, pushing him toward 5th level power or beyond. With that foundation, he could outlast and overpower anyone. Binding Resistance was no slouch, either. An upgrade might render him immune to control spells like Impedimenta or the full body bind curse. And with the school term winding down, the basilisk in the sewers loomed large. Its petrifying gaze was its deadliest weapon. Facing it head-on without fear would be invaluable, even if he planned to steer clear. There was that poor soul, moaning Myrtle, who'd met her end in a bathroom stall, sobbing before locking eyes with the beast. Pure rotten luck. Erwin had no intention of joining her. But then he remembered his fresh gold talent. Why worry? The basilisk likely wouldn't target him unprovoked. And with his current skill, even Dumbledore's Petrificus Totalis wouldn't stick, let alone from lesser foes. No more hesitation. System, use talent upgrade card on Magical Reserves. Talent upgrade card applied successfully. Magical Reserves upgraded. Congratulations, host, you've gained a new talent, magical source. Talent, magical source. Level, Tier 1 Gold. Store magical energy exceeding your current maximum capacity. Current limit, 3 times your base magical energy value. Maximum scales with your personal reserves. Extract energy from the magical source to form magic crystals. These can be used by anyone to replenish magic. Erwin's expression turned bemused as he scanned the details. The first perk was straightforward, triple the storage of his old talent. Before, it was just a modest backup equal to a third-level wizard's pool. Now, 3 times his own, and growing as he did. Given his already impressive reserves, bolstered by potions and artifacts, Erwin figured he might rival a 5th-level wizard's output. The second feature felt oddly familiar, straight out of wizarding folklore or those muggle tales of endless wells. But in the wizarding world, this screamed magic crystal production. Bloody hell, he'd turned into a walking resource forge. A spark of inspiration hit. He rummaged in his enchanted pouch and pulled out the enchanted citadel blueprints. Flipping to the propulsion section, he read. Powered by a runic circle, requiring the wizard's presence. The citadel draws magic directly from the user as its energy source. Erwin's eyes lit up. Perfect. He'd just found the ideal application for these crystals, or whatever equivalent he could craft. No more power shortages for his ultimate project. Guys, here is the 15-chapter drop. Thanks for the incredible support to reach this milestone. Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 109, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 251, 251, Magic Christ shimmering crystal in his palm. Isn't this the perfect energy source, he murmured, a thrill of anticipation coursing through him. If he incorporated these into his enchanted citadel, he might just have stumbled upon a true game-changer. He condensed another magic crystal, holding it up to the light. It resembled nothing more than a clear glass marble, unremarkable at first glance. Yet Erwin could feel the pure magic humming inside, a reservoir of raw power waiting to be tapped. Curious, he drew on it experimentally. The energy flowed seamlessly into his veins, replenishing his reserves as effectively as a restorative potion. A grin spread across his face. The potential here exceeded his wildest expectations. No longer would he worry about running dry in a prolonged duel or ritual. With this, he was edging toward true self-sufficiency, a perpetual motion machine in wizarding form. Erwin conjured a handful more, storing them carefully in his enchanted ring. He stretched, rolling his shoulders. The lottery preparations were complete at last. Time to check his progress. He summoned the system, and a holographic panel shimmered into view before him. Name, Erwin Cavendish. Age, 12. Magic level, level 4. Identity, current head of the Selwyn family, first-year student at Hogwarts, first Slytherin leader. Title, first appearance of the Fourth Dark Lord. Increases majesty by 25%, dark arts power by 25%. Talents. Transfiguration talent, 10 out of 10. Common charms talent, 10/10. Talent in the dark arts, 20 out of 10. Potions mastery talent, 10 out of 10. Ancient magic talent, /10, unlocked, requires special means to activate. Remaining talent points, common talent points x 15, advanced talent points x. Pet, none. Special skill cards, talent plunder, legendary gold, magical source, legendary gold, beastmaster's bond, legendary gold, arcane mastery, legendary gold, metamorphomagus ability, gold, binding resistance, gold. Spells list, omitted. Spell mastery, 7,000. Items, Enchanted Citadel Design Blueprints, Grindelwald's Puppet X1, Ever-Changing Suit X1, Enchanted Egg X1, 97/100, Unknown Material Wand, Enchanted Ring X1, Automated Potion Cauldron X1, Magical Herbicide, Decoy Doll, 1/1, Family Heirloom Forge 499/500, Death's Token 1/1. Current Wizarding Acclaim, 62. His gaze lingered on the age line. 12 now, his birthday had slipped by unnoticed. He hadn't marked the occasion since he was 7, when a lavish feast at the Selwyn estate had turned into chaos. Assassins had struck that night, a curse tearing into his abdomen, the scars still ached faintly on cold days. After that, celebrations felt like invitations to disaster. Joy bred carelessness, and Erwin refused to let happiness blind him. Besides, in those lean years, the family coffers were too empty for extravagance. The Selwyn legacy had crumbled under mismanagement before his rise, he'd clawed it back through sheer thrift. Old habits died hard, even now, with vaults brimming, he pinched every canute. But his eye settled on the Wizarding Acclaim tally, a measly 62. It felt like starting over, yet the overall haul was staggering. His build was robust now, a fortress of talents and tools that finally granted him basic self-defense. Basic, mind you, in Erwin's eyes, anything less was suicide in this mad world. The deeper he delved into wizarding society, the more its absurdity stood out. He set himself a modest goal: in 5 years, he'd confront death itself. Not with pleas or bargains, those were fool's games, like bargaining with a dragon for its hoard. Past life tales had taught him well, gods like death didn't yield territory lightly. No, Erwin's plan was bolder. He'd arm himself until he could press the advantage, wand to that hooded brow, and offer 5 galleons for Lily's resurrection. Death might balk, but a well-aimed spell could tip the scales. It was commerce at its most direct. Yet the road ahead stretched long. In Britain's wizarding circles, his acclaim trickled in slowly now, a sign his name already carried weight. To surge ahead, he needed fresh ground, 2 paths, really. The first, stir the pot. Something seismic, like his takeover of Slytherin or the dismantling of the Yaxley clan. But those victories were lightning strikes, rare and reactive. Erwin's image as the steadfast defender was key to his schemes. He couldn't afford to play the aggressor and shatter that facade. The pureblood houses had gone suspiciously meek since Yaxley's fall, lambs in lions' clothing. Provoking them risked everything. So, option 2, expand the map. The Daily Prophet reached abroad, but its foreign sales were niche. Local rags dominated elsewhere, leaving vast territories untapped. Those were Erwin's uncharted realms, ripe for acclaim. Luckily, he had an itinerary brewing. It would wait for the holidays, though, post-Christmas term dragged on. He'd accelerated the timeline already. Voldemort was shifting gears, pulling Draco into a new alliance with a makeshift trio. The boy wasn't brilliant, but his Malfoy connections opened doors the Golden Trio could only dream of: secrets, influence, a father's shadowy reach. Erwin closed the panel, a quiet resolve settling over him. The crystals pulsed faintly in his ring, a promise of power untamed. 5 years to challenge the Reaper. He'd make it 4 if luck tolls, the ultimate backup power. Erwin's eyes lit up as he examined Feld. Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 142, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 252, A Glimpse of Lily's Return. The revelation had thrust the entire affair into motion, accelerating the plot far beyond expectations. Of course, this suited Erwin just fine. The quicker it resolved, the sooner he could breathe easy. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was still early. After a brief pause, Erwin scribbled a note and left it on the table, for Ravenclaw, no doubt wondering what she was discussing with her daughter. He hadn't been gone long, but curiosity nagged at him. With a snap of his fingers, Erwin vanished and reappeared outside the headmaster's office. He rapped sharply on the door. Snape's voice drifted out, clipped and impatient. Enter. Indeed, Snape now occupied the headmaster's chair, a development entirely of Erwin's making. He bestowed the authority directly, with little fanfare. Hogwarts couldn't function without a headmaster, after all. Erwin had initially considered Professor McGonagall for the role. As deputy headmistress, it would have been a natural fit, and only temporary until Dumbledore's return. But when Erwin mentioned it to Snape, the potions master had surprised him by requesting the position himself. Erwin had obliged without question. No one else knew, per Snape's explicit instructions. Since then, Snape had taken to lingering in the office, his purposes a mystery to Erwin. Pushing the door open, Erwin found Snape unsurprised by his arrival. Who else would know someone was inside? Problem. Change of plans? Snape asked, his dark eyes narrowing. Erwin shook his head. No, just bringing you a gift. He withdrew several enchanted crystals from his enchanted ring and set them on the desk. Then, he outlined their properties: reservoirs of pure magic, rechargeable, and potent for amplifying spells or sustaining complex brews. Snape lifted one, channeling a subtle probe. Surprise flickered across his sallow features. Where did these come from? I crafted them, Erwin replied. Only I can, for now. Keep them close, Godfather. I'll supply more as needed, don't hold back. Snape nodded curtly. Tell no one. Not unless they're beyond reproach. I know. Erwin paused, then pulled out another item, a formula sheet from the enchanted brewing station. He slid it across the desk. Snape scanned it, his brow furrowing. The Yaxley families. He'd been present during the Yaxleys' downfall and recognized the incomplete Berserker potion recipe at a glance. Erwin confirmed with a nod. Acquired through unconventional channels. Can you complete it? Make it viable. Snape didn't pry into the source. In his eyes, Erwin's methods were beyond scrutiny. If it advanced their cause, it was justified. He pored over the ingredients and instructions, his lips moving silently as he analyzed. Erwin let him work, wandering the room with idle curiosity. It was one of his first proper looks around the headmaster's office. Previous visits had been too rushed. His gaze drifted downward, catching something near Snape's feet by the desk's edge, a glint of ornate framing. He squinted. It resembled the border of a portrait. Erwin shrugged it off. Portraits adorned every wall here, nothing unusual. He glanced at the ones above, empty frames, the former headmasters off on their ethereal jaunts, no doubt gossiping in some distant painting. Speaking of which, Phineas Nigellus Black hadn't paid Erwin a visit in ages. Their last encounter followed Erwin's ascension as heir of Slytherin. The old headmaster had grilled him on Slytherin's true legacy, and Erwin had answered candidly, easing the portrait's long-held frustrations. In return, Phineas had shared arcane spell nuances, tips on subtlety and power that Erwin still drew upon. But since then, silence. Erwin shook his head. Even painted souls had their own pursuits. And truthfully, these were mere echoes, not true essences. A moment later, Snape looked up, his expression thoughtful. This brew, it's unbalanced. Erwin leaned in, eager. Snape's expertise in potions was unmatched. Most components amplify magical reserves, Snape continued, but the formula forces an overload, a berserker rage. Neutralize the volatile elements, however, and you could preserve the enhancement without the frenzy. It might stabilize into a true magic-boosting potion. Erwin's eyes widened. Magic-boosting potions were legendary relics, whispered of in ancient tomes but lost to time. Even the four founders had left no recipes. If they existed, it predated their era. Theoretically viable, Snape added, but those boosters are myths from antiquity. Confirming one from this mess. He trailed off, the implications clear. Erwin nodded. Should Snape succeed, the formula would be theirs, the Selwyn family's ultimate edge. Wizards bearing the name would wield unmatched reserves, a legacy to rival the ancients. Some ingredients are rare, possibly extinct, Snape warned. I'll need to scour old suppliers over the holidays, experiment. Take your time, Erwin said. No pressure. If it pans out, brilliant, if not, we've lost nothing. Snape inclined his head. Anything else? Erwin hesitated, then met his godfather's gaze steadily. One more thing, Godfather. Would you like to see Lily Potter again? Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 142, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 253, Lily's Spectral Return. Erwin finished speaking. A heavy silence blanketed the headmaster's office. The instant Snape heard the name Lily Potter, he drifted into a daze, his eyes reddening against his will. After a long pause, he murmured, "Her name is Lily Evans." Erwin rolled his eyes inwardly. No surprise there, his godfather still couldn't shake the sting of Lily marrying that arrogant git James Potter. It made a twisted sort of sense. From what Erwin recalled of the original stories, Lily must have been out of her mind to fall for a swaggering bully like James. Schoolyard tyrants were a nightmare, but at least Erwin had been on the right side of that equation. What Erwin couldn't shake, though, was whether James had ever truly loved her. Everyone in their year knew about Snape's crush, even Lily. So how could the marauders, those notorious pranksters, miss it? Yet James pursued her anyway, sweeping off his feet a muggle-born witch who'd never tangled with the Potter family's slick ways in wizarding business circles. She fell hard, leaving Snape shattered. Was James's courtship born of real affection, or just another cruel jab in their endless rivalry? Erwin's theory felt more convincing by the minute. If his hunch played out, the tale took on a far darker edge. Snape pulled himself together, his face settling into its familiar mask of composure. He trusted Erwin enough to let his guard slip briefly, but as godfather, he couldn't afford to linger in sentiment. "What did you mean by that, Erwin?" he asked. Erwin leaned forward. "Through a string of sheer luck, pure coincidence, really, I snagged a sliver of death's power. Nothing grand, just enough to pull a soul temporarily from the afterlife." He sketched out the ability for Snape, skipping any mention of the system. No point, no one would buy it, especially those unfamiliar with the tales. It'd be like explaining quantum physics to a house elf. Snape shot to his feet. "Stealing from death. Erwin, do you grasp what that means? That's no mere prank, it's a god. Hand it back now, before you're noticed. The risk, it's madness." Gone was the cool professor, anxiety cracked his voice, raw and urgent. And notably, his first instinct wasn't to glimpse Lily again, but to shield Erwin from the fallout. That hit Erwin square in the chest. The gamble had been worth it. He knew Snape's fixation on Lily all too well. That's why this reaction cut deeper. Snape was prioritizing him over everything. "Godfather," Erwin said gently, "we're not turning back now. Death won't clock it, trust me, I know the limits. But tell me, do you want to see her one last time?" Snape faltered, torn. He ached for it, even if only to beg forgiveness for his youthful blunders, the careless words that had driven her away. Yet Erwin's safety loomed larger. Not just gratitude for the Cavendish family's lifeline in his darkest days, or his father's quiet safeguards at Hogwarts. No, it was Erwin himself. Somehow, the boy had burrowed into his heart. Maybe from the Godfather vow, or sooner still. Erwin read the conflict in Snape's eyes and sighed to himself. Classic Snape, always putting others first. Decision made, Erwin invoked the power without another word. A bitter chill whipped through the office. Snape's head snapped up as swirling gray mist coiled around Erwin, the cold radiating from him like frost on a winter pane. Erwin, stop. Snape barked. What are you? Erwin managed a grin. I get it, you're looking out for me. But when have I ever jumped without a net? You're hesitating, so I'll decide for us. You've given me everything, consider this my first thank you. He fell silent then, not from choice. The divine force clawed at him, a mere fraction overwhelming his mortal frame. His body quaked, life's essence straining against the invasion, like a child wielding an ox's might, crumbling under the weight. The power surged inward, hungry to corrupt, but the invisibility cloak held it at bay. Even so, the icy bite left Erwin shuddering, teeth clenched against the bone-deep freeze. As the energy stirred, the mist thickened, shaping from the ground up into a human silhouette. It sharpened, wisps fading to reveal a translucent form, a face echoing Harry Potter's. Lily. The final traces of mist settled, and her soul solidified. Snape stared, tears tracing silent paths down his cheeks. Lily blinked, confusion clouding her gaze as she scanned the room. Where? Hogwarts. The headmaster's office. Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 142, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 254, Lily's ghostly return, a bittersweet reunion. Erwin was at Lily's side the instant her spectral form solidified. His face had paled, a stark reminder of the toll this had taken. He knew exactly what had happened, a backlash from channeling power far beyond his current limits. Even summoning just a soul like Lily's had left him utterly drained. The might of ancient magic was no joke, his mortal body simply couldn't handle it. Best to avoid this spell unless absolutely necessary. Snape stared at her, eyes wide and bloodshot, tears carving tracks down his cheeks. Lily, he murmured, voice breaking. At the sound of his voice, Lily turned. Her eyes widened in recognition. Severus? Is that you? You're dead too. Erwin's lips twitched in a wry smile. What an odd way to greet a ghost. Seeing his godfather lost in a storm of joy and grief, Erwin stepped in to clarify. Hello, madam. My godfather, Professor Snape, isn't dead. I summoned your spirit from the afterlife. He needed this. Lily turned to him, studying his features. That hair, those eyes, your mother's Pendragon, isn't it? Erwin nodded. He wasn't surprised she'd guessed. Snape had shared plenty of stories, his parents had been in Lily's year at Hogwarts, and his mother had been a close friend of hers. A warm smile lit Lily's face. It is you. My goodness, the last time I saw you, you were a tiny thing in the nursery ward, just like Harry. We knew then you were a blessing straight from Merlin. Speaking of which, do you know Harry? My boy, he must be at Hogwarts now. Are you a student there too? Classmates, perhaps. Yes, Erwin confirmed. Harry's my classmate, a fine Gryffindor. Let my godfather fill you in on the rest. I only brought you here because he carries so much guilt over you. I couldn't bear seeing him like this. Sorry for disturbing your peace. Lily's gaze softened as she looked at Snape, who stood frozen, emotions choking him silent. Regret and apology swirled in his dark eyes. She sighed gently. All right, you can leave us now. Erwin nodded and slipped out, giving them privacy. No one deserved an audience for their most raw moments, not even family. As the door clicked shut, he caught Lily's voice, faint but clear. Severus, it's been too long. I've never blamed you. I know everything you've done. Erwin leaned against the wall outside the headmaster's office, exhaling slowly. Who could rewrite the past entirely? Regret shadowed so many lives in this world, Dumbledore's, Grindelwald's, even Voldemort's. Without Erwin's interference, the original story's tragedies would claim them all. He'd often pondered his role here. Was he just meant to savor the wonders of wizarding life? Or did fate have a deeper purpose? Staring at that closed door, clarity struck. This was it, preventing the heartbreak he knew was coming. At least this time, Quirrell wouldn't die alone. Snape wouldn't fall either, if Erwin had any say. The others. Their fates were trickier, limited by power and circumstance. If a sacrifice brought greater good, he'd make the call himself. Resolved, Erwin snapped his fingers. With a soft crack, he upped to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady brightened at the sight of him. Young wizard. It's been ages. Word is you're Slytherin's head boy now. Skipped night patrol lately. I've missed our chats. Erwin gave a polite bow. Good evening, madam. Indeed it has. Growing boys need their sleep, I'm afraid, can't pull all-nighters like the older students. Prefect Draco's handling patrols. But I'd be happy to drop by during a break and catch up. She chuckled warmly. Capital idea. Heading in. I'll let you through, no password needed. It's your perk, and I trust you won't cause a ruckus. You're no prankster like those Weasley twins. The portrait swung open. Erwin bowed again. Thank you kindly. Connections opened doors, sometimes literally. Erwin's easy charm had won him allies across houses, save for one stubborn redhead. Christmas holidays had emptied the common room, leaving it cozy and hushed. A handful of students lingered by the fire, some in quiet clusters, others locked in a tense game of wizard's chess. No one buried in books, classic Gryffindor. His entrance stirred murmurs. Slytherin and Gryffindor had clashed since the founders' days, and as Slytherin's head boy, Erwin was public enemy number one to these lions. He'd even dressed them down in the Great Hall twice. A few witches shot him shy smiles, charmed by his reputation, but the boys met his gaze with cool indifference. No outright hostility, that was progress. Erwin ignored the stares, scanning the room until his eyes landed on a familiar face. A grin tugged at his lips. He wove through the armchairs and headed straight over. Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 142, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 255, Shadows of the Past Unraveled. In the corner of the Gryffindor common room, Ron sat alone, moving pieces across a wizard's chessboard. Everything had shifted since his return to Hogwarts. His roommates had all requested transfers, even Harry Potter. This left Ron as the second first year to claim a single dorm, but it came at a cost. The other Gryffindors kept their distance, leaving him utterly isolated. Erwin's words had proven prophetic, Ron was well and truly alone. Even his solitary chess game felt hollow, mirroring his plummeting spirits. He didn't notice Erwin's approach until the older boy spoke. Hello, Ron. Any idea where Harry is? The voice, haunting Ron's dreams, sent a shiver through him. His body trembled uncontrollably. Erwin watched, a pang of guilt hitting him. Had he pushed the kid too far? Ron's face drained of color as he lifted his head, eyes wide with disbelief. The chair toppled as Ron jerked back, sprawling onto the floor. He scrambled away on his hands and knees, voice cracking. Stay back. Please, Erwin, I know I messed up. Just let me go. Surrounding Gryffindors shot Erwin wary glances, but he raised his hands in surrender. Easy, I haven't done a thing this time. Their stares shifted to Ron, laced with fresh contempt. How could Gryffindor, House of the Brave, harbor such a coward? Erwin softened his tone. Get up, Ron. Just tell me where Harry Potter is. Ron stammered, still huddled on the floor. I don't know. Haven't talked to him since we got back. He switched dorms too. Honest. Erwin studied his face, pure terror, no deception. He scanned the room. Anyone else? Where's Harry? The first years exchanged uneasy looks. Finally, one piped up hesitantly. Draco Malfoy came by over an hour ago. They left together. No clue where. Thanks, Erwin said, nodding. He bid the fat lady good night and slipped out of the common room. Once Erwin was gone, Ron dragged himself up, avoiding the scornful eyes around him. He ducked his head, fists clenching as hatred boiled over, not just for Erwin, but for everyone. His classmates shunned him, professors overlooked him for the golden boy. Even his family seemed distant. He packed away the wizard's chess set without a word and trudged upstairs to his empty dorm. As he climbed, faint laughter echoed from below. Ron's jaw tightened, they were mocking him, he was sure. In truth, a seventh year had just cracked a joke that had the whole room in stitches. Erwin paused outside, piecing it together. He'd dropped all the clues, by now, the trio should be scheming. Hermione lacked experience, but he trusted her smarts. Thinking things through was the path to victory, this mess would be her proving ground. Still, he'd hedged his bets. He headed to a quiet nook the trio favored, near Hufflepuff's secluded domain, rarely visited. It served as their unofficial hideout. With a quick apparition, he arrived to find them huddled in discussion. Their faces brightened at the sight of him. Hermione jumped up. Erwin. Are you here to help? He shook his head. Not quite. I need Harry for something. Come on, Harry, grab my wrist. Harry hurried over. In a blink, the two vanished, leaving Ron and Hermione staring at the empty space. They rematerialized outside the headmaster's office. Harry doubled over, retching against the wall. Forgot, this is your first apparition, Erwin said lightly. You'll toughen up to it. Harry straightened, wiping his mouth and blinking at the stone gargoyle. The headmaster's office. Wait here. Someone wants to see you soon. Erwin knocked, murmuring the password. The gargoyle swung aside, and he stepped into the spiral staircase, leaving Harry bewildered below. This wasn't for Harry's sake, it was for his godfather, Snape. Erwin could picture it. Lily's return would prompt her to entrust Harry to Severus's care. The potion's master's protectiveness would deepen, but so would his turmoil. Lily's eyes in Harry's face stirred memories of love, James's features dredged up old wounds. It left Snape torn, a contradiction that burdened him unfairly. Erwin refused to let that fester. Resurrecting Lily aimed to heal those scars, not pile on new ones. Yet hiding the truth would only prolong the agony. The solution. Lay some cards on the table, let Harry glimpse the shadows of the past. For Snape's peace, for Harry's clarity, and to keep the fragile balance intact. Everyone deserved that much. Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 142, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 256, Snape's unexpected glow in the sunlight. Harry Potter stood quietly to one side, curiosity burning in his chest, though he didn't dare voice it. The boy who lived had grown wary over the years, and Erwin unnerved him in a way few things did. It wasn't just respect or gratitude, though he felt both in spades. Erwin had pulled him from the brink more times than he could count, shaping him into the wizard he was today. Harry admired the older boy's effortless command, envied it even, and dreamed of stepping into that same role. But beneath it all lurked fear. No longer the wide-eyed newcomer to the wizarding world, Harry knew too much now. He'd heard the whispers, the Yaxley family, an ancient pure-blood line, erased overnight. Draco's tales of the Cavendish clan's influence, echoed in Muggle world rumors, only deepened the chill. How could he not be afraid? After what felt like an eternity, but was only 40 minutes, Erwin glanced at his watch. Lily's soul could linger for just an hour. Whatever heartfelt reunion unfolded inside the headmaster's office, it was time to cut it short. Harry still needed handling, and Severus's loose tongue might spark another needless rift with Harry. Better to head it off. Erwin rapped lightly on the office door. Godfather, I've brought Harry. The door swung open moments later. Erwin turned to Harry. Go on in. The person you've been waiting to see is waiting. Harry stepped inside, questions swirling unspoken. Erwin stayed put, unwilling to intrude on a mother and son's tearful embrace. Or perhaps it was simpler, he didn't want to confront his own buried envy. He turned to leave, but Snape emerged just then, his expression unusually serene. Godfather. Erwin asked doubtfully. Why are you out here? Snape shrugged. Let them have their time. Erwin studied him closely. The perpetual shadow that clung to Snape like a second skin had lifted, revealing a man almost at peace. Could Lily's presence truly banish years of gloom so easily? The bond of childhood sweethearts, finally confronted after all this time. Snape paused, then met Erwin's gaze. Erwin, thank you. Erwin blinked, stunned. Snape, thanking him. It felt as foreign as the man himself. Snape pressed on, voice steady. You've granted my deepest wish. Erwin waved it off. It's nothing, Godfather. Really? To his greater shock, Snape smiled, a rare, genuine curve of the lips. He drifted to the corridor's edge, where sunlight poured through the arched windows, gilding his black robes in warm hues. Erwin watched, a quiet smile tugging at his own mouth. Seeing his godfather bathed in light made every risk, even brushing against death itself, worth it. How long does she have? Snape asked softly. An hour total, Erwin replied. About 10 minutes left. You'd best tell them and say your goodbyes. Snape nodded with a sigh. An hour is more than I deserved. This chance to make amends, it's a gift I never expected. You're right, I need to do this properly. He turned back to the office, the door clicking shut behind him. Erwin strolled toward the Slytherin common room, hands clasped behind his back. No apparition this time, he savored the corridor's length, sunlight dappling the stones underfoot. He might never claim such warmth for himself, but guiding his godfather toward it was enough for now, a promise kept, a burden shared. Lily's return was merely the beginning. In 5 years, when she walked truly among the living, Snape could finally emerge from the shadows for good. At the corridor's end, Erwin glanced back at the distant office door. "Just wait, Godfather," he murmured. "Give me 5 years. I'll make it so you stand in the sunlight forever. But sorting out how to court a woman with a grown son, that's on you. At least don't bottle it up like you did at school, your odds are better than you think." The next stretch lay in shadow, sunlight blocked by the castle's bulk. Erwin scowled and snapped his fingers, vanishing back to his dormitory in a swirl of apparition. He'd endured enough darkness, no need to let it seep into his skin again, even if it was all illusion. In the dormitory, Rowena Ravenclaw hovered midair, reclining on nothing as if on an invisible chaise. She thumbed through a dusty tome pilfered from who knew where, bookshelves looming like silent sentinels. Spotting Erwin, she waved, words on her lips, until her eyes sharpened. She dropped the book with a thud and glided over, pressing a finger to his forehead. Starlight flickered at her touch. Erwin held still. He trusted she meant no harm. Moments later, she withdrew, brow furrowed in bewilderment. "You've encountered death." Erwin started. "You know of death?" She nodded curtly. "Explain first, why do you carry death's power?" Erwin gave a concise account, glossing over the system's role. He'd stumbled upon death's token by sheer luck, he said, granting him the ability to summon lost souls. Chance, after all, covered a multitude of secrets. Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 142, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 257, Erwin's Clever Deception. Rowena Ravenclaw had no desire to pry further. After shadowing Erwin for so long, she'd spotted countless oddities in his ways. He carried treasures that were rarities even in her era. Clearly, he harbored secrets. She knew that much. But as the embodiment of wisdom, Rowena understood the boundaries of inquiry. Compared to the burdens Erwin shouldered, a few hidden truths were insignificant. The power of the gods isn't to be trifled with, she warned. Wield it with utmost caution, their essence eclipses our own. Wherever you source this force, treat it with reverence. The gods are far more intricate than they might seem to you, Erwin. He nodded, absorbing her words. The system had echoed the same caution. If he'd once dismissed the divine with a shrug, wielding death's power had shattered that arrogance. Now, his wariness burned bright. "Let me purge the lingering remnants of death from you," Rowena continued. "Otherwise, it'll linger and take its toll." Erwin inclined his head. "I'd be grateful, Founder." Starlight flickered at her fingertips, a gentle glow infusing him. He felt a soothing warmth chase away the icy residue deep within. With the task complete, Rowena withdrew her hand and stifled a yawn. "That's done. Now, I'm off to rest." "Carry on." Before he could reply, she faded back into the diadem. Erwin settled onto his bed, brow furrowed in contemplation. Rowena's effortless dispel of death's energy had revealed something profound. He'd tried purging it himself with magic, but failed, divine essence outranked mortal spells. Yet Rowena had succeeded. Drawing from the tales he'd devoured in his past life, only equal or superior forces could counter such power. Did that mean her starlight was divine in origin? Or at least brushing against godhood? His intrigue about the Founders reignited. A forgotten volume from the Ravenclaw trial chamber surfaced in his mind. He'd underestimated them all along. Time slipped by. In the headmaster's office, Lily bid farewell to Harry and Snape. Harry had gleaned the depth of his mother's bond with Snape, and learned the men would safeguard him, if only for a memory. No tales of James's torments surfaced, of course. As Lily's form dimmed, Harry's and Snape's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Erwin remained oblivious to the office scene, though he could have pieced it together. It held no allure for him. Instead, he lounged in his dormitory, facing Lily's soul once more. Yes, he'd fibbed to Snape. Lily's presence wouldn't fade after an hour, it was closer to 90 minutes. The white lie bought him time for his own questions. She rematerialized, spotting him with a radiant smile. "I knew it. I can linger longer than an hour." Erwin nodded calmly, unsurprised. As a soul, she'd sense her own limits. "So, Erwin," she said, "why keep me here alone? What's on your mind?" He met her gaze steadily. "Tell me about my mother." Lily's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. "I figured you'd ask. Your mother, she's like the moon in the night sky, ethereal, untouchable. From her first day at Hogwarts, she outshone every girl. Her noble lineage and sheer brilliance made her a goddess among us. Sharper than anyone, always a step ahead. Your father called her a phoenix among peacocks. I can't quite recall the Muggle phrase, but that's the gist." Erwin supplied it gently. "A phoenix among peacocks." "Exactly." Lily beamed. She seemed above it all, distant and pure. She and your father were cut from the same cloth, taking life lightly, treating it like a grand jest. That's what drew them together, I suppose. Erwin's frown deepened. Lily painted his parents as aloof outsiders, almost otherworldly. Time travelers. Unlikely, they'd leave ripples in history. If not, it pointed to one chilling truth: to them, others were mere extras in their play. Hogwarts was a lark, not a life. What staggering arrogance. Two souls like that, same year. Falling in love. The wizarding world verged on farce, no even the wildest tales would dare such a twist. What else? He pressed. The Godfather mentioned you and Mother were close. Lily shook her head. I know bits and pieces, but for the real story, seek Narcissa Malfoy, née Black. They were thick as thieves, dorm mates, and confidants. You've heard most of what I know already. As a Gryffindor, I wasn't in their Slytherin circle like Lucius and Narcissa. Our ties were cordial, but not that deep. Erwin nodded, the pieces slotting into place. Lily drifted to the window, gazing at the black lake below. I've never seen it from up here, stunning. But you didn't extend my time just for this, did you? Plenty of gaps in my knowledge. He offered no immediate reply, the lake's dark waters mirroring his swirling thoughts. Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 142, / 5-star reviews, 6 / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 258, Dumbledore's Godlike Gambit. Erwin nodded. Yes, and one more question. Who taught you the spell you used to counter Voldemort's killing curse? Lily's eyes flickered slightly. I found it in the Potter family's collection. Erwin's voice turned cold. Is that so? The Potters rose to prominence in Fleamont's generation, with their Sleekeazy's hair potion being a renowned magical invention. In just 2 generations, they're hardly an old pureblood line. Do you really think they had that kind of arcane knowledge? Lily's expression stiffened. Why do you want to know? What's it to you? Nothing, really. I'm just curious. You're Muggle-born, and the Potters are new money. So where did you learn such an exquisite charm? What if I don't tell you? Erwin flicked his wrist. A wand materialized in his hand. You should know that even in spirit form, a soul can be banished. Aren't you afraid I'll tell Snape? Erwin shook his head. That's your choice. If you tell my godfather, I'll explain myself to him. But I doubt you will. Lily studied Erwin for a moment, then let out a sudden laugh. You're nothing like your parents. They weren't this ruthless. That spell. Dumbledore taught it to me. Erwin frowned. So it was Dumbledore after all. The old man was more cunning than he'd imagined. Erwin had suspected as much. If Dumbledore had given Lily the charm, it fit a larger plan. Her using it would leave Voldemort as a fractured spirit, ripe for the Horcrux hunt. But the depth of it gnawed at him. Had Dumbledore orchestrated everything, even the prophecy? Was total annihilation of Voldemort worth such elaborate scheming? At his peak, Voldemort was no match for the headmaster anyway. What was the old wizard truly after? If their roles were reversed, Erwin could have pulled it off with his foreknowledge. But Dumbledore? It smacked of near omniscience. Yet that couldn't be right. If he had a god's view, why hadn't he located the Horcruxes sooner? Erwin rubbed his temples, a headache brewing. He'd overthought it before hearing the confirmation, and now it only deepened the puzzle. Lily watched him. You look troubled. Whatever's on your mind, your parents wouldn't want this for you. They were both so vibrant, your father like the sun, warming everyone around him. Your mother was cooler, but she cherished those she trusted. You're shouldering too much. As a soul, I see clearer than most. You're wrapped in shadows, it can't be good for you. Erwin managed a smile. Thanks for the advice. I'll try to lighten the load. Lily nodded. As her form began to fade, she said, looks like my time's up. I promised my godfather, if I can manage it in 5 years, I'll strike a deal with death to bring you back. That's my word to him. No surprise crossed her face, Snape had clearly mentioned it. I'm counting on it. Life's full of regrets for everyone. If you can, keep an eye on Harry for me, for your mother's sake. With that, her soul dissolved completely, slipping back to the realm of the dead. Erwin stared at the empty space. Looking after Harry? If the terms were fair, perhaps. He stretched, feeling the weight lift slightly. Everything was in place now. All that remained was tonight's spectacle. Truth be told, he was eager for it. Erwin touched the communication rune. Rita's voice crackled through almost immediately. Master. Are you set? Everything's prepared. Good. Make sure to get plenty of close-ups. She hesitated. But sir, someone higher up might block the release. Don't worry about that. I'll handle the obstacles. Just write the piece, I'll manage the rest. After the connection severed, even Erwin couldn't suppress a grin of anticipation. He wondered if his old teacher could weather the storm. The Dark Lord should manage, but Erwin had contingencies ready. No room for slip-ups. Glancing at the clock, he settled onto his bed for a brief rest, mulling over future moves. Time drifted by. Erwin skipped the Great Hall feast, having his house elves bring dinner to his quarters. After eating, he stood by the window, the evening breeze carrying a chill. The show was about to start, and it was his cue to step into the spotlight. With a snap of his fingers, Erwin vanished. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, the air hung heavy. The young witches and wizards ate in tense silence, stealing glances around. Up on the dais, the professors exchanged uneasy looks but said nothing. Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 142, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 259, Team Up for the Ultimate Heist. Even Fluffy stunned. Some of the oblivious first-years shoveled food into their mouths even faster amid the charged atmosphere. Blind obedience was just human nature, after all. Once they'd cleared their plates, the Golden Trio exchanged knowing looks and slipped out of the Great Hall first. The moment they hit the corridor, Draco couldn't hold back. Hermione, didn't you warn the professors? They didn't seem fussed at all. I did, Hermione said, frowning. I tried Professor Flitwick, but he brushed it off. Told us to stay out of it, said the protections were rock solid, and even Erwin couldn't crack them without a fight. At that exact moment, Erwin, standing before the mirror of Eriste, let out a sudden sneeze. He rubbed his nose, smirking to himself. Someone must be gossiping about him again. Staring at his reflection, Erwin pondered the mirror's purpose. Wasn't it meant to reveal one's deepest desires? So why was the surface blank? A beat later, it clicked. This had to be some legilimency-based enchantment. With his occlumency shields up, it couldn't touch him. As for how he'd gotten here, please. All those vaunted defenses were child's play, designed for Harry Potter's benefit. Stopping Erwin. Laughable. It wouldn't even slow a 7th year. He'd simply operate in a swirl of purple smoke, without a ripple. Now, Erwin reached out and brushed the mirror's surface. His fingers met an invisible barrier, and his eyes lit up. Probing deeper, he pushed his hand straight through the glass's center. In the next instant, the Philosopher's Stone dropped into his palm. Erwin examined it with mild disinterest before flicking it back where it came from. Simple enough. Magic bent to intent, if you believed it was possible, it was. He didn't grasp the underlying theory, but that hardly mattered. He'd secured the stone anyway. In the original tale, Voldemort's failure stemmed from 2 flaws: Quirrell's incompetence blinded him to Dumbledore's trick, and Voldemort's spectral form left him at a fraction of his power. Dumbledore had tailored this trial knowing exactly that. Any competent headmaster, or a fully restored Dark Lord, could dismantle it in seconds. Erwin shook his head in amusement and vanished with a crack. He was here to watch the chaos unfold, not steal the spotlight. Besides, he had his eyes on a bigger prize, Voldemort's legacy. No need to get his hands dirty. Meanwhile, in the 4th-floor corridor, Hermione and her friends lingered outside the chamber housing the 3-headed dog. Footsteps echoed soon after. The Slytherin group arrived first, Draco at the helm, flanked by the shadow prefects from upper years. A handful of Gryffindors trailed behind, the Snakes formed the bulk of their makeshift boss-fighting squad. Spotting Draco, Hermione hurried over. Draco, thanks for rounding up help. He waved it off. No trouble. But listen, after the feast, Snape pulled me aside. He's got the 6th and 7th years in for a surprise quiz he's setting himself. We can't stick around. I brought who I could, though. Hermione nodded without hesitation. That's plenty. Go on with your test. We've got this. Draco inclined his head. Just, be careful. I'm not fully sold on your story, but it's worth checking. Don't do anything daft. She agreed, and he shared a quick glance with Charlotte trailing him. She gave a subtle nod, and Draco turned away. Rounding the corner, he melted into the shadows, peering back at the cluster of students. Where's the boss? Typical, keeps us sidelined with Snape's bloody exam. Looks like we're missing the fun. But before he could finish, a sudden pull yanked him backward. A vortex swallowed him whole, spitting him out beside Erwin. Your habit of bad-mouthing folks isn't doing you any favors, Erwin said dryly. Draco's eyes bugged out. My lord. How? Erwin cut him off with a finger to his lips. It was his domain over Slytherin territory that let him summon Draco like that. Quiet. Company's coming. Draco clamped his mouth shut and crouched in the gloom. Erwin's personal disillusionment charm cloaked them both, even Voldemort wouldn't spot them here, let alone his puppet. A middle-aged man shuffled toward the mirror of Eriste, moving cautiously, eyes darting for traps. He paused before it, scrutinizing every inch. After a tense moment, he muttered, "Master, no mechanism in sight. Maybe the stone's not here." Draco blinked in confusion. Who was he talking to, as a raspy, ancient voice hissed from the shadows, "Idiot, it's bewitched. Bide your time. Someone will fetch it for us soon enough." Draco's jaw dropped, his face a mask of shock. Two voices from one body. He shot Erwin a desperate look. Erwin just shook his head, "Stay silent." Draco bit back his questions. Erwin had hinted at entertainment tonight, but this was nightmare fuel. Back in the corridor, the young witches and wizards steeled themselves for the plunge. Hermione took a deep breath and pointed her wand at the door's lock. Alohomora. It creaked open. She signaled for everyone to scramble through on hands and knees. Fluffy lifted its massive heads, peering at the entrance. Then it froze, utterly baffled. The three muzzles swiveled, staring at one another in mutual bewilderment. Hagrid never mentioned a crowd like this. The room was packed already, why were more piling in? Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 142, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 260, Cerberus's symphonic slumber, a howling hit. In a dimly lit corner of the corridor, Erwin drew a small mirror from his robes. It flickered to life, revealing the real-time positions of the young witches and wizards below. How had he come by such a tool? It stemmed from his unique access to Hogwarts' hidden wards, a perk that had startled him when he first uncovered it. The device resembled an enchanted mirror straight out of wizarding lore, projecting clear images from any area under his purview. No audio, but otherwise as sharp as a surveillance charm. Draco, peering over his shoulder, gaped in disbelief. How? Erwin shrugged, tweaking the angle until the view steadied into a perfect bird's-eye overlook. Then a nagging thought struck him. He studied the mirror closely. That occasional prickle of being watched, could someone with higher authority be peering back? Dumbledore, perhaps. But no, he'd sensed it even in the Slytherin dungeons. Something more powerful, then. What Erwin didn't realize was how close he was to the mark. The mirror belonged to Sunny Finch, a relic from ancient wizarding lineages, acquired by her mentor through sheer fortune. Its origins remained a secret, but by Erwin's inner classifications, it ranked at the pinnacle of legendary gold artifacts. He shook off the speculation, overthinking it wouldn't help. This world was labyrinthine enough to foster daylight apparitions without raising an eyebrow. Focusing on the display, he watched the group launch their assault on Fluffy. Reducto. Expelliarmus. Bombarda. A wild volley of spells peppered the beast. Fluffy, the massive three-headed hound, reeled in confusion. This wasn't the plan Hagrid had outlined, just guard the trapdoor, lull to sleep with music, and let the intruders pass harmlessly. No beatings included, the pay wouldn't cover it. The strikes barely scratched Fluffy's hide. As a magical brute, it boasted immense raw power, high resistance to spells, and enough ferocity to tangle with a dragon and hold its own. Still, a few landed true, stinging from the likes of Hermione and the fifth-year Slytherins. Their daily drills during free periods, bolstered by tips from upperclassmen, had honed their aim. At this pace, Erwin figured, these soon-to-graduate students would outmatch most wizards in a scrap by at least half. He shot Draco a sidelong glance, eyebrow arched. Draco flushed, averting his eyes. He knew that look all too well. What kind of idiots blasted a guardian beast with basic hexes? Even Erwin would need prolonged effort, and advanced curses, to subdue it properly. Run-of-the-mill spells. Laughable. Worse, Draco oversaw their practical training. Erwin handled theory in study sessions, but Draco drilled the incantations. This blunder felt like a personal rebuke. He grumbled inwardly, no syllabus covered battling XXXXX class creatures like Fluffy. Spotting one was a stroke of rare luck. But not all were fools. Pansy, spells fizzling against the dog's armored fur, barked, "This isn't working." The Slytherin leader warned us, many beasts have innate gifts, like magical resistance. But nothing's flawless, they all have a chink in the armor. Spells won't pierce this hide. We need a workaround. Her words jogged Hermione's memory. That's it. Hagrid let slip, Fluffy loves music. Stop firing, play something. Once it hears tunes, it'll doze off peacefully. The group halted, wands lowering. Fluffy didn't charge. Per the agreement, it was to intimidate, not maim, Hagrid's orders, though unspoken to the dog. The old gamekeeper figured it was just a sentinel. But the real directives came from the headmaster himself, that formidable wizard with the twinkling eyes. Dumbledore's schemes were airtight, Fluffy had no choice but to obey. Through the mirror, Erwin nodded approvingly at Pansy and Hermione. The plot mirrored the tales he'd heard, even if Hermione took a nudge to recall it. Pansy, though, she'd internalized his briefing. Underestimation averted, the girl had real promise. Emboldened, the students pivoted. A cluster of Slytherins approached a jumble of discarded furniture, broken chairs, a splintered table. Wands flicked, transfiguration spells reshaping the debris into fiddles, flutes, and drums. Older students stepped up, murmuring charms over the instruments. Notes burst forth, weaving a lively waltz. Brass hummed, strings soared, percussion thrummed, a full orchestra from thin air. Fluffy's 3 heads perked up, drooling muzzles softening into blissful grins. What sorcery was this melody? Pure bliss. Erwin nearly snorted. Wasteful genius. Waltzing a 3-headed monster into submission. Live ensemble and all. Did the beast even grasp the rhythm? Evidently, magic bent reality in the most absurd ways. This Hogwarts escapade. Worth every twisted turn. Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 142, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 261, Pansy's sly spin on Erwin's advice. The 3-headed dog had finally succumbed to the music. Its 6 eyes fluttered shut, and it let out a massive yawn before slumping to the floor. Moments later, thunderous snores echoed through the chamber. The group of young wizards exhaled in unison, their faces alight with triumph. They'd taken down the beast together, forging a bond in the heat of battle. Erwin surveyed them with a nod of approval. This was precisely the outcome he'd hoped for, not just honing their spell work, but building trust and teamwork through shared peril. Hermione flicked her wand, casting a levitation charm to shift the dog's massive paws from the trapdoor below. She peered into the yawning darkness beneath. "We don't know what's waiting for us," she said softly. "If anyone wants to back out now, this is your chance." The others exchanged glances, but no one budged. Even the more cautious Slytherins couldn't resist the thrill of the unknown. Pansy shouldered past Hermione with a cool glare. "Don't lump me in with the quitters. If I'm to be Lord Erwin's right hand, a little danger won't stop me." Without another word, she leaped through the opening. The rest followed suit, and Hermione brought up the rear, sealing the trapdoor behind her. Once they were gone, 4 figures materialized in the room, the heads of the houses. Professor McGonagall approached the enchanted instruments, her eyes twinkling. "Brilliant transfiguration," she murmured, a broad smile breaking across her face. "Exquisite work. Full marks if this were an exam." Professor Flitwick joined her, inspecting the setup. Their charms were solid too, minor flaws aside. For their age, it's remarkable. Erwin spot on, nothing sharpens a young wizard's skills like real combat. Professor Sprout nodded thoughtfully. "Quite right. Shame none of my Hufflepuffs joined in this time. I'd love to see how they'd fare." A faint glow seeped from the trapdoor's edge. "They're through the devil's snare," McGonagall said. "Shall we?" No incantations, no wands drawn, they simply vanished in a shimmer of air. A flawless, wandless disillusionment charm. Erwin, observing from afar, let out a low whistle of admiration. The professor's power was on another level, no aura could match that finesse in a dozen lifetimes. But he soon turned his focus back to the students, tracking the heads was impossible anyway. The devil's snare posed no threat. Under Erwin's recent tutelage, every Slytherin had become a star pupil, and with Hermione leading, they spotted the plant's light sensitivity immediately. Dozens of Lumos spells erupted, sending the vines writhing and retreating. The snare, battered and sparse, barely reformed in their wake. Professor Sprout would grieve its state later, muttering about overkill. One charm would have sufficed, but barrage had nearly done it in. Next came the flock of winged keys, darting like silver birds around a locked door, with a row of enchanted brooms nearby. The group halted, eyes scanning the chaos. Instinctively, they turned to Harry Potter, the only seeker among them, with the prefects absent. Hermione, sharp as ever but still green to the subtleties of scheming, furrowed her brow. Something felt off, but she couldn't pinpoint it. The purebloods, though, sensed the setup immediately. They'd been steeped in intrigue since birth. "Harry," Hermione asked, "think you can catch the right one?" Harry's gaze hardened with determination. "I'll give it my all. Should be doable." He was poised to showcase his seeker prowess when Pansy's voice cut through. "Why bother with a chase? Look closely, those keys are shielding the biggest one. That's got to be the real deal. But grabbing it might rile up the rest. Fancy dodging a swarm of keys midair." Pansy stepped forward, her tone laced with confidence. Erwin watched, a grin tugging at his lips. She was full of surprises, this girl. In the original tale, snatching the true key would indeed unleash the flock on Harry and his friends, forcing a desperate scramble. With a full group here, that chaos could turn disastrous. Hermione paused, weighing Pansy's words. They weren't friends, but logic was logic. Fair point. So, what's your plan? A flicker of smug satisfaction crossed Pansy's face. She'd one-up the know-it-all. Channeling Erwin's poised demeanor, hands clasped behind her back, she intoned gravely, Lord Erwin once said that when facing the unknown, especially if it might bite back, don't gamble. Sever the threat at its root. Erwin's eyebrow twitched. He'd never phrased it quite like that, but close enough. Pansy was putting her own spin on it. Simple, she continued. Blast every last key out of the air. No keys flying means no surprises. The others murmured agreement. If it hadn't come from their leader's wisdom, they might have wavered. But as it was, wands rose in unison. Incendio and stupefy charms lit the room, feathers and sparks flying as the keys plummeted like shot birds. The largest drifted harmlessly to the floor, unscathed. Hermione snatched it up and fitted it to the lock with a satisfying click. The door swung open, revealing the chamber beyond. The group pressed on, bonds tighter, skills sharper, exactly as Erwin had intended. Chapter 262, Draco's Daring Smash. Spells flew thick and fast, pummeling the keys swirling through the air. From his hidden vantage, Professor Flitwick's face turned a sickly shade of green. He'd poured endless effort into crafting this clever challenge, only for these students to bulldoze it without a scrap of strategy. This wasn't puzzle-solving, it was pure demolition. Keys clattered to the floor in heaps as the young witches and wizards whooped with delight. They seldom got to blast inanimate targets like this, and now they grumbled there weren't more to go around. Even Hermione fired off a few curses, her eyes alight with uncharacteristic glee. In moments, the chamber hung empty of floating obstacles. The lone broomstick hovered forgotten nearby. Harry Potter eyed it briefly, then averted his gaze with a wry grimace. Who knew shortcuts could be so straightforward? Unaware of the uproar he'd sparked, Erwin mulled over an impromptu lesson in tactics. Little did he know, this escapade would force a total rethink of Hogwarts' annual trials, turning trials of wit and nerve into spectacles of raw power. Pansy scooped up the biggest key from the rubble and slotted it into the wooden door. It swung open with a creak, and the group tumbled inside. Rows of towering stone sculptures loomed before them, chess pieces, life-sized and forbidding. One of the boys squinted. Wizard's chess. The others leaned in, confirming it, kings, queens, knights, all carved from unyielding stone. Professor McGonagall's handiwork, another murmured. No one whips up giant pieces like these on a whim. Has to be transfiguration, and only she could pull it off. Nods rippled through the group. In the shadows, Professor McGonagall suppressed a pleased smile. Sharp eyes, these Slytherins. She found herself warming to them, half wishing she could ditch Gryffindor for their ranks as head of house. But Slytherin had Erwin, and Snape would sooner swallow his wand than let her poach his territory. She'd floated the idea once, only for Snape to vanish like a shadow. All eyes swiveled to Pansy. She blinked. What? Did Erwin mention anything else? Hermione pressed. The others leaned in, hopeful. Erwin might be absent, but his shadow loomed large. From his perch, Erwin stifled a chuckle, grateful for his lip-reading skills. This was better than any prophet gossip column. Pansy shrugged. He said plenty, but most won't fit here. Still, remember how he snagged his Order of Merlin? Transfiguration's full of reversal spells. Check behind the queen, there's a gap. That's our way through. Shrink her, or turn her into something smaller, and we're golden. Agreements murmured. But doubt crept in. McGonagall's spells aren't that flimsy, are they? A fifth year stepped up. Erwin recognized him as a transfiguration prodigy among the Slytherins. Like all great wizards, the boy had a knack for it, honed since his first-year triumph of Match to Needle. He'd racked up house points ever since. He tapped the queen's base with his wand, murmuring the incantation. A disillusionment charm shimmered over it for good measure. Nearby, Professor Flitwick turned to McGonagall. Think the lad can crack it, Minerva? She considered. Unlikely. Erwin's insights make reversals simpler, but he's just a boy. His magic won't overpower an object I've enchanted, not solo. Flitwick nodded, his own assessment matching hers. Erwin could have predicted the flop without watching. These kids were too rigid. The queen blocked the path, why fuss with reversals when smashing it would do? In the books, they played the game to win passage, but brute force. Far simpler. Breaking McGonagall's transfiguration solo. Even pre-lottery Erwin would have struggled. And the deputy headmistress's work wasn't for amateurs. Sure enough, the statue flickered, the head morphed briefly into splintered wood, then snapped back, solid as ever. The boy grimaced. Won't hold. Her magic's too potent, mine's not cutting it. Frustration etched the others' faces. Actual chess, then. Draco yawned from the sidelines, slouching against a pillar. This is tedious. McGonagall must have been bored stiff to rig something like this. Why not just blast the stupid thing to bits? Under her disillusionment charm, McGonagall's expression soured. Snape edged away, wise to her temper. Erwin blinked in surprise. Blimey, Draco, guts of steel. He had to concede, in sheer audacity, the boy outshone him. But Draco's offhand gripe lit a spark. Hermione's brow furrowed, gears turning. Why wrestle a spell when raw force could clear the board? McGonagall sighed inwardly. This veered wildly from her intent, a test of cunning, not carnage. But intervening to patch her oversight. Impossible without breaking cover. Draco's words ignited the group. Eyes gleamed as realization dawned, one wand might falter, but a dozen. The Queen wouldn't stand a chance. Spells erupted in unison, reductos, bombarda, chipping away at the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed across the Queen's regal form. With a final thunderous crack, she toppled, shattering into rubble that revealed the hidden passage. Cheers echoed as they pressed on, dust settling behind them. McGonagall shook her head, a mix of exasperation and reluctant admiration. These Slytherins were resourceful, if a tad reckless. Snape smirked faintly, his house's cunning, twisted just enough. Erwin watched, grinning. Draco, the unlikely hero. Even fools had their moments. Chapter 263, flipping the table on the troll and tempting fate. Fools often stumble into fortune by sheer luck. Draco, usually a bit scatterbrained, had struck gold this time. He'd cracked the simplest way through the level, a method tied to the predictable mindset of young wizards everywhere. Faced with any obstacle, most people's instinct was to puzzle it out like a riddle. But Draco saw the real shortcut. If you had the power to upend the game entirely, why not just do that? No exceptions. With his nudge, the group quickly latched onto the idea. When something blocked your path, you had two choices, shift it aside or smash it to bits. They opted for the brute force route. Wands drawn, the young witches and wizards formed a loose line. A volley of spells erupted, slamming into the stone statue with relentless force. Professor McGonagall hadn't designed the trial for group assaults like this, she'd never imagined anyone would cheat the system so boldly. Under the onslaught, the statue crumbled in a thunderous roar of stone and dust. If it could speak, it might have let out a string of curses. What fresh hell was this daily torment? It never should have been enchanted in the first place. As the rubble settled, a dark passage yawned open ahead, leading to the next challenge. Without a word, the group pressed on. The air grew thick and foul the moment they stepped through, a rancid stench assaulting their senses. The young witches and wizards wrinkled their noses in unison, gagging at the rot. There, slumped beside the passage, lay a troll's massive corpse. Hermione's eyes widened, her breath catching. Oh no, someone's already been here. The Slytherins tensed, their casual scouting mood evaporating. They'd expected an empty test, but this. The troll was stone dead, slain without mercy. Hermione steadied herself and knelt by the body, inspecting it closely. No visible wounds. It's just like the killing curse from the books. A ripple of unease spread through the group. These were students who'd never seen real violence, and the implications hit hard. The killing curse marked a true dark wizard, someone ruthless enough to wield unforgivable magic without hesitation. Erwin observed from afar, intrigued by their reactions. What now? Push forward into the unknown, risking a clash with a dangerous foe. Or retreat to safety. This was a test of nerve, a banquet for the bold. They had numbers on their side, a united front could overwhelm most threats. But rationally, Erwin would bail. A prudent wizard didn't linger under a collapsing roof. Self-preservation was Slytherin gospel, he'd never gamble his life lightly. He watched the debate unfold. The group fractured along familiar lines. Harry, Ron, and Hermione led the charge to keep going, backed by eager first- and second-years hungry for adventure. The older students, wiser to the perils, argued for retreat, alert the professors and Erwin before things escalated. It made sense. Hogwarts had a way of shaping its students, even if the Sorting Hat's judgments weren't flawless. Time in a house molded you through subtle influences, the stories, the rivalries, the unspoken ethos. Take Hermione, in the early days, she'd been the voice of reason, chiding Harry and Ron for reckless stunts that could dock Gryffindor points. But prolonged exposure to their antics, forged in the house's fiery spirit, had kindled her own thirst for the thrill. Friendship helped, sure, but Erwin suspected it was deeper. Hogwarts wove its magic into your bones, igniting hidden sparks. Even he felt its pull, looking back. Amid the ancient stones and echoing halls, Erwin had rediscovered a rare ease, a warmth he'd long forgotten. As the arguments heated, Erwin's attention shifted to Hermione and Pansy. This was their moment. How would they bridge the divide? Hermione stepped forward, her voice steady. Look, if we can't agree, why not split? Those who want to press on can continue and scout ahead. The rest head back, find a professor or Erwin, and report what we've seen. Sound fair? Erwin gave a mental nod. Classic diplomacy, splitting the difference to keep the peace. It was the pragmatic play, perfect for mediating disputes or even steering the ministry someday. Hermione's knack for it shone through. She'd make a shrewd leader. Her suggestion eased the tension, swaying both camps. It felt like the only viable path forward. But then Pansy spoke up, her tone sharp and defiant. I don't care about your debates, I'm going on. I need to know what's happening down there. The patriarch's pulling ahead, getting stronger every day, and we're lagging behind. Sure, there might be danger, but it's also a chance. We stay cautious, just gather intel, no heroics. And if we report back to Lord Erwin, wouldn't it be better to have the full picture? The more we learn now, the safer he stays later. I want to be his edge, not some sheltered shadow under his wing. I want to stand with him. Don't you? Her words hung in the air, a challenge wrapped in loyalty. The group fell silent, weighing the fire in her eyes against the chill of the unknown. Chapter 264, Draco's Stroke of Genius. After Pansy finished speaking, the Slytherins all wore thoughtful expressions. Erwin watched her, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Yes, that's exactly it. Pansy kept surprising him, and he realized he'd overlooked far too much before. There were so many talented Slytherins, like Pansy herself. If not for today, he wouldn't have known she had such sharp instincts. The surest path to victory lay in inspiring loyalty, as history had proven time and again. If Hermione embodied the cunning bureaucrat, always ready with a calculated move, Pansy was the steadfast general, willing to shoulder any burden. Loyal to a fault and brave enough to put herself on the line, what a formidable ally. Erwin was more than satisfied with her performance. Best of all, she'd picked up some of his own tricks, like the subtle art of persuasion. In their world, brute force no longer ruled, words held that power now. And Pansy had a real gift for it. Her speech had clearly stirred the group, especially the older students. They looked to Erwin with renewed respect, recalling the day he'd shielded them with Protego Diabolica on the Quidditch pitch, a memory seared into their minds. Their caution had kept them from crossing the ring of fire back then, a regret that still stung. But now, with another chance dangling before them, how could they hesitate? Even the first years stepped up without a second thought. The older ones wouldn't be outdone. As the only hidden prefect there, Pansy's awkward status as a first year suddenly elevated her in everyone's eyes. She didn't elaborate. Instead, she simply took the lead, striding forward. The Slytherins fell in behind her. Hermione watched Pansy's retreating figure, frowning slightly as if on the verge of some revelation. But it slipped away before she could pin it down. Come on, Hermione, what are you wool-gathering about? Harry Potter asked from beside her. She shook her head, saying nothing. The trio trailed after the group. Pansy hadn't forgotten the practicalities, though. She dispatched a few students back to report the situation to Professor Snape and Erwin. Unbeknownst to her, those messengers scoured the castle in vain, the very people they sought were watching over them, unseen and protective. They soon reached the final obstacle, one devised by Snape himself. It was deceptively straightforward, a logic riddle to select the right potion from a lineup, allowing passage through a chamber wreathed in flames. Hermione approached a table lined with 7 bottles of near-identical liquids. A parchment scroll lay nearby, outlining the puzzle. Out of these 7, only one holds a potion to withstand the fire, it warned. Choose wrong, and you'll swallow poison. Hermione scanned the scroll, her love for such brain teasers making quick work of it. She identified the fire-resistant vial in moments, but it held barely enough for one person. She explained her reasoning to the group. The others mulled it over, tension thick in the air. They all knew a dark wizard lurked ahead, no one wanted to sacrifice a classmate lightly. If push came to shove, though, it would fall to Harry Potter. The special glint in his eye marked him as the obvious choice. By now, more than a few realized this challenge was little more than a test, too simplistic for guarding something like the Philosopher's Stone. A 7th year could breeze through it alone. Against a thief bold enough to raid Hogwarts. Laughable. It had to be staged. And who among them was the most pivotal figure? Harry Potter, of course. If this was tailored for him, sending him through made perfect sense. Still, they racked their brains for alternatives, unwilling to rush into it. As the debate dragged on, Draco piped up. Hang on, why are we breaking our heads over this? All eyes turned to him, expectant. Draco might not be the sharpest wand in the shop, but his luck was legendary. They still remembered how he'd blundered through the wizard's chess match by sheer fortune. Draco met their stares and puffed up a bit, confidence surging. He was Draco Malfoy, heir to the Malfoy name, the best of the best. He cleared his throat. Instead of guessing here, why not ask Pansy what else the heir mentioned? A collective eye roll swept the group. But then, realization dawned. Blimey, it did make sense. Why reinvent the wheel when Pansy had the inside track? Erwin's expression soured. He'd read Draco's lips from afar and had to admit, the boy was sharper than he'd given him credit for in that moment. The four heads of house, concealed at the crowd's edge, nearly broke cover. Draco's insight was uncanny. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Sprout fixed their gazes on him. Snape's face darkened like a thundercloud. He could tolerate weakness or mispatriarch from his students, but idiocy. Unforgivable. In his view, Draco embodied it. Erwin saw it differently, though. Wasn't Draco playing the fool to great effect? Or perhaps it was just blind luck. Either way, multiple angles were fair game. Snape looked ready to erupt. Professor Sprout, ever the peacemaker, steered the conversation elsewhere. What do you reckon they'll do? Pick one to go through, or turn back. McGonagall shook her head. Hard to say. These children might surprise us yet. Severus's flames are just ordinary fire, putting them out isn't beyond them. It all hinges on creative thinking. Flitwick chimed in. Without the 6th and 7th years, the 5th year's spell work might falter. I wouldn't bet on it. McGonagall fell silent, her eyes locked on the young Slytherins. She anticipated another twist from these resourceful first years. True, the 5th years hadn't covered flame-extinguishing charms in class. But she knew their self-study sessions had delved far beyond the syllabus. This was the real test, had they absorbed it, or just nodded along. Chapter 265, Voldemort's grand entrance ruined. Pansy shot Draco a glare. She'd been racking her brain to match one of her master's cryptic sayings to the moment, but that fool had interrupted her train of thought. Just then, Hermione piped up. If these flames are blocking the path, how did that dark wizard slip through? With all of us searching and coming up empty, there are only two options, either he pressed on to the next level, or he backtracked. I doubt he went back, we've come too far for that. So there must be another way past the fire. Her logic clicked for the other young witches and wizards. Harry Potter muttered under his breath, if only we could douse these flames. His words weren't loud, but a nearby 5th-year Slytherin caught them. The boy's face lit up. Yes, Harry. That's it, we just need to extinguish the fire. The other Slytherins perked up. But isn't that spell reserved for 6th years? Anyone here know it? Pansy tapped her chin. I think I recall the headmaster popping into charms one day to demonstrate it. He said 1st and 2nd years couldn't handle the magic yet, so we skipped it. Something about controlling fire, wasn't it? Her nudge sparked memories among the older Slytherins. Right. I remember now. The headmaster taught it, and I practiced it loads. It bends flames to your will, but only for a short burst. He called it a toned-down version of the flame control charm, works on ordinary fire, not enchanted stuff. Still dead useful, though. The realization spread like wildfire among the older students. Erwin let out a quiet breath of relief. About time they remembered. He taught it to them himself, after all, a simplified spell he'd crafted from the raw ferocity of fiery enchantments. The full version was too volatile for daily use, so he'd dialed it back. He drilled it into the Slytherins expecting them to deploy it here, but he'd made it an open-book affair to test their wits. These lot had dragged their feet, though. Back at the common room, he'd pile on the homework. Complacency like this wouldn't fly. With a plan in place, a 5th-year Slytherin stepped forward. He raised his wand and incanted the charm. A tendril of flame lifted obediently, only to snap back into the roaring mass. He scowled. Not enough power for me alone. We need to team up. The other 4th and 5th years nodded and joined in, wands slicing through the air in unison. Their chant echoed, and the room's blaze responded, coiling into a tight orb. They hurled it to the stone floor, where it sputtered and died without fresh fuel. Grins broke out across the Slytherins' faces. It worked. The Patriarch's charm is brilliant. From their concealed vantage in the shadows, the professors watched. Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled with approval. Fascinating spell. It echoes Dumbledore's flame control, but stripped down brilliantly. Erwin's innovation makes it practical for students, his charm's talent never ceases to impress me. Snape snorted. Erwin shines in many fields, but potions is where his genius truly lies. Professor McGonagall interjected, nonsense, it's transfiguration. Publishing a paper as a 1st year and snagging the Order of Merlin, 2nd class. That's no fluke. We ought to steer him toward my subject. Professor Sprout chuckled. Don't forget herbology. The way he tends those plants in class is a sight. If anyone's taming the Whomping Willow, it's Erwin. None would yield. In their minds, Erwin was a prize pupil ripe for the poaching, unaware his sharpest edge lay in the dark arts, honed under the Dark Lord's shadowy tutelage. With the flames vanquished, the next trial loomed. Hermione urged caution. Eyes sharp, everyone. No slacking now, we could face another trap, and that dark wizard's still out there. Wands at the ready, the group pressed on like an army on the march. The air grew chill, but they didn't falter. Before the mirror of Erist, Voldemort sensed approaching footsteps. He'd planned a dramatic reveal, poised before the glass, but dramatically falling as Harry Potter entered alone, face paling in terror. By now, he knew this was Dumbledore's elaborate setup, for the boy, no doubt. His own follower? Unlikely. Voldemort smirked inwardly. The old man's scheme would crumble. He'd claim the Philosopher's Stone in the boy's life, finishing what he'd started 11 years prior. The young witches and wizards burst into the empty hall and froze at the sight of Voldemort's host silhouetted against the mirror. His voice slithered out, icy and triumphant. Harry Potter, at last. The hood slipped free as he turned, eyes gleaming for the boy's horror. But instead of one frightened face, a crowd of Slytherins stared back. Voldemort blinked, stunned. What in the devilry? This wasn't the script. Where was the lone savior's dread? Why a mob? The Slytherins, however, wasted no time. Pansy, ever the vanguard, struck first. Charge. No mercy. Wands whipped up, unleashing a storm of spells. Stunners, disarms, and hexes arced toward the host. Caught off guard and facing away, he reeled from the onslaught, tumbling back in a haze of sparks. Chapter 266, The Four Heads Fury Unleashed on Voldemort. The possessed wizard crashed to the ground, finally yielding control to Voldemort. With a flick of his wrist, a wand materialized in his pale hand. The young witches and wizards unleashed a torrent of spells. A barrage of multicolored lights hammered down on him, forcing even Voldemort to backpedal. The student's magic wasn't overwhelmingly potent, but in numbers, it overwhelmed. He deflected bolt after bolt, his wand a blur, but retaliation was impossible amid the onslaught. Apparition was banned within Hogwarts wards, no exceptions, not even for him. He had no choice but to weather the storm head-on. Erwin watched with quiet satisfaction. This was precisely the strategy he'd envisioned. Hogwarts was a fortress by design, no apparition, limited flight compared to instant relocation. Why duel Voldemort solo when you could swarm him into pure defense? No matter his power, enduring a ceaseless magical assault left no room for counterattacks. It was like pinning an opponent in their starting position, overwhelm and deny any openings. Voldemort's vessel, a run-of-the-mill dark wizard scraped from the shadows, limited his options further. No Azkaban escapee or elite Death Eater here, this host's magical reserves were mediocre at best. Silent, wandless spells might have shattered the pressure, but with such a frail conduit. Unlikely. The Dark Lord's expression darkened as he parried relentlessly. The student's fire slackened, magic drew on reserves, and not everyone matched Erwin's endurance. Sensing the lull, Voldemort struck. A green beam lanced out. Avada Kedavra. It targeted Hermione, who'd been casting with the most fervor. Her face drained of color, she'd devoured enough books to recognize the killing curse instantly. For a heartbeat, she imagined her ancestors calling her name. But two stones hurtled from the earth, intercepting the curse. The green light shattered against them, fizzling harmlessly. Then the four heads of house appeared. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, sending the stones tumbling aside. She turned with a warm smile. Well done, children. Now step back, this is our fight. Hermione blinked, a lump forming in her throat at the professor's protective stance. Her eyes misted. Professor, you all made it. McGonagall ruffled her hair gently. That's enough from you lot. Stand aside. Voldemort's scowl deepened. At full strength, his curse would have vaporized those stones. This vessel, though, far weaker than even Quirrell, hampered him. His icy gaze fixed on Snape. Severus. It's been ages. Snape met it silently, his face a mask. Voldemort sneered. McGonagall stepped forward, her voice sharp. I never thought you'd crawl back from the grave. A chilling laugh escaped him. Minerva McGonagall. 11 years since our last dance, you were formidable then. His eyes slid to Flitwick and Sprout, old foes both. Flitwick's voice cracked like a whip. Voldemort, give it up. You won't slip away this time. Silence. Voldemort spat. In my prime, none of you would dare face me. Surrender? You're beneath that. Show me how rusty you've grown. The students, huddled at the sidelines, paled at the name. They'd pegged him as just another dark wizard, but Flitwick's confirmation hit like a bludger. Whispers rippled through the group, eyes flicking to the equally shocked Harry Potter. He absently traced the lightning scar throbbing on his forehead since the chaos began. This was Voldemort. Unseen by all, Rita Skeeter's beetle form scribbled furiously nearby. The Dark Lord's resurrection, her master had predicted it. Front page gold. Voldemort's taunt barely faded when Sprout struck first. Her wand slashed, hurling a binding spell straight at him. He parried with ease, riposting instantly. She blocked, the clash sending sparks flying. The duel ignited. Erwin observed keenly, marveling at the head's prowess. Wands whipped through the air, spells streaking like fireworks, blinding reds, blues, and golds clashing in a dazzling storm. It was raw spectacle. Voldemort held his own against four, his experience turning the tide despite the vessel's frailty. Deflections flowed seamlessly into counters, forcing the professors to weave and dodge. But the host's limits showed, spells fizzled at edges, his movements lagged just a fraction. Everyone sensed it, the fight couldn't last. Voldemort couldn't sustain against four skilled duelists indefinitely. Exhaustion would claim him, vessel or not. Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 20, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 267, Snape's sly slack-off gambit. Erwin watched intently from the shadows. Such battles were rare spectacles, offering invaluable combat insights. Until now, he'd never imagined spells could intertwine with such precision. Professor Flitwick, the charms master, never repeated a charm. Everyday incantations, woven together under his expert hand, unleashed devastating force. Erwin could only call it a visual banquet. Professor Sprout, the stout head of Hufflepuff House, usually tended to her herbs with quiet patience. Among Hogwarts professors, Snape was the hardest to approach, but Sprout was the most beloved, warm, unflappable, never one to sneer or sulk. Students often mistook her easygoing nature for weakness. What a folly. How could a head of house be anything less than formidable? And did anyone truly believe taming the whomping willow required only gentle words? Without raw strength, its branches would crush you in an instant. Today, Sprout shed her peaceful facade. Her wand moved as swiftly as Flitwick's, though her arsenal was less flashy. Steady beams of light lanced toward Voldemort, each one methodical and unrelenting. Professor McGonagall posed an even greater danger. Erwin finally grasped why she alone served as deputy headmistress. It wasn't mere loyalty to Dumbledore or administrative skill, it was her prowess in battle. He'd never seen transfiguration fused so seamlessly with combat. A loose pebble might twist into a snarling stone lion, pouncing without warning. Anything in her line of sight could swell into an army. Terrifying. As for Professor Snape, he was holding back. At Erwin's quiet instruction, no less. Voldemort sensed it too. The Dark Lord weighed his odds. Prolonging this skirmish meant defeat. The four heads of house weren't pushovers, and Snape's restraint opened a chink in their defenses. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort parried McGonagall's and Snape's strikes. Another gesture birthed a roaring fireball that coalesced into a massive serpent, coiling toward the professors. The heads countered in unison, shields flaring to life. Voldemort seized the gap, surging toward the corridor Snape ostensibly guarded. Snape's eyes flicked sideways, tracking him. He didn't budge. Voldemort pressed on, bolting for the door. But as he crossed the threshold, a curse streaked from the gloom, slamming into his chest. The host body crumpled, lifeless. Voldemort's spirit wrenched free, flickering in alarm. No time to retaliate. The strike's timing and power left no room for error. His ethereal form spiraled upward and vanished into the ether. In the darkness, Erwin pocketed his wand. A faint surge rippled through his magic reserves. He smirked, then gripped Draco's shoulder and operated away before anyone noticed. The professors doused the serpentine flames moments later. Snape's gaze lingered on the empty shadow where Erwin had stood. He said nothing. McGonagall hurried to the corpse, kneeling to inspect it. Her lips tightened. She turned to Hermione and the others. Back down the corridor, all of you. It's over. They nodded, though Pansy hesitated. Professor, Flitwick mentioned you-know-who earlier. But isn't he dead? McGonagall's expression hardened. That's not for you to worry about. Go now. The group filed out without further protest. Once the students were gone, McGonagall straightened. He's not finished. He's returned. Dumbledore must know, his suspicions were spot on. Flitwick and Sprout murmured agreement. Snape stayed silent, pondering how much McGonagall grasped of Dumbledore's scheme. If she knew the full truth, she'd never stand for it. Students meant everything to her, she'd sacrifice herself before letting them become pawns. Even if she hadn't pieced it together before, today's perils, laid bare for Harry, would have tipped her off. The younger ones had their doubts, a sharp mind like hers couldn't miss it. "Clear the body," McGonagall ordered. "I'll contact the headmaster." None questioned who felled the intruder. In Hogwarts' strained climate, only Erwin could strike so decisively and melt back into obscurity. They all knew. Yet the heads held their tongues, each for private reasons. The hows were irrelevant, the Dark Lord wannabe lay dead. That sufficed. As for Erwin's absence, they wouldn't pry. Excuses formed unbidden in their minds, perhaps he fretted over the students' safety but wanted them to hone their skills firsthand. Shadow guardianship, letting them grow. A tidy rationale. Good students always got the benefit of the doubt, even at a magic school. Back in his dormitory, Erwin assessed the meager boost to his magic. Barely a trickle, less than 1% of his reserves. Still, he grinned. With this gift unlocked, a longer grind was no deterrent. Fill the bar, level up, he'd manage. Killing for progress. Just another monster hunt in the game of life. Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 20, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 268, The Prophet's Explosive Reveal, Voldemort Lives. Erwin glanced at the clock, estimating the time. Barring any surprises, Dumbledore should return to Hogwarts soon, wrapping up the first term. With so many young witches and wizards involved this year, Erwin was eager to see how the headmaster would try to inflate Gryffindor's points. Right now, with just Harry Potter's contributions, they trailed Slytherin by over 400 points, a full year's haul for most houses. The House Cup race would be fierce. But Erwin had no intention of letting that meddlesome old headmaster tip the scales. The cup symbolized a year's hard work for Slytherin, and he planned to guard it closely. Precautions were already in place. Meanwhile, outside a remote manor, Dumbledore munched on an apple, cloaked by a disillusionment charm to dodge a suspicious farmer. He sneezed suddenly and rubbed his nose. By now, it should be time, he thought. Voldemort won't miss this chance with me away. But that curse ensures Harry's safe, it's a near-perfect plan. Still, Gryffindor's points are woefully low. I need a way to fix that before heading back. Unaware of Dumbledore's scheming, Erwin would have cursed under his breath if he knew. The old man was still plotting to rig the cup, just as expected. 3 days slipped by in a haze. They weren't easy for Erwin, with visitors hounding him daily and testing his patience. On the first day, Pansy burst into his dormitory, bubbling over with tales of her adventures. Her excitement was infectious, and Erwin listened with a patient smile. After all, he'd taken her under his wing, a bit of emotional support came with the territory. Raising allies meant tending to their spirits, after all. The next day, Hermione followed suit, sharing her own experiences as if it were a casual debrief. She was a key piece in his strategy, someone others needed to see as special to him. That way, if threats turned real, they'd target her first, giving him breathing room. By the third day, Draco dragged Harry Potter along for what started as a discussion but devolved into bickering. Erwin promptly ushered them out, tired of the endless chatter. He'd heard enough variations on the same stories from Pansy and Hermione, and now the rest of Slytherin was abuzz with gossip. The older students, 6th and 7th years, who'd sat out the drama grumbled in the common room, resentment simmering. Without Snape's iron grip on the house, Erwin figured the younger ones might have stormed the staff room in protest. The wizarding world, too, churned with unrest over those same 3 days. Whispers spread like wildfire, he who must not be named had returned. He wasn't dead after all, and he'd struck at Hogwarts. Eyewitnesses among the students confirmed it. The Daily Prophet held off on Rita Skeeter's piece at Erwin's insistence. He could have rushed it out the next day, but that wouldn't create the splash he wanted. Instead, he let rumors fester for 3 days, building hype. The news of Voldemort's survival tore through Britain's magical community like a storm. The Ministry of Magic scrambled to deny it. Fudge appeared on camera, face stern, vowing the Dark Lord was gone for good. If he returned, Fudge would resign on the spot. His bluster convinced a few skeptics, buying temporary calm. Erwin chuckled when he heard. Just like the tales he'd read, Fudge prioritized his power grab over truth. Every denial played right into Erwin's hands, he'd engineered it that way. Today marked the Daily Prophet's new edition, unleashing the real chaos. Subscribers awoke to a screaming front-page headline, "He who must not be named lives." The Dark Lord's return spells doom for the wizarding world. The article detailed the Hogwarts incident with vivid clarity, backed by photos, Voldemort's spectral form and his parasitic possession of Quirrell. Copies flew to homes across the country, including the ancient pureblood estates. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius stared at the paper, hands shaking. Narcissa peered over his shoulder. "What's got you so rattled?" The Dark Lord, Lucius whispered. He's truly back. Narcissa froze. But you said Draco and the others might have been mistaken. How could he return now, of all times? Lucius slumped in his chair, gaze distant. Erwin pushed for this addition to hit the stands, no delays, no interference. He wanted the world to know. But why the fanfare? What's his angle? Narcissa fell silent, equally baffled. After a pause, she asked, so what now? Hogwarts breaks for holidays soon. I'll meet Erwin and prepare for the worst. You stay out of it, Narcissa. If darkness falls again, take Draco and go, France, America, anywhere. Our fortune will keep you both secure. She moved behind him, resting a hand on his shoulder. If that day comes, I'll send Draco away. But you and I. We're in this together. I vowed it on our wedding day. Lucius clasped her hand, eyes misting. Narcissa smiled faintly. And it's not over yet. Erwin leaked this, he's got a plan, even if we can't see it. I trust he'll pull us through if things go south. Lucius nodded. You're right. He's sharper than his parents ever were. He might just save us all. Back at Hogwarts, Erwin sipped his morning coffee and unfolded the prophet. A sly grin spread across his face. This is why the wizarding world never gets boring. Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 20, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 269, Umbridge uncovers the Cavendish conspiracy. Besides the pureblood families, the Ministry of Magic bore the brunt of the backlash. English wizards flooded the ministry with over 500 letters a day, mostly complaints and furious demands for answers. All fingers pointed straight at Fudge. This left the minister in a state of utter panic. Only 5 hours had passed since the Daily Prophet hit the stands, and Fudge had already shattered several teacups in his office without so much as sipping from one. Now, he slammed his fist on the desk. Damn it all. How could this happen? You know who's really back. What's gotten into these pureblood families? What intel did they get that let them clear the path for the prophet so smoothly? Who's gunning for me? Why wasn't I warned? Despair etched Fudge's face. He knew he was done for. If the pressure kept mounting, resignation was his only way out, just as he'd publicly sworn. He couldn't backpedal now. Worse, you-know-who's return threatened to drag the wizarding world into chaos once more. The thought of that terror made Fudge's blood run cold. He was genuinely, bone-deep afraid. A knock echoed through the office, snapping him from his spiral. The door creaked open, and in waddled a squat woman in a garish pink cardigan, her toad-like face twisted in a simpering smile. Dolores Umbridge, one of Fudge's innermost circle. The witch who dosed Cho Chang with Verita serum, shattering Harry Potter's first crush. Fans loathed her above all others in the series, and for good reason. She embodied petty tyranny. She'd imposed her infamous high-pressure regime at Hogwarts, stifling creativity with iron-fisted rules and quills that carved her discipline into students' skin. Fudge scowled. Who let you barge in here? Have you no respect? I'm not out of office yet. Who gave you the nerve to be so bold? A flicker of ice crossed Umbridge's bulging eyes, but she masked it with a syrupy smile. Minister, forgive my interruption, but this can't wait. I must speak with you. Fudge rubbed his temples. Out with it, then. Umbridge leaned in, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. Doesn't the whole mess feel eerily familiar? The prophet's scramble, the pureblood's swift moves, it echoes something recent. The last time families bypassed you to shield the paper was the Yaxley affair. Fudge's head jerked up. Umbridge's words struck like a hex, highlighting the anomalies. The purebloods had mobilized too fast, no leaks from the prophet, no heads up. Rita Skeeter, ever loyal to Fudge, hadn't breathed a word then, nor now. The pattern clicked, someone pulling strings from the shadows. Gritting his teeth, Fudge snarled, Cavendish. It has to be the Cavendish family. I should have seen it coming. But I've no beef with Erwin, what's his game? Umbridge nodded sagely. The family's rise has been meteoric, Minister. I won't mince words, I've tracked Erwin since his talents first surfaced. Every move he's made, seemingly random, forms a deliberate web. I even ventured into the Muggle world for answers. You won't believe what I uncovered. Fudge leaned forward, impatience sharpening his gaze. Spit it out. Umbridge's eyes gleamed. I spent days in London digging into the Cavendish legacy. They're legends there. A few years back, the city was a powder keg, gangs and rival families clawing for power. The Cavendishes were vulnerable. Young Erwin inherited scraps from his parents, but at 6, he was easy prey. No one took him seriously, and opportunists circled like vultures, even from within the family. Whispers say the Muggle royals eyed their holdings too. Fudge's brows shot up. The Royals. Preposterous. If they'd stepped in, the Cavendishes would have been swept aside. The Crown has its own vast interests. I was skeptical too, Umbridge admitted, but the records don't lie. Erwin seized control at 6. Within a year, he'd crushed internal rivals and turned on London's underbelly. By 7, he'd dismantled every competing faction save his own. Ruthless doesn't cover it, efficient as a curse. Then the Royals backed off. Word is, they struck a deal, leaving the shadows to Cavendish rule. Locals say it plain, after dark, London answers to Erwin. From there, he consolidated. The family reigned in their enforcers, started protection rackets for muggle shops and folk, modest fees for safety. Even the black market trades fell under their thumb, cleaned up and taxed. Fudge blinked, stunned by the revelations. Umbridge pressed on. When Erwin entered Hogwarts, he tapped a magical creature's supply, likely from the Forbidden Forest. He launched a Diagon Alley shop, undercutting prices to draw crowds. Potions masters flocked, low costs let rogue brewers experiment and profit. To them, Cavendish stock was a lifeline. And the Yaxleys. I've dissected that debacle. Isolated, each twist seems coincidence. Linked. It's Erwin's blueprint. Fudge's voice dropped to a growl. Meaning. Umbridge's tone turned grave. Everything, the Prophet's coverage, the family's outrage, even the Yaxleys' downfall, stems from Erwin's orchestration. Current events. Just threads in his grand design. Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 20, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 270, Dumbledore barred from his own tower. After Umbridge finished speaking, even she could scarcely believe her own words. But she had studied Erwin for a long time, and the truth was undeniable. Fudge wasn't truly foolish. He simply lost his grip when faced with raw ambition. Now, with Umbridge laying it all out, he suddenly saw the pieces he'd overlooked. He'd long been wary of Erwin and even glimpsed some of his schemes. But the boy's youth had been the perfect deception. No longer. With Umbridge's compiled dossier in hand, Fudge couldn't dismiss Erwin as a mere child. It was chilling. Fudge leaned forward. Then why do you believe he's pulling the strings here too? Umbridge pressed on. The Cavendish family may have Muggle roots, but they've revealed their hand since the Yaxley affair. Lately, they've been snapping up wandering wizards left and right. By my rough count, their ranks number at least 100 now. Minister, imagine the firepower of 100 wizards. Even the ministry's registered aurors total only 40. Factor in Erwin Cavendish's ties to other families, and only the Cavendishes had the resources to orchestrate this. Fudge fell silent, the figure hitting him like a bludger. Over 100 wizards, all adults, battle-hardened wanderers. Far from weak, these rogues often danced on the edge of oblivion, taking risks no ordinary wizard would stomach. They fended off dark wizards daily, and survival meant blood on their hands. Umbridge continued, this has to be their doing. As for motives, I can't say yet. But to break the impasse, Minister, seek out Erwin Cavendish. Whatever his game, he'd welcome an alliance with you. Secure his backing, and families like the Malfoys and Selwyns will fall in line. With your current leverage, you could crush the opposition. Fudge's eyes gleamed. Her logic rang true. Very well. You're onto something. Deliver my message, I need to meet Erwin Cavendish. Umbridge dipped her head. It would be my honor, Minister. Fudge nodded. You're sharp. When this blows over, pick any post you fancy. That's my word. Joy lit her face. Thank you, Minister. I'll give it my all. With that, she bustled out, her cheeks flushed with triumph. Fudge watched her go, then snorted. He saw her clearly now, a power-hungry climber, just like him. That made her easy to manipulate, no one grasped the frailties of ambition better than he did. Meanwhile, Umbridge stepped from the office, her smile evaporating like mist. Staring at the closed door, her lips twisted into an icy grin. Yes, she hungered for power. Why not claim the minister's seat herself? She'd held back one detail, from dissecting Erwin's moves, she'd pegged his nature, ruthless, unyielding. Partnering with him was like courting a dragon. She couldn't fathom his endgame, but Fudge was spent. His resignation speech had doomed him. She, however, had spotted the escape route. Erwin would see it too, and she'd reap the rewards. Umbridge headed straight to Diagon Alley and slipped into Cavendish's magical supplies. By evening, old Tom's report reached Erwin. As he listened, a smile tugged at his lips. This Umbridge has layers. I pegged her for a dim bulb, but she's playing smart. Fine, let her think she's winning. Old Tom paused. How should I respond? Agree to a meeting with Fudge? Erwin nodded. Absolutely, but not yet. Classes fill my week. Stall until the weekend. Let Fudge stew. Desperation weakens his hand. It'll make negotiations a breeze. Understood, Master. Erwin hung up and drifted to the window, drumming his fingers on the sill. Intriguing, indeed. Who knew the pink toad had such cunning? The original plan had flaws, but this was the spark he needed, like a timely firebolt in a dive. Just then, a ripple of magic brushed Hogwarts wards. Erwin smirked. Right on cue, Dumbledore, back to settle the score. With a flicker, Erwin apparat to the headmaster's office door. There stood Dumbledore, gazing expectantly. Professor, ages. Still the picture of wizardly charm. Dumbledore chuckled dryly. I figured you'd show. Erwin grinned. Here to claim what's mine. No more chatter. Dumbledore drew a blood-red, translucent stone from his robes, radiant with inner magic, a deep crimson glow. Erwin took it, inspecting closely. Dumbledore arched a brow. Doubting me. Just verifying. Caution keeps things tidy, you taught me that. Erwin had glimpsed the true philosopher's stone in the mirror of Erist. This one thrummed with authentic power, no forgery. A rare twinge of honor from the old wizard. Dumbledore murmured the password. Silence. The door stayed shut. His expression soured, darkening like a storm cloud. Erwin raised his hands. Not my doing, the Godfather's. I granted him headmaster access. Dumbledore sighed, weariness etching his face. He felt the castle slipping further from his grasp, one lock at a time. Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 20, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 271, Erwin's Ruthless Bluff, Phoenix Blood or Bust. Erwin used his authority to unlock the door to the headmaster's office and stepped inside with Dumbledore. The old wizard settled back into his chair behind the desk, while Fawkes swooped through the open window and perched on his shelf. The phoenix shot Erwin a quick glance before turning to preen his radiant feathers. Erwin eyed the bird thoughtfully. If his plan worked, he'd soon have a vial of Fawkes's blood. The phoenix, sensing a flicker of malice in the air, paused and shivered slightly, confusion flickering in his golden eyes. He couldn't pinpoint the source. Dumbledore tapped the desk, conjuring a steaming cup of sweetened black tea with a subtle flick of his wand. It was a perk of his position, and Gryffindor's legacy, that allowed such small luxuries. He didn't offer Erwin anything, though the young wizard could have helped himself if he'd wanted. Even the notoriously frugal headmaster seemed to harbor a grudge. Why did Voldemort's return have to come out now? Dumbledore asked, his voice calm but probing. Erwin leaned back in his chair, feigning nonchalance. What? I have no idea what you're on about. Wasn't it the Daily Prophet that splashed it everywhere? How's that got anything to do with me? Dumbledore lifted his teacup and blew gently on the steam, which veiled his eyes for a moment. Then came the faint chime in Erwin's mind. Magical chime, a clemency proficiency increased. Reaching level 5 converts excess proficiency to general spell mastery at a 10-to-1 ratio. Erwin's face tightened. Bloody hell, you old fox. I'll end you for this. Sure enough, Dumbledore had tried legilimency again. Surprise crossed the headmaster's features. Your clemency has advanced remarkably. Erwin's tone turned icy. What can I say? I've been practicing. Some people can't resist prying into my thoughts. Dumbledore ignored the edge in his voice, his expression serene and smiling as ever. A wise precaution, then. Erwin, you're the most gifted young wizard I've encountered. But with Voldemort's return public, Harry could be in real peril. Some Death Eaters slipped away using every trick in the book. Erwin nodded curtly. I'm sure you'll keep every Hogwarts student safe, Professor. Best of luck with that. Dumbledore's smile didn't waver. Let's cut to the chase, Erwin. What are your terms? Erwin met his gaze steadily. Terms? For what, nannying Harry Potter? Not interested. To be blunt, whether he lives or dies is no skin off my nose. This was all for the Philosopher's Stone. Face it, Professor, you've got nothing left to bargain with. In that case, Dumbledore replied mildly, forget it. I'm weary, Erwin. An old man needs his rest. Erwin's brow furrowed. This didn't add up. Dumbledore should be haggling, not folding so easily. Then it clicked. Snape. The potion's master would die before letting harm come to Harry, and as his godson, Erwin couldn't stay out of it. The headmaster was banking on that bond, using Snape as leverage against him. Clever old bastard, pulling strings like a puppeteer. Dumbledore's face remained placid, but Erwin felt a chill. How many steps ahead was the man always thinking? Had he orchestrated Erwin's entire path at Hogwarts from the start, weaving in Snape's history with his parents? What is it, Erwin? Dumbledore prompted. Anything else for this old fool? Erwin shoved down his unease. You never cease to amaze me, Professor. You've anticipated everything. But one thing you overlooked, I don't like being a pawn. If the trouble can't be fixed, eliminate the source. He rose abruptly, a cold killing intent radiating from him as he headed for the door. Dumbledore jolted upright. Wait, Erwin, what are you planning? For my godfather's sake, and to stop him from throwing his life away, I'm sending Harry Potter to join his parents. Erwin's voice was flat. Feel free to intervene, but you'll have to leave this office to do it. Or try killing me yourself, if you think you can manage that these days. Dumbledore's shock was palpable. He hadn't anticipated such directness. As Erwin reached the door, the headmaster called out desperately, Erwin, wait. We can discuss this. No need, Erwin shot back. My godfather's safety comes first. As you said, you're tired, old folks need their shut-eye. I won't keep you. It'll be quick and clean, no witnesses. You can count on my skill. He made no effort to mask his intentions from Dumbledore. The headmaster was too sharp for pretenses anyway, he knew exactly what Erwin was capable of. As Erwin twisted the doorknob, Dumbledore's anxiety spiked. He had no doubt the boy would follow through. If you kill Harry, Dumbledore pressed, how will you face Severus? Erwin paused, and relief washed over Dumbledore. He was gearing up for more persuasion when Erwin turned with a smirk. I'll take his eyes as a keepsake. Preserve them nicely, so Godfather has a memento. Dumbledore stared, utterly at a loss. Who had twisted the boy into this? Erwin, what do you want? He demanded. Erwin halted, a triumphant smile curling his lips. He'd won this round. Truth be told, it was all a bluff. Harry was too valuable an asset to dispose of, and the boy had a flair for drama that kept the story rolling. Phoenix blood, Erwin said. A full vat of it. Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 20, / 5-star reviews, 6, / Mr. Grimm. Chapter 272, striking gold with Phoenix blood and a hatching thrill. Dumbledore and Fawkes froze at Erwin's words. The headmaster stared at him in disbelief, then glanced at the Phoenix, who was pacing agitatedly on his perch, beak poised as if ready to lunge. Dumbledore's face paled. Erwin Cavendish, we can negotiate, but not with nonsense like that. Do you even know what Phoenix blood is worth? A vat. Where do you expect me to get a vat's worth from Fawkes? Erwin eyed the bird warily, those pecks looked brutal, and conceded his ask was over the top. Fine, a bucket then. He pulled out an aluminum bucket from his robes without missing a beat. If Aragog had been there, the spider would have shuddered in recognition. This was the very vessel that had haunted its nightmares. Dumbledore sighed, eyeing the bucket with helpless exasperation. Who carried one of those around like pocket change? Clearly, Erwin was no stranger to this sort of improvisation. When do you plan to finish off Harry? Dumbledore asked calmly. Erwin blinked. Huh. The headmaster leaned back, his tone measured but laced with steel. As you said, I can't stop you, not after last time. And you clearly have no interest in chatting. So go on, then. I just ask that you make it quick. The boys suffered enough already. Erwin rolled his eyes. So the old man knew full well how rough Harry's life was, yet he'd scripted it that way. Sly as ever, Dumbledore had flipped the script, forcing Erwin's hand. Killing Harry would complicate things, especially with Snape to answer to. Let's cut the theatrics, Professor, Erwin said. I want Phoenix blood. What's your offer? A small vial. That's my bottom line. Done. Dumbledore blinked, cursing inwardly, he'd lowballed it. Erwin, meanwhile, hid his glee. He only needed 3 drops, but a whole vial. From the wizarding world's sole-known Phoenix, no less. Tears healed and detoxed, blood had to pack even more punch. Sensing the rip-off, Dumbledore added, 1 vial for Fawkes's blood, once only, in exchange for Harry's protection. Agreed, Erwin replied. But let's set a term. Until graduation, Dumbledore proposed. Erwin turned to leave. Start picking out a plot for him, then. How long will you accept? The headmaster pressed. Erwin paused. 3 days. Dumbledore rolled his eyes. Erwin was clearly angling for a freebie. Be reasonable, he said. Realistically speaking. Erwin shrugged. This holiday, then. No wizard troubles on my watch, I can even sort out his muggle side messes. You know Harry's not faring well there, and it's beyond your reach. Consider it payback for your schemes. Dumbledore pondered, then nodded. Very well. Erwin extended his hand expectantly. Without hesitation, the headmaster drew a small vial from his desk, filled with a shimmering golden liquid. Erwin inwardly kicked himself, raiding the office for treasures might have been smarter than this haggling. Who stashed Phoenix blood in a drawer like spare ink? He pocketed the vial smugly. Oh, and stock up on bargaining chips for next term, headmaster. If we keep playing your game, we'll have plenty more deals. With that, Erwin operated back to his dormitory, wasting no time. He fetched the enchanted egg from his system space and uncorked the vial, dripping exactly 3 drops onto the shell. The blood soaked in instantly, leaving the vial about a fifth lighter. He'd saved the rest for experiments. Phoenix blood screamed potential. Eyes locked on the egg, Erwin muttered, "Don't let me down, little one. Or else." The shell quivered as the blood took hold. A magical chime rang in his mind, conditions met for hatching the enchanted egg. Process commencing, 2 minutes. Stand by. A glowing countdown hovered above it. Erwin itched to smash the timer, the suspense was maddening. He paced, counting down the seconds. Finally, 3, 2, 1. A sharp crack echoed. Fissures spiderwebbed across the shell, and pulses of raw magic seeped through, bathing the room in warm, ethereal light. Something extraordinary was about to emerge. Want 15 bonus chapters? Enjoy the read, and let's get started on the next goal immediately. Power Stones, 20/. 5-star reviews, 6/. Mr. Grimm.